The apocalyptic freeze. The heat had settled over Katy with the thick patience of something alive. It leaned against brick houses, pressed through attic vents, shimmered above the asphalt lanes around Katy Mills Mall, and turned every chrome bumper in the parking lot into a white-hot mirror. By 5 in the afternoon, the sky had the hard, polished blue of a pool tile, and the clouds were only pale smears far to the south, too thin to promise rain and too high to give shade. Marcus Hale sat in his truck outside the old service road entrance to the mall with the air conditioner whining as if it resented him. His shirt clung to his back. His forearms were damp against the steering wheel. He had come to buy a new surge protector for his workbench, a cheap errand he had put off all week, but he had not gone inside yet. He was staring at the temperature readout on the dashboard. 104 degrees. That part did not disturb him. Katy in late summer had always been a place where heat could make a man feel personally accused. What bothered him was the way the pressure in his ears kept shifting, subtle as an elevator stopping between floors. He swallowed twice, glanced at the sky, then looked at the radar app on his phone. It showed a loose band of storms far out past San Antonio. Nothing fast, nothing organized, nothing with the hard red core of a real threat. The little animated loop crawled east, stalled, crawled again. He pinched the image wider. The map hesitated, then refreshed. A faint blue line appeared behind the green, thin as a scratch, across the state. Marcus stared at it. Blue meant cold precipitation. Blue over central Texas in this heat was either a data fault, a color table glitch, or a joke built by some bored programmer who had never had to answer for a substation fire at 2 in the morning. He backed out of the radar and opened the station feed he still kept bookmarked from his years at ECOT. The public interface was clumsy, but he knew where to look. Load forecasts were ugly. Demand had climbed past the early projection as half the city fought the sun with compressors and fans. Nothing surprising there. He scrolled to frequency, voltage stability, and outage reports across the western nodes. The numbers looked irritated but not sick. A horn snapped him out of the screen. A mother in a silver SUV was trying to cut across 2 lanes while a teenager in a lifted pickup refused to let her in. They argued through closed glass, both faces bright with that ordinary fury people used when the world still made sense. A boy in football shorts jogged out of a sporting goods store with a bag of cleats over one shoulder. 2 girls in cheer practice shirts laughed near the curb, sipping melted drinks and lifting their feet away from the radiant pavement. Inside the mall, people were buying pretzels, shirts, phone cases, shoes, and air-conditioned minutes. Marcus should have gone inside. He should have bought the surge protector, gone home, and ignored the pressure in his head. Instead, he kept looking at the phone. The blue line thickened. It reached the west side of Houston like a bruise spreading under skin. He called his old friend Luis Mendez, who still worked nights for a distribution maintenance contractor. Luis answered on the 4th ring with machinery rattling behind him. "Tell me your weather feed is drunk," Marcus said. "Good to hear from you too," Luis said. "I am standing beside a transformer that sounds like it swallowed gravel, so choose your joke carefully. Look west on radar. Tell me what color you see." There was a pause, a rustle, and then a low laugh without humor. "That cannot be right." That was my answer. "Blue? In this temperature?" That was also my answer. Luis made a sound in his throat. "Maybe the feed is crossing layers. Some upper air garbage. Ground level is still an oven." "Maybe," Marcus said, though he did not believe it. "You at home. Mall. Mall? Then go buy whatever you need and get home before Houston drivers decide rain is a theological event." Marcus looked across the parking lot. A wind had started, but it did not come warm off the pavement the way it should have. It carried a strange edge that moved along his damp neck and made the hair on his arms lift. "Louis," he said, "what is your outside temperature?" "Truck said 103 10 minutes ago." More rustling. "Now it says 96. That cannot be right either." Marcus watched his dashboard. 1011. Then 100. No car sensor was perfect after sitting in sun, but the number should not have fallen while the truck idled on hot concrete. He opened the door and stepped out. The air hit him strangely. Heat still rose from the asphalt, but the wind sliced through it, not cold yet, only wrong. It smelled of dust, rain, and something metallic like a fence after lightning. Across the lot, people began to notice. Heads turned. A few hands came up to test the air. The boy with the cleats slowed and looked toward the west, where the blue sky had darkened at the horizon into a wall of pewter. Thunder rolled, too long and too low. "Marcus?" Louise said. "I need to go," Marcus said. "You seeing it too?" "I am feeling it." He ended the call and crossed a parking lot fast. The automatic doors opened with a sigh, and cold artificial air wrapped around him. Usually that first wash felt like relief. Today it felt like entering a lie. Inside, the mall was bright, loud, and full of ordinary hunger. A carousel near the food court played a cheerful tune. Children chased one another past a kiosk selling glittering phone cases. A man in a security uniform leaned against a column and watched a video on his phone. Marcus bought the surge protector in 6 minutes. At the register, the young cashier frowned at the front windows. "Is it raining?" she asked. Marcus looked over his shoulder. Water struck the glass in wide, slanted sheets. It came so suddenly that shoppers stopped in place. The first drops were fat and dark, bursting against the pavement. Steam lifted outside, making the parking lot look as if it were breathing. "It is starting," Marcus said. The cashier laughed because she thought he meant the storm. Marcus did not correct her. By the time he reached the exit, the rain had become a roar. People crowded under the overhang with bags clutched to their chests, waiting for the worst to pass. A man filmed it on his phone and narrated for social media with delighted disbelief. A woman said she could not see her car. Someone else said the temperature must have dropped 20 degrees. Marcus pushed through them. The rain was cold enough to sting. It struck his face, ran under his collar, and stole the breath from his chest. The parking lot had changed in less than 10 minutes. Water raced along painted lines. Wind shoved sheets of rain sideways. The wall of clouds had swallowed the west, and beneath it the sky had gone green-gray and bruised. Traffic on the feeder road slowed to a broken crawl. He unlocked his truck with wet fingers and slid behind the wheel. The dashboard read 79. "No," he said, but it was not a one-word remark of denial so much as a breath that escaped before reason could catch it. He started the truck and pulled out as hail began to tick against the windshield. At first the pieces were small, white beads that bounced on the hood and vanished in the running water. Then they grew. They struck with harder sounds. People under the overhang screamed and fled back inside. A golf cart near the entrance lurched as a security guard tried to drive it into shelter and nearly clipped a concrete post. Marcus turned toward home. The Grand Parkway entrance ahead had become a smear of red brake lights. His wipers could not clear the glass fast enough. The temperature display dropped again. 71. A cold front could crash through fast. He knew that. Texas had teeth when it wanted them. But this was not a front on the map. This was not moving the way air moved. It was descending. On the radio, a country song cut off mid-chorus. A local host came on, his voice bright but strained. "Folks, we are getting calls about rapid temperature drops across the west side. National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning with damaging hail. Stay inside, stay off the roads, and do not underestimate this system. We are also seeing unconfirmed reports of sleet near Brookshire, which sounds impossible, but that is what callers are saying." A burst of static chewed the last word. Marcus gripped the wheel as another slab of hail cracked against the hood. His neighborhood was only 15 minutes away on a normal day. The red lights ahead suggested a different math. Behind him, Katy Mills vanished inside rain, hail, and a cold that did not belong to the season, the city, or the world. Marcus thought he understood. The first wreck happened before Marcus reached the freeway ramp. A sedan tried to brake too late at the light near the frontage road, hydroplaned, and slid sideways into a delivery van. The impact was not fast, but it was ugly. Metal folding, glass scattering, the van's rear doors springing open to spill boxes into the floodwater. A second vehicle swerved around them and clipped a curb hard enough to blow a tire. Horns went wild. Marcus pulled onto the shoulder and stopped. Instinct told him to keep moving. Something older and more human told him to get out. The rain had changed again. It was no longer clean water. Frozen pellets snapped against his cheeks and rattled on the road like thrown gravel. He ran to the sedan with both hands raised against the storm. The driver, a woman in nurse scrubs, had blood across her lip and terror in her eyes. 2 children sat in the back crying but awake. The van driver climbed out on his own, cursing and limping. "Stay in the car," Marcus shouted through the cracked window. "Keep the doors shut until traffic stops." "Are you hurt badly?" The woman shook her head too fast. "My kids." "Check my kids." Marcus looked through the back glass. The younger child had a red mark across his cheek from the seat belt. The older girl hugged a backpack to her chest, sobbing. They were alive. For the moment, alive mattered more than perfect. A white pickup stopped behind Marcus's truck. A woman got out wearing a navy rain jacket with a fire department emblem on the chest. She moved low against the hail, one hand shielding her face, the other carrying a medical bag. "I have them," she called. "Move traffic if you can." Her voice cut cleanly through the chaos. It carried the practiced authority of someone who had told people to breathe while the world tried to tear itself apart. Marcus pointed at the feeder lane. "Traffic is still coming blind." "Then make them see you." He did. He ran back, grabbed the orange hazard vest from behind his seat, and stepped into the lane like a fool with a death wish. The rain soaked through the vest at once. Hail struck his shoulders and popped off the road. He waved both arms in slow, heavy sweeps, forcing the next line of vehicles to crawl around the wreck. The woman in the fire jacket opened the sedan door when there was a break. She spoke to the children first, then the mother. Her movements were fast, but never frantic. Marcus saw her press gauze to the driver's mouth, check pupils, test wrists, glance once at the swelling hail, and make a decision without asking permission. "We need them out before another car joins this mess," she said. "Where?" Marcus asked. "My truck first and then yours if we need space." "You are EMS?" "Former paramedic. Mara Vance. Katy Fire. Before my knees in the paperwork had a debate. Marcus Hale. I used to babysit substations." She gave him a quick look through the storm. "Then you picked a good day to be nervous." He almost smiled, but only for a second. They moved the family in 2 runs. The children shivered violently by the time they reached Mara's pickup, though only minutes had passed. The nurse mother kept asking what the temperature was, as if the number might explain the wrongness of the ice striking the roof. Marcus checked his phone under his soaked shirt. Signal flickered between 2 bars and 1. Alerts stacked across the screen. Severe thunderstorm, warning. Flash, flodge, warn. Winter one, father. Advisory. The last alert made him stare until Hale struck the phone and nearly knocked it from his hand. Mara leaned close. "Tell me that is a joke." "It is not coming from a joke server." "Winter advisory in Katy while my truck still smells like hot vinyl?" Yes, that was true. She looked west. The air had grown so dense with ice pellets that the world beyond 30 yards blurred into gray motion. "That is not a real answer." "I know." A siren approached and then slowed, trapped by traffic. Marcus and Mara stayed until a fire crew reached the wreck. The crew chief recognized Mara and cursed with relief when he saw the children already sheltered. He told everyone to clear out if their vehicles could move. "Hospitals are getting hammered," he told Mara. "Every minor wreck in West Harris County decided to happen at once. We are hearing hypothermia calls too, which makes no sense, but neither does any of this." "How cold?" Mara asked. "Station sensor says 58. It was 100 plus before shift change." Marcus looked at his dashboard when he climbed back in. 56. His wet clothes had gone heavy against him. The heater blasted from the vents, and for the first time since spring he was grateful for it. Mara pulled her truck beside his at the next light, the rescued family inside her cab. She rolled down her window only a few inches. "Where are you headed?" she called. "Cinco Ranch side, west of Mason." "Same direction. I live near the older section by the drainage lakes." "Roads will get bad." "They already are." A gust shoved Hale across both vehicles in a white sheet. For a moment Marcus could barely see her face. "If you know power systems," she said, "tell me whether I should be scared about the grid." He did not answer quickly enough. Her expression changed. "That bad?" Demand was high before the drop. If everyone switches from cooling to heat in the same hour, the load curve gets ugly. The equipment out here is built for heat, not this kind of ice. Lines, relays, gas supply, all of it can strain in ways people do not see until it breaks. You are telling me to be scared. I am telling you to get home, fill every container with water, keep your doors closed, and do not waste battery on anything that does not matter. That sounds like scared with an engineering degree. The light turned green. Nobody moved for several seconds because the road ahead had become a mirror under hail and rushing runoff. Then traffic crawled forward. Marcus reached his house after 91 minutes. He knew the exact time because he checked it 3 times, each check more unbelievable than the last. The subdivision had lost its summer shape. The grass in every yard looked beaten flat by ice. Palm plants sagged. Crepe myrtle shuddered under the weight of sleet. Roof lines steamed in the fading daylight as trapped heat fled into the storm. His neighbor across the street, Don Alvarez, stood in his driveway wearing shorts, sandals, and a puffy winter jacket that looked brand new. He held a phone up to the sky. "Marcus," Don shouted, "can you believe this? My sister in Dallas says they are getting snow." "Get inside," Marcus shouted back. Don laughed. "It is Texas snow. It will be gone by breakfast." Marcus stepped out of the truck and felt ice crunch under his shoes. The temperature had fallen to 43. "Don, listen to me," he said, crossing the street. "This is not a normal front. It is not moving. I do not think it is going to be gone by breakfast." Don lowered the phone. His smile thinned. "How would you know that?" "Because the curve is wrong." "What curve?" Marcus looked at the white pellets gathering along the curb, the gutters already clogged, the street lights glowing early in the gray. The temperature drop, pressure, radar, and grid load do not line up with a passing system. Don studied him, then glanced back at his house where warm yellow light filled the windows. "You always did make a thunderstorm sound like a math problem. This one is." "My wife is making chili," Don said, "because denial often arrive wearing the clothes of hospitality." "You want some later?" "Fill your bathtub first." "Come on." "Fill it. Then fill pots, coolers, buckets, whatever you have. If the pumps fail, you will wish you had done it while you could." Don's face shifted again, irritation giving way to reluctant concern. "You really believe that?" "I believe enough to do it at my house." Marcus left him standing there and went inside. His house still held the day's heat. The hallway smelled faintly of coffee, cardboard, and the cedar chips he used in the garage to keep bugs away. He changed clothes, laid his phone on the counter, and started filling containers. He filled the bathtub, the kitchen stock pot, and 2 plastic storage bins he scrubbed as fast as he could. He moved with method, 'cause method kept fear from taking the lead. While water thundered into the tub, he opened his laptop and pulled every feed he could still reach. Weather stations across the western Houston area showed impossible stair steps: 102, 91, 78, 63, 51, 44. Not a smooth decline. A drop in brutal ledges. Wind direction reports contradicted one another. Dew points collapsed. Radar showed mixed precipitation spreading over counties that had no business seeing it. Social media turned from jokes to spectacle. Summer snow in Texas. Katy got hacked by Canada. End times at Bookies, y'all. Then the videos changed. Carports collapsing under hail. A school bus stuck sideways across a road. A football field near a local high school turning white while players in soaked practice gear ran for cover. A grocery store manager shouting that people needed to stop fighting over propane cylinders. A dog slipping on ice beside an apartment complex pool. Marcus kept a notebook in the kitchen drawer. Old habit. He opened to a clean page and wrote the times and temperatures in a column. He drew the curve by hand. It did not curve. It fell like a thing dropped from a roof. At 8:17 p.m., the rain became snow. It was not sleet or hail anymore. It was snow. Marcus stood at the back door and watched it cross the patio light in thick white flakes, drifting at first, then racing sideways in the wind. His fence disappeared plank by plank. The summer yard changed beneath him. The grill, the plastic chairs, the cracked clay pot he kept meaning to throw away, all of it turned soft at the edges under a white layer that should have belonged to another latitude. His phone buzzed with a text from Mara Vance. This is Mara from the wreck. You were right about water. Power flickering here. How bad is this? Marcus typed, erased, and typed again. Bad enough to act like help may not come fast. Her reply came less than a minute later. That is what I thought you would say. I hate that answer. He looked outside as the first transformer blew somewhere beyond the subdivision, flashing blue through the snow and leaving half the block in darkness. Marcus typed one more line. So do I. At Katy High, the stadium lights stayed on longer than they should have. They burned over the field in huge white towers, throwing sharp shadows across yard lines that were vanishing under sleet. The practice had ended badly. Marcus saw the videos later, but Mara saw the truth from the edge of the parking lot, because her nephew Eli had been on the field when the sky changed. She had promised her sister she would pick him up after evening drills. At 4 o'clock, the promise had seemed small. At 7, it turned into a mission through a city that forgot how to drive the moment ice touched pavement. By the time Mara reached the campus, traffic around the athletic complex had folded into panic. Parents parked in fire lanes. Teenagers ran in soaked uniforms, shoulder pads clutched against their chests, breath smoking in the air. Coaches shouted names and tried to keep boys from sprinting blindly into moving cars. Mara left her truck half on a curb and took her medical bag with her. She did not intend to work. She had told herself that part of her life was behind her, tucked away with the old station shirts in the hall closet. Then she saw a lineman slip hard near the bleachers, saw his helmet bounce, saw him try to stand with his right leg bent at a wrong angle beneath the pads. The old part of her stepped forward before the tired part could object. Do not move him, she called, cutting between two players. Coach, keep everyone back. You and the blue jacket, call 911 and keep calling even if you get a busy tone. The coach blinked at her, recognized command, and obeyed. The boy on the ground was 17, maybe 18, with a face that had not yet decided whether to be a man's face or a child's. He tried to laugh and failed. His teeth clicked from the cold. Am I in trouble? He asked. Only if you argue with me, Mara said. What is your name? Darius. Darius, I am going to check your leg and then we are getting you covered. Look at me, not at your friends. You are going to breathe slow enough that I can count it. It hurts. I believe you. Slow breaths anyway. Snow mixed with sleet now, wet flakes striking the plastic bench seats, melting, then freezing again in thin, glossy patches. Mara cut away the lower portion of his practice pants with trauma shears. The leg was bad, but not the worst she had seen. Nothing about him should have died if the city still had ambulances, open roads, heat, and time. The problem was that all four things were starting to disappear. A trainer brought towels. Mara wrapped Darius as best she could, then made 3 players carry equipment pads over him like a windbreak. His friends stared, frightened into silence. One of them still held a phone out, filming until Mara looked up. Put that away and give me your jacket, she said. The boy obeyed without a word. Ellie found her 10 minutes later near the concession stand, shaking, angry, and trying not to show either. He was 15 and tall in the loose way of boys who had not yet grown into their limbs. His hair was plastered flat against his forehead. He wore no coat because boys in Katy did not take coats to summer football practice. Aunt Mara, he said, voice cracking. Mom keeps calling. My phone is almost dead. Get in my truck. What about Darius? Fire crew is coming. I do not hear sirens. Neither did she. Mara looked toward the road beyond the school. Red brake lights stretched away into the storm, blurred by white fall. Somewhere out there Marcus Hale was probably looking at numbers and drawing grim conclusions. Mara had known men like him in different uniforms and different stations, men who could see a structural failure while everyone else still admired the wallpaper. They were useful, and they were exhausting. Darius has people with him, she said. You are my people, and you need to get in my truck now. Ellie did not argue. That scared her more than his anger would have. They made it 3 blocks before the heater in Mara's pickup stopped producing warm air. The fans still pushed, but the air cooled by degrees until it felt like someone breathing across ice. Mara checked the engine temperature. The gauge sat too low. The storm was stealing heat faster than the truck could hold it. This is not normal, Eli said. No, that was not enough. Is it climate change? Mara almost laughed. Not because it was funny, but because the question was too large to fit inside the cab with them. It is something. Mom said stay at your house if roads are bad. That is the plan. Do you have food? Enough for a few days. What if it lasts longer? Mara glanced at him. In the dashboard light, he looked younger than he had that morning. Then we stopped pretending a few days is enough. They passed a strip center where every store was still open, and half the parking lot was full. A line had already formed outside a big pharmacy. People stood in wet hoodies holding baskets, propane cans, armfuls of blankets, and cases of bottled water. A man slipped near the cart return and went down hard. 2 others stepped around him at first, then one came back to help. Mara gripped the wheel until her knuckles whitened. She wanted to stop. She wanted to help every person whose body hit the ice. She wanted to be the version of herself who could walk into disaster and divide it into steps. But Eli sat beside her. Her sister was trapped across town. Her own house had medicine, canned soup, batteries, and a fireplace that had not been inspected in years. Immediate survival was not noble. It was a narrowing of the world. At 9:10 and 3 p.m., the first citywide emergency alert came through before the signal failed again. Shelter in place. Avoid road. Every winter conditions. Rolling power. Interruptions possible. Conserve energy. Rolling, Eli said. That means it comes back, right? That is what it usually means. You do not sound sure. I am not going to lie to you. Mom lies when she is scared. Your mom tries to keep you calm. That is a nicer way to say it. Mara turned onto her street. The older subdivision did not have the clean new lines of the master plan communities Marcus had mentioned. The trees were taller here, the driveways cracked, the houses built for decades of heat and hurricane rain rather than this white assault. Snow had begun to gather on roof edges and mailboxes. The drainage lake at the end of the street had fog rising from it, a low, ghostly layer that drifted between fences. Her porch light flickered as she pulled into the driveway. Inside, the house was still warm, but the warmth felt temporary. Eli stood in the entry while Mara locked the door and pushed a towel against the threshold. Shoes off, she said. Wet clothes into the bathroom. I have sweats in the dryer. Move fast. Yes, ma'am. Do not call me ma'am like I am one of your teachers. Yes, Aunt Mara. While he changed, Mara filled the tub, then every pot. She found the old camping lanterns in the garage. She checked the pantry and realized, with anger at herself, that she had enough food for comfort, but not for siege. She had lived around emergencies long enough to know the difference, and still the ordinary world had made her lazy. Her phone buzzed. A text from Marcus. Bad enough to act like help may not come fast. Mara stood in the kitchen with water running and stared at the message. She had expected the answer. She hated it anyway. She typed back, "That is what I thought you would say. I hate that answer." He answered, "So do I." The lights blinked once, twice, and held. Outside, the snow thickened until the windows became pale squares. Ellie came out in dry clothes and wrapped a blanket around his shoulders. "What do we do now?" he asked. Mara turned off the faucet and listened to the pipe settle. "We make the house smaller," she said. "Then we make a list of what can kill us first." He stared. "Cold, thirst, injury, stupidity, and other people," she said. "Not always in that order." That is comforting. Comfort comes later. Truth comes first. She said it like she believed there would be a later. She needed Eli to hear that. She needed herself to hear it too. Across Katy, in neighborhoods built around pools and school calendars and commute times, thousands of people were making their own smaller worlds. They pushed towels under doors. They searched closets for gloves bought on vacation years ago. They posted jokes with shaking fingers. They called relatives and pretended the calls were casual. They stood at windows and watched snow cover the grills, trampolines, patio chairs, and basketball hoops that marked the territory of a warm life. By midnight, the stadium lights finally died. The field went dark beneath falling snow, and the last video from the practice spread across social media, without music, without jokes, without clever captions. It showed only a silent white field in Texas and a scoreboard fading to black. The first night did not become quiet all at once. It fought for noise. Sirens passed in distant bursts, then vanished. Tires hissed through slush until slush became packed ice and the hiss turned into grinding. Dogs barked in backyards, confused by the cold, and owners shouted at them to come inside. Somewhere nearby, a generator coughed to life, stumbled, and found a ragged rhythm that sounded like a man refusing to admit he was tired. Marcus slept for 23 minutes in a chair at the kitchen table. He woke because his head dropped forward and his neck flared with pain. The laptop screen had dimmed. His notebook lay open beside it, crowded now with numbers, arrows, and short phrases that had grown darker as the night deepened. He wrote that West Station showed no recovery. Frequency dipped after the heat surge. Gas pressure was becoming uncertain, and the cold pool was not advancing so much as expanding. He checked the time. 1041 a.m. The house had fallen to 62 degrees inside, despite the thermostat's demand for heat. The system still ran, but the vents pushed air that was warm in principle only. The snow outside was no longer a novelty. It struck the windows in steady grains, too dense for flakes, too soft for sleet. A white ridge had formed along the patio door. Marcus opened the neighborhood group chat. It had become a river of panic disguised as updates. Anyone know if H-E-B still open? Our power is out on Ivy Bend. Can someone check on Mrs. Keller? Her son cannot reach her. My pipes are making a banging sound. Is this terrorist weather control? Serious question. Do not go to the mall. People are stuck there. Marcus tapped that last thread. Photos loaded slowly, one painful strip at a time. Katy Mills had become a shelter without meaning to. Hundreds of people were trapped inside after wrecks and ice blocked the exits. Stores had lowered gates. Food court lines had become arguments. Security guards were trying to keep people from forcing open stockrooms. The skylights showed blackness and snow. He thought of the cashier who had laughed when he said the storm was starting. His phone rang before he could answer any messages. Don Alvarez. You awake? Don asked. Yes, that was true. Power is flickering here. Elena says you scared me enough to fill both tubs, so congratulations. That was good. That is not why I called. Don's voice dropped. Mrs. Keller's lights are off. Her son is blowing up the group chat from Spring. Nobody has seen her since yesterday afternoon. Marcus closed his eyes. Mrs. Keller lived 3 houses down, 82 years old, sharp as a tack when she wanted to shame the homeowners association, frail when the weather turned. Her husband had died years earlier. She had once brought Marcus banana bread after a hurricane because she said single men forgot the oven existed. I will check, Marcus said. I can come. Put on real shoes, gloves, and layers. Bring a flashlight. I have cowboy boots. Not the decorative ones. They are all decorative if you ask Elena. Hurry. Marcus dressed like a man preparing for a place he had never been. He pulled on a thermal shirt from a ski trip 10 years before, a hoodie, a work coat, 2 pairs of socks, and gloves meant for electrical cabinets rather than winter survival. He put a pry bar in his coat pocket, then hesitated and added a small first aid kit. Outside, the neighborhood had become alien. Snow lay several inches deep across lawns and driveways, unbroken except for scattered footprints that filled almost as soon as they were made. The air burned the inside of his nose. Every sound came altered, softened by the white accumulation, sharpened by cold. The usual hum of air conditioners was gone. Without them, the subdivision felt abandoned even where lights still glowed. Don met him in the street wearing a parka over pajama pants, with ski gloves that still had a price tag hanging from one cuff. Elena says if I die, she is blaming you, Don said. Tell her I accept conditional blame. She also says thank you for the bathtub thing. Tell her that is the part I prefer. They walked to Mrs. Keller's house. The cold made every step deliberate. Snow had hidden the curb edges. Twice Don slipped and caught himself with a curse. Marcus shone his flashlight across the front windows. No light. No movement. He knocked hard, waited, knocked again. Mrs. Keller, he shouted. It is Marcus Hale from down the street. Can you hear me? Nothing answered. Don cupped his hands around his mouth. Mrs. K. Elena made tamales and says you cannot avoid us forever. That would have drawn a scolding on any normal night. Silence answered. Marcus tried the front door and found it locked. He moved around the side gate, forced it open against snowdrift, and reached the back patio. The porch roof had caught some of the accumulation, but the steps were slick. His flashlight caught a shape through the kitchen glass. A chair overturned. "Don," Marcus said. "Call 911. No signal. Keep trying." Marcus used the pry bar on the back door. The frame protested, then split with a dry crack. He hated doing it. He did it anyway. Cold met them inside. The house smelled of lavender, dust, and gas that was not strong enough to be explosive, but strong enough to sharpen every nerve. Marcus stopped Don with one arm. "No switches," he said. "What?" "Do not touch lights. Do not make a spark." They found Mrs. Keller on the kitchen floor beside the stove, conscious but confused, one hand clutching the sleeve of her robe. A burner knob had been turned part way. Maybe she had tried to light it for heat. Maybe she had turned it by mistake when she fell. Blood had dried at her temple in a thin dark line. Marcus opened the back door wider. Don helped him drag a rug under her and slide her away from the stove. She blinked up at them, furious in fragments. "You broke my door," she whispered. "Yes, ma'am," Marcus said. "You can yell at me when you are warm." "I am not paying for it. I would be disappointed if you offered." Dawn laughed once, a rough sound close to tears. They carried her out, wrapped in blankets, from her own couch. She weighed almost nothing, which frightened Marcus more than the blood. At Dawn's house, Elena had the door open before they reached the porch. She had turned the living room into a small refuge with blankets, candles, battery lanterns, and a mattress dragged from a guest room. She took charge of Mrs. Keller with the fierce competence of a woman who raised 3 children and had never needed a title to manage a crisis. "Her son still cannot get through," Elena said. "Emergency line is jammed. Keep her warm, small sips of water if she can swallow, and do not let her sleep too deeply until someone medical sees her," Marcus said. "Mara might be able to help." "Mara?" "Former paramedic. Lives a few streets over." Don looked up. "You know paramedics now?" "I met one today during the end of summer." "That is a sentence I dislike." Marcus texted Mara. No answer came. He tried calling, but the first call failed. He tried again. The call connected for 8 seconds, long enough to hear wind and Mara's voice. "Marcus?" "Elderly neighbor fell. Possible head injury. Possible gas exposure. Can you come if roads allow?" "Roads do not allow anything," she said. "I can try on foot when there is light. Keep her warm. Watch breathing and confusion. Do not give alcohol. If she vomits or passes out, turn her on her side." "Understood. My nephew is here. I cannot leave him until morning unless someone is dying in front of me." Marcus looked at Mrs. Keller, who was now arguing weakly with Elena about a blanket color. "Not dying yet. Then morning." "Marcus, my house is 49 inside. What is yours?" 60. "You have power?" "For now." That phrase is doing a lot of work. The call dropped. Marcus stayed at Don's until Mrs. Keller's breathing evened and her eyes seemed clearer. By then, the snow outside had passed 8 inches along the driveway edge. Don walked him back halfway, despite Marcus telling him not to. "You were right," Don said quietly. "About the water. About the cold. Maybe about all of it. I do not want credit for bad news." "What do we do?" Marcus looked down the street. Half the homes were dark now. The ones still lit looked fragile, their windows glowing like coals in ash. "We stop acting like individual houses are enough," he said. "Meaning?" "Meaning tomorrow we check every house we can. We count food, medicine, heat sources, people who cannot move, people who know useful things. We make one plan instead of 40 bad ones. Don't let out a breath that fogged white. People will not like you telling them what to do." That was good. "I do not want to tell them." "But you will." Marcus did not answer because he already knew Don was right. At 3:28 a.m., the power failed for 6 minutes. Marcus sat in total darkness, listening to his house tick and settle as the heater died. When the lights returned, he did not cheer. He wrote the outage time in his notebook. Outside, snow covered the street until there was no clear line between road and yard. The storm kept falling, patient and endless, as if it had only begun explaining itself. Morning came without sunrise. The sky lightened from black to iron, then to a flat, pale gray that made the snow glare even through cloud cover. Marcus stood at his front window and watched neighbors open doors with the caution of people stepping onto a different planet. Some laughed at first. A few took pictures. Children tried to run into the yards and sank past their ankles, then cried when the cold bit through sneakers. Parents shouted for them to come back inside. By 7:30, the neighborhood chat had split into camps. One group insisted the city would clear roads by noon. Another believed all this would melt once the sun broke through. A third had stopped pretending and asked who had insulin, who had a generator, who owned a chainsaw, who could check on the old section near the drainage lake, and whether anyone had heard from the county. Marcus typed carefully. "We need a house-by-house welfare check. Bring lists, not rumors. Count people, food, medicine, heat, water, batteries, and injuries. Meet at Dawn and Elena's driveway at 9 if safe." For 3 minutes nobody answered. Then Dawn wrote, "Marcus is right. We checked Mrs. Keller last night. She would not have made it alone." The replies changed after that. Mara arrived at 8:46 on foot with Eli beside her, both wrapped in layers that did not match. She carried her medical bag in one hand and a tire iron in the other. Marcus met her outside. "Tire iron? People are already stupid. That was on my list, but lower. Move it higher." Her cheeks were red from the cold. Frost clung to the edges of her scarf. Eli looked at Marcus with the flat suspicion teenagers reserve for adults who might start giving instructions. "Eli," Mara said, "this is Marcus. He thinks in systems. Do not hold it against him unless he earns it." "I might," Eli said. "Fair," Marcus said. They checked Mrs. Keller first. Mara examined the cut at the older woman's temple, her pupils, her speech, the strength in her hands. Mrs. Keller complained through all of it, which Mara took as a good sign. "You need observation," Mara said. "Not an emergency room yet, because getting you there may turn you into a second emergency." "I dislike emergency rooms," Mrs. Keller said. "They dislike being full, so everyone wins for now." Elena pulled Marcus aside in the kitchen. "We have food for maybe a week if we stretch. Dawn bought brisket for the weekend, and now my freezer is a treasure chest with a deadline. Cook what will spoil first if you can do it safely. Share hot meals. Keep cans for later. You sound like you have done this." "No," Marcus said. "I have done smaller versions in my head because power grids taught me optimism is not a plan." My 14 people had gathered outside despite the cold. They stood in boots, rain jackets, ski coats, work gloves, and improvised layers of hoodies and towels. Nobody looked prepared. Some looked embarrassed by that. Marcus recognized most faces from trash days, school fundraisers, HOA arguments, and the casual wave economy of suburbia. Ordinary familiarity felt insufficient now. He kept his words short but not empty. "We check in pairs. Nobody goes inside a house alone. If you smell gas, back out and mark the door. If someone needs medical help, bring Mara. If a house has no answer, we record it and come back with tools. We do not take supplies from anyone without agreement unless someone is dead and those supplies keep living people alive. We can argue later. Today we count." A man named Brent crossed his arms. He was tall, broad, and owned 3 trucks he washed every Saturday. "Who put you in charge?" Marcus looked at him. "Nobody put me in charge." "You want the clipboard?" Brent blanked. Marcus held it out. Don muttered, "Take it, big man." A few people laughed softly, not because anything was funny, but because laughter still had a job. Brent did not take the clipboard. "I am just saying we do not need panic." "Correct," Marcus said. "We need information. Panic is what people do when they do not have any." Mara stepped beside him. "I need to know who has heart meds, oxygen, diabetes supplies, pregnancy concerns, infants, elderly people alone, and anyone with a fever. This is not gossip. This is triage." Her voice ended the argument more cleanly than Marcus's math ever could. The jacks took 3 hours. They found an elderly couple in a house with no heat, too proud to ask for help and too cold to think clearly. They found a man drunk in his garage with a grill burning beside him and dragged him into open air before the fumes finished what the cold had started. They found a woman with a newborn and no formula because the delivery that was supposed to arrive that morning had not come. They found 3 teenagers who had tried to walk to a convenience store and returned with white fingers and the terrified silence of boys who had learned their bodies had limits. They also found kindness tucked into places. Fear had not reached yet. A retired teacher had 2 shells of canned soup and insisted on donating half. A mechanic named Suresh had kerosene heaters but not enough fuel, plus a quiet understanding of engines that made Marcus mark his name with a star. Elena organized hot broth at her house, 1 cup per person, no seconds until everyone had one. Ellie and 2 other teens shoveled a path between 5 houses with flat garden spades because nobody owned a real snow shovel. At noon, the temperature was 27 degrees and falling. The power held in scattered patches. Marcus's block had electricity for 11 minutes, then lost it for 22, then regained it for 4. The pattern was no longer a rolling blackout. It was a grid coughing blood into a handkerchief while pretending to be fine. Around 1, someone shouted that the grocery store on Mason was open. The news moved through the subdivision faster than the storm. People who had just agreed to conserve energy began grabbing keys. "Do not drive," Marcus said. "The roads are ice over water. You will block them or die on them." Brent snorted. "My truck can handle snow." "Your truck has Texas tires and confidence. Neither is a traction device. I am not sitting here until shelves are empty." "They are probably already empty." "Then I better find out before you do." Brent left with 2 neighbors. Marcus watched the taillights crawl away, anger and pity twisting together in his chest. 30 minutes later, Brent texted a photo from the grocery store. The shelves looked as if locusts had gained shopping carts. Bread gone. Milk gone. Water gone. Canned food stripped to strange leftovers. Batteries gone. Charcoal gone. Medicine aisles gutted. A crowd pressed around the front lanes, shouting over price scanners that had stopped working when the store's backup power failed. Then came another message. People fighting over propane. Mara saw Marcus's face change. "What?" He showed her. "We need him back before dark," she said. "He will not listen to me." Then called his wife. Marcus did. Brent's wife, Tasha, answered with a baby crying behind her, and fear sharpening every breath. Marcus explained only what mattered. 10 minutes later, Tasha called Brent and used a tone that could have cracked the ice on every roof. Brent returned after 2 hours with 3 bags of supplies, a cracked taillight, and a face drained of all arrogance. "Store is done," he said in Dawn's driveway. "People are losing it." A guy pulled a knife over a case of water. Security locked the doors, but people kept pounding on the glass. "Anyone hurt?" Mara asked. Brent swallowed. A cashier got cut on the hand. Not deep. Still blood everywhere because people stepped in it. Mara's jaw tightened. "You see why other people can kill us too?" Brent nodded once. No apology came. Maybe later. Maybe never. In a collapsing world, changed behavior mattered more than words. They moved supplies to the houses with the most people. Marcus marked calories, water, heat sources, medical risks, and useful skills in his notebook. He hated how fast people became columns. He hated that columns helped. Near sunset, the sky darkened again, although it had never truly brightened. Snowfall thickened until every house across the street blurred behind a white veil. The temperature fell to 21. Pipes began to burst in homes where people had not drained outdoor lines. The sound came like gunshots, sharp cracks beneath walls, followed by shouts and frantic buckets. Marcus and Suresh spent 40 minutes in a neighbor's flooded laundry room shutting water at the main while ice formed along the tile. Mara treated a man who slipped carrying a toolbox and split his scalp near the hairline. Ely held the flashlight, pale but steady. When they finished, Marcus found Mara in the garage, washing blood from her gloves with melted snow because running water had started to fail on that street. "You okay?" he asked. She gave him a look. "That question is going to get less useful every day." "Probably." "Ask me something with an answer." "Do you think Mrs. Keller makes it through the night?" Mara dried her hands. "If she stays warm and does not have a brain bleed, yes." If not, no. That is a clean answer. It is an ugly one. They stood with the garage door cracked open, watching snow move under the streetlights. The scene was beautiful in the cruel way disasters could be beautiful from the right distance. White roofs, pale lawns, soft edges, no trash cans, no traffic, no kids on bikes, no summer insects singing from the grass. You really think help is not coming fast, Mara said. I think help is buried under the same problem we are. That was not a yes or no. Marcus looked at the lights flickering down the block. No, help is not coming fast. Mara nodded as if he had confirmed something she had already buried. Then tomorrow we stop calling this a storm. What do we call it? She looked at the darkening sky. The thing we survived today. We will need a new name for tomorrow. By the second morning, the houses were freezing from the inside. It started with corners. Pale fur gathered where walls met ceilings. Not dust and not mold, but frost-grown in delicate teeth over painted drywall. Window glass turned opaque along the edges. Metal doorknobs felt hostile to bare skin. In bathrooms, toilet tanks sweated, then chilled, then formed a thin crust that made people stare as if the fixtures had betrayed them personally. Marcus moved through his home before dawn with a flashlight in his mouth and a wrench in his hand. The power had been out for 4 hours. The thermostat screen was dead. His living room had fallen to 38 degrees. He shut off water to the washer, opened cabinet doors beneath sinks, and drained what lines he could. Every task felt like closing a gate after the animals had escaped, but delay was still worse. His phone showed no service. He held it near the window, near the back door, near the attic access, as if a signal might be hiding in the upper air, and found nothing. The world had shrunk to what could be reached on foot. At Dawn and Elena's, the first real neighborhood council formed around a dining table under lantern light. Council was too grand a word for it. It was 12 exhausted people, 2 thermoses of coffee divided into paper cups, a printed subdivision map, and Marcus's notebook already swollen from damp and handling. Mara sat beside Eli, who had stopped pretending not to listen. Elena kept one hand near Mrs. Keller's shoulder. Suresh had grease on his cheek and a calm expression that suggested he trusted machines more than meetings. Brent stood near the kitchen entry with his arms uncrossed for once. Tasha held their baby under her coat, sharing body heat. We cannot heat every house, Marcus said. That is the first truth. A woman named Priya closed her eyes. You are saying we abandon homes. I am saying empty rooms kill people by wasting heat. We consolidate. Larger groups in fewer houses with fireplaces, generators, or better insulation. We seal unused rooms. We make warm zones. People will not leave their things, Brent said. Mara leaned forward. Then their things can attend their funerals. The room went quiet. Mara did not soften it. I know that sounds cruel. The cold is crueler. I have already seen 3 people make choices based on comfort instead of survival. One almost poisoned himself with a grill. 2 elderly residents would not leave their own couches until they could not stand. We need to understand what is sentimental and what keeps blood moving. Ely stared at his aunt. Marcus saw admiration and fear in the same look. Elena spread the map. My house can take 12 if we move furniture. Marcus has room. The Petals have a fireplace. Suresh has heaters if we find fuel. Tasha and Brent have the baby, so they should be in the warmest group. Mrs. Keller stays here. I dislike being assigned, Mrs. Keller said from the recliner. You are welcome to run for office after breakfast, Elena replied. For a breath, the room almost felt normal. They divided the subdivision into clusters. Each cluster had a warm house, a runner, a medical contact, a tool contact, and a supply list. Marcus wrote until his fingers cramped. Mara made a medical board on the back of a cereal box, names, conditions, medications, warning signs. Suresh listed fuel sources, gasoline in cars, propane tanks, kerosene, firewood, charcoal that could only be burned outside. Every category exposed another weakness. Food was worse than people wanted to admit. The grocery panic had left some families with plenty and others with almost nothing. Pride got in the way at first. Then hunger did the work pride would not. A young couple confessed they had only protein bars and half a jar of peanut butter because they usually ate out. A retired man had cases of beans because he bought them on sale. A family with 4 children had freezer meat that needed cooking before the cold made the freezer irrelevant in a different way. The first ration rule came from Elena, not Marcus. Children, nursing mothers, elderly, and sick people eat first. Workers eat enough to work. Nobody hoards, and nobody gets shamed for needing help if they tell the truth now. And if they do not tell the truth? Brent asked. Mara looked at him. Then we find out later, and trust gets smaller. Trust is also a supply. That line stayed in the room. By midday, they began moving people. The snow was now more than a foot deep in drifts. The streets were hidden beneath a white skin that cracked under boots into slush and refroze within minutes. Teams used sleds meant for children, storage bin lids, and a wheelbarrow that hated snow but worked if cursed it properly. They carried blankets, medicine boxes, canned food, sleeping bags, and scared pets in laundry baskets. Marcus helped move the young couple from the end of the cul-de-sac. Their house had no fireplace, no power, and a burst pipe that had turned the hallway into a dangerous sheet of ice. The woman, Lacey, cried as she selected which framed photos to carry. "I know it is stupid," she said. "I know food matters more." "It is not stupid," Marcus said. "Just choose fast." Her husband stared at a wall of wedding pictures. "We bought this place 6 months ago." Marcus did not know what to say. The house was still standing. The life inside it was already being evacuated. At Suresh's garage, they made a repair station. He had tools, extension cords that now served no purpose, spare tarps, duct tape, plastic sheeting, and a patience Marcus envied. Together they sealed broken windows, cut foam panels to block vents, and removed batteries from dead cars before the cold drained them beyond use. "My father used to say a machine fails twice," Suresh said while tightening a clamp around a cracked pipe. "First in secret, then in public." Marcus looked up. Smart man. Stubborn man. He would be standing here telling me I was holding the wrench wrong. Would he be right? Suresh smiled faintly. Usually. The public failures multiplied. Water pressure dropped across the west side. The last cell signals vanished. A local AM station still broadcast on a battery backup, but the message loop had grown thin. Shelter in place, conserve fuel, avoid carbon monoxide risks, check on neighbors. Emergency shelters delayed due to road conditions, and the word delayed did not sound official anymore. It sounded like a door closing slowly. Marcus and Mara listened to the broadcast in Don's kitchen with the volume low. "They are overwhelmed," Marcus said. "Of course they are. Every hospital has heat problems, wreck victims, exposure cases, people trying to drag oxygen machines through snow, babies without formula, dialysis patients, panic attacks, and every person who waited too long to take this seriously. You miss it?" Mara did not answer at once. "I miss being useful without having to decide who deserves my usefulness." "That sounds like you miss the station." "I miss protocols." "Protocols are comforting because someone else bled before you and wrote down what helped. This is different." Marcus thought of his load curves and outage trees. Systems are protocols at scale. And when they fail, people start improvising. That is what scares me. He looked at her then. Her hair had escaped from the knot at the back of her head. She looked tired enough to fall asleep standing, but her eyes remained sharp. He had seen plenty of capable people in emergencies. Some became loud to hide fear. Some became rigid. Mara became clearer, as if crisis stripped away anything ornamental. "You scare me a little," he said. She turned. "That was good. It means you are paying attention." He almost laughed, and the restraint mattered. That afternoon the first death in their cluster came without drama. Mr. Rowland, a widower 2 streets over, had refused to leave his house because his wife's ashes were on the mantel, and he did not trust strangers near them. His assigned Czech team found him in his recliner under 2 blankets, hands folded, face calm in a way that made the room feel colder than it was. Mara confirmed there was nothing to do. She stood still for a long moment afterward, gloved hand resting lightly on the back of the recliner. "He was alive at the morning check," Priya whispered. "Yes," Mara said. "We should have forced him. Maybe, if the wrong luck held. Maybe forcing him would have killed someone else who slipped carrying him." There will be a lot of maybes. Do not let them eat you all at once. They wrapped Mr. Rowland in a sheet and left him in the coldest room with the door closed. Nobody liked it. Nobody had a better option. That evening Marcus wrote the death beside the supply totals. He hated the placement of the line. He hated that the same pencil could measure soup cans and a human life. Eli found him on the porch later, both of them standing under the overhang while snow whispered across the yard. "Aunt Mara says you used to run power stuff," Eli said. "I helped manage pieces of it. Nobody runs it alone." "Can you fix it?" Marcus looked out at the dark roofs, the dead street lights, the sky with no stars. He wanted to give the boy a useful answer. He wanted to say yes in a way that did not count as a lie. "Not from here," he said, "but maybe from somewhere else. Maybe if the wrong luck held." Eli nodded, like maybe was a ration he could pocket for later. Inside, Mara was helping Elena divide pills into labeled bags. Dawn was teaching two teenagers how to shut off a gas main. Suresh was trying to revive a generator with bad fuel. The neighborhood had become a machine made of frightened people, and Marcus could feel every weak connection. He returned to the table and wrote a new page title, "Things That Fail Next." He wished the list were shorter. On the third day, Marcus stopped calling it weather in his own mind. The change happened while he was plotting temperatures on graph paper stolen from a middle school math binder. He had gathered readings from every instrument the neighborhood could offer: car displays, outdoor kitchen thermometers, pool sensors, a ham radio operator's weather station, a digital smoker probe, Suresh calibrated against boiling water before the boil became harder to achieve. The sources were imperfect. The pattern was not. At first, the numbers had plunged. Then they had settled, but not upward. They held at levels that should have been the bottom of a freak event, then stepped lower again. The readings moved from 31 to 27, then 21, 17, and 14 by dawn. The air did not recover at noon. It did not soften under cloud-filtered daylight. It did not behave like a mass of cold passing over warm ground. It behaved like a new balance point. Marcus wrote the phrase and stared at it. A new system. Mara entered Don's kitchen carrying a plastic bin of medical odds and ends collected from 7 houses. She saw his face and set the bin down carefully. "That look means you found something I will hate. The cold is stabilizing lower. Explain that without making me want to throw the graph paper at you." He tapped the page. Normal storms move energy around. They come, they peak, they weaken, they leave. Even extreme cold has edges. This does not show edges. It dropped, held, dropped again, and now the holding points keep falling, like the environment is finding new rules. Rules can change back. Sometimes. That was evasive. Yes, that was true. She pulled out a chair. "Say the ugly part." Marcus looked toward the window. Snow had sealed the bottom third of the glass. The light through it made the room feel underwater. This is not weather anymore. It is a new system. Mara sat back. She did not speak for several seconds. "How big?" "I do not know. The radio says statewide impact, but they are repeating old language. We have rumors from shortwave that the northern states are worse, that airports are closed, that evacuation corridors failed north of Dallas, that the federal response is staging south but cannot move supplies fast enough. Rumors are not data. Rumors are what people use when data leaves." "I know." Elena came in before Mara could answer, carrying a pot of thin oatmeal. "If this is a new system, does that mean we are staying in these houses until spring?" Marcus did not like how the room waited for him. "It means we prepare as if nobody is clearing our street this week," he said. "That is not what I asked." "I know. It is the only answer I can prove." Elena studied him. "You are learning politics." "I am failing politely." "Same thing." The morning meeting turned harsher after that. Food totals had dropped faster than expected because cold made people hungry, work made them hungrier, and fear made them lie about what counted as a portion. One cluster accused another of holding back canned goods. A man named Gary demanded to take his family to relatives in Sugarland, though nobody had heard from Sugarland since the first night. Tasha cried because the baby had a cough, and she had used the last of the infant fever medicine. Mara checked the baby and said the cough was not severe yet, putting too much emphasis on the final word. "We need the pharmacy," Tasha said. "The pharmacy was stripped," Brent said. "Not the back," Mara said. "They keep some prescriptions and clinic supplies behind the counter or in locked cabinets. If staff left, there might be something." Marcus looked at her. "That is a break-in. That is a baby with a cough in a street full of people who need antibiotics, inhalers, insulin, and blood pressure meds. I am not arguing the need. Good, because the need is not asking permission. They planned the trip with more care than Brent's grocery run. 4 adults. 1 sled. No vehicles. Route through back streets, avoiding the feeder road. Tools for locks, blankets for transport, inventory sheets to record everything taken. Marcus, Mara, Suresh, and Brent volunteered. Don wanted to go, but Elena pointed at Mrs. Keller, the children, in the boiling pot, and said his hero phase had been postponed. The walk to the pharmacy showed them how fast Katy had been humbled. The master-planned order was gone. Snow-filled medians, covered lane markers, erased the cheerful borders around shopping centers. Cars sat abandoned at angles, some with doors open, some with windows shattered where people had reached for supplies or pets or warmth. A palm tree had collapsed across a sidewalk, its fronds stiff with ice. Traffic lights hung dark. Signs for tacos, dry cleaning, urgent care, and luxury apartments stood above a landscape that no longer cared what they advertised. At the entrance to a small retail strip, they found a man frozen beside a shopping cart. Mara went to him first, though his stillness told the truth before she touched him. The cart held bottled tea, dog food, a bag of charcoal, and a princess backpack. Brent turned away and retched into the snow. Suresh closed his eyes. Marcus looked at the backpack and thought of all the ordinary errands that had become final acts. Mara took the man's wallet for identification, recorded the location, and placed the wallet inside a plastic bag from her pocket. "We cannot carry him," Brent said, voice shaking. "No," Mara said. "We carry his name. That is what we can do." The pharmacy windows were spidered but not broken through. Someone had tried. The front doors were locked. Inside, the aisles were half emptied and scattered with packaging. A handwritten sign taped to the glass read, "Close due to W. Wienthaler," as if a more accurate sentence had been too frightening to write. Suresh defeated the lock with tools and patience. The alarm did not sound. No power. They entered with flashlights and the uneasy feeling of trespass. Marcus kept expecting a manager to appear and demand an explanation. Nobody came. Mara moved behind the counter like a surgeon entering a familiar theater under terrible conditions. Insulin first. Refrigeration may still be okay if the back room stayed cold but not frozen. Then inhalers, antibiotics, pain meds, fever reducers, heart meds, antiseptic, bandages, gloves. We inventory everything. Nobody pockets anything. Brent, still pale, nodded hard. They found 2 insulin boxes still usable if kept from freezing, several rescue inhalers, limited antibiotics, children's fever reducers, injury. Mara sorted sterile pads, wraps, antiseptic, gloves, and syringes with brutal focus. She did not take everything. That surprised Brent. "Why leave any?" he asked. "Because we are not the only living people in Katy," Mara said. "If someone else gets here after us and finds nothing, we become part of what killed them. What if someone worse gets it? Then that is on them. What we do is on us." Marcus looked up from the inventory sheet. Her answer cut cleanly across his own calculations. He understood resource control. He understood system triage. Yet Mara kept placing a weight on the human moment directly in front of her that his spreadsheets could not hold. It annoyed him. It also kept him from becoming something colder than the storm. The crash sounded from the front of the store. All 4 froze. Another crash followed, then voices. Men, at least 2, maybe 3. Someone kicked the broken lower panel of the entrance until glass dropped inward with a brittle roar. Brent whispered a curse. Mara switched off her flashlight. Marcus and Suresh did the same. The pharmacy fell into blue-gray dimness from the snow-lit windows. "Back room," Marcus whispered. They moved behind the counter, pulling the sled quietly. The voices entered the store. "I told you it was open," one man said. "Shut up and look for fuel tabs, pills, whatever," another answered. A shelf toppled. Packages scattered. The men were not searching with need. They were tearing. Marcus felt his pulse in his throat. The pry bar in his hand seemed both necessary and ridiculous. Mara leaned close enough that he felt her breath through the scarf. "If they come back here, we leave through the rear if we can. Nobody fights unless trapped. Supplies are not worth dying over." Brent's face hardened. "My baby needs those meds." "Your baby needs you alive more." Footsteps neared. A flashlight beam swept across the ceiling. One of the men laughed. "Counter is where the good stuff is." The rear door was blocked by a rolling metal cage packed with seasonal merchandise. Suresh attacked the wheel brake silently, fingers moving by feel. It would not release. Marcus slid his pry bar under the cage. Together they lifted enough for Mara to pull the brake lever free. The men reached the counter. "Hey!" one called. "I know you are back there." Nobody answered. A bottle shattered against the wall above them. Brent flinched. Mara gripped his sleeve hard enough to stop him from rising. "We just want what you took," the men said. "Be smart." The tone carried a lazy threat that made Marcus angrier than open rage would have. He had heard it from contractors who cut corners, from executives who called human risk acceptable, from men who believed calm cruelty made them reasonable. The cage shifted. The rear path opened 6 inches, then 12. A shot cracked through the store. The sound slammed into Marcus's chest. A hole punched through a cabinet near his head, spraying plastic and pill dust. Mara pulled him down. Brent made a strangled sound. Suresh froze, then shoved the sled through the gap with sudden ferocity. "Move!" Mara hissed. They crawled through the back, dragging supplies. The rear door opened into an alley filled with drifted snow and scattered pallets. Another shot broke glass behind them. They ran crouched, boots sliding, sled fishtailing. Marcus expected pain between his shoulders with every step. None came. They did not stop until they reached a drainage ditch behind the strip center. Snow swallowed the lower slope. They dropped behind it, panting hard. Brent's hands shook as he clutched the sled rope. "They shot at us," he said. "Yes," Mara said. Her voice was flat. "For medicine." "For control," Marcus said before he could stop himself. Mara looked at him sharply. "They did not know what we had," Marcus said. "They wanted to make us drop it because fear is easier than searching." Suresh wiped ice from his beard. "We should go." Sound travels strangely now. They took a longer way home, cutting behind fences, crossing a frozen retention pond only after Marcus tested the edge and decided the ice over shallow water could hold if they spread out. Halfway back, they heard engines. Not one generator, not a car trying to start. Multiple engines, steady and distant, coming from north of the prairie beyond the subdivisions. Marcus stopped. Mara stopped beside him. "What is it?" "Power." "You can hear power?" "I can hear industrial generators." "More than one." Brent turned toward the sound. "A shelter?" "Maybe if the wrong lock held." Through the snow haze, far beyond the dark houses and dead traffic lights, a faint glow pulsed against the low clouds. It was not lightning. It held too steady. Suresh whispered, "Someone still has heat." They stood in silence. The glow faded behind thicker snow, then returned. Marcus felt the first dangerous shape of hope. He distrusted it immediately. "We do not tell everyone yet," Mara said. Brent stared. "Are you crazy?" "That could be help." "Or it could be a place with gates and guns," she said. "People are already shooting over medicine. What do you think they will do over heat?" Marcus looked at the glow. He wanted data. He wanted maps, capacity reports, access roads, transformer loads, fuel reserves. All he had was a light in the dark and the knowledge that any working power source had become a kingdom. "We bring the medicine back," he said. "We keep people alive today. Then we decide what that glow means." Nobody liked it. Nobody had a better plan. They returned near dusk. Tasha cried when Mara handed her the fever medicine. Brent did not tell the story right away. He went to his wife, put his forehead against hers, and held the baby with both arms, his big body trembling. Marcus wrote the inventory in the notebook while Mara treated 2 new injuries. Suresh checked heaters and Elena divided soup. The neighborhood's machine kept running, but now Marcus could hear a new sound under it, the distant hum of power somewhere beyond reach. That night he climbed to his attic access and raised a pair of old binoculars through the vent slats. Northward, past the frozen roofs, past the white flats of the prairie, a pinpoint of amber light glowed against the storm. A single light. In a world going dark, it was either salvation or bait. The light north of the prairie was not discussed in the full meeting that evening. Marcus hated keeping it back, and Mara hated it more, but they agreed for different reasons. He wanted more information before hope stampeded the neighborhood into a frozen road. She wanted one more night to keep people from turning a distant glow into a promise it had never made. They told Don, Elena, Suresh, Priya, Brent, and Tasha. That was already too many. The secret sat in Don's kitchen while soup simmered nearby. Elena checked the flame, the children, Mrs. Keller's breathing, and the pot moving through the packed house with steady hands. "We cannot hide it long," Brent said. He had been quiet since the pharmacy run. His face still carried the memory of the shot that had cracked past them inside the store. "People will see it. Some already may have." "Then we explain it before rumor does," Don said. "Explain what?" Mara asked. "That there may be heat somewhere beyond roads we cannot safely travel, controlled by people who may shoot first and ask later." Suresh rubbed his hands near the stove without touching it. "That is not impossible. Whoever runs that much power will protect it." "They should protect people," Tasha said, rocking the baby against her chest. Nobody answered quickly because everyone agreed, and everyone also understood what agreement was worth in a world where heat had become a border. Marcus unfolded a paper map on the table. The edges were already soft from damp gloves. "Tomorrow, if the storm allows, we scout north with 4 people at most. We do not bring a crowd. We do not bring children. We do not bring anyone who thinks a working generator means charity. We learn what is there, who controls it, and whether it can help us without getting people killed." "You make it sound like a hostile country," Elena said. "It might be." Mara looked at him across the table. "Or it might be people as scared as we are. Scared people can become hostile faster than trained ones. Trained people can become cruel faster than honest ones." Their arguments had started to form a rhythm, almost intimate in how precisely they found each other's weak points. Marcus did not know whether that should comfort or warn him. Before he could answer, the lights flickered. The house held its breath. Every conversation stopped. The refrigerator gave a weak hum, then clicked hard. Somewhere in the living room a child whimpered. The lantern on the counter cast a second, steadier light, but everyone still stared at the ceiling bulbs as if prayer could keep filaments alive. The lights surged brighter than they had been all day. Too bright. The microwave display flashed nonsense. A charger sparked in the wall socket with a blue snap. Suresh lunged and yanked the plug free. "Unplug everything," Marcus said. The order moved through the house. People pulled cords from outlets, killed power strips, disconnected heaters that were not running anyway. Marcus stepped to the front window. Across the street, homes blinked in ragged sequence. One lit up, died, lit again. Farther down the block, a transformer flared blue behind the snow, a violent bloom that turned every falling flake into glass for one impossible second. Then the sound came. Not an explosion exactly. A series of deep electrical reports rolled across the subdivision, one after another, separated by enough time for dread to count them. The grid was not failing in a single dramatic collapse. It was surrendering by sections. Marcus ran to his house with Suresh behind him, boots punching through snow that had crusted over since sunset. Inside, his breaker panel buzzed faintly, then went silent. The old emergency radio on the counter hissed with static. He unplugged every major appliance, then stood in the dark kitchen listening to the pipes tick inside the walls. His house had become a box of cooling air. Suresh shone a flashlight over the panel. Could it be backfeed or surge? Instability. Maybe load shedding failed. Maybe ice took another line. Maybe gas pressure collapsed and generation tripped. Maybe all of it. Can it come back? Marcus thought of the frequency dips, the field reports, the overloaded heat demand, the equipment never meant for this ice, and the silent towers beyond the neighborhood. Not for this section unless someone restores upstream equipment. That will not happen tonight. And tomorrow? Marcus did not answer. Suresh understood. They returned to Don's house carrying Marcus's notebook, a battery pack, 2 blankets, and the last useful tools he could spare. By then, more people had arrived, drawn by fear and the need to be near other breathing bodies. The living room was crowded with blankets, children, pets, medicine bags, water containers, and the sour smell of damp wall. The house temperature had already dropped 3 degrees. Mara stood near the entry, directing people away from open doors. In or out, not both. Choose fast. A man named Gary tried to argue that he was going back for his television because looters might come. Mara looked at him for a long second and said, "If you carry a television through this snow while your wife carries blankets, I will let her trade you for batteries." Gary stayed. That should have been funny. Nobody had enough warmth left to spend on laughter. Near midnight, the emergency radio caught a broadcast so thin it sounded like a voice from under ice. The message repeated between static bursts. Regional grid instability. Do not travel. Emergency warming sites delayed. Conserve fuel. Check on neighbors. Official words kept arriving after the reality they described had already entered the room. Marcus listened until the loop began again, then turned the volume down. Ely sat on the floor beside Mara, arms around his knees. "They keep saying delayed." "I heard," Mara said. "Delayed means no." She brushed snowmelt from his hair. "Tonight it means no. Tomorrow we find out what else it means." Marcus watched her comfort him without lying. It was a skill as rare as heat. The final failure came at 2:16 a.m. A distant chain of blue flashes moved along the horizon, west to east, as if invisible hands were snuffing out the last pieces of the city. The orange haze over Houston dimmed, fluttered, and went away. The sky beyond the houses became a black dome filled with falling white. No mall glow, no highway ribbon, no tower lights, no far electric shimmer except 1 point north of the prairie. People gathered at the windows despite the cold leaking through the glass. Nobody spoke for a while. The silence had weight. It was not the peaceful silence that came after a storm passed. It was the silence of systems no longer carrying the work of human life. Don whispered, "It is really gone." Marcus heard the question beneath the statement, but he could not soften the answer. "For us, yes." Elena closed the curtain. "Then we make this room last until morning." The practical words saved them. People moved. Blankets were pinned over hallways. Furniture shifted to block drafts. Warm water bottles were passed to the oldest and youngest. Food was counted again. Mara checked fingers, toes, breathing, confusion, coughs, and fear. Marcus wrote by lantern light until the pencil shook in his hand. Near dawn, he stepped onto the porch with Mara. Snow still fell. The world had been erased into shapes and shadows. Somewhere behind them, a child slept. Somewhere ahead of them, the last visible light burned beyond the prairie. Mara stood close enough that her sleeve touched his. Neither moved away. "Tomorrow we tell them," she said. "Yes, it is. And then everyone will want to go. Some will. How many can we stop?" Marcus looked at the light. It did not flicker. It did not invite. It simply existed, and existence had become enough to pull desperate people across miles of ice. "Maybe none," he said. Mara's breath fogged white between them. "Then we better give them a reason to wait." He nodded, though he did not yet know what reason would be strong enough. The first part of the disaster had ended. The impossible storm had become a frozen world. The neighborhood had become a cluster, and warmth had become a question, with a gate somewhere inside it. Marcus stayed on the porch until the single northern light faded behind blowing snow. It was not gone. It was only hidden. That made it worse, because hidden hope could still lead people into the dark. Morning did not arrive so much as reveal itself. The dark over the subdivision thinned from black to the color of pewter, and the snow outside Don Mercer's house stopped looking like weather and started looking like a wall. It had climbed halfway up the tires of parked cars. It had smoothed the yards until mailboxes appeared to rise from white graves. It had sealed the roofs, softened fences, buried porch steps, and erased the streets that had once separated one family's worries from another's. Inside the house, 27 people learned what cold did when it was no longer an inconvenience. It was not dramatic at first. It did not kick doors open or smash glass. It settled. It found the spaces under baseboards. It entered around outlets. It touched the tile floor, moved up through socked feet, and waited in the corners where children had dropped toys during the rush of the night before. People who had slept for an hour woke stiff, confused, and angry at their own bodies for shaking. Marcus Hale sat at Don's dining table with his notebook open beside a lantern. His pencil had made grooves in the paper during the night. Temperatures, estimates, house counts, food totals, batteries, medicine, fuel, people with breathing problems, people with infants, people who could help carry, people who could not be moved without risk. The first pages had been neat. The later pages looked like they had been written during a train derailment. Mara Vance came from the hallway with a blanket across her shoulders and a little girl on one hip. The child's name was Penny. Marcus had learned that sometime around 4 in the morning, when Penny's mother began vomiting from fear and exhaustion, and Mara took the child before the mother dropped her. Penny stared at Marcus with dull, dry eyes. She did not cry. That frightened him more than crying would have. "She needs fluid," Mara said. "We have water in the pots," Marcus said. "Cold water will make her cramp. Warm would be better." "Warm would make everything better, which is the problem." Marcus turned the pencil between his fingers. "They will hate it. They already hate it. At least give it a shape." The living room had become a shelter by accident. Don's wife, Ruth, had pinned sheets and comforters over the interior doorways to keep heat in the main space. A couch was pushed against the front entry. Dining chairs, kitchen stools, a cedar chest, and 2 bookcases had been dragged into rough barriers against drafts. People sat shoulder to shoulder on rugs and cushions. Breath fogged in the air when the lanterns were turned low. A teenage boy named Owen was trying to keep his little brother entertained by tapping rhythms on an empty coffee tin. Ellie sat near the fireplace with a blanket around his head and Mara's old paramedic bag between his knees. Elena Vasquez counted granola bars with the seriousness of a bank auditor. Suresh Patel stood at the back door with a towel pressed along the sill, frowning at the frost already spreading across the glass in thin white veins. Don's neighbor Gary had taken up a place near the covered front entry, where he could watch the street to a narrow gap in the curtains. He had not stopped talking since dawn. "People are going to come," Gary said. "Not neighbors. Other people. Once they realize houses have food, they will come. I have seen how this works after hurricanes." "Hurricanes pass," Elena said without looking up. "This is not past." "That makes it worse." "That makes your television less useful." Several people gave tired smiles, and Gary's face tightened. Marcus stood before the exchange could turn. "Listen to me," he said. The room quieted in layers. The children stopped first because adults had stopped. The adults followed because they wanted any voice that sounded like it knew where the floor was. Marcus did not stand tall because he wanted authority. He stood because sitting felt like surrender. The power is out across this section. It is not a normal feeder trip. The grid was unstable before the final failure. We saw cascading faults west to east after 2 in the morning. Natural gas pressure may also be down, which means backup generation is limited or already gone in most places. Emergency services are overwhelmed. Warming sites are delayed. We should plan as if no one is coming today. A woman near the hallway began to cry softly. Her husband pulled her closer and looked at Marcus as if Marcus had personally chosen the forecast. Gary spoke over her. "You do not know that. You are guessing. I am estimating from the data we had, the failures we saw, and the condition outside. That is a guess with nicer clothes." Mara stepped beside Marcus. She still held Penny. "Then here is something that is not a guess. If people keep going outside for things they do not need, they will lose heat and strength. If they sit alone in houses that are already colder than this room, some will not wake up. If we do not organize water, medicine, and food, fear will organize them for us. The room absorbed that." Mara's voice carried the authority of blood on gloves and bad nights under flashing lights. Marcus could explain a collapsing system. Mara could explain a body crossing a line. Don cleared his throat. He had lived on the street longer than anyone, had hosted cookouts, repaired fences, settled arguments about tree limbs, and loaned tools he knew would never be returned. His white hair stuck out in tufts from under a knit cap. "What do we do first?" Marcus looked at his notebook. The question should have comforted him. Instead, it felt like a hand closing around his chest. "We count everything," he said. "People, food, medicine, batteries, fuel, blankets, tools. We make this house the first heat room, but not the only one. If we gather too many people in one place, we risk illness, panic, and fire. We need 2 or 3 rooms like this on the block, each with someone responsible. Doors stay closed. Outdoor trips happen in pairs. We melt snow for water, but we filter it through cloth and boil it if we can find safe heat. We ration now before we are hungry enough to lie to ourselves." "Ration how?" asked Aaron Price, the father of the 2 boys. Helena raised a hand without standing. "By person, not by family. Infants and sick people are different. Everyone else gets the same base amount." Gary made a disgusted sound. "So my supplies become everybody's supplies." "Your supplies keep you alive longer if your neighbors are not desperate," Marcus said. "That sounds like theft with a neighborhood smile." Mara shifted Penny again. "Gary, if you want to sit alone and guard a pantry in a frozen house, no one will stop you. But if your wife gets sick, you will bring her here. When you do, you will want hands ready and a place on the floor. That place has a cost." Gary looked at the curtains as if considering whether pride had an insulation value. Ruth passed Marcus a mug with 2 inches of warmed water at the bottom. Steam barely rose from it, but the sight made everyone look. Penny reached for it with both hands. Mara held the cup carefully while the child drank. That was when the first argument over leaving began. A young man named Cooper said his parents lived 3 streets over, and he was going to get them. His girlfriend, Tessa, begged him to wait until the snow slowed. He shook his head and started pulling on wet gloves. Mara asked if his parents had heat. He said he did not know. Marcus asked if he had a rope, a partner, a radio, or any idea whether the drainage ditch between streets had frozen solid or only crusted over. Cooper said Marcus was trying to scare him. "Yes," Marcus said. "I'm trying to scare you before the cold does it better." Cooper's face flushed. "They are my parents." The room changed. Judgment slipped away because love had entered the argument, and love made fools of all clean plans. Mara handed Penny to Elena and stepped close to Cooper. "Then we do it right. You do not go alone. You do not go now. We make a rope line from house to house after we map the nearest path. You give us their address. If they are reachable, we try. If they are not, we choose again with facts instead of panic." Cooper's mouth trembled. He wanted to shout. Instead, he nodded once, hard enough to look painful. Marcus wrote the address in his notebook. The pencil tip broke. He stared at it for a second too long. Mara noticed. She took the pencil, sharpened it with a kitchen knife, handed it back, and said quietly, "Observer to leader. That is the job now. I did not ask for it. Nobody with sense asks for it." At the 3rd house, they found Mrs. Delacroix sitting in her breakfast nook beside a dead space heater, wrapped in a robe and 3 towels. She was alive, but her answers came slow. Her little terrier lay under the table, still as a slipper. Suresh looked away. Marcus knelt in front of her. "Mrs. Delacroix, we are taking you to Don's house where it is warmer." She blinked at him. "I was waiting for my son. He would want you warm while you wait." She seemed to consider that like a difficult math problem. Then she said, "I made soup yesterday. It is in the fridge. It may still be good." Suresh pressed his gloved hand against his mouth. Marcus nodded, as if soup mattered as much as oxygen. "We will bring it." They carried her on a patio chair because she could not trust her legs. It took 20 minutes to cross a distance Marcus used to walk in 40 seconds. When they reached Don's porch, Mara was waiting with blankets, and the room made space without being asked. The first day without power ended with one more body in the heat room, less food than anyone liked, a rope strung across the front yards, and Marcus's hands shaking too badly to write straight. He had thought survival would begin with a plan. Instead, it began with carrying an old woman through snow while everyone pretended not to notice the empty place where her dog had been. Marcus also began marking temperaments in the margins, though he hated himself for it. Gary argued before he helped. Elena helped before she argued. Don calmed people by giving them a chore. Ruth saw shortages before the ledger admitted them. Mara noticed when silence meant shock instead of rest. Those notes were not judgments, he told himself. They were circuit labels on a human board, and the thought made him feel colder than the room. Marcus made one last pass through Don's house before sleeping. He checked the back door towel, the candle tray, the water pots, the medicine corner, and the children bundled near the hall. None of those checks changed the cold outside, but each one convinced somebody that the night had not been abandoned. By the second morning, rules had become warmer than comfort and almost as contested. Marcus posted the first version on Don's refrigerator with a strip of duct tape that refused to stick to the cold metal. Elena replaced the tape with a magnet shaped like a watermelon from some forgotten vacation. The bright little magnet looked obscene against the page. No one travels alone. Doors open only for assigned trips. Food counted twice daily. Water duty rotates. Medicine reported to Mara. No candles without a watcher. No private fires. No shouting near sleeping children. Disputes go to the table before they go to fists. The last rule had not existed until Aaron Price and Gary nearly came to blows over a backpack of canned food Gary tried to hide behind Don's washing machine. Gary claimed he had moved it away from the children so they would not tear into it. Aaron said Gary had moved it because he was a coward with a zipper. Ruth stepped between them before the argument became physical. Then Mara arrived with a roll of medical tape in one hand and the expression of a woman who could picture the exact damage a fist could do in a room without hospital access. "Do it, and I decide how much food you lose while I treat you," she said. Aaron backed off first. Gary muttered, but he backed off too. Nobody wanted Mara angry enough to be efficient. Marcus learned quickly that survival rules did not work because people believed in them. They worked because enough people were too tired to fight every line at once. Hunger had not yet sharpened everyone, but it had begun to edit personalities. Polite people became brittle. Loud people became louder until the room ignored them. Quiet people became useful or invisible. Children became gauges of adult fear, watching every face before deciding how afraid they were allowed to be. At the dining table, Marcus and Suresh mapped the block from memory. They drew houses, fences, drainage ditches, propane grills, pole pumps, garages, shed locations, and possible wood sources. It felt strange to reduce neighbors to assets, but the cold had already done it more cruelly. A house with a gas grill mattered. A house with a generator mattered. A house with an elderly couple mattered in a different column. A house with no answer on the first knock became a question mark that pulled at the eye. They sent 3 teams after noon when the snowfall eased from a hard white curtain to a drifting haze. Each team had a rope, a whistle, a written destination, and a return time. Marcus hated sending anyone outside. He hated not sending them more. Cooper went with Mara to retrieve his parrots. Aaron and Suresh checked a line of houses on the south curve. Marcus and Don went to the Harmons. The Harmons did not answer. Don called their names through the front door. Marcus looked through the sidelight and saw the entry rug thrown sideways, a purse on the floor, and a trail of small wet marks that had frozen into dull spots on the tile. "They left," Don said. Marcus tried the door and found it locked tight. Don's face tightened. "I know where they keep a spare. Are you comfortable using it?" "I stopped being comfortable yesterday." They found 3 bundles of firewood in the garage, 2 propane tanks, 1 full and 1 half, a bag of charcoal, a cooler, batteries, a first aid kit, 6 cans of soup, 5 packets of rice, and a plastic bin of Christmas candles. Don wrote it all in his own careful block letters. The active inventory seemed to steady him. In the primary bedroom, Marcus found a portable radio under a pile of sweatshirts. It had a crank handle and a solar strip that looked useless under the dead sky. He turned it on. Static filled the room. He adjusted the dial, waiting for any human signal. A voice finally came through the static. "Shelter access restricted. North Hub. Controlled entry. Repeat. Do not approach without authorization." The signal died under a wash of static. Dawn froze in the doorway. North Hub? Marcus slowly turned the dial back. Static answered first, then a burst of tone, then silence. Could be anything, Marcus said. It said shelter. It said restricted. It also said hub. That means power. Marcus thought of the single northern light he had seen through the snow. Hope moved inside him like something with teeth. We do not tell the room yet, he said. Dawn looked offended. You want me to keep shelter secret? I want to know whether it is real before people march children into open snow because a radio coughed twice. Dawn's anger faded into reluctant understanding. Mara will want to know. Mara gets told. The group waits. They loaded supplies onto a plastic sled from the garage and dragged it back through the trench. Halfway home, the snowfall thickened again, and the houses ahead blurred into pale blocks. Marcus's rope tugged at his waist. Dawn was behind him, breathing hard. A whistle blew from the south curve. Not one blast for location, but 3 sharp blasts that meant trouble. Marcus dropped the sled handle. Dawn grabbed his sleeve. The supplies. Leave the supplies for now. They moved toward the sound. The snow fought every step. Marcus's lungs burned. He found Aaron first, crouched beside a mailbox with blood on his glove and fury in his eyes. Suresh stood in front of him holding a length of pipe like a staff. 10 yards away, 2 men Marcus did not know backed away through the snow with a duffel bag between them. They came out of the Corley's house, Suresh said, voice shaking. We thought they were neighbors. One stranger had a knife. The other had a tire iron. They looked half frozen and wholly desperate. Their faces were raw from cold. The one with the knife shouted, "We found it first!" Aaron tried to stand and nearly fell. Blood ran from a cut along his scalp into his eyebrow. Mara would be angry at the mess and angrier at the risk. Marcus raised both hands. Keep the bag. Walk away. Suresh whipped his head toward him. Marcus. Walk away, Marcus repeated to the strangers. Nobody follows. Nobody dies over canned peaches. The man with the tire iron hesitated. His eyes flicked from Marcus to Suresh to Aaron's blood. He had expected a fight or a chase, not permission. That confused him enough to save everyone. We are hungry, he said. So are we, Marcus answered. Get away safely. The 2 men retreated until the snow blurred them out. Only then did Aaron sit hard against the mailbox and swear in a long, low stream that Marcus did not interrupt. Suresh turned on Marcus. They robbed a house in our block. Yes, they did. And you let them. I let them leave before your pipe met his knife. Suresh's mouth opened, then closed. The pipe lowered a little. Aaron pressed his glove harder to his scalp. I could have taken him. Marcus crouched in front of him. You could have died beside a mailbox while your sons waited for oatmeal. That is a trade I rejected on your behalf. Aaron looked away first. The rage did not leave him. It changed direction, folding inward. They brought him back under the rope line. Mara met them at the porch with Cooper and an older couple wrapped in blankets behind her. Cooper's parents were alive. His mother sobbed when she saw Aaron's blood, perhaps because she knew it could have been her son's. Mara cleaned Aaron's scalp with boiled water and the last of Don's antiseptic wipes. The cut was ugly but shallow. She pressed gauze in place and fixed it with tape. You got lucky, she said. Aaron grimaced. Marcus gave away our food. Marcus kept you from needing stitches I cannot give. Those are different sentences. Across the room, Gary listened too closely. So did everyone else. The rules on the refrigerator had met the world beyond the curtains and come back less certain. That night, Marcus told Mara and Elena about the radio fragment. They sat in the laundry room because it was the only place with a door they could close without alarming everyone. The air smelled of detergent, damp coats, and cold metal. North Hub, Mara repeated. That light. Maybe, but not enough to trust. Restricted entry means guards. Probably, which means guards. Elena crossed her arms. Power means heat. Heat means people will try to get there whether we tell them or not. Marcus nodded. Not yet. We cannot move this group without routes, gear, and a reason to believe the destination will accept them. Mara looked toward the muffled living room. If that place is real, they may not accept anyone who arrives weak. That is exactly why we do not rush. It is also why waiting can become another way to die. The sentence sat between them, heavy and true. Marcus had no argument strong enough to move it. The pantry ledger became another kind of fire. People gathered near it to see numbers change, to argue over a missing can, to watch Ruth write names beside items taken from empty houses. Marcus saw how quickly ink could become authority. He also saw how authority could rot if it stopped being visible, so he made every count public even when the truth made the room flinch. Outside, the rope line became the first visible sign that Oak Hollow had chosen order. It ran from porch rail to porch rail, a yellow thread across the white street. Ugly and beautiful because it meant someone could find the way back when the snowfall erased every familiar edge. The third day taught them that water could be everywhere and still hard to own. Snow pressed against every door. It loaded the roofs with quiet weight. It filled buckets as fast as people could scoop it. Yet every cup required work, patience, cloth, heat, and trust. Dirty snow near driveways tasted faintly of oil. Roof snow carried shingle grit. Yard snow hid fertilizer, leaves, and whatever animals had left before the world froze over. Clean snow had to be taken from high drifts away from roads, then melted in small batches because a full pot of snow became a mocking inch of water. Marcus turned Don's kitchen into a water station, while Mara argued that the kitchen had become too important for one purpose. Elena solved the dispute by assigning corners. The sink side became collection and filtering. The stove side, dead as it was, became storage. The breakfast bar became ration issue. The floor between them became neutral ground, and anyone who stood there without a job was ordered to move. They used pillowcases as first filters and coffee filters as second filters until the filters became too precious. Snow melted slowly in metal pots over a tiny candle rig set inside a roasting pan on the bathroom tile. The flame looked absurd beneath the pot, a bead of orange trying to answer the collapse of a continent. Still, it worked. Drop by drop, cup by cup, the group turned frozen sky into life. Mara insisted infants, the elderly, and anyone with medicine needs drank first. Gary objected until Ruth asked him whether he wanted to explain to a grandmother why his thirst outranked her pills. He muttered, then took his place in line. Outside trips grew more dangerous as the snow packed and glazed. A crust formed on top hard enough to hold for one step and break on the next. The drainage ditch behind the Harmons' house vanished under a smooth white lid that might have supported a rabbit and swallowed a man. Marcus marked it on the map with a black X. The X felt childish, like a pirate warning. Still, people remembered symbols better than paragraphs. The second heat room opened at the Patel's house because Suresh had 2 interior rooms that could be sealed and a garage full of useful tools. The third opened at Elena's after she revealed her late husband had installed a wood-burning insert during an argument with the Homeowners Association and never removed it despite 3 letters and 1 fine. The fine became the most blessed act of disobedience in Oak Hollow. The insert drew poorly at first, smoking into the room until everyone coughed and cursed, but then the draft caught and actual heat rolled out. People came close to weeping at the feel of it. Elena did not let them linger. Heat room, not resort. If you are not assigned here, you warm, work, and rotate out. The fire changed the group. It gave them warm water in slightly larger amounts. It made possible thin rice soup that tasted like salt and mercy. It gave Mara a place to warm compresses for stiff hands and aching feet. It also created envy because a room with fire could not hold everyone. By afternoon, people had begun counting minutes near the insert, with the private suspicion that someone else was stealing heat. Marcus stood near the doorway with the rotation sheet. 10 minutes for workers coming off outdoor duty. 5 minutes for children and elders every hour. Medical exceptions through Mara. A man named Phil Braddock folded his arms. He had arrived that morning with his wife and adult daughter from the far end of the block after spending 2 nights in their own house under every blanket they owned. Phil had been a mortgage broker before the freeze. He spoke with the clean confidence of a man used to turning numbers until they served him. "My family brought 2 boxes of food," Phil said. "That should buy more than 5 minutes. It buys your family a place in the rotation and the same base ration as everyone else. So the people who prepared get punished." Elena turned from the fire. You arrived because you were cold. That is not punishment. That is evidence. Phil looked at Marcus. Are you in charge here? Marcus almost said he was not. The old reflex came quick, eager to step away. Mara, standing behind Phil with her paramedic bag, met Marcus's eyes. Observer to leader. I am responsible for the heat schedule, Marcus said. Elena is responsible for this room. Mara is responsible for medical priority. Dawn and Ruth manage the main room. Suresh manages repairs and tools. If you want a role, ask for one. If you want a throne, build it outside. Phil's daughter covered her mouth. Phil's wife stared at the floor. Phil did not laugh. He accepted his 5 minutes. That evening, the first serious medical crisis came from a house no one had checked because it was outside the initial rope map. A boy named Samir pounded on Don's door with one bare hand wrapped in a shirt and his other arm around his mother. The mother Priya had asthma and no functioning nebulizer. Her lips had a gray-blue tint that made Mara move faster than Marcus had ever seen her move. When did the breathing change? Mara asked. Samir's voice shook. It changed this morning, then got worse. She said it was okay, but she always says that. Mara sat Priya upright, stripped off damp outer layers, and listened to her chest with a stethoscope warmed under Mara's shirt. The room watched in frightened silence. Mara asked for inhalers. Samir produced one with 12 doses left. Mara counted the breaths, timed the dose, and coached Priya through it. Slow in. Hold if you can. Let it out like fog on glass, then take another breath. Priya tried. Her hands trembled. Samir knelt beside her and whispered in Hindi, voice breaking in places. Marcus did not understand the words, but he understood the rhythm. Stay with me, stay with me, stay with me. Mara looked up at Marcus. I need warmer air and less smoke. Not Elena's room right now. The fire smoke will make it worse. Could the Patel house work? If they have a sealed room with people already warmed inside. Suresh was at the door before Marcus finished calling his name. They wrapped Priya in blankets and moved her on a dining chair through the rope path. Samir walked beside her, one hand gripping the chair back so hard his knuckles paled. Marcus carried the inhaler in his inside pocket to keep it from freezing. At the Patel house, they placed Priya in the smallest bedroom with 4 people assigned to share body heat in shifts. Mara stayed for an hour, then 2. When she came back to Don's after dark, her face gave Marcus the answer before she spoke. She is stable for now. That phrase is doing too much work. How many doses left? There are 10 doses, maybe fewer if the cold keeps triggering her lungs. Are there any pharmacies closed? Mara gave a humorless breath. Across streets we cannot clear. Past cars we cannot move, with doors that may already be broken open. Yes, there are pharmacies. There is also the moon. Marcus took that because he deserved it. We can plan a run. Plan 2. 1 for medicine, 1 for not dying during the first one. They sat in Don's dark kitchen, both holding cups of warm water as if they were something stronger. The house around them murmured with sleeping, coughing, whispered arguments, and the tiny sounds of people trying to exist politely in too little space. You keep looking north, Mara said. Marcus did not pretend to misunderstand. The radio fragment. The light. If there is powered shelter, medicine may be there too. Or guards who turn us away. That is possible. Or people who take what we have before we reach the door. That is also possible. She watched him over the rim of her cup. You are already calculating when to leave. I am calculating when staying becomes worse. That sounds cleaner than it is. Most true things sound cleaner than they are. By the end of the water rotation, the house sounded different. Buckets scraped. Cloth filters dripped into pots. Someone whispered thanks over half a cup, as if it were a full meal. Marcus realized the cluster was no longer waiting for normal life to resume. It was inventing a smaller life with rough hands, bad sleep, and rules that had to be defended every hour. Mara warned them not to worship the fire. Heat felt like salvation, but smoke, crowding, and jealousy could kill with quieter hands. Elena agreed and guarded the insert like a hard queen, letting people close enough to survive but not close enough to forget the rest of the block. The pharmacy sat less than 2 miles away, close enough that Marcus had once walked the route after his truck battery died, and he wanted to punish himself for ignoring the warning click. In the frozen world, 2 miles became an expedition with a chance of not coming back. The route crossed a subdivision entrance, a service road, a drainage channel, and a strip center parking lot now buried under drifts that reshaped every curb and ditch. It also passed too close to I-10, where abandoned vehicles had become a second city of metal and glass. Mara made the medicine list before sunrise. Asthma inhalers, insulin if any remained, antibiotics if they could identify them without guessing, pain medicine, gauze, antiseptic, and any oxygen canisters she could find, though she doubted a neighborhood pharmacy carried what she needed. Marcus added batteries, lighters, hand warmers, and radio cells. Elena added salt, not for food, but for ice at doorways. Ruth added children's fever reducer. Don added reading glasses because 3 people in the cluster had lost theirs and could no longer read labels. This is becoming a shopping trip, Mara said. It is a retrieval list, Elena said. Shopping implies a cashier. Cooper volunteered first. Aaron volunteered second, though Mara gave him a look that made him touch the bandage on his scalp and reconsider. Suresh insisted he could handle tools and locks. Marcus planned to go because he understood route risk and radio use. Mara planned to go because medicine without her was just bottles with small print. The first abandoned car held a family's luggage. The trunk had been left open, snow piled inside around a pink suitcase and a cardboard box of framed pictures. Marcus forced himself not to imagine the people who had packed for an evacuation and found the road impassable. The second car had a cracked windshield starred from the inside. The third held a man in the driver's seat, face turned toward the passenger side as if listening. Ice fogged the glass around him. Cooper saw and stumbled. Mara caught the rope. Eyes forward unless we need the vehicle. Should we check him? Mara did not pause. No visible breathing, sealed car, deep cold, unknown time. We cannot spend body heat proving what the cold already proved. Her voice was firm. It did not make the answer easier. Cooper stopped looking into cars after that. The strip center appeared after 90 minutes, though Marcus knew the time only because he checked his watch and refused to believe it. The pharmacy sat between a phone repair shop and a dentist office. Its front windows had been smashed. Snow blew through the opening and across the aisles. The automatic doors were dead, half open, and rimmed with ice where hands had forced them apart. Someone got here first, Suresh said. Mara stepped inside. Someone always gets there first. We need what they did not understand. Minutes stretched. Mara worked by category, reading, rejecting, packing, swearing under her breath when she found empty spaces where necessary drugs had been. She found 3 rescue inhalers, 1 sealed box of insulin pens, syringes, glucose tablets, antiseptic, gauze, tape, fever reducer, 2 bottles of iodine, and a stack of paper prescription bags she used for sorting. Suresh found batteries behind the photo kiosk. Marcus found a crank radio in a manager's office and a case of bottled water frozen hard but intact. Cooper found a box of lighters under a register, then froze near the window. "People are coming," he said. Marcus moved beside him. Across the parking lot, 5 figures emerged from between buried cars. They walked slowly but directly, heads low against the snow. One carried a long gun. Another dragged a sled made from a door or tabletop. They had seen the movement in the store. "We are out of time," Marcus said. Mara pushed another bag under the gate. 1 minute. "We have less than that. Then count faster and move." The figures reached the edge of the lot. The one with the gun raised an arm, not aiming yet, but making sure the gun was seen. A voice shouted through the broken window. "We just want medicine." Mara went still behind the counter. Marcus called back, "So do we. There is some left. Nobody needs to point anything." The group continued forward. Their faces came into view, 2 women, 2 men, 1 older teenager. All looked wrecked by cold and fear. The man with the gun had gray in his beard and red-rimmed eyes. The gun shook in his hands, which made Marcus more afraid, not less. "My wife has infection," the man shouted. "You leave the antibiotics." Mara crawled from under the gate with the last bag. Her eyes narrowed. "What infection?" Marcus muttered. "Mara, be careful." She ignored him. "Tell me the symptoms. Fever, red streaks, coughing, and where the pain sits." The man seemed thrown by the questions. "Her leg." "Cut on metal." "It is hot around it." "She cannot walk." Mara looked at the bag in her hand. Marcus could see the calculation hurt her. Antibiotics were not supplies anymore. They were futures in plastic bottles. "I have 2 courses that might help and 3 that will not," Mara said. "I leave one that might. You keep the gun low. Leave both bottles. Then someone in my group may die of something I could treat. One course is the offer." The teenager stepped closer to the man with the gun and whispered urgently. The gun lowered a fraction. Marcus watched Mara place a bottle and a page of dosing instructions on the checkout counter. She did it slowly, with gloved hands visible. "Take this with food if you have any. Keep her warm. Clean the cut with boiled water if you can. If red lines climb higher, the medicine may not be enough." The man stared at the bottle as if it were a religious object. "You, a doctor?" "I was a paramedic." "That is what you get today." He moved forward and took the bottle. For a second Marcus thought it might end there. Then one of the other men lunged for Cooper's backpack. Cooper reacted before thought could help him. He twisted, the hatchet came up, and the man slammed into him shoulder first. Both fell into a greeting card rack. Metal squealed. Cards scattered. The gun jerked upward. Marcus swung the crowbar into the shelf beside the gunman's head, not at him, but close enough that the crash cracked through the store like a warning shot. Everybody stops moving. Suresh grabbed Cooper by the back of his coat and hauled him away from the man on the floor. Mara planted herself between the groups with the flashlight held like a club. "You got medicine?" she said to the gunman. "Do not turn that into a funeral." The gunman's face twisted. He wanted to be hard enough for the world he had entered. He was not. That was the dangerous part. A truly cruel man might have been predictable. A frightened decent man with a gun could become anything. The teenager tugged his sleeve. "Dad, let's go." "Mom needs it." That single word changed him. He backed away, gun low. The others followed, dragging their sled across the lot until snow blurred them into shapes. Cooper sat among the Valentine cards, breathing hard. A bright red paper heart clung to his boot. "Are you still with us?" Marcus asked. Cooper looked at the broken doors, then at Mara. "I almost made it worse." "Almost is better than did," Mara said. "Get up." The porch door opened before they knocked. Heat, breath, and human smell rolled out. Hands pulled them inside. Bags came off shoulders. Mara refused to sit until the medicines were sorted. Marcus refused to speak until the door was sealed again and the departure sheet had 4 return marks beside 4 names. Only then did the room react. Not cheers. Something deeper. People looked at the bags as if civilization had sent a small apology. Priya received the first inhaler dose from the new supply after Mara checked the label twice. Samir cried quietly against Suresh's shoulder. Mrs. Delacroix got her pills. Ruth found the children's fever reducer and touched the bottle to her forehead. Gary watched all of it, then looked at Marcus. What did it cost? Marcus thought of the gun, the man's infected wife, the dead driver, the snapped line, the antibiotics left behind, and Cooper on the floor among red paper hearts. Less than it could have, Marcus said. That answer did not satisfy Gary. It did not satisfy Marcus either. The pharmacy run had succeeded. It had also proved the world had changed faster than the rules could follow. There were others out there, hungry and armed and still human enough to ask before taking, but perhaps not human enough to keep asking. The cluster had medicine now. It had also touched the edge of a larger desperation spreading through Katy, and Marcus knew that edge would not stay outside the ropes for long. The pharmacy run gave them more than medicine. It gave them proof that the wider city had not vanished into emptiness. It had broken into hungry pieces moving through the snow. Some pieces still negotiated. Some pointed guns while asking. Some would not ask next time. Marcus wrote that in the route notes, then crossed out the sentence because he did not want the children to read it. Cooper did not speak much after the pharmacy. He sat beside Tessa with his hands around a cup and looked younger each time the lantern flickered. Mara let him be silent. Marcus did too, because sometimes the first mercy after fear was not being asked to explain it. The houses began failing from the inside. had happened in quiet humiliations before it became visible disaster. A toilet tank split in the night at the Braddock's place and poured water across tile until it froze into a cloudy sheet. A bedroom ceiling sagged under an attic leak where a pipe had burst and then sealed itself in ice. Cabinet doors swelled. Drywall cracked with small pistol-like snaps that made sleeping children jerk awake. Frost grew inside windows in feathery patterns that would have been beautiful if beauty had not become suspicious. Marcus walked the block with Suresh each morning, checking structures as if houses were patients and he had become a doctor of things. They looked for sagging roof lines, leaking vents, blocked exhaust pipes, frozen locks, and doors that no longer opened. Suresh marked danger with red spray paint taken from a garage. Safe re-entry. Water leak. Row flow load. Do not you see fireplace. Body inside. The last phrase appeared on the 5th morning at a house near the cul-de-sac where an elderly man named Harold Kim had refused to leave. He had smiled through his storm door 2 days earlier and told Dawn he had lived through worse in Korea, though he had said it with a lightness that made Marcus think he was protecting pride more than truth. Now the curtains were open, the front hall light was dead, and Harold sat in his recliner with a blanket over his lap and one hand resting on a framed photograph. Mara came because Marcus asked her to confirm, though there was nothing to confirm. She stood in the doorway for a long moment, then walked in, removed her cap, and touched 2 fingers to the old man's neck. Her face did not change. "He is gone," she said. Suresh looked down. Don made a sound in his throat and turned toward the porch. The room held the smell of coal dust and old tea. On the side table, Harold had left a legal pad with a note, written in careful English. "I did not want to take a warm place from a child. Tell Mrs. Mercer, thank you for soup. Tell anyone who enters to take the batteries in the drawer." Mara read the note twice. Marcus saw anger rise through her grief. "That man did not have to die alone," she said. Don wiped his eyes with the heel of his hand. "He chose. People choose from the choices we make visible. We made him think he was a burden. Mara, we asked him. We asked him like neighbors, not like a rescue team. Those are different things. Marcus took the note because his hands needed work. We changed the check system. Refusal expires every 12 hours. Nobody opts out permanently." Mara looked at him. Her anger did not vanish, but it found a channel. "And anyone over 65 gets a warm room rotation whether they request it or not. Pride is not a medical plan." They wrapped Harold in a sheet and moved him to the garage because the ground outside was too hard and the group could not spend a day trying to bury one of its own while living people needed heat. Dawn insisted on saying words. He spoke not as a pastor or official, but as a neighbor who remembered Harold trimming hedges with surgical precision and delivering misdirected mail without complaint. The prayer, if it was one, ended with Dawn promising to return when the ground allowed. The promise seemed impossible and necessary. Back at the main heat room, Harold's death changed the air. People stopped complaining about rotation times for almost 6 hours. Then cold returned as the dominant religion, and complaints resumed in whispers, which was the best grief could manage. As days passed, the cluster developed rhythms. Morning checks, snow collection, water melt, food count, medical rotation, firewood cutting, roof clearing when safe, radio watch, rest periods that rarely became rest. Every task took longer than it should. Every task required layers, tools, a partner, and a recovery plan. The simple act of using the bathroom became an engineering and dignity problem. Waste had to be managed away from water snow. Privacy became a luxury negotiated with blankets and coughs. Children adapted in strange bursts. Owen created a card game using torn cereal box pieces and rules that changed when he began losing. Penny followed Mara like a shadow and carried empty gauze wrappers to the trash bag with solemn importance. Samir drew maps of the block from memory, adding monsters in the drainage ditches until Marcus asked him to label the actual hazards too. The result was one of the most accurate maps they had. Romance or something like it entered the frozen room quietly and without permission. It was not soft in the old sense. It did not come with candles, music, or the luxury of clean hair. It came when Cooper gave Tessa his place near Elena's fire and pretended he was not cold. It came when Aaron, still ashamed from the mailbox fight, spent an afternoon carving a wooden toy car for his youngest son and then gave the first finished one to Samir instead. It came when Marcus noticed Mara had not eaten her full ration and placed half of his beside her notebook without a word. She noticed anyway. "Do not start that," she said. "Start what?" "Hero math. It is half a cracker. Today it is half a cracker. Tomorrow it is your gloves. The day after that you collapse while telling everyone you are fine." Marcus picked up the cracker piece and broke it again, leaving a smaller part beside her. Compromise math. Mara stared at the piece, then took it. "I dislike that I respect the adjustment. I will try to make my flaws less organized." "Please do not." Organized flaws are easier to triage. They sat near the hallway while the room slept in shifts. The fire at Elena's had gone low, and this house held only body heat and stubbornness. Marcus could feel Mara beside him, close enough that warmth crossed the space between coats. He had known her for days, yet the days had stretched into something dense and altered. The old world measured closeness in dinners, calls, and shared histories. The frozen world measured it in who trusted you with their fear. A child coughed in the next room. Mara listened until the cough settled, then leaned her head back against the wall. The moment ended when the radio crackled on the dining table. Elena, on watch, turned the knob with careful fingers. Static rose, fell, then shaped itself into a male voice. "Prairie Data Energy Site remains operational. Entry by clearance only. Unauthorized approach will be denied. Repeat. Prairie Data Energy Site remains operational." Marcus and Mara reached the table at the same time. Elena wrote the words as they came, missing some, underlining one. The key word was operational. The voice continued, distorted but clear enough to cut the room awake. "Civil order protocol in effect under Shaw command. Labor registrants prioritized. Dependents limited. Medical need reviewed on arrival. Do not approach armed. Do not approach after dark." The signal faded a moment later. The room had heard enough to panic. Questions erupted before Marcus could stop them. Where was Prairie Data? How far? Did medical need mean Preac could go? Did labor registrants mean strong men only? Who was Shaw? What did denied mean? Was this the Northern Light? Why had Marcus not told them sooner? Gary seized the last question like a weapon. "You knew." Marcus did not look away. "We had a fragment. Not enough to risk a march. You decided what we were allowed to know." Mara stepped in. "We decided not to turn a rumor into a death parade. Now we have more than rumor. We still do not have a route." Phil Braddock stood near the hallway, eyes bright with calculation. "Labor registrants prioritized. That means some of us have value there." Elena's voice was cold. "Careful how loudly you divide us. They already divided us." "I am reading the terms." Marcus held up a hand. "Nobody leaves tonight. Tomorrow we locate the site, estimate distance, and decide whether a scouting team goes. A full group movement is not on the table until we know more." "Who made your table the only table?" the Gary asked. The question hung there, and Marcus knew the answer could not be because I understand the grid, or because Mara trusts me, or because nobody else has done the math. Authority, once named, became something people could attack. Don answered before Marcus did. "The table belongs to whoever keeps showing up when the rest of us are scared. You can earn a seat, Gary. Complaining from the wall does not count." Gary flushed. Phil watched without expression. The room quieted, but not because the argument had ended. It had only gone underground. He sat up, chilled despite the bodies around him. Outside, the snow kept falling. North of them, somewhere beyond frozen roads and broken suburbs, a powered site called Prairie Data Energy was telling the desperate not to approach after dark. Inside Oak Hollow, people had begun choosing sides before anyone admitted there were sides to choose. After the Prairie broadcast, even sleep became political. People chose spots near those they trusted. Phil's circle tightened. Elena's room filled with parents who pretended they were only warming their children. Gary watched Marcus with resentment and need mixed together, and Marcus understood that every future plan would now be judged against the possibility of a heated gate. Harold's note stayed folded inside the ledger. Ruth said it belonged there because it reminded them that kindness could fail when it became too polite. After that, every refusal to enter a heat room had to be renewed, witnessed, and challenged by someone willing to be resented for caring. Prairie Data Energy did not appear on any map the group could access because the internet was dead and printed maps cared more about roads than private infrastructure. Marcus reconstructed its location from memory, radio direction, old service contracts, and the stubborn light north of the prairie. He knew there had been a hardened data center power hub beyond the newer warehouse lots, built after repeated grid scares and sold to investors as resilient infrastructure. He had never worked inside it, but he had seen load references, interconnect notes, and a contractor name attached to more than one emergency request: Calder Shaw. The name sat wrong in Marcus's mind even before it acquired a voice. Shaw had been a private energy contractor with a reputation for solving ugly problems and billing as if he had invented electricity. He specialized in microgrids, backup generation, and hardened power systems for clients rich enough to fear disruption more than cost. Marcus had met him once at a regional reliability meeting. Shaw had worn a gray suit in a room full of polos and utility badges, and had spoken about resilience as if people were components that could be swapped out. When Marcus told Mara, she listened without interrupting. After 2 hours, they found the first sign that Prairie Data was real: a security camera mounted on a pole above the maintenance road, its black dome cleared of ice. A thin cable ran down the pole and disappeared into a buried conduit box. Beside it, a small heater coil glowed faintly around the camera housing. Mara exhaled and said, "It is powered." Marcus stepped back and raised both hands slowly. The camera turned. Not a much, just enough to prove someone was watching. Louise whispered, "That thing moved." "It did," Marcus said. "No sudden tools." Suresh lowered the bolt cutters he had been carrying. "Should we wave?" "We already are." A speaker crackled from the pole. The voice that came through was male, amplified and cold in a way the weather could not claim. "Identify yourselves." "State purpose." "Weapons visible on the ground." Marcus looked at the others. Mara's flashlight. Suresh's cutters. Louise's hatchet. Marcus's crowbar. Tools, all of them, and none of them innocent anymore. They set them down slowly. "Marcus Hale," he called. "Ocala Subdivision. We are scouting for survivors. We heard your broadcast. We have medical need, elderly, children, and workers. We request information on entry terms." A pause followed. Wind moved powder across the road in thin sheets. "Approach to checkpoint marker only. Do not retrieve tools until instructed. Any deviation ends contact." The speaker clicked off. Mara looked at Marcus. Warm people sound charming. Warm people can afford to be specific. They walked another quarter-mile without tools, feeling naked despite layers. The maintenance road curved around a berm, and Prairie Data Energy came into view. It looked less like a power plant than a fortress built by accountants with military nightmares. A long, low complex sat behind 2 fences topped with ice-stiff wire. Concrete barriers blocked the access road. Floodlights glared against the snow from poles that actually worked. Steam rose from vents along a generator building. A data hall with blank gray walls occupied the center, flanked by fuel tanks, transformers, switchgear, and rows of containers Marcus recognized as modular battery units. The entire site hummed. The sound nearly broke him. After days of silence, the hum of operating equipment entered Marcus's chest like memory. Pumps, fans, transformers, engines under load. The laboring vibration of a system still doing what it was built to do. He wanted to hate the place for having power while Ocala froze. Instead, for one shameful second, he loved it. At the checkpoint marker, 4 guards waited behind a concrete barrier. Their winter gear did not match, but their rifles did. 2 wore security patches. 1 wore a sheriff's department jacket without a badge. The 4th looked like a warehouse supervisor handed a gun and new rules. Behind them stood a woman with a tablet inside a heated case strapped to her chest. The woman spoke first. Names again, plus skills, number in your group, medical conditions, food supply, fuel supply, and any weapons. Marcus answered carefully. Mara corrected medical details. Suresh listed tools and trades. Luis added route knowledge and outdoor labor. The woman entered everything without expression. "Entry is not open," she said when they finished. "Shaw Command is accepting labor-essential adults only at current phase, with limited dependent exceptions. Medical cases reviewed if treatment capacity exists. No group admission. No armed entry. No private food claims. All supplies surrendered and redistributed under facility authority. Work assignments mandatory. Rule violations result in expulsion." Mara's voice hardened. "Expulsion into this?" The woman met her eyes. "Rule violations result in expulsion. You say that like it cleans itself." A guard shifted. Marcus felt the moment tilt. "We understand," he said quickly. "We need to speak with Shaw or whoever can make admissions decisions. You are speaking to intake. I am a former grid systems engineer. ERCOT substations, local distribution coordination, emergency load behavior. If this site is islanded and supporting heat, you need people who understand grid stability." That reached her. Her fingers paused above the tablet. A side door opened inside the fence. A man stepped out under the floodlights wearing a heavy black parka with the hood down, as if cold were an insult he refused to acknowledge. He was broad-shouldered, clean-shaven, with silver at the temples and a face built for boardrooms and command posts. Marcus recognized him before the camera above the gate turned toward him. Calder Shaw walked to the inner fence, flanked by 2 more guards. "Marcus Hale," Shaw called. His voice carried easily. I wondered if any grid men were still loose out there. Marcus felt Mara glance at him. He kept his eyes on Shaw. "You remember me. Reliability meeting. You asked an irritating question about Black Start assumptions. You gave an irritating answer." Shaw smiled, but it had no warmth in it. "And here we are, living inside assumptions." Mara stepped forward. "We have people freezing. Children, elders, medical cases. What are you offering besides a fence?" Shaw looked at her as if assessing whether her anger had operational value. "I am offering continuity. This facility can support a limited population if discipline is absolute. Not compassion, but discipline, because compassion without limits kills the whole. That is convenient for the person holding the gate." "It is also true." Marcus cut in before Mara answered. "What capacity?" Shaw's eyes returned to him. "Enough for those who contribute more than they consume. A few dependents attached to critical labor. Medical triage as resources allow. We have heat zones, food stores, water processing, communications, and power. We also have more applicants than places." "Applicants," Mara said softly. "Listen to that word." Shaw ignored her. "Bring me useful people, Hale. Electricians, mechanics, medical personnel, security, fuel handlers, logistics. Bring accurate inventories. Do not bring a crowd and expect pity to rewrite physics." "And the rest?" Marcus asked. Shaw looked past them toward the white prairie. "The rest are the reason the rules exist." A sound came from the fence line to the east. Marcus turned and saw shapes gathered beyond another barrier. People. Dozens at least, maybe more, clustered in the snow outside a secondary gate. Some held signs. Some held children. Guards stood between them and warmth. One person was on knees, hands clasped. The floodlights made the scene brutally clear. Mara saw it too. Her face drained of what color the cold had left. "You are leaving them there," she said. Shaw's expression did not change. "I'm keeping everyone inside alive." A shout rose from the secondary gate. A guard shoved someone back with the butt of a rifle. The crowd surged and recoiled. Marcus could not hear words, only need. Suresh whispered, "We should go." Shaw seemed to hear him. "You should. The checkpoint closes before dark. Take your tools when instructed. Return only if you understand the terms." Marcus forced himself to ask the question that mattered. "Can you take one asthma patient today?" Priya Patel is an adult who needs inhaler support and warm air. Her son is a strong worker. "Return with decisions," Shaw answered. "Inventories only describe them." The speaker ordered them to step back. A guard pointed to their tools, now lying where they had left them. The message was clear: contact over. They walked away under the camera's gaze. Nobody spoke until the hum of the facility had faded behind the berm. Then Mara stopped and turned on Marcus. If you tell me he is necessary, choose your next words like they can bleed. Marcus faced her. Snow moved between them. I think he is dangerous. I also think that facility is real, heated, defended, and capable of keeping some people alive. Both things are true. Some people. Yes, I can. Say the other half. Not all. Mara's eyes shone, whether from cold or rage he could not tell. There are people at that fence right now. I saw them. Did you? Or did you see capacity, load, and categories? The words struck because they were close to fair. Marcus looked back toward the hidden facility. I saw both. I wish I had not. Lewis spoke quietly. My aunt will ask if they can take us. They can take some, Marcus said. Suresh stared at the snow. That may be worse. Marcus stood in Don's living room with frost melting from his scarf. Mara stood beside him, silent and furious. Suresh leaned against the wall, eyes closed. Louis went straight to Elena, who gripped his arms hard enough to prove he was real. The facility exists, Marcus said. The room erupted. He raised his voice, not to dominate, but to hold back panic. It has power, heat, water processing, guards, and food stores. It is controlled by Calder Shaw under what they call civil order protocol. Entry is limited. Labor-essential adults are prioritized. Dependents are limited. Medical cases are reviewed but not guaranteed. Supplies are surrendered. Work is mandatory. Rule violations mean expulsion. The last word moved through the room like a blade. Phil Braddock spoke first. Labor essential. What counts? Mara looked at him with open contempt. That is your first question? It is the question that decides who lives. No, she said. It is the question that decides how fast we become like him. Gary stepped forward. If some can get in, they should go. We cannot all die because fairness feels better. Elena's voice cut through. Nobody said fairness. We are discussing whether we let a man at a fence teach us our worth. Mrs. Delacroix, wrapped in 2 blankets near the fireplace, said, The cold is already teaching. He is only grating. Everyone turned. Her old voice was thin, but the sentence carried. Marcus closed his eyes for 1 second. The first scout had not found rescue. It had found a scale, and every person in Oak Hollow could already feel themselves being weighed. Marcus replayed Shaw's face until he hated the precision of the memory. The man had not looked wild, hungry, or frightened. He had looked rested. That disturbed Marcus most. Cruelty born from panic could sometimes be interrupted. Cruelty arranged behind floodlights and intake forms had already made peace with itself. Lewis told Elena everything and left out nothing, including the people kneeling at the fence. Elena listened with her hand fixed around his wrist, checking his pulse as if his story might still carry him away. When he finished, she kissed his forehead and called Shaw a small man with a large generator. The report from Prairie Data split Oak Hollow without anyone packing a bag. Lines formed in glances first. Phil spoke with able-bodied adults in corners, using phrases like realistic options and responsible self-selection. Gary asked people what skills they had, as if he were preparing a roster for a team he had no right to coach. Elena gathered the elderly and parents near the fire and told them no one was being traded like luggage while she had breath. Don moved between groups with tired patience, reminding everyone that fear sounded smarter when it borrowed math. That evening, a new group arrived from the west side of the subdivision. 7 people, 2 sleds, 3 backpacks, 1 injured man, and a woman carrying a baby under her coat. They followed the smoke from Elena's insert and the rope markers until they reached Don's porch near dusk. The cluster saw them through the curtains and went silent. Gary said what several people thought. We cannot take more. Mara opened the door anyway. Cold rolled in with them. The injured man had a deep gash across his forearm wrapped in a dish towel soaked dark. The baby made a weak kitten sound against the woman's chest. 1 sled held food. The other held a space heater with its cord trailing uselessly like a tail. The woman introduced herself as Leanne. Her husband, Travis, was the injured man. Their group had been sheltering near a cul-de-sac where 2 houses burned after someone tried to run a charcoal grill in a closed living room. 4 people died from smoke before flames took the roof. Travis cut his arm breaking a sliding door to pull someone out. Mara took one look at the towel and said, "Take him to the kitchen now." Gary blocked half the hallway. "Mara, where are we supposed to put them?" Mara did not slow. "Not in the snow. That is not a plan. Neither is becoming a man who says no while a baby freezes on the porch. Let them through." He moved, but resentment moved with him. Travis's cut was bad. Not the forbidden word Marcus kept editing from his mind when he wrote reports for voice clarity, but the reality beneath it, skin torn open, blood sticky and cold, muscle visible in a way that made Cooper leave the kitchen. Mara cleaned it with boiled water and iodine while Travis gripped the table edge and tried not to make sounds that would frighten the children. Marcus held the lantern. Leanne stood beside her baby, rocking without rhythm. "I can close some of it," Mara said. "Not perfectly. Infection risk is high. He needs antibiotics." The room seemed to turn toward the medicine bag even before Mara did. Supplies from the pharmacy had been miracle and sentence both. Now every bottle had an owner before it was used. Phil appeared in the doorway. "He is not part of the ration group." Mara did not look up from Travis's arm. "Then join the part of the room where you are useful or leave the part where you are visible." Phil's face reddened. "We have to make hard choices. This is the easy one. Bleeding man on table gets treated. The hard ones come when you stop hiding behind phrases." Marcus saw Phil's eye shift to him, seeking either support or conflict. Marcus gave him neither. "We will update the inventory and ration schedule after treatment, not during." Phil withdrew, but the argument followed them into the night. The next day provided the answer. A family arrived at the edge of Oak Hollow from the North Road, not seeking shelter, but carrying news like infection. They had been at Prairie Dada's secondary fence for 2 days. The guards let in 12 workers the first day, 6 the second. Families were separated. A mechanic was allowed through with his teenage son, but not his mother. A nurse was taken with one child, while her husband and other child were refused until she threatened to stay outside. After that, no one knew what happened because the guards dragged the nurse through and pushed the husband back. The family telling the story had left after a man tried to climb the fence and was shocked by a wire line that still carried current. He fell into the snow and did not get up. The guards retrieved his body only after the crowd backed away. Leanne held her baby tighter as the story ended. Don sat down heavily. Elena crossed herself. Gary whispered a curse. Phil looked sick, though Marcus could not tell whether from horror or recalculation. Mara asked the family, "Why come here instead of going south?" The father, a thin man named Reuben, laughed without humor. "South is rumors. East is blocked. West has people stripping houses. North has heat behind guns. Your smoke was the only honest thing we saw." Honest smoke! Marcus wrote the phrase without meaning to. Then he crossed it out because it sounded like a title for grief. Oak Hollow now had 39 people across 3 heat rooms plus the new arrivals. Food calculations became uglier. Water duty doubled. Elena's wood supply dropped faster than expected because fresh-cut frozen branches burned poorly unless split small and dried near the fire, which consumed space and patience. Freya needed more inhaler support. Travis developed a fever by evening. Penny's mother stopped vomiting but began staring at the wall for long periods. Ruth called it shock. Mara called it survival debt. That night, the group held its first formal council at Don's house. Formal meant Marcus stood by the refrigerator and Elena kept minutes on notebook paper while people interrupted as if interruption itself produced heat. Representatives came from each heat room. Even Gary had a role now. Exterior watch coordinator, a job Don gave him because fear aimed outward could be useful if kept busy. Marcus began. "We have 3 choices in the next 48 hours. Stay and strengthen Oak Hollow. Send another scout with a specific request for medical intake and terms. Or prepare a partial move toward Prairie Data." Phil raised his hand in a way that made no one believe he respected order. "Partial move is the only rational option. Shaw values workers. We send the workers. They get inside, establish position, and negotiate for dependence after." Leanne stared at him. "Negotiate after leaving families outside? Better some inside than all outside." Elena's pencil stopped. "I have heard that sentence before in uglier histories." Gary leaned forward. Phil is cold, but he is not entirely wrong. If Marcus can get in because of grid knowledge and Mara because of medical skill, they would have influence. Mara laughed once, sharp and empty. Influence inside a place that drags nurses through gates. That is adorable. Adorable does not keep babies alive, Gary snapped. Neither does surrendering judgment at the fence. Marcus let the argument run for 10 seconds, then raised his voice. That is enough for now. Nobody is being ordered to go. Nobody is being ordered to stay. But no one takes group supplies for a private attempt. If people leave, they leave with personal rations and what the council approves. Phil stood. Council is an interesting word for the people who happen to agree with you. Sit down, Don said. Phil did not sit. No, because we have treated Marcus like the appointed brain, because he knows wires. Mara like the appointed conscience, because she knows blood. Elena because she has the fire. Don because this is his house. But the rest of us also have lives at stake. A murmur moved through the room. Phil had named a truth in the most poisonous way possible. Marcus felt it land. You are right, Marcus said. The room quieted, because nobody expected that. We need a clearer structure, Marcus continued. Tomorrow each heat room chooses 2 voices for council. Medical decisions stay with Mara. Fire safety stays with Elena and Suresh. Inventory stays with Ruth and 1 person chosen by the group. Route planning stays with whoever scouts the route and returns alive. Leadership has to be earned daily, or it becomes Shaw with worse lighting. Mara's eyes flicked to him at that last line. Phil sat slowly, robbed of the clean fight he wanted. The council ended without a final decision, which made everyone angry and kept everyone together for 1 more night. Sometimes that was victory. The council ended with no victory. Yet people obeyed the new structure because the alternative was worse. 2 voices from each heat room meant more arguments, but it also meant fewer whispers. Mara told Marcus that sunlight was not available, so they would use witnesses instead. He wrote that beside the ledger and underlined it twice. Leanne's baby slept through most of the council, which made the argument feel even uglier. Every raised voice seemed to lean over that tiny face. Marcus kept lowering his own tone because volume was contagious and panic had enough ways to spread already. The snow on the roofs became the next enemy because enemies did not need faces. It accumulated with patient force, layer over layer. Dry snow beneath wet snow, beneath ice crust, beneath another powder fall that looked harmless until Suresh drove a shovel into it and heard the roof truss below groan like an old ship. Houses in Katy were built for sun, rain, wind, and the occasional hailstorm that gave roofers a good year. They were not built to carry winter like a mountain town. They were certainly not built for a frozen sky that would not stop adding weight. The first partial collapse happened at the Corleys' abandoned house on the south curve. A crack like a gunshot brought 3 watch teams running. The garage roof had caved inward, folding the door and crushing the SUV inside. Powder burst out around the seams and then settled. No one was inside, but the message traveled fast. Every roof was now a clock. Marcus, Suresh, and Luis created roof teams with strict limits. No one worked alone. No one stepped onto a roof unless a ladder was secured and a rope belayed from below. Most clearing happened from the edges with rakes, boards, and improvised poles. They did not try to make roofs clean. They tried to reduce weight without sending sheets of ice onto the people below. On the 6th day after the blackout, the temperature dropped again. Marcus's thermometer at Don's porch read -9 before sunrise. By noon, under a pale sun, it read -6. The cold no longer rose meaningfully with daylight. It stabilized lower, just as the data from the first day had warned. He charted the readings on graph paper using a ruler taken from Owen's school bag. The curve did not behave like a storm. It behaved like a system seeking a new balance. Before Marcus could answer, Luis shouted from the front room. A runner had arrived from Elena's house. Smoke was backing up from the insert again, worse than before, and 2 people had headaches. Mara grabbed her bag. Marcus grabbed tools. Suresh met them at the porch with a chimney brush, improvised from wire and taped branches. Elena's house smelled wrong before they opened the door. Smoke sat high at first, then rolled down as cold air entered. People were already outside in blankets, shivering in the yard, while roof teams cleared space near the doorway. Elena stood near the insert with a wet towel over her mouth. furious at the stove as if it had betrayed her personally. "Everyone outside now," Mara ordered. "I am not leaving the fire," Elena said. "The fire is currently trying to poison you, so get outside." Marcus crouched by the insert. The draft had failed because ice and soot blocked the chimney cap. The fire smoldered low, producing more smoke than heat. Suresh and Louise secured a ladder while Marcus and Phil cleared enough roof edge to reach the chimney from below with the improvised brush. It took 20 minutes of freezing work, a dozen curses, and one near fall that left Phil pale and silent. When the blockage broke, a plume of dark smoke belched upward into the white air. The draft caught again. The insert breathed. Heat returned slowly. Old mistake surfaced too. Near sunset, a watch team found fresh tracks leading to the storage house where group supplies had been consolidated. The lock had been forced. 2 bags of rice, a propane canister, batteries, and a box of medicine labels were missing. Not medicine, labels. Mara understood first. "Someone wants to pass supplies as medical priority," she said. "Or trade proof of need." Gary looked at the forced door and went red with humiliation because exterior watch was his responsibility. Phil immediately accused the new arrivals. Leanne exploded at him, baby crying against her chest. Reuben, the father from the prairie fence, said people who had already left a gate empty-handed did not need lessons in being suspected. The argument pulled half the cluster into the street before Marcus and Dawn forced it back indoors. Ruth solved the first part by checking handwriting in the inventory ledger. The missing items had been signed out under a false note supposedly from Mara. The handwriting did not match anyone obvious, but the wording did. The phrase read like an official medical transfer preparation note. Phil used phrases like that. When confronted, he denied it with a performance too polished for the room. Then Elena found one of the missing labels in his coat pocket after his wife began crying and told him to stop. The silence that followed was worse than shouting. Phil's defense came out fast. "I was going to take a small team at first light. We could get accepted. Once inside, we could help negotiate. You are all too afraid to make the necessary move." Mara stared at him. "You stole antibiotics labels to fake medical priority. I stole paper, not medicine. You stole trust." Paper was just lighter. Phil's wife, Dana, shook her head, tears freezing on her cheeks as they stood in Dawn's unheeded entry. "You said Marcus approved a scouting option. You said this was arranged." Marcus felt the room turn toward him. "I approved no private transfer." Phil's face hardened. The polished tone broke. "Then you approved everyone staying until the weakest drag us all under." "You just lacked the courage to say it." Aaron took a step forward, but Dawn blocked him. Gary looked at Phil with disgust sharpened by recognition. He might have made a similar argument days ago. Hearing someone else say it naked changed its smell. Elena spoke from near the fireplace. "Council decides consequences, not anger, and not Marcus alone." They met in the kitchen while Phil sat guarded in the hallway. The options were all ugly. Expulsion was Shaw's language, and no one wanted it. No consequence would invite more theft. Mara wanted him kept under watch and put to hard labor where his usefulness could repay what he tried to take. Gary argued for removing him from supply access permanently. Dunn argued for a path back because punishment without return made people more dangerous. Elena listened, then combined them with the practical cruelty of a woman who understood households. Phil lost inventory access, voting voice for 3 days, and personal control over his family's supplies. He was assigned roof and wood duty under supervision. Dana received the family ration directly. If he tried to leave with group supplies again, the council would not protect him from the consequences of the weather or the people he endangered. When Marcus delivered the decision, Phil looked past him at Mara. "You think you are better than Shaw?" Mara's face did not move. "No, I think becoming him would be easier than admitting. That is why we are trying not to." Phil laughed softly, without humor. "You will become him eventually." Nobody answered because the fear was not that he was wrong. The fear was that he had identified the slope beneath their feet. A deep crack interrupted them from above. The ceiling over Don's dining room sagged downward under the weight of snowmelt, refrozen in the attic around a burst pipe. People shouted. Marcus and Mara ran into the main room as plaster dust fell in a pale stream. Don and Ruth were already moving children away. Suresh shouted for buckets, then shouted for everyone to clear the center. The second crack came longer, tearing through the room like fabric ripping. Marcus grabbed a ledger, the radio, and the medicine bag from the table. Mara seized Penny and shoved Cooper toward the hallway with her shoulder. A section of ceiling collapsed onto the dining table, and a crash of dry wall insulation, ice, and brown water frozen into chunks. The lantern went out. Darkness swallowed the room. Children screamed. Adults cursed and coughed. For several seconds, nobody knew whether the roof itself would follow. At last, the house held. Flashlights came on one by one. Dust drifted in the beams. Snow had not entered, but cold air poured from the attic breach. Don stood beneath the ruined ceiling with white dust in his hair, and a look of such naked grief that Marcus felt the day's last strength leave him. Ruth took Don's hand. "We move rooms. We do not mourn plaster while people are standing." Her voice saved them the way Elena's practical words had saved them days before. People moved. The main heat room was no longer safe. They relocated to interior bedrooms and the hallway, tighter, colder, less organized. Supplies were dragged away from the damaged area. The ledger survived. The radio survived. The medicine bag survived. Don's dining table did not. Near midnight, after emergency repairs slowed the cold leak, Marcus stood outside with Mara under a sky full of merciless stars. Don's house behind them looked smaller, damaged and compromised by forces it had never been designed to carry. The rope line stretched away toward Elena's smoke and the dark shells of neighboring homes. Mara looked north. The prairie glow was faint but visible. "People will not wait much longer," she said. "I know they will not. Can you build a movement plan before they build a stampede?" Marcus looked at the damaged roof, the buried street, the exhausted cluster, and the northern light owned by a man who spoke of continuity while people froze outside his fence. "I can try to build one," he said. Mara turned to him. "That was almost honest." "It was as honest as I can make it." "Then say the rest of it." He watched breath drift from his mouth and vanish. "Trying may not be enough." Mara stepped closer until her shoulder touched his. "It is still better than waiting for the ceiling to choose for us." Inside, people shifted in crowded rooms, holding children, guarding supplies, whispering about heat, gates, fairness, and who should be allowed to leave first. Outside, the snow reflected starlight with a cold beauty that felt like mockery. The weight on the roofs had forced the truth into the open. Ocala was not a shelter. It was a delay. And delay, Marcus knew, was becoming a resource they were almost out of. Before dawn, Marcus drafted the first movement plan on the back of an old-school flyer. It had 3 routes, 2 fallback houses, sled assignments, medical priority marks, and a blank space for the question everyone feared most: who moved first if the storm closed the road behind them? He left that space empty because empty was the only honest answer left. He also wrote a private note beneath the route grid. "Do not let the gate decide the soul of the group." It was not an engineering note and not useful in the normal way. Still, he kept it because he knew plans could become cages when fear did the drafting. If they moved, they would need ropes, sleds, medicine, food, and scouts. They would also need a reason to remain themselves when prairie's floodlights made surrender look like wisdom. Marcus did not know how to pack that reason, but he knew who would notice if he forgot it. Mara would. Elena would. Ruth would. Even Gary might if fear did not take the wheel first. The note stayed folded inside the back cover of his notebook, a small refusal against the mathematics that kept trying to turn neighbors into acceptable losses. Marcus spent an hour after the collapse moving supplies into new piles: carry now, cash here, abandon only if forced. The categories told the truth before he did. A shelter did not sort itself by what could be dragged across snow unless some part of its leader already knew the walls would not be enough. Morning came with no real sunrise, only a widening gray behind the storm and a faint brightening where the roof line should have been. Don Mercer's house had survived the night, but only in the way a cracked cup still held a little water. The damaged ceiling was braced with closet doors, broom handles, and the legs of a dining table that nobody liked but everybody now respected. Plastic sheeting hung across the ruined hall. Blankets were nailed over gaps. Every breath in the house became visible by the time it left a mouth. Marcus Hale stood in the front room with the movement plan tucked under one arm and a lantern in the other. His fingers were stiff inside 2 pairs of gloves. The pencil marks from the night before had smudged onto his palm, making him look as though he had been working inside a dead machine. In a way, he had. The subdivision was a machine built for comfort, with pipes, wires, culverts, roads, pumps, garage doors, and thermostats, all meant to carry the invisible labor of civilization. Now every part of it had stopped, and the people inside it had become the only moving pieces left. Mara Vance had spent the first hour of daylight sorting bodies from patients, and Marcus hated himself for thinking of it in those terms. There were 4 who could not walk without help, 3 with breathing trouble, 2 old men who shook so hard they could not drink without spilling, and a boy named Easton who had cut his forearm on a fallen light fixture when the ceiling failed. Mara cleaned the cut with boiled snow water, pressed gauze against it, and tied it with a torn strip of sheet. "It will bleed through," Easton's mother said. "Then we change the cloth," Mara answered. "We do not stare at it like staring, we'll close it. Hold him steady. Talk to him. Keep him warm." Her voice had lost the soothing softness people expected from a rescuer. It still carried care, but care had become direct and unsentimental. Marcus watched the mother obey because Mara made action feel like a railing on a staircase. Without it, everyone would slip. The first argument of the morning began over a can of peaches. It was not even the can itself. It was the syrup in the bottom, thick and golden and absurdly luxurious under a roof patched with blankets. A man named Gary insisted his wife needed sugar because she had not stopped shaking. Elena Ruiz said the children were getting it at noon under the ration plan. Gary said Elena was not in charge of his wife. Elena told him nobody was in charge of his wife, which was why rules existed. Gary reached for the can anyway. Don stepped between them before Marcus could move. He looked smaller than he had 2 days ago. His beard was gray with drywall dust. His eyes were red from lack of sleep and the shock of watching his home become a shelter that belonged to everyone. "Put it down," Don said. Gary's hand stayed near the can. "You giving orders now?" "No orders," Don said. "I am protecting the room from the first idiot who thinks hunger makes him special." For a moment, nobody breathed loudly. Gary's face tightened. His wife murmured his name from beneath 3 blankets. Then Mara came around the table and placed herself beside Don, not in front of him and not behind him. "Your wife needs warmth first," Mara said. "Sugar helps for a minute. Heat keeps her alive. If you want to fight for something, fight the plastic loose from that window and help me seal it." Gary looked from the can to the window. He swore under his breath, but he followed her. Marcus wrote the incident in the ledger, not because the peaches mattered by themselves, but because patterns mattered. Scarcity did not arrive as a single monster. It arrived as 100 small permissions people gave themselves. 1 extra spoonful, 1 hidden candle, 1 lie about how much food a family had brought. If nobody named those moments, they would grow teeth. By mid-morning, the cluster had shrunk its world to 4 houses connected by rope lines. Don's damaged house remained the center because it held the most supplies and the largest room, but the people slept in shifts across nearby homes with intact roofs. Alana's place became the kitchen because her gas fireplace still coughed out uneven heat when fed scavenged wood. Ruth and Pastor Abel took the elderly into the Benton's interior hallway, where body heat made the air less cruel. Mara claimed a guest bedroom for medical cases and called it the quiet room because calling it an infirmary felt too proud. Outside, the street had vanished. Mailboxes were knobs in the snow. Roofs sagged beneath white weight. Cars looked like buried animals. The rope lines ran porch to porch, garage handle to fence post, oak trunk to gas meter. Each line had cloth strips tied every few feet so numb hands could find their way back if the wind erased sight. Marcus had argued for redundancy, loops, tags, knots at turns, and a rule that nobody traveled alone. People listened now. They had stopped thinking his caution was arrogance. That frightened him more than being ignored. They moved supplies first. Rice, beans, canned soup, medicine, batteries, a hand-crank radio, tools, candles, sleeping bags, dog food that nobody yet admitted might become human food. Every trip took 3 people, 1 to pull the sled, 1 to guide the rope, one to watch for collapse, drift pockets, and anything moving. The snow was not soft anymore. It had developed layers, crust over powder over ice, each step a negotiation. A person could sink to the thigh, twist a leg, or vanish into a ditch that had once been a drainage swale. Mara walked beside Marcus during the third run to Elena's house. The wind pressed snow greens against their goggles hard enough to sound like sand. "You look like you are counting losses before they happen," she said. "I am trying to count choices before fear makes them for us." That is a prettier sentence than the truth. The truth is, we do not have enough fuel to keep 4 houses warm for long. We do not have enough food for 27 people past a few weeks if intake stays where it is. We do not know whether that light north of us is a shelter, a trap, or just one facility that has not failed yet. And you think saying that out loud helps. I think pretending helps less. People can survive bad news, she said. They cannot survive being made to feel like numbers. Marcus wanted to answer quickly and did not. His whole life had taught him to trust numbers because numbers did not flatter, panic, or plead. Load curves, failure thresholds, voltage drops, pressure limits. Numbers told the truth before people were ready. Yet the people inside Don's house were not circuits. He knew that. He hated that he needed reminding. "Then help me say it without turning them into numbers," he said. Mara held his gaze through the blowing snow. "I have been trying. You just started listening." They carried the last crate into Elena's garage, where children sat in a circle around a camping lantern and pretended a deck of cards was enough to make the morning normal. Penny looked up when Marcus entered. "Are we moving to the light today?" she asked. Her voice had no accusation in it. That made the question worse. Marcus crouched slowly because his knees ached from cold. "Not today. Today we make sure everyone has a safe place to sleep." "What about tomorrow?" Mara answered before Marcus could. "Tomorrow we see what the weather gives us." Penny considered that. "The weather is mean." "Yes," Mara said, and brushed ice crystals from the girl's sleeve. "It is." By evening, Marcus had posted the first written rules on Elena's refrigerator with a strip of duct tape. No one travels alone. No food without ledger mark. Heat rooms stay closed. Melted water is shared before coffee. Medical needs get heard before complaints. Every adult works unless Mara says they cannot. Every child has a name tag inside their coat. Someone had crossed out one line before dinner. "Trust the group" before the light. Marcus stared at the black slash through his handwriting. The cut was neat. Not rage. Deliberate disagreement. Mara found him looking at it. "You cannot make people trust by writing it on a fridge." "I know. Do you?" He looked toward the sealed window, where the faint north glow hid behind snow and distance. "I am learning." She touched his wrist with gloved fingers, brief enough that nobody else could call it anything. It steadied him more than he wanted to admit. The radio became a kind of altar by the third day after the roof failure. Nobody called it that. They would have been embarrassed by the word. Still, people drifted toward it with the same faces Marcus remembered seeing in church parking lots after hurricanes when neighbors gathered around pickup tailgates for news, rumor, and permission to hope. It was a hand-crank emergency radio with a cracked casing and a tuning dial that had to be touched gently. Elena kept it wrapped in a towel when it was not in use, as if warmth might preserve the last voices of the outside world. Every 2 hours Marcus or Ruth turned the crank until the little charge light glowed, then worked the dial through static whistles, broken speech, and long stretches of nothing. At first they caught fragments from Houston, a public safety channel repeating shelter instructions no shelter could fulfill, a county message advising residents to avoid travel on I-10, Grand Parkway, Highway 90, and all major surface routes due to ice, abandonment, and emergency vehicle blockages. A clipped federal voice saying evacuation corridors were being prioritized for medical transport. Then repeating the same message half an hour later with the exhausted rhythm of a machine pretending the plan still existed. Penny's grandmother covered the child's ears, but the child had already heard enough. "Why do they ask if people can hear them?" Penny asked. Elena's mouth trembled. "Because sometimes people can." "Can we answer?" Marcus looked at the radio. The unit could receive better than transmit. The little short-range function might reach nearby houses on a clear day, but clear days had become memories. Don had a ham radio in his garage, boxed from a hobby he had abandoned when YouTube made every skill look easier than it was. Marcus had found it the night before under Christmas lights and pool floats. It needed an antenna, a battery, and someone who remembered enough about power to avoid frying the circuit. Maybe soon, Marcus said. The room leaned toward that answer. He heard it in the blankets rustling, in the way Gary stopped chewing, in Ruth's soft intake of breath. Soon was a dangerous word. It sounded like a promise even when it was only a wish, wearing better clothes. He spent the next 6 hours building a radio station from scraps. You actually know what you are doing? Don asked. Enough to be worried about the parts I do not know. That is comforting in a terrible way. Most honest things are. Mara came in twice. The first time she brought tea made from melted snow, and a single peppermint bag passed through 3 cups before his is. The second time she brought a list of people whose conditions were worsening. Marcus read it beside the ham radio manual. Mrs. Havel, confusion, slow speech, cold extremities. Tom Benton, chest pressure with activity. Easton, cut not closing cleanly, watch for fever. 2 children coughing. Food refusal in 3 elderly. What do you want me to do with this? He asked quietly. Know what time costs, Mara said. He folded the paper and placed it inside his notebook. Not as an accusation, though he felt accused, and not as data, though his mind immediately put each line into risk categories. Mara saw the classification happen behind his eyes and disliked him for it, then disliked herself for needing it. The first successful transmission came just after dark. Static filled the room. Marcus adjusted the dial with 2 fingers. The speaker popped. A voice emerged, faint but firm, layered under snow and distance. This is Fort Bend Emergency Relay. Repeat, limited relay. If receiving, conserve fuel, avoid road movement, mark occupied structures, do not approach downed transmission lines. Medical evacuation suspended until route clearance. Repeat, suspended until route clearance. The message repeated 3 times. Then another voice cut in, rougher, unauthorized. Route clearance is dead. Stop telling people to wait. We lost 23 on West Park trying to move them in buses. If you are south of I-10, shelter. If you are north, do not come to the Beltway. There is no Beltway corridor. There is no corridor. A burst of static swallowed him. Someone in the room began praying under her breath. Dawn leaned closer. Can you answer? Marcus pressed the transmit switch, waited and forced his voice to stay steady. This is a civilian cluster in Katy, west of the Grand Parkway, near the old subdivisions south of I-10. 27 survivors. Medical concerns. Limited heat. Seeking status on shelters north of us and any powered facilities. Do you read? Static replied. He tried again after a minute. Then again. On the 4th try, a new voice answered, so faint Marcus nearly missed it. Katy cluster, this is relay 8, weak copy. Say number again. Marcus closed his eyes for half a second. Around him, people gripped blankets in hands. 27 survivors. Repeat, 27. We have children, elderly, limited medical supplies. We observed a stable light north of the prairie. Is there an official shelter or power site north of Katy? The signal crackled. Words came broken apart. No official. Not confirmed. Private facility. Do not self-deploy without. Security posture unknown. Say again on private facility, Marcus said. The answer came after a long hiss. Reports of a controlled power zone north of the old Prairie Industrial Corridor, not under county authority. Repeat, not county. Gate access restricted. Multiple civilian contacts turned away. Use caution. Gary stood so fast his chair hit the wall. Turned away means there is a gate. A gate means heat. Mara shot him a look. It also means guns. The relay voice continued, losing strength. Weather pattern worsening. Temperature fall not consistent with local storm behavior. Barometric anomalies across central corridor. Northern channels report. The next words disappeared into an electronic howl. Marcus pressed transmit again. Relay 8, repeat northern channels. Nothing answered except static. For several seconds nobody spoke. The room seemed to hold the shape of the missing information, and then the arguments arrived all at once. Gary said they had confirmation and needed to leave before the week died inside Don's house. Elena said a restricted gate was not rescue, it was a warning. Pastor Abel said turning people away did not mean evil if capacity had limits. Ruth asked whose children would be offered to the snow first if capacity had limits. Don slammed his palm on the table and told everyone to lower their voices before they frightened the children, which of course made the children more frightened. When Marcus finally spoke, he did not raise his voice. We have more information than we had yesterday. Not enough to move tonight. Enough to plan a scouting route. You mean scouting? Gary said. You want to send people to look at heat while we freeze here. I want to avoid dragging children and sick people into armed guards because a radio said the word power. So we sit? No, we prepare. 2 teams. One secures supplies nearby. One scouts north when the wind drops. No full movement until we know whether that facility is reachable, what the gate demands, and whether there is any other shelter between here and there. And who decides that? Gary asked. Marcus looked around the room. The answer everyone expected was him. He refused it, not from humility, but because a single man's authority was too brittle for what came next. We decide it tonight. Then we follow it tomorrow. Mara's eyes shifted to him. Approval was too strong a word, but something in her face eased. The meeting lasted until the lanterns dimmed. They created the first watch schedule, the first scouting list, the first medical priority board, and the first rule for dissent. Anyone could challenge a plan before it began, but once people were outside in the storm, nobody freelanced. That last word came from Mara. She said it with such contempt that even Gary wrote it down. Marcus wrote until his pencil tip snapped. Mara sat beside him without speaking. She had brought her own blanket and draped half of it over his shoulders as if the gesture were practical rather than tender. He did not thank her. Thanks would make it smaller. The world is not answering in whole sentences anymore, he said. Neither are we. He almost smiled, then could not. The relay mentioned the temperature pattern. That means others are seeing it. It is not just local failure. I never thought it was just local. Some part of me did. Some stupid part was still looking for the edge of the event. Mara looked toward the sealed window. People keep looking for edges because edges mean you can step out. He thought of the map on his phone before the battery died, the blue line that had not moved like a front should move, the curve that had fallen wrong, the impossible graph. What happens if there is no edge? Mara rested her head against the wall behind them. Her shoulder touched his. This time neither of them pretended it was accidental. Then we make a smaller place worth protecting, she said. Marcus listened to static breathe through the radio. Outside, Katy had become a white silence connected by failing voices. The world had not ended in fire or impact. It was fading by transmission, each signal weaker than the last, each message arriving too late to save the person who sent it. They left for the pharmacy at first light, though first light had become only a slightly paler kind of darkness. Marcus chose the route because he knew the subdivisions, service roads, retention ponds, drainage dips, and utility easements. Mara chose the people because she knew who would stay calm when someone screamed. The team was 5: Marcus, Mara, Don, Elena's nephew Luis, and Gary. Gary argued his way onto the list by naming every item his wife needed and daring Marcus to deny him. Marcus accepted not because Gary was right, but because leaving him behind would make him more dangerous. Fear trapped indoors fermented faster than fear given work. They wore layered coats, ski goggles, scarves, work gloves under mittens, and plastic grocery bags over socks inside boots that had never been meant for sustained cold. Don carried a hatchet. Louis carried a pry bar and a backpack of rope. Gary carried a pistol he claimed he had used at a range twice. Mara saw it and held out her hand. Safety on, finger away, muzzle down, and if you point that at one of us because you panic, I will take it from you before the snow does, she said. Gary stared at her. You always talk to people like children? Only when they bring toys that kill adults. Marcus expected Gary to snap back, but he looked away and adjusted his grip. That told Marcus more than the argument would have. Gary knew he was frightened. He hated that others could see it. They moved in a staggered line, each person tied to the rope around their waist. The snow crust cracked under them. Beneath it lay powder that could take a boot and hold it. Twice they had to haul Gary free by his pack straps. The second time he cursed loudly enough for Mara to turn. "Save your breath," she said. "I am allowed to be angry. You're allowed to keep walking. Anger is extra weight." The pharmacy sat at the corner. Its front doors were shattered. Mara stopped first. She raised a closed fist. Everyone crouched behind a buried sedan. Marcus saw footprints hardened in the snow near the entrance, some older, some fresh enough that wind had not fully softened them. "People inside?" Dawn whispered. "Maybe," Marcus said. Mara pointed to the broken glass. "We go in quiet. We take what keeps people alive. We do not browse. We do not split beyond sight." Gary's jaw flexed. "My wife needs antibiotics." "Your wife needs the right medication, not every bottle with a long name," Mara said. "Stay near me." Inside, the pharmacy smelled like wet cardboard, chemicals, and something metallic. Shelves had been stripped in the obvious places. Pain relievers, cold medicine, diapers, batteries, bottled water, snacks. Greeting cards fluttered on the floor. A display of Valentine's candy lay crushed under boot prints. Red foil hearts scattered like drops across white tile. The pharmacy counter gate was bent, but still locked. Lewis set the pry bar and worked it with slow pressure while Dawn held the flashlight. The metal complained. Marcus watched the front windows and listened. Buildings without power had a different sound. They did not hum. Every small noise became separate and meaningful. Glass shifting under a boot, a sign tapping, someone's breath hitching too fast. The gate gave with a sharp crack. Mara slipped behind the counter and started reading labels with fast competence. Insulin, antibiotics, inhalers, blood pressure medications, antiseptic, gauze, suture kits, electrolyte packets, syringes, glucose tabs. She ignored half the shelves. Gary reached for a broad bottle. She slapped his hand away. "That is not what she needs. You do not know that. I know more than the part of you that is guessing. Bag these." He obeyed, breathing hard through his scarf. Marcus found a locked cabinet containing controlled medications. He did not open it. Mara saw him looking and shook her head once. The decision sat between them. Pain mattered. Addiction mattered too. So did theft, though theft had become a word from warmer times. He moved on. They were packing the second bag when Luis hissed from the front aisle. 3 people stood in the entrance, silhouettes against the pale stormlight. 2 men and a woman, all wrapped in mismatched layers. One man held a crowbar. The other had a shotgun angled low. The woman carried a backpack across her chest like armor. "Store is empty," Dawn called, voice rough but not hostile. The man with the shotgun stepped over glass. "Looks like you found the not empty part." Marcus shifted just enough to put a shelf corner between himself and the muzzle. His mind cataloged distances, sight lines, cover, exits. There was a back hall, probably a stock room, maybe a rear door. Maybe blocked, maybe frozen shut. Mara stayed behind the counter, hands visible. "We have sick people. We are taking medical supplies, not food." The woman laughed without humor. "Everybody has sick people." "Then tell me what you need," Mara said. "I will split what I can." Gary made a choked sound. "Do not split it." The shotgun moved an inch. Marcus did not look at Gary, but he wanted to drive his boot into the man's shin for speaking. The man with the crowbar walked deeper into the store. He was young, younger than Marcus first thought, with frost on his eyelashes and blood crusted along one cheek from a cut near his hairline. His eyes were sunken with exhaustion. "Split means you keep the best." "Split means nobody has to die in a pharmacy," Mara said. For a moment it nearly worked. Marcus felt the room tilt toward a terrible but possible bargain. Then Gary saw the woman touch one of the bags and lunged. The fight was ugly because none of them were trained for fighting in winter layers on glass-strewn tile. Gary slammed into the woman and both went down against a greeting card rack. The shotgun jerked up. Dawn swung the flashlight into the gunman's forearm. The blast shattered the ceiling tiles above the photo counter, raining dust and fragments. Luz tackled the crowbar man into a shelf. Bottles exploded across the floor. Marcus moved before thought caught up. He hit the gunman's shoulder with both hands and drove him into the ice cream freezer case. The shotgun clattered away. The man punched Marcus across the jaw. Pain flashed white. Marcus struck back with his forearm, not cleanly, not heroically, just hard enough to make space. The man clawed for the gun. Mara came over the counter like a storm. She kicked the shotgun under the shelves, seized the man's scarf, and pinned his head against the freezer glass with one knee pressed into his back. "Stop moving," she said, and there was something in her voice so flat that everyone heard the edge below it. Luis and the crowbar man rolled through broken cough syrup bottles. Red liquid smeared across the white tile, too bright and sweet-smelling to be blood, though there was real blood now, too. A line from Luis's lip, a dark patch spreading through the young man's glove where the pry bar had torn skin. Gary had the woman pinned with one hand raised as if he might hit her. Elena's nephew shouted at him. Dawn shouted at everyone. Marcus crawled to the shotgun and unloaded it with clumsy fingers. 2 shells fell into his palm. He pocketed them before he could think too much about what that meant. The woman on the floor was crying with rage. "My brother is dying. We need antibiotics. He has fever. He cannot wake up right." Mara did not release the gunman. "How old?" "He is 19. "Where is he?" "Apartments past the retention pond." "Breathing fast?" "Skin hot." "Any rash?" The woman stared at her through tears and fury. "I do not know." "He is burning." "He keeps saying he is cold." Gary pushed himself up. "We did not have time for this." Mara turned on him. "We have time to avoid becoming the kind of people who step over a dying kid because his sister scared us. She tried to rob us." "Yes," Mara said. "Fear makes terrible thieves. You are proof." The words hit Gary harder than a slap. He looked down at his hands, then at the woman he had thrown to the floor. His face changed, not into kindness exactly, but into shame. "If he has trouble breathing, if his lips turn blue, if he cannot swallow, he needs more than this," Mara said. The woman laughed once, raw and broken. "More than this is gone." Mara did not argue. They left the pharmacy through the rear stockroom because the wind had shifted and visibility at the front had dropped. The back door was frozen at the bottom. Dawn and Luis hammered ice until it opened enough to squeeze through. Outside, the alley was drifted waist-high in places. Dumpsters looked like white blocks. A delivery truck sat with its cargo door open and empty. The 3 strangers went south, dragging their bag on a broken plastic sign. Marcus watched them until the storm erased them. Gary stood beside him, shaking. "I thought she was taking it all." "She was trying to," Marcus said. "I could have hurt her bad." "You stopped." Gary looked at him. "Because Mara made me feel like trash." "Maybe feeling like trash is useful if it keeps you from becoming worse." Gary let out a bitter breath that fogged his scarf. "You always have something like that ready." "Not really. I usually think of it too late." When they reached the cluster, people cheered too loudly, the kind of sound born from terror trying to disguise itself. The medical bag looked like salvation on Elena's kitchen table. It was not. It was delay. But delay, Marcus had learned, could be sacred. Mara treated Luis first, then Easton, then Gary's wife. Gary stood near the doorway, holding his pistol with the magazine removed. After a long while, he set it on the table and pushed it toward Marcus. "I should not carry this outside again," Gary said. Marcus did not touch it at first. "Are you asking me to take it or asking me to tell you that you are not that kind of man?" Gary's eyes reddened. "I do not know what kind I am right now." Mara heard from across the room. "None of us do. That is why rules matter." Marcus unloaded the weapon completely and locked it in Dawn's toolbox with the shotgun shells from the pharmacy. Nobody objected. That, more than the medicine, told him the group had crossed a line and survived crossing it. Not cleanly, not proudly, but together. After dark, Mara found Marcus outside under the porch overhang, pressing a snow-packed cloth against his jaw. "That will swell," she said. "I thought we were avoiding that word because it sounds like weather now. I can choose another. Your face is getting bigger in the wrong place." He laughed despite himself, then winced. She stepped closer and examined him with gloved fingers gentle under his chin. "You took a hit you did not need to take." He was reaching for the gun. "I did not say it was pointless. I said you did not need to take it alone." The porch light had been dead for days. but snow brightened the world enough for him to see her eyes. "I am not good at knowing when help is already there." "I know," she said. Her hand stayed against his jaw a second longer than the examination required. The cold around them did not lessen. Nothing changed in the ruined sky or the buried street. Still, Marcus felt warmth move through him, small and dangerous because it made him want a future that might not exist. Marcus's notebook began to look less like a record and more like a confession. The first pages were clean, numbers lined in columns, times marked in neat intervals. By the 5th day of full blackout, the handwriting changed. His letters leaned. The pressure of the pencil varied with fatigue. Notes crowded the margins. Wind shift, radio signal weak, Mrs. Havel confused, snow density increasing, no thaw in exposed blacktop, roof load critical on south-facing homes despite expected solar gain. The cold was no longer falling in dramatic cliffs. It had found a lower plateau and was pressing down from there. Mara found him in the garage, crouched beside a cooler full of snow samples. He had marked each container by time, location, depth, and whether the snow had crusted, powdered, or refrozen around debris. The garage smelled of gasoline, cold rubber, and old fertilizer. Beyond the cracked door, wind moved loose snow against the threshold in a steady whisper. "Please tell me you are not starting a snow collection because you miss hobbies," she said. Density, melt rate, and refreeze behavior. That answer made hobbies sound attractive. He looked up. Her cheeks were flushed from the medical room. A line had formed between her brows that did not go away anymore. "The surface is not behaving like a storm system passing through. We are getting layering without meaningful daytime melt, even under dark surfaces. Even near brick. The cold is staying too consistent. You said that before. I hoped I was wrong before." Mara came in and pulled the garage door shut behind her. The light dimmed. "What does it mean now?" Marcus wiped frost from the notebook page with his sleeve. "Normal weather moves energy around. Fronts pass. Pressure systems weaken. Local conditions swing. This is stabilizing. The radio fragments mention the same thing from other places. Central Texas, Dallas, Oklahoma, and maybe farther. Temperatures drop, then hold lower than model should allow, then creep down again. Translate that into something I can tell people without making them lie down and give up." He closed the notebook. "This is not a cold front anymore. It may not be weather in the way we understand weather. It is becoming a new system." Mara stared at him for several seconds. "Those are words that make people lie down and give up." "I know." "Then why say them to me?" "Because you asked me not to turn people into numbers. I need someone to help me turn numbers into truth they can carry." The anger left her face slowly, replaced by something heavier. "How much colder?" "I do not know." "Do you have a guess?" He wanted to say no. He had many guesses, each worse than the last because guesses unspoken could still pretend to be unreasonable. If ice coverage keeps expanding and sunlight reflects instead of warming the ground, the cold feeds itself. Snow makes more snow possible. Ice makes the next cold interval easier to sustain. Roofs, roads, fields, ponds, everything becomes part of a reflective surface. "Albedo," she said. He blinked. "I rode ambulances with a guy who listened to climate podcasts at 3 in the morning, Mara said. He used to talk about ice reflecting sunlight when everyone else wanted him to shut up and let dispatch be quiet." Marcus almost smiled. "Albedo, yes, reflectivity. So the world is put on a white coat, and now it will not absorb heat. That is a simple way to say it. Simple is not the same as stupid." "No, it is not." She leaned against the workbench beside him. For a moment they stood shoulder to shoulder in the garage while the world outside conducted its slow experiment on everything alive. "Can anything break it?" she asked. "On a global scale, yes. Atmospheric instability, changes in circulation, ocean heat release, volcanic aerosols doing the opposite of what they usually do, massive energy imbalances. On our scale, I do not know." That was a lot of ways to say maybe nothing. It was. Mara folded her arms tightly. "Then our job is still the next hour. And the hour after. Not the planet." Marcus looked at the notebooks, the samples, the radio parts, the dead lawnmower battery. "If no one thinks beyond the next hour eventually belongs to whoever has the biggest locked door. She turned to him. "And if everyone thinks beyond the next hour, the person coughing in the hallway dies while the thinkers discuss systems." The words landed exactly where she meant them to. He felt a flash of defensiveness, then shame. Mrs. Havel had worsened that morning. Gary's wife needed medication on a schedule. Easton's cut was not improving as quickly as Mara wanted. 2 children had stopped playing and started sitting in silence, which Mara said mattered as much as fever. "I am not trying to abandon them," Marcus said. "I know. That is why I am still standing here." The tenderness in that sentence nearly undid him. He looked away first. By afternoon, he brought the temperature ledger to the group. Mara had helped shape the explanation. No talk of collapse curves. No graphs unless asked. No words that sounded like a lecture from a man seeking authority through fear. He stood by Elena's refrigerator, where the rules had been rewritten after the crossed outline. The new version said, "No one moves alone. No one eats in secret. No one promises rescue they have not seen." Marcus held up the notebook. "We need to understand why waiting for normal may kill us. The cold is not acting like a storm passing through Katy. It is settling. Other radio contacts suggest the same thing in multiple regions. That means our houses will not thaw on their own. Roads will not clear soon. Pipes will keep breaking. Food outside heated rooms will freeze solid. Medical problems will get worse." A woman named Bridget covered her mouth. Pastor Abel reached for her hand. Gary stared at the floor. Marcus continued, softer. "This does not mean we run blindly north. It means we stop spending energy on plans that require normal weather to return by itself. We plan for a frozen world until evidence says otherwise." Dawn asked the question Marcus had hoped would come from someone else. What evidence would say otherwise? Marcus hesitated. Mara stepped in. Sustained warming. Radio confirmation of working shelters under public control. Safe roads. Medical evacuation. Any one of those would change the plan. We have none today. Elena nodded. Then we plan as if no one is coming. The sentence moved through the room like a cold draft. People had implied it for days. Hearing it spoken changed the air. Ruth lifted her chin. Planning as if no one is coming is not the same as giving up on help. Not exactly, Marcus said. It means we survive long enough to meet help if it ever reaches us. That was a line that held them. He saw it catch. Not hope exactly, but a shape hope could stand behind. They reorganized again, before dark. The strongest adults were assigned to roof clearing in short rotations to prevent another collapse. Children were tasked with sorting cloth strips, counting cups, pairing socks, and drawing marks on doorways so occupied houses could be identified from the street. The elderly were not excused from work. Ruth insisted they be given tasks that treated them as living members of the cluster, not fragile objects. They mended, sorted, told stories to children, and watched the radio schedule. Marcus converted a hallway wall into a public board for supplies, medical status, weather readings, work shifts, and open questions. Every mark on the board became an argument against helplessness. People stopped asking him privately how bad things were and began asking what the next useful task was. He did not mistake that for confidence. It was motion. Motion mattered. That night the temperature fell 3 degrees and held. Mara joined him, wearing 2 coats and carrying a mug that steamed weakly. "Is that tea?" he asked. "Hot water that remembers tea." She handed it to him. Their gloves touched around the mug. He looked north. The power glow was hidden by distance, trees, and the curve of storm haze, but he imagined it there, a point of warmth behind rules they had not yet heard. If the cold is feeding itself, Mara said, then heat becomes more than comfort. Heat becomes territory. That sounds like Calder's kind of sentence. Marcus turned toward her. "We do not know him." "No, but we know the shape." A gate, power. People turned away. Someone is deciding who gets to stay warm. Someone would have to. Her eyes narrowed. "There you are." He exhaled. "I am not defending him. I am acknowledging the math. Math can explain a locked door. It cannot forgive one." The conversation might have become another fight if Penny had not appeared in the doorway behind them, wrapped in a blanket and too quiet for a child her age. Mara went to her immediately. I heard the board move, Penny said. The board did not move, Mara said. The house popped because it is cold. Is the house scared? Mara crouched, drawing the blanket tighter around the child's shoulders. Houses do not get scared. People do. Then people take care of each other inside them. Penny looked at Marcus. Are you scared? He considered lying and found he had no talent left for it. Yes, I heard it. Then who takes care of you? The question silenced the porch. Mara looked up at him. Snowlight softened the hard lines fatigue had drawn on her face. Marcus felt the answer before he knew whether he had permission to say it. Everyone who keeps telling me the truth, he said. The first vote failed before it began because nobody agreed what they were voting on. Leave for the Northern Light. Stay in the cluster. Send scouts. Move only the sick. Move only the strong. Wait for radio confirmation. Ignore the radio because official voices had become recordings of old intentions. Each proposal sounded reasonable until paired with a face. If the sick moved first, who carried them across snow deep enough to hide cars? If the strong moved first, who protected the people left behind? If children moved first, who explained to a grandmother that she would wait in a colder hallway so a gate might reject her later? If nobody moved, how long before the houses became tombs with curtains? Marcus wrote each option on cardboard torn from a box of pasta. He pinned the pieces to the hallway wall. The hallway had become their council chamber because it was narrow enough to preserve warmth and public enough that no one could accuse decisions of being made in secret. People stood wrapped in blankets, breath showing, faces lit by battery lanterns, and the orange pulse from Elena's fireplace down the hall. Gary spoke first because grief had made him impatient. His wife, Tessa, had improved after the medication, but not enough for his fear to retreat. We know there's power north. The radio said controlled power zone. We have children and sick people. The longer we wait, the weaker everyone gets. Elena answered from beside the kitchen door. The radio also said people were turned away. If we drag the weak there and they refuse us, we kill them in sight of heat. Staying kills them without even trying. Scouting is trying. Scouting is delaying so people like Marcus can feel smart. A few heads turned. Marcus felt the accusation but did not rush to defend himself. Mara's eyes flicked toward him, warning him to let the room breathe. Ruth spoke from a chair against the wall, her hands folded around a cup. We should stop pretending every choice has a clean moral name. Staying is not cowardice if moving is reckless. Moving is not selfish if staying is slow death. We need terms, not feelings. You mean terms? Dawn asked. What must be true before we move? What must be true before we refuse to move? We decide those things now while our minds still work. Marcus looked at Mara. She gave the smallest nod. Ruth had said what he had tried and failed to say with charts. They built the terms of shelter over 3 hours. A scout team would leave when visibility allowed travel beyond 3 houses without losing sight of rope markers. The team would not include children, elderly, or anyone with unstable medical needs. The scouts would carry enough food for 1 day, fire-starting supplies, a radio, signal cloth, and written names of the cluster. Their job was not to beg at the gate. Their job was to determine distance, terrain, danger, authority, and admission rules. If they did not return by the 2nd morning, the cluster would assume the route was unsafe unless direct radio contact proved otherwise. The movement threshold required 3 failures: heat loss in 2 of 4 houses, food below 10 days at survival ration, or medical decline requiring power-dependent care. Any 2 would trigger preparation for full movement. All 3 would trigger movement whether the scout report was complete or not. It sounded orderly once written. It was not. Every term carried a hidden blade. Pastor Abel raised one of them. Who chooses the scout team? Silence followed. Gary said, volunteers. Mara shook her head. No, volunteers are not always the right people. Some volunteer because they are brave. Some because they are reckless. Some because they cannot stand waiting. Then who? Gary demanded. A mix, Marcus said. Navigation, medical, strength, restraint. Restraint, Gary repeated, bitter. That means not me. Mara met his stare. Today, yes. The room tightened. Tessa, wrapped in blankets near the wall, spoke before Gary could. Her voice was weak but not broken. "She is right." Gary turned. "Tessa, listen." "You love me too hard right now," Tessa said. "It makes you stupid." A painful laugh moved through the hallway, brief and needed. Gary looked as if the floor had shifted under him. Tessa reached for his hand. He took it and sat beside her, defeated by love rather than argument. The scout team became Marcus, Mara, Luis, and a woman named Alina Park, who had been quiet for days because quiet people were often mistaken for less than they were. Alina had worked logistics for a grocery distribution warehouse near Brookshire. She knew loading yards, back routes, truck docks, inventory labels, and how desperate people behaved around scarce goods. She also had a calm way of asking exactly the question nobody else wanted to hear. "If the gate offers admission for 10, she said, "do the scouts have authority to choose?" The hallway seemed to contract. Don whispered, "Lord." Marcus felt every face turn to him, not because they had agreed he should answer, but because they feared he might know the answer before them. He did not. Mara crossed her arms. "No, scouts report. The cluster decides." "What if the offer expires?" Alina asked. Mara's face hardened. "Then the offer is a weapon. It may still be the only offer." Marcus looked at the cardboard terms. He had spent a career building systems that assumed inputs could be defined, priorities ranked, contingencies modeled. Human desperation made variables multiply until every clean line became a trap. "If the gate offers partial admission, the scouts do not accept on behalf of the group," he said. "They gather terms, ask for time, and return if physically possible. If return is impossible, they prioritize children and patients with immediate need, but only if the facility allows caregivers and does not separate families by force." Gary lifted his head. "That sounds like you are already willing to leave some behind." "It sounds like he is trying not to," Mara said. "Trying does not keep people warm. Neither does rage." The meeting ended not with agreement but with exhaustion. Sometimes exhaustion was the only thing close enough to agreement to use. At dinner, the ration was rice softened in thin broth with a spoonful of canned tomatoes. The smell made people quieter. Hunger had become a background sound in every conversation, but warm food still made the room feel temporarily human. Marcus sat on the floor near the hallway board. Mara lowered herself beside him with her bowl. For a minute they ate without speaking. "You handled Gary better than I would have," Marcus said. "No, I handled him before you turned him into a category." He looked at her. That was not a compliment. It was not an insult either. It was a maintenance note. He let out a tired breath. "You are very romantic." The words escaped before he could stop them. Mara's spoon paused halfway to her mouth. Around them people talked softly, too consumed by food and fatigue to notice the small danger that had opened between them. "Are we doing that now?" she asked quietly. "I do not know what we are doing." "Good, because I would hate to think you had charted it." Despite the cold, warmth moved into his face. "No chart." Mara looked down at her bowl, and when she spoke again, her voice was lower. "I cannot afford to need you careless." The sentence was not rejection. It was worse and better. It was a boundary built because something mattered behind it. "I cannot afford to be careless," he said. "Everyone says that before the thing they want makes them reckless." He thought of the Northern Light, the locked facility, the possibility of warmth, and the terrible way his mind kept reaching beyond the cluster toward causes and systems. "Then keep saying it to me." She looked at him for a long moment. "I have been." Mrs. Havel died just before noon. She had been 81, a retired school librarian who had spent the first days telling penny stories about a mouse who survived disasters by learning the names of safe places. Mara had checked her in the morning and found her sleepy but responsive. By midday, Ruth could not wake her. There was no dramatic final breath for everyone to gather around. She simply slipped beyond response in a hallway full of people trying to stay alive. Mara confirmed it with 2 fingers at the neck, and a stethoscope warmed under her shirt. Then she sat back on her heels and closed her eyes for 2 seconds. Marcus saw the cost pass through her body and settle somewhere she would not let anyone touch. Penny asked, "Can you fix her?" Mara opened her eyes. "No, sweetheart, I cannot." Because the power is gone. Mara's voice did not break, though it came close. Because some things are too far away for hands to reach. They wrapped Mrs. Havel in a clean sheet and moved her to the garage, where the cold would keep the body until burial became possible. Pastor Abel said words. Not many. Nobody had strength for many. Penny placed one of her drawings beside the sheet, a crooked house with smoke rising from the chimney and a tiny mouse waving from the door. That death changed the vote without another meeting. Not because Mrs. Havel would have survived the journey. She almost certainly would not have. It changed the cluster because everyone saw that waiting did not preserve the weak. It only gave loss a quieter room. That evening Marcus stood before the hallway board and wrote, "Scout team departs, at first clear window." No one crossed it out. The clear window arrived like a trick. The wind dropped after midnight, and by dawn the sky opened in a pale blue strip above the western roofs. Sunlight touched the snow and did almost nothing. It glittered. It did not soften. The world shone with a beauty that offered no mercy. The scout team left under the eyes of everyone in the cluster. Marcus carried the radio under his coat, notebook sealed in a freezer bag, and a hatchet tucked through his belt. Mara carried the medical pack, a flare pistol Don had found in a boat box, and a length of red cloth tied to her sleeve. Louis pulled the sled with tools, food, water, and a folded tarp. Alina carried the root board wrapped in plastic and moved with the measured attention of someone reading an invisible warehouse map over a dead neighborhood. Penny ran to Mara before they passed the last rope post. She held out a mitten with a cartoon cat on it. "For luck," Penny said. Mara crouched. "You need both mittens. It is the spare from the lost and found bag. It already lost someone. Maybe it can find you." Mara accepted it. Her face changed in a way she quickly controlled. "Then I will bring it back with a story." "A good story?" "A true one," Mara said. Penny considered that, and nodded as if true might be better than good now. Mara stopped at the top of an overpass approach and pointed east. Through the bright air, they could see the Katy freeway. I-10 was a white river of stalled vehicles. Cars, trucks, semis, buses, police cruisers, delivery vans, and pickups sat packed across lanes in both directions. Some had collided. Some had been abandoned neatly on shoulders. Others had spun sideways and created walls around which snow had drifted high. Tiny human tracks crossed between vehicles, then vanished. A jackknifed 18-wheeler lay across an exit ramp with its trailer split open, spilling frozen produce that looked like green stones in the snow. Nobody spoke for a while. Alina finally said, "Every vehicle out there was somebody's plan." Marcus wrote it down because he knew he would need the sentence later. They descended toward the service road and found the first bodies in a commuter bus. Mara saw them through the frosted windows and went still. Marcus wanted to keep moving. He hated himself for wanting it before the thought finished forming. "We cannot help them," Alina said gently. Mara's eyes stayed on the glass. Inside the bus, people sat slumped beneath coats, packed together as if closeness could outvote cold. A child's bright backpack rested in the aisle. "I know," Mara said. She did not move for another 10 seconds. Then she touched the side of the bus with her gloved hand, a gesture so small it might have been mistaken for balance. Marcus understood it as a goodbye. Their first destination was the Katy Fire Department branch near the Grand Parkway where Mara had once been stationed. She had insisted it was worth checking. Fire stations had tools, medical supplies, thermal blankets, fuel, radios, and sometimes people disciplined enough not to waste them. Marcus had asked whether she expected anyone alive there. Mara had not answered. The station appeared after noon, half buried behind a curtain of ice-laden trees. Its bay doors were shut. The flagpole had snapped and lay across the front walkway. One ambulance sat outside, nose first into a drift, rear doors open. Snow had blown into the patient compartment and filled the floor to the bench line. Mara stood at the edge of the lot, breathing hard. Louis looked at Marcus, then away. Alina lowered the sled handle without a word. "This was your house?" Marcus asked. "One of them," Mara said. They approached carefully. Marcus saw tracks, but old ones, drift-softened and leading toward the bayside door. The door was locked. Mara still had a key on a ring inside her coat, though she had not worked there in over a year. Her hand shook once before she steadied it. the key turned. The smell inside was cold smoke, diesel, wet gear, and human absence. Mara moved through the station as if walking in 2 times at once. She touched the edge of a locker. She stared at a mug near the sink with ex-paramedic printed on the side. She opened a supply cabinet and found it nearly bare. "They took most of it," she said. "Good," Marcus said softly. "That means it was used." She looked at him. For a second he thought she might be angry, but she nodded. Luis found a locked office. Elena found the key in the duty captain's drawer under a stack of old inspection forms. Inside were paper maps, an emergency operations binder, portable radio batteries, and a printed list of facilities with backup power in the region. Most were hospitals, municipal buildings, and data centers. Several had handwritten marks beside them. Marcus spread the list on a table. One entry north of the Katy Prairie had 3 stars beside it. Lone Star Continuity Campus, Private Data and Energy Resilience Site, Hardened Microgrid, Contractor Controlled. Beside the entry someone had written Shaw in block letters. Marcus felt the name as a pressure change. "Mara," he said. She came over, wiping dust from her gloves. Her eyes caught the stars and the note. Shaw could be a company. Or a person. Elena leaned over the list. Continuity Campus means they built it to stay alive when other things failed. Data centers, backup generation, fuel contracts, redundant feeds, maybe gas turbines. Heat, Luis said. Power first, Marcus corrected. Heat if they chose to use it that way. Mara looked toward the whiteboard. They knew about it here. Marcus followed her gaze. A second board near dispatch held route notes. North side ace to side. AC Tive. AC Ceslinitude. SEC Urity Screening. County Request to Need. Civilian crowed at outer fence. The last line had been underlined so hard the marker had torn the board surface. "This is not a rumor anymore," Elena said. No one looked relieved. A noise came from the bay. Luis raised the shovel. Marcus motioned for stillness. The noise came again, a scrape, then a thump. Mara moved first, because this was her station and because fear did not own her feet. They followed. A man was trapped in the equipment cage behind the second engine. He wore firefighter bunker pants over sweatpants and a civilian coat under a turnout jacket. His beard was crusted with ice. One eye was swollen nearly shut. He held a metal halogen bar in both hands, though the angle suggested he could barely lift it. "Stay back," he rasped. Mara stopped. "Hector, is that you?" The man's face shifted. His good eye focused. "Mara Vance?" She let out a breath that was almost a laugh and almost a sob. "What happened?" Hector lowered the bar by inches. Everything broke at once. "The crew?" Mara asked. Hector stared at the table. "Most deployed. West Park staging. Some did not come back. Captain Rios took the last ambulance toward Memorial area. Radio went dead after he said traffic was blocked by abandoned buses. I waited. Then the generator coughed out. Then people came." "And the north site?" Marcus asked. Hector looked at him with immediate distrust. Mara said, "He is with me." It was a small sentence. It did more to Marcus than it should have. Hector drank again. "Shaw's place. Contractor named Calder Shaw, or that is what people said. Used to do private resilience planning for energy clients. Built a fortress for servers and rich people's continuity contracts. Then the weather turned it into the only warm room for miles. County tried to coordinate. He refused open shelter. Said uncontrolled intake would kill everyone inside. Was he wrong? Marcus asked. Mara turned sharply, but Hector answered. Not entirely. That is the trouble. The gate crowd got ugly. Shots fired. Some by guards, some by civilians. After that, they hardened the perimeter. You do not get close unless they invite you or need you. Need you for what? Elena asked. Work, technical skill, medical skill, security, and food production if they have indoor grow capacity. Useful people are admitted first. Dependents only if attached to useful people or approved by their boards. Mara's face went flat. Admission boards. Hector laughed, and the sound hurt him. That is what someone on radio called them. Admission boards. Like college, except the rejection letter kills you. The room went quiet around that. Marcus looked down at his gloved hands. He should have been thinking route, risk, leverage, fuel, power architecture. Instead, he saw Penny offering the spare mitten. He saw Mrs. Havel under a sheet. He saw the bus on I-10. Mara stood. "You are coming back with us." Hector shook his head. "I slow you down. You are alive. That means you are movable until proven otherwise. Still giving orders like you own the rig. Only when men with head injuries say stupid things." Hector smiled despite himself. They loaded the sled heavier than planned. Medical supplies, maps, batteries, 2 fire axes, thermal blankets, radio logs, and Hector, wrapped in a tarp and strapped with rope when his legs weakened. The return trip would take everything from them. Marcus knew it before they stepped outside. Before leaving, Mara stood in a station doorway and looked back at the common room. The cots, the whiteboard, the mugs, the silent dispatch desk. Marcus waited beside her. "I used to hate overnight shifts here," she said. Too much coffee. Bad chairs. People snoring in recliners. The smell after calls. I would get angry when we had 3 nonsense runs before dawn. A panic attack that became chest pain. A drunk guy who wanted a ride. A kid with fever whose mother had no car. I thought exhaustion made me hard. It did not. She looked at him. "You did not know me then." "I know enough now?" The answer hung between them, open and fragile. She looked away first, not because she rejected it, but because there were too many dead rooms listening. They stepped back into the cold with Hector on the sled and the north site marked on a map. The scout mission had found what it came for, a name, a direction, and a warning. Marcus wished it had found less. The return from the fire station turned into a test no one had agreed to take. Hector's weight changed the sled from a supply drag into a rescue haul, and the snow changed its mind every quarter mile. On hard crust, the sled slid too fast and threatened to take Luis's legs out from under him. In loose drifts, it sank to the frame. Across parking lots, buried curbs caught the runners and nearly flipped Hector into the snow. Mara walked beside him, one hand on the tarp, asking questions every few minutes to keep him awake. "Name your first captain." Reals was mean as unpaid taxes. "First station meal you ruined." "Chili, with too much salt." "Guys ate it anyway and lied badly." "Best medic you ever worked with." Hector's cracked lips lifted. "You fishing?" "Answer the question." "Nadia first, then you." "You were scarier." "That means better." "It means scarier." Marcus listened while scanning the route. The exchanges steadied the team. They were not jokes exactly. They were ropes made of memory. Alina stopped near the box truck. Distribution markings. Marcus looked. Faded letters on the side showed a regional grocery supplier. The rear seal had been broken, but the door was frozen half shut. "We are heavy already," Luis said. "Could be empty," Alina said. "Could be calories." Mara checked Hector. 5 minutes. "No more." "We cannot carry all this," Luis said. Alina's eyes moved quickly. "We cash. Mark it. Come back with more people." While they worked, a sound rose from the freeway. At first Marcus thought it was metal contracting. Then it came again. 3 knocks, slow, deliberate. Everyone froze. Mara looked toward the rows of buried vehicles. Over there. A hand moved behind the frosted window of a pickup, wedged between a minivan and an SUV. Luis whispered something in Spanish. Alina said, "We do not have time for this." Mara was already moving. Mara scraped frost with her sleeve. "Can you unlock it?" The man's hand fumbled. The lock clicked. The door would not open because snow had sealed it. Marcus and Luis dug with the shovel. Alina cursed under her breath and watched the road. It took 4 minutes to free the door, enough to pull it open. Mara leaned in. "What is your name?" "Samir," the man whispered. "Samir. I am Mara. We are going to check you." "How long have you been here?" His eyes rolled toward the windshield. "Since the buses stopped." "I slept. I think I slept. My wife went for help. No one asked when." Samir understood before they said it. "You have a place?" Marcus swallowed. "A cluster. Houses with some heat. Can you take me?" The question struck all of them silent. Mara took his hand. "We cannot get you free safely with what we have." "I am sorry." Samir stared at her. People in pain could tell when sorry meant truth. He closed his eyes, then opened them again. "My wife is Lena. Blue coat, red scarf. If you see her—" "We will remember," Mamber said. "Tell her I waited." Mara's grip tightened. "I will." As they backed away, Samir knocked once on the glass. Not for help this time. For acknowledgement. Mara lifted her hand. The team moved on. Nobody spoke for nearly 20 minutes. "We are not built for this," he said when Mara checked him. "No," Mara answered. "We build as we go." By late afternoon, clouds returned and the temperature dropped sharply. Marcus felt it before he read it. The cold changed texture, becoming sharper at the edge of breath. The sled runners squealed over crust. Hector stopped answering questions for a dangerous stretch, then came back when Mara rubbed his sternum hard enough to make him curse. They were still 2 miles from the cluster when the first shot cracked behind them. It came from the direction of the freeway, flat and hard in the cold air. A second shot followed. Then yelling. The sound carried strangely over snow, both distant and immediate. Louise dropped low. Alina grabbed the sled rope. Marcus turned, trying to locate movement among the white shapes of vehicles and signs. Mara put herself between Hector and the sound. "Not at us," Alina said. "I think." "Thinking is not cover," Marcus said. They moved faster, leaving the open service road for a drainage cut lined with frozen reeds. It gave concealment, but slowed the sled. Louis pulled until his breath turned ragged. Marcus pushed from behind. Mara kept one hand on Hector and one on the flare pistol. The yelling faded, replaced by wind and the rasp of runners over ice. At a culvert, they found fresh tracks crossing their planned route. 6 or 7 people, maybe more, moving east to west, dragging something heavy. The prints were sharp and recent. Alina studied them. "Not our pharmacy strangers. Different boot patterns, and they are organized." "Toward where?" Mara asked. "Maybe the neighborhoods. Maybe the fire station. Maybe the North Gate." Marcus felt the map in his head rearrange itself with new threats. The world had shrunk, but so had everyone else's. Their cluster was not alone in needing food, heat, medicine, and answers. Rope lines and rules would not be enough if larger groups began moving through the suburbs. They reached the outer rope at dusk. Penny saw them first and screamed for the adults, not in fear but in fierce relief. People poured from Elena's house and Don's house with blankets, lanterns, and questions. Mara cut through all of it. "Get 'em inside, into the quiet room. Warm water ready. No crowding. Don, close the door behind us. Ruth, I need the clean cloth bag. Gary, take the sled inventory to Alina and do exactly what she says." Gary did. Marcus delivered the report after Mara stabilized Hector. He told them about the fire station, the active north site, Calder Shaw restricted access, useful people, admission boards, and the crowd at the fence. He told them about the freeway, though not every detail. He told them about the food cache and the tracks crossing their route. He told them Samir's name in Lena's coat, because he had promised himself that names would not be lost to efficiency. When he finished, the room did not erupt. It had moved past easy eruption. The news was too heavy to throw around. Ruth asked, would they take Mara? The question made Gary look up. Others followed. Mara had medical skill. Marcus had grid knowledge. Louis had strength. Alina had logistics. The terms of the North site had already begun sorting them, whether they consented or not. Marcus said, "We do not know." "But probably," Ruth said. Mara's jaw tightened. "I am not walking through a gate that leaves children behind." Alina spoke softly. "You may not get to decide at the gate." "Then I do not go through the gate." Marcus looked at her. He wanted to admire the certainty and feared it at the same time. Certainty could be courage. It could also become a locked door of its own. Later, after Hector slept and the house quieted, Marcus stood before the route board with Alina. She tapped the map north of the freeway. "There may be another way in," she said. "Service access. Utility easement. Data centers need feeds, maintenance roads, gas lines, drainage. They have gates on the front because they expect people to come from roads. Systems always have backs." Marcus studied the lines. "You sound like you was stolen from warehouses." I've received shipments from men who said the truck was empty while standing in front of a full trailer. That teaches you where doors are. Mara entered behind them. I heard my name being sorted into a useful person pile earlier. Nobody is sorting you, Marcus said. The facility is. That is the point. It sorts before anyone arrives. He had no answer. She stepped closer to the board. If we go there, we go as a group, or we go to understand it. We do not go to audition. And if understanding it shows they have the only heat that can keep some people alive? Mara looked at him, and the quiet between them filled with everything they were not ready to say. Then we find out what they charge for warmth. The north light showed itself clearly the night after the scout team returned. The storm clouds lifted just before midnight, and the horizon beyond the prairie came alive with a pale amber glow. It was not bright enough to paint the sky the way Houston once had. It was focused, disciplined, contained. A single mark of human control in a landscape that had surrendered every other sign. People gathered at the upstairs windows of Don's house and Elena's, taking turns because too many bodies near the glass wasted heat. Children were lifted to see it. Older people stared as if the glow might answer prayers through distance. Gary held Tessa against his side. Ruth stood with Penny in her arms. Hector, too weak to climb stairs, asked Marcus to describe it, and Marcus did badly because technical language was easier than wonder. It does not flicker, Marcus told him. Hector's one good eye watched from the cot. That means stable generation, or protected load, or both. Mara adjusted the blanket over Hector's legs. You two make miracles sound like inspection reports. Miracles do not usually have perimeter guards, Hector said. Marcus heard every version because nobody whispered quietly in a frozen house. By morning, the questions had become demands. The second council was larger than the first because no one accepted being left out. They gathered in Elena's main room, where condensation froze in feathered patterns along the upper corners despite the fire. The hallway board had been moved beside the fireplace so people could see the map, the terms, the food cache mark, the medical list, and the north site entry from the fire station binder. Marcus began with facts. Distance by surface route is difficult to estimate because roads are blocked, but from here to the site is likely between 6 and 9 miles depending on path. On foot in current snow with sleds and weak members, that could take a full day or more, maybe longer. Exposure risk is severe. We have no verified admission terms beyond Hector's report and radio fragments. We do know the site is private, armed, and selective. Gary raised his hand, then spoke before Marcus called on him. We also know it has heat. Yes, Marcus said. We know that. A woman named Priya, who had spoken little since bringing her 2 sons into the cluster on the second blackout night, asked, could we send a message first? The radio. We can try, Marcus said. If they monitor civilian frequencies, they may answer. If they do not want to answer, transmission still tells them we exist. Don rubbed his face. They probably already know people exist outside. Knowing people exist and knowing where 26 people shelter are different things, Elena said. The corrected number settled over the room. 26 after Mrs. Havel. Nobody challenged it. Pastor Abel said, we cannot let fear of being seen become a reason to freeze unseen. Elena replied, and we cannot hand our location to a place that turns desperate people into applicants. The debate could have spun until hunger ended it. Mara stopped it by standing. We are asking the wrong first question, she said. Everyone turned. The first question is not whether we go. The first question is what we refuse to become in order to get inside. Gary closed his eyes. Tessa reached for him. Mara continued. If they offer heat for workers only, do we send workers and leave dependents? If they require children separated from parents, do we accept? If they require us to turn over supplies, weapons, medicine, information, do we accept? If they demand Marcus stay because of what he knows and tell the rest of us to walk back, does he stay? Marcus felt at one strike like cold water. She did not look at him when she said it. If they demand you stay, he said, and tell the rest of us to walk back, do you? Now she looked at him. The room seemed to disappear around the two of them for a heartbeat. No, she said. Even if staying lets you treat people inside? None of the price is abandoning mine outside. The word mine went through the room. It was not romantic dare, not exactly. It was territorial, communal, chosen. Marcus felt it anyway. Alina broke the silence with practical mercy. Then we draft refusal terms as well as movement terms. They will laugh at this, Gary said after reading the list. Maybe, Ruth said. But if we carry no line inside us, the gate will draw one wherever it likes. By afternoon, Marcus repaired the transmitter enough to attempt contact. The cluster gathered around the radio, though he warned them that crowding the room would not improve physics. No one left. He transmitted on the clearest frequency from the fire station notes. Lone Star Continuity Campus. This is Marcus Hale with the Civilian Survival Cluster southwest of your location. We have 26 people, including children, elderly, and medical cases. We seek information on admission terms, shelter coordination, or supply exchange. We have technical, medical, and logistic skills. Do you read? Only Static answered. He waited and repeated. Only Static answered. On the fourth attempt, a carrier tone clicked open. A woman's voice answered, crisp, controlled, and close enough to make several people gasp. Civilian cluster. Identify technical credentials and current location. Marcus felt the room freeze in a new way. Mara shook her head once. Alina mouthed, no exact location. Marcus pressed transmit. Former grid systems engineer with local substation experience. Location withheld until terms are established. We can provide skill details. Request shelter status and admission policy. The pause lasted 11 seconds. Marcus counted them because counting kept his breathing steady. Shelter is not open access, the woman said. Intake is capacity limited and role prioritized. Medical and engineering personnel may be evaluated. Dependents considered case by case. Armed approach prohibited. Unauthorized groups at outer perimeter will be denied. Gary whispered, case by case, as if the words were a rope. Mara whispered, denied, as if the word were a blade. Marcus transmitted again. Who has authority over admission? Another pause. A different voice answered, male, calm, deep, with a practiced steadiness that did not need to be loud. This is Calder Shaw. Authority over this facility rests here. If you have grid experience, Mr. Hale, you understand capacity. You understand that systems survive by refusing loads they cannot carry. Marcus's hand tightened on the radio. Mara stared at him. The room had stopped breathing. I understand that people are not load, Marcus said. Calder Shaw's answer came without heat. That is what people say before they overload systems and kill everyone attached to them. You have a group. You are already deciding who receives food, heat, medicine, and labor. Do not pretend morality exempts you from arithmetic. The words hit too close to Marcus's own thoughts. He hated Calder immediately for knowing the shape of them. Mara stepped forward and held out her hand for the microphone. Marcus hesitated only a moment before giving it to her. This is Mara Vance, former paramedic. If you have heat and turn children away into lethal cold, arithmetic is not your only problem. Calder's pause was shorter this time. Ms. Vance, emotional framing will not expand fuel reserves or square footage. We admit according to survivability and contribution. That policy has preserved over 300 lives inside these walls. Open gates would have killed them. And closed gates killed how many outside? Unknown, Calder said. Tragic, but not actionable. Mara's jaw set. Marcus took the microphone before she could answer with something that ended the conversation. What are your terms for evaluation? He asked. Small party. No more than 4. Approach from South Service route with hands visible and weapons surrendered at outer checkpoint. Engineering credentials will be tested. Medical personnel will be assessed. Dependents are not guaranteed entry. If your group arrives without authorization, it will not be admitted. If your group attempts force, it will be treated as a threat. Marcus swallowed. Can you provide supplies for those not admitted? Limited exchange possible for labor, information, or assets of value. What assets? Fuel, medicine, batteries, tools, ammunition, technical documentation, or personnel with necessary skills. The word personnel changed the room. Mara took the microphone back. People are not assets. Calder's reply remained calm. In a collapse, useful skill is the last currency that does not freeze. You know this already. Bring Mr. Hale and yourself if you want a serious conversation. Bring a logistics person if your group has one. Do not bring a crowd. Transmission window closes now. The carrier cut before anyone could respond. Static filled the room. Mara said nothing. She took the spare mitten Penny had given her from her pocket and stared at it as if the small object contained a verdict. Mara came in after him. "You heard it," she said. "Yes, I heard it." "He wants you." "He wants what I know." "That is not better." Marcus leaned both hands against the counter. "Ice feathered the inside of the window above the sink. If I can get inside, I might learn what they have, how they run power, whether there is a way to negotiate for more than a handful. And if the door closes behind you—" He looked at her reflection in the dark glass. "Then I made a bad plan. Do not make jokes out of things that will break people." He turned. "I am not trying to leave you." The words came too quickly, too personal for the room beyond them. Mara heard that too. Her face softened for one dangerous second. "This is bigger than me," she said. "I know." "No, Marcus. Bigger than wanting to keep standing near each other when the room gets dark. Bigger than the way Penny looks at me. Bigger than Gary's wife, and Hector, and every person sleeping in our hallways. That is what scares me about you. You can see beyond us." He felt the accusation and the grief inside it. "Someone has to?" "Yes," she said. "And someone has to make sure beyond us does not become an excuse to spend us." Before final packing, Marcus walked through each room while Alina wrote names on cloth with a permanent marker. It felt childish at first, until Ruth explained the reason to Penny in a voice everyone could hear. Names kept people from becoming cargo and fear from bargaining them away. Soon the adults were helping the children tie tags inside coats, then tying their own beneath scarves and collars. Don wrote his name with a shaking hand and added his address beneath it. Gary wrote Tessa's name twice, once for her coat and once for the blanket wrapped around her shoulders. Mara wrote Hector's because his fingers could not hold the marker steady. When Marcus wrote his own, the letters looked strange to him, as if the man named there had belonged to a warmer life and had sent only his skills forward into this one. Mara noticed him staring at the strip of cloth. She took it, tied it inside his coat, and pulled the knot tight. "There," she said. "Now if you start acting like a machine, someone can read the label and remind you that you are not one." He wanted to answer lightly, but the room around them had gone quiet enough to make jokes feel careless. "Do you need the same reminder?" he asked. Mara looked toward the medical bags, the children, the elders, and the map waiting by the radio. "Every hour," she said. That honesty did more than comfort him. It frightened him because her courage was a decision she kept making while afraid. Marcus placed his hand over the hidden tag and understood that a name could be a tool too, small but stubborn, meant to keep a person from disappearing. At dusk they climbed to Don's upstairs window again. The north light burned steady. It did not flicker. It did not welcome. It simply existed as Calder had said a system existed, by controlling what it allowed to draw from it. Marcus stood beside Mara, close enough that their sleeves touched. Below them, the cluster prepared for a journey no one trusted and no one could dismiss. Bags were repacked. Names were written on cloth tags. Refusal terms were copied and folded into pockets. The radio sat quiet, as if ashamed of what it had carried. "Do we go tomorrow?" Mara asked. Marcus looked at the light. "Tomorrow we send the small party. You, me, Alina, Luis. Hector knows the site history. He cannot travel. Luis gives strength. Alina gives logistics. You give medical authority. I give them what they already asked for. That sounds like auditioning. It is reconnaissance with our eyes open. That sounds like you correcting the label because you hate the contents." He almost argued. Instead, he nodded. Maybe that is true. Mara's shoulder pressed against his, deliberate this time. "We go. We listen. We do not agree to secret terms. We come back. We come back," he said. The promise entered the cold air between them. It was not strong enough to command the future, but it was all they had that did not belong to Calder Shaw. Outside, the prairie lay buried and waiting. Beyond it, a hardened power hub held heat behind rules. Behind Marcus, 20 such people built faith out of ration cards, rope lines, and the stubborn refusal to become only what scarcity demanded. The world had shrunk to a cluster, a map, a radio, and a light. Tomorrow Marcus knew it would shrink further, down to a gate and the question of who deserved to be warm. Morning did not arrive with light so much as with a weaker darkness pressed behind the snow. Marcus Hale woke before anyone called his name, lying on the living room floor between a stack of canned beans and a row of boots thawing beside a dented camping stove. The air inside Elena Ruiz's house held the stale smell of crowded sleep, wood smoke, damp wool, and the faint metal scent that came from people breathing too long in a sealed room. His back hurt from the floorboards. His fingers ached inside the gloves he had worn all night. Around him, the survival cluster murmured and shifted beneath blankets, as if the house itself was dreaming badly. He sat up slowly and found Mara Vance already awake across the room. She was tightening the straps on her medical pack with the careful anger of someone preparing to do a thing she hated because not doing it would be worse. Her dark cap was pulled low over her hair, and a scarf covered the lower half of her face until she tugged it down with her teeth to test a flashlight. The beam stuttered once and then held. She did not look at him right away. That was how he knew she had spent the hour before dawn thinking about every reason they should stay. Alina Kim crouched beside the kitchen table with the ledger open, copying the travel roster onto a separate sheet in block letters. Her handwriting had become the cluster's version of law. It appeared on ration cards, supply tags, sleeping charts, and now on the folded paper that would identify the 4 people leaving the rope-linked houses for the light north of Katy. Marcus Hale, former grid systems engineer. Mara Vance, former paramedic. Alina Kim, logistics and records. Luis Ortega, security and hauling. The descriptions felt too clean for what they were. 4 cold, hungry people were about to walk into a white world that had already punished every assumption they had made about distance. Luis stood near the back door, rolling his shoulders under 2 coats. He had taped kitchen knives inside his sleeves where they would not freeze into a packed seam. Daunt Mercer had given him an old revolver and 6 rounds sealed in a sandwich bag. Luis had accepted the gun without pride. He looked at it once, checked the cylinder the way his father had taught him, and tucked it inside his jacket where his body heat might keep the mechanism from locking up. He had not fired a weapon in 10 years, he said. Nobody asked whether that made them feel better. The send-off turned into an argument before breakfast. Gary wanted to go in Marcus's place because his wife was getting weaker, and he believed desperation gave him a right to the front of every line. Pastor Abel said a representative should carry a message about mercy, not engineering. Elena said if the gate had power, the first thing they would respect was usefulness, and Marcus hated how correct that sounded. Mara let them speak until the room started heating with anger instead of fire. "This is not a vote over who wants it most," Mara said, standing beside the cold stove. "Want does not keep anyone alive on that road. Marcus understands power systems. Elena understands people and records. Louis can pull weight and keep watch. I can decide who can travel and who cannot. That is why this party goes. If anyone wants to call that unfair, save your breath for walking later." Gary's face reddened beneath the beard he had stopped trimming. "Easy for you to say when you get a place in the party." Mara looked at him for a long second. "If I thought staying here kept your wife safer, I would stay so fast you would feel ashamed of that sentence. I am going because if that facility has a sick line at the gate, someone has to know what can wait and what cannot. I am not leaving to get warm. I am leaving to find out whether warmth has a price we can survive paying." That quieted the room because it named the fear underneath everything. Heat had stopped being comfort. It had become currency, and currency always created owners. Marcus had learned that in markets, grids, contracting rooms, and emergency meetings where people used phrases like load management when they meant deciding which neighborhoods would go dark first. Calder Shaw's radio voice had carried that same practiced weight. It had offered order without offering kindness. It had sounded like a gate before Marcus ever saw one. They ate before leaving, though nobody called the meal breakfast. Each traveler received oatmeal thinned with melted snow and sweetened with 1 shared spoon of syrup from the peaches Gary had nearly fought over 2 days earlier. Mara made Marcus finish his portion after he pushed the cup away halfway through. "Do not perform sacrifice at the table," she said low enough that only he heard. It wastes food and makes people angry. He finished because she was right, and because he had learned that her bluntness usually arrived where his pride was weakest. Penny came to him while Alina folded the terms Calder had transmitted over the radio and slid the paper into a plastic pouch. The girl's coat was too large, her gloves mismatched, her cheeks red from the dry cold that had entered every room. She held out a strip of cloth with his name written on it. "You need one, too," she said. Marcus knelt so she could tie it inside his outer coat. Her fingers worked slowly through the gloves, making a knot that looked fragile and stubborn. "Thank you," he said. "You have to come back with your name still on," Penny told him. "That is the plan." "Plans break," she said, repeating words she had heard from adults. Marcus swallowed. "Then we make another plan while we are still standing." Mara watched that exchange from the hall with an expression Marcus could not read. When Penny walked away, Mara stepped closer and checked the knot. "She trusts you," Mara said. "That is not the same as trusting the plan." Marcus wanted to argue and instead nodded. He had been learning that silence could sometimes be the only honest answer. They left through Elena's back door because the front steps had vanished under drift. The cluster gathered inside the doorway, but did not spill into the cold. Nobody had enough warmth to spend on ceremony. Don took Marcus's forearm with both hands and leaned close. "You see anything that looks like a trap, you come back," he said. "Do not let need make you polite." Marcus promised, and the promise felt weak against the size of the white field waiting beyond the fence. The rope line carried them past the 4 houses that had become their world. At every knot someone had tied fabric, grocery bags, extension cord, or strips from ruined curtains. The line trembled in the wind as if the houses themselves were trying to hold them back. At the last fence post, Louise turned and raised one gloved hand. The people inside the windows raised hands back. Their faces floated behind plastic sheeting and frost, pale and expectant, like passengers watching a lifeboat lower away from a ship that had already taken on too much water. Beyond the rope, the subdivision lost its shape. Streets became corridors between buried roofs and white mounds. Lawn signs disappeared. Cars were only humps with side mirrors poking through like dark ears. The old world had insisted on names for everything, and the freeze had begun erasing those names under one surface. Marcus led with a compass taped to his sleeve and a laminated subdivision map protected in a freezer bag. Alina followed him with the radio wrapped beneath her coat. Mara watched the sides and checked every person's breathing each time they stopped. Lewis pulled a sled with their return supplies, moving with the steady patience of a man who knew panic burned calories. When they reached the entrance to the neighborhood, Marcus looked back once. The rope line disappeared between houses and blowing snow. He could not see Elena's place, Don's damaged roof, or the windows where Penny might still be watching. The cluster was no longer visible, yet its weight traveled with him as surely as the pack on his shoulders. 26 people had placed their fear in the hands of 4. Marcus turned north toward the unseen light and stepped onto the road that had stopped being a road. The walk to Interstate 10 took most of the morning because every familiar distance had been lengthened by snow, cold, and uncertainty. Marcus had driven the route in 7 minutes when Katy was still Katy, passing gas stations, fast food signs, storage units, and the wide commercial lots that existed, because the freeway never slept. Now the same stretch took hours. The signs leaned under ice. The stores were dark caves behind glass covered in frozen spray. Where parking lots should have been, the snow formed uneven plains, broken by roof lines of buried cars and the black ribs of shopping cart corrals. They traveled in a staggered line with 15 feet between each person. Marcus had insisted on spacing after seeing how drifts broke under weight. Mara called it grim but sensible. Lewis called it making everyone easier to lose. Alina solved the argument by tying each traveler to a shared waistline with quick-release knots. The rope rode at their hips, moving with them, tugging gently whenever someone slowed. It made them look like climbers crossing a mountain instead of suburban survivors walking toward a freeway they had once cursed during rush hour. At Mason Road, they found the first body sitting upright inside a frozen pickup. The driver's side window had been smashed from the inside. A man's arm rested through the opening, stiff beneath a sleeve of ice. His hand was open as if he had been reaching toward the shoulder of the road. Mara stopped long enough to look for movement in the chest, though all of them knew there would be none. Then she took a roll of duct tape from her pack and covered the jagged edges of glass with 2 quick strips. "Why do that?" Louise asked. "Because someone else may reach in later," Mara said. "Dead places still cut the living." They moved on. Marcus did not look back. He had learned during the first days of collapse that grief could become a kind of weather if he let every sight enter him fully. It would fill his eyes and slow his hands until he could no longer read a gauge, tie a knot, or decide which road was passable. But not looking did not protect him from knowing. The truck stayed with him as a shape in the edge of his thoughts. One more person who had believed a vehicle, a heater, and a full tank were enough to outrun a system failure. The freeway appeared first as a raised white wall beyond the frontage road. The ramps were clogged with vehicles sealed in ice, some angled across lanes, some pressed bumper to bumper as if traffic had become permanent at the exact moment drivers understood it would never move again. The overhead signs still announced Houston, San Antonio, and exits that meant nothing now. One green panel had cracked loose and hung from one bolt, creaking in the wind. Snow had filled the lanes until only the tallest trucks and tractor-trailers marked a path. They climbed the embankment using the guardrail as a handhold. The metal burned through Marcus's gloves. At the top, the interstate opened before them in both directions, a dead river of stranded machines. Vehicles stretched east and west beyond sight. Sedans, pickups, delivery vans, school buses, 18-wheelers, utility trucks, ambulances, and a bus wrapped in an advertisement for a summer water park. The colors were muted by frost. The world looked as if someone had poured milk over civilization and left it to harden. Alina crossed herself without seeming to notice she had done it. How many people were out here? Too many, Mara said. Marcus studied the lanes. The facility is north of the prairie, maybe 10 to 12 miles depending on the exact hub Calder took. If we use the interstate for a mile, then cut toward the service roads and drainage route, we avoid some open fields. And if the interstate is worse than the fields, Louise asked, then we learn quickly and change routes. The interstate gave them wind shelter in places where jackknifed trailers formed walls. It also gave them evidence, and evidence was harder to cross than snow. They passed cars with families still inside, their shapes hidden beneath blankets and frost. They passed a delivery truck broken open by desperate hands, its cargo of bottled tea frozen solid and burst in round crystals across the floor. They found a minivan where someone had written HELP US on the inside of the windshield until the marker failed. Mara placed her palm against that glass for one breath, then removed it and kept walking. Near the Pin Oak overpass, the first living people found them. 3 figures appeared between 2 trailers, faces wrapped, shoulders hunched, each holding something long enough to be a pipe or a rifle. The rope line jerked as Louise stopped. Marcus raised his left hand slowly, keeping the right away from his coat. Mara moved half a step in front of Elena without seeming to decide. "We do not want trouble," Marcus called. The tallest figure laughed once, a sound made rough by cold. "Nobody wants it. Everybody carries it." They came closer. 2 men and 1 woman, all thin in the way hunger makes people look both sharp and hollow. One man had a ski mask torn open around the mouth. The woman carried a tire iron. The tall man held a shotgun with the barrel pointed down, which was not peace but was not attack either. His eyes went to the sled. "Food?" he asked. "Medical supplies and radio gear," Mara said before Marcus could answer. That did not answer the question. Lewis shifted his weight. The tall man's gun rose 2 inches. Marcus felt the entire morning narrow to the space between those 2 movements. He saw the distance, the wind direction, the rope at his hip, the angle of the nearest trailer, and the fact that Alina's hands were shaking hard enough to rattle the radio beneath her coat. "We are looking for the powered facility north of here," Marcus said. "Calder Shaw's people transmitted terms. We are not carrying enough to help you or enough to be worth killing for." The woman made a bitter sound. "Everybody says they have nothing. Then you open the bag and find God in cans." Mara opened the side pocket of her medical pack and took out 2 sealed glucose gels. Marcus almost stopped her. She did not look at him. She tossed them into the snow between the groups, not at the stranger's feet, but halfway, where nobody had to surrender distance. "For children or diabetics," she said. "If you waste them, that is on you." The tall man stared at the packets. For a moment, Marcus thought pride would make him refuse. Then the woman stepped forward, picked them up, and tucked them inside her coat. "You seen the army?" she asked. "Not since the broadcast failed," Alina said. "They came through here 2 days ago," the tall man said. "Not rescuing. Moving east with their own fuel truck. They told people to clear the lanes. People laughed because where would they clear to? Then the truck got stuck near Sealy. We heard shots after dark. Nobody asked who fired. The freeze had made every answer possible, and none useful. The strangers let them pass after the tall man warned them about the underpass ahead. Bad place, he said. People sleep there until they stop. Some don't like visitors leaving with packs." He looked at Mara as if he recognized the kind of person who would enter anyway. "Keep your doctor in the middle." "Paramedic," Mara said. "Same thing when someone is bleeding." They moved on with the strangers watching until snow swallowed the distance. Louise waited 10 minutes before speaking. "You gave away sugar." "I gave away a reason not to test us," Mara replied. "That might have been our reason to keep walking later. Then later you can be angry at me while still alive." Marcus said nothing. He had seen the tall man's eyes soften when the woman took the packets. Not much, but enough. Mara had spent 2 gels to buy passage through a corridor where fear held a shotgun. He wrote the trait in his mind, not because he judged it, but because the road to heat was already teaching them Calder's lesson in smaller forms. Every mercy had a cost. Every cost asked who would pay. By mid-afternoon, the interstate began to moan. At first Marcus thought it was wind moving through vehicle frames. Then the sound deepened under their boots, a slow metallic complaint from the overpass ahead. Ice had loaded the elevated section unevenly. Snow collected against the stalled trucks, pressing weight into one side of the structure. A crack ran across the concrete near the expansion joint, dark and jagged as a vein. "Off the bridge," Marcus said. They moved too slowly because the rope line tangled around the buried bumper. Louise bent to free it. The bridge groaned again, sharper this time. Alina swore and pulled at the knot. Mara grabbed the sled strap. Marcus unhooked his quick release and ran back, dropping to one knee beside Louise. Together they ripped the rope free as a slab of ice broke from the side barrier and crashed to the frontage road below. The sound rolled across the frozen lanes like thunder trapped under glass. They scrambled down the embankment, half sliding, half falling, packs slamming against ribs. Behind them a section of guardrail tore loose and vanished in a white spray. The bridge did not collapse completely. It settled, tilted, and held, which somehow felt more frightening. It remained there injured and waiting. Another system not failed enough to ignore. At the bottom, Mara checked each of them with hands and eyes. Lewis had scraped his cheek open on the guardrail. Blood darkened the edge of his scarf before the cold thickened it. Mara cleaned the cut with a stingy splash of antiseptic and pressed gauze against it until he hissed. "You still pretty?" Alina asked, her voice thin with leftover fear. "More than Marcus," Louise said. Marcus laughed because everyone needed him to, and because the laugh loosened something in his chest that had been clamped tight since the strangers appeared between the trailers. Then the wind rose again, carrying snow across the frontage road in low white sheets. The north light was still hidden. The day was almost half gone. They left the freeway behind and turned toward the prairie, where the powered facility waited somewhere beyond all the places maps had stopped telling the truth. The warning about the underpass proved accurate before they reached it. Marcus smelled the place first, a sour human thickness beneath the clean knife of cold. It drifted from the concrete hollow where the road dicked under the rail line, trapped by walls, bodies, exhaust that had never cleared, and the faint rot that came when sealed food thawed near small fires and froze again. The underpass had offered shelter from wind. That had been enough to draw people there. It had not been enough to save them. Cars packed both sides of the dip, some abandoned with doors open, others turned into crude dens under tarps and billboard vinyl. Burn marks blackened the concrete ceiling. Shopping carts had been dragged into defensive circles. Blankets hung from rebar on broken signs. The snow outside had covered the worst of the world. Inside, nothing was covered enough. Marcus saw shoes beneath blankets. He saw a child's backpack frozen into slush. He saw a hospital bracelet on a wrist extending from under a coat, the printed name unreadable beneath frost. Mara stopped at the entrance and closed her eyes for 1 second. When she opened them, she was not softer. She was steadier, which Marcus had learned was how she carried grief when there was no room to set it down. "We pass through the left side," she said. "We do not step over anyone unless there is no other path. We do not open bags. We do not search pockets. If someone is alive, I check them once. If I say move, we move. What if they ask for help?" Alina said. "Then I decide what help means before guilt decides for us." They entered single file. The temperature inside the dip was a few degrees warmer because the wind could not reach the deepest section, but the air felt more dangerous. It held too many last breaths. A man stirred near a burned barrel and lifted his head. His beard was white with ice. One eye had swollen shut, and dried blood striped his temple. He held up a hand with 2 fingers missing at the tips, not freshly, but from older damage the cold had claimed again. "Water," he rasped. Mara crouched, despite Marcus's sharp glance. She held a metal cup to his lips and let him take 3 swallows from their ration. "Where are your people?" she asked. The man laughed without humor. "Which ones?" "Anyone who can move." Moved. "Took the good blankets." Said the power place was taking workers. Said old men use heat and give none back. His eyes shifted to Marcus. "You got worker hands. They might let you in." "Who told you that?" Marcus asked. "A truck with lights. Men with clean gloves. They had a loudspeaker. Said intake was closed except skilled labor, security, medical, children under 12 with sponsor, and dependents attached to essential staff." His face twisted around the words as if they tasted rotten. They made it sound official. Helena wrote quickly in her pocket notebook. Mara gave the man half a protein bar, which he clutched under his coat as if the movement itself hurt. "Do you have family here?" she asked. "Had," he said. "Keep walking, doctor. If you stay long, somebody will ask you to choose." Mara rose. For 3 steps she looked almost sick. Then a woman lunged from behind a tarp and grabbed her pack. Luis caught the strap before it pulled Mara off balance. The woman screamed, a raw animal sound that filled the underpass and woke shapes under blankets. She was young, maybe 25, with cracked lips and eyes that did not seem focused on the people in front of her. "Medicine," the woman shouted. "You have medicine." "My boy needs medicine." Mara did not pull away. "Where is he?" The question broke the woman's grip. She pointed toward a sedan with a tarp over the rear door. Mara looked once at Marcus. He wanted to say they could not. He wanted to say every minute here increased the risk of violence. He wanted to say Penny, Dawn, Ruth, Gary's wife, and the rest of their cluster had a claim on Mara's bag too. Instead, he saw the place where Mara's anger hid beneath her calm, and he knew that if he made her leave without looking, something essential between them would crack. 2 minutes, he said. Inside the sedan, the boy was 9 or 10, curled under a blanket that smelled of smoke. His breathing rattled in a way Marcus could hear even from outside the door. Mara slid into the back seat, pressed her fingers to the child's neck, checked his pupils, listened near his mouth, and then sat very still. The mother leaned into the car. "He just needs something," she said. "People said antibiotics. People said heat. You have to have something." Mara's voice became gentle, and Marcus hated that gentleness because it meant the answer was already past changing. "He needs a hospital, oxygen, warm fluids, and time we do not have in this place. I can give him medicine that may ease the panic, but I cannot reverse this here." The mother shook her head. "That is not an answer. It is the truth I have." The woman struck Mara across the face. Louis stepped forward, but Mara raised one hand without looking at him. The slap had split the dry skin near her lip. A bright bead of blood appeared, almost obscene, in the gray interior. Mara reached into her pack, removed 2 tablets, and placed them in the mother's palm. "Half now, half later if he wakes frightened," Mara said. "Crush it with snow water. Keep him against your body. Tell him a story he knows." The mother stared at the tablets as if they were both gift and insult. "You are leaving." Mara's eyes shone, but her voice held. "Yes, we are leaving." They backed out slowly. The underpass had noticed them fully now. People shifted beneath tarps. Someone whispered about medicine. Someone else said they had food. Marcus felt danger gather in layers. He pointed to the left path, and they moved faster, boots scraping on ice, rope tight between them. Halfway through, a man blocked the exit holding a crowbar. He was not large, but hunger had sharpened him into something reckless. "Toll," he said. "You pass, you pay." "We already gave what we could," Marcus said. "Not to me." Louis stepped beside Marcus. "Move." The man swung the crowbar before Louis finished the word. Louis leaned back, but the metal caught his shoulder and knocked him against a van. Mara dragged Alina down as another figure rushed from the side. Marcus saw a tire iron flash. He reacted without a plan, driving his shoulder into the attacker and slamming him into the van door. Pain burst across Marcus's ribs. The man clawed at his goggles. Marcus shoved blindly, found the man's wrist and twisted until the tire iron fell. Louis recovered with a roar that sounded more frightened than angry. He hit the crowbar man with the butt of the revolver, not firing, just striking hard enough to split skin above the man's eye. Blood ran down the man's face in a hot red sheet that steamed in the cold. The man dropped to one knee. Mara shouted for everyone to move. Alina pulled the sled strap with both hands, sobbing through clenched teeth. Marcus snatched the tire iron from the ice and threw it beneath a truck where nobody could reach it quickly. They ran the last 20 yards. Behind them, the underpass erupted into voices, anger, pleading, curses, and one long cry that followed them into the open air. Nobody chased far. The wind outside hit too hard, and the people in the dip had learned the cruel geography of survival. Shelter could become a prison if the body no longer had strength to leave it. They did not stop until the underpass was hidden by blowing snow and a line of leafless trees. Louis leaned over with both hands on his knees, breathing through pain. Mara checked his shoulder and found swelling but no break she could prove with her hands. Marcus's ribs hurt when he inhaled. Alina sat on the sled and pressed her notebook against her chest, as if words could stop her shaking. "We should have gone around," Louise said. Marcus looked back at the white nothing behind them. Going around would have cost hours, maybe more. Then maybe hours were cheaper. Nobody answered. They had made the practical choice and paid anyway. Marcus felt the old engineering part of himself reach for a lesson, a corrected model, a better route next time. But some equations changed because the numbers were alive and afraid. The underpass had not been an obstacle. It had been a preview. Calder's Gate would not simply separate warm from cold. It would turn every frozen person outside into a question aimed at anyone allowed to enter. Mara wiped blood from her lip with the back of her glove. Marcus stepped toward her, then stopped because she had seen too much pity in her life and hated when it arrived before respect. "Are you all right?" he asked. "No," she said, then added before it became a one-word lie, "but I can walk." They walked. The road narrowed, the snow deepened, and the dead corridor fell behind them with its need, its violence, and the boy in the sedan whose mother would spend the last of his warmth telling him a story. Marcus carried that image beside Penny's cloth tag inside his coat. The two children had never met. Already the world was asking him to value one more than the other. By late afternoon, the city thinned into the Katy prairie, though city and prairie looked less different now than they once had. Before the freeze, this edge of development had been a place of arguments between concrete and grass, new subdivisions pushing into flat land, retention ponds shining beside model homes, construction cranes over half-built shopping strips, cattle fences beside drainage channels, and wide skies that made every storm look larger than it was. Now the sky had come down and erased the argument. Snow lay over houses, fields, culverts, billboards, and power easements with the same indifferent hand. Marcus's map became less useful north of the last service road. The facility Calder Shaw controlled had never appeared on public signs in any honest way. It had been described in county records as a hardened data center power hub, a private energy island built to keep servers alive through hurricanes, heat waves, market spikes, and all the disruptions engineers loved to imagine because imagining them justified budgets. Marcus had reviewed one interconnection study years ago and remembered enough to hate the place on principle. It was designed to survive while everything around it failed. They followed a drainage channel because Marcus believed it would lead toward the utility corridor feeding the hub. The channel was frozen, but not trustworthy. Snowbridge sections where water still whispered beneath ice. The banks trapped wind at their backs and funneled it forward, making the cold seem to chase them. Louis's shoulders stiffened until he had to switch the sled line to his other side. Alina's eyelashes froze into tiny white spikes. Mara kept making them stop to move fingers and toes, and every stop felt like theft from daylight. "We are slowing," Marcus said after the 5th check. "We are staying attached to our feet," Mara answered. "You can be annoyed after you still have them. The light will be harder to track after dark. Then we reach it slower and alive." Alina gave a weak laugh. "That should go on our flag if we ever become a country." Louis glanced back. A country needs warmer slogans. The humor helped for almost 3 minutes. Then the wind shifted, and snow began falling sideways so thickly that the world shrank to the rope between their waists and the dark shape of the person ahead. Marcus called for closer spacing. They clipped in tight and moved with hands on the line. His compass spun briefly, confused by something buried or by his own shaking hand. He tapped it, cursed, then forced himself to stop and read the land instead. The slope of the drainage bank, the faint line of transmission towers to the northwest, the heavier drift where a fence caught snow. The first tower emerged like a skeleton. Its steel legs were furred with ice, and the wires above sagged low enough that Marcus's stomach tightened. Some lines were dead, some might not be, and in ice storms even dead metal could kill by falling. He led them wide around the tower base, counting steps, listening for the tiny sharp cracks that meant loaded cable was shifting overhead. A strand of distribution line had already snapped nearby and lay across the snow in a black curve. He made everyone step over it without touching. "It is dead, right?" Alina asked. "Probably," Marcus said. "That word is not my favorite today." "Mine either." They found blood in the snow near the 2nd tower. Not much at first, only dark flecks scattered along the edge of the channel, then more, smeared where someone had fallen and crawled. Mara crouched, touched one stain with a gloved finger, and looked ahead. "Fresh enough to matter," she said. Louis drew the revolver, but kept it pointed at the ground. The trail led to a maintenance shed half buried under drift. Its door had been torn open. Inside, 2 men huddled around a dead propane heater. One was beyond help, his face turned toward the wall. The other lifted a pistol with both hands when Marcus appeared. He was young, with a patch on his coat from a private security company, and eyes wide with fever and terror. Blood had soaked through the fabric below his ribs and frozen into the folds of the jacket. "Stay out," the man said. Mara stepped into the doorway before Marcus could stop her. "I am a paramedic. Put the pistol down or keep holding it and bleed while aiming. Those are your choices." The pistol shook. The young man's eyes flicked to the red cross tape on Mara's pack. "You from the hub?" "No, I am not from the hub." "Then you should run from it." Marcus moved slowly into view. "From Calder Shaw?" The man's face changed at the name. Anger, fear, and something like shame crossed it together. "He sent us to sweep the corridor, bring workers, mark bodies, clear threats. That is what he called it. Clear threats." He coughed and red-spotted his chin. "We found people hiding in a church bus. They would not leave the old ones. Breck said dependents were dead weight. One of the fathers rushed him. After that everybody started shooting." Mara knelt beside him. "Where is Breck now?" "Gone back. Took the radio. Left me because I slowed them." The young man laughed, and the laugh became a cough. Efficient system. Marcus felt a coldness inside that had nothing to do with weather. Calder's voice had promised order. Here, order had a name for abandonment and a uniform for men who decided which frightened families counted as threats. "How far to the hub?" he asked. The young man stared at him. "Too far if you still think asking gets you in." Mara opened the jacket and assessed the damage with her hands. Marcus saw enough blood to know the answer before she said anything. She packed gauze against the torn flesh anyway. The young man hissed and tried not to cry. He could not have been more than 22. "What is your name?" Mara asked. "My name is Evan." "Evan, I can slow the bleeding. I cannot carry you, and I cannot promise the hub will send anyone back." "Do not call them," Evan said quickly. "Breck will say I talked." "Breck already left you to die," Louise said. Evan closed his eyes. "Then I talked too late." He gave them a key card with a blue stripe, a rough bearing toward the outer gate, and a warning about motion lights along the last fence. Mara left him pain medicine and wrapped him in the least frozen tarp from the shed. Marcus hated the math of it. The tarp could have helped the cluster. The pills could have helped someone they loved. But leaving Evan with nothing after taking his information would make them too much like the system they were walking toward. Outside, Alina wrote Evan's name in a notebook. "Why?" Louise asked. "Because somebody should," she said. They continued. The sky darkened from iron gray to bruised blue. The wind hardened. Marcus checked his watch and found that the cold had slowed it. Time itself seemed to be failing at the edges, losing precision with every degree. He used pacing instead. Transmission tower to drainage bend. Drainage bend to service road. Service road to fence line. Each landmark proved the hub was real and nearer, yet the nearer it became, the less comfort he felt. At the service road, 3 figures stepped from behind a snow-covered utility truck. They moved with more discipline than the underpass people. Their coats matched. Their faces were hidden behind clear shields rimmed with frost. One carried a rifle. Another carried a spotlight powered by a battery pack. The beam struck Marcus's goggles and filled his vision with white. "Hands visible," a voice ordered. Luis's revolver remained inside his coat. Marcus lifted both hands. Mara did the same, though slowly, making sure the medical tape on her pack faced forward. Alina raised her notebook and nearly dropped it. "We contacted Calder Shaw by radio," Marcus called. "We're the small party from the Katy subdivision cluster. We have skills roster, intake request, and no hostile intent." The spotlight held them in place. The cold pressed through every seam of Marcus's clothing. He could hear Mara breathing beside him, controlled and angry. "Names," the guard said. Marcus gave them. The guard listened through an earpiece, then lowered the rifle a fraction. "Proceed to outer intake. Follow the road markers. Leave weapons sealed. Any deviation and you are treated as raiders." "We have an injured security worker back at a maintenance shed," Mara said. "Name Evan. He needs extraction." The guard did not react. "Proceed to outer intake." "Did you hear me?" Mara said. "I heard you." "Proceed." Lewis muttered something that would have started a fight if the wind had not stolen it. Marcus touched Mara's sleeve, not to restrain her, but to remind her they were still exposed. Her eyes cut to his hand. For a moment he thought she might pull away. Then she stepped forward, every line of her body promising that the conversation about Evan was not finished. They followed reflective stakes half buried in snow. After 20 minutes, the north light finally broke through the storm as more than a rumor. It rose behind a fence line in a steady amber glow, too organized to be fire, too clean to be dawn. Marcus saw floodlights, vapor plumes, armored gate structures, and beyond them the hard rectangular mass of the facility. Heat existed there. Power existed there. Human choice existed there too, concentrated behind steel. Alina began to cry without sound. Louis crossed himself. Mara stared at the glow as if it had insulted her. Marcus felt awe, relief, and dread collide in his chest. The facility was not salvation. It was proof that salvation could be fenced, guarded, rationed, and named after the man who controlled the switch. The outer approach to the hub had been engineered for storms long before the freeze, and that preparation now made it feel almost unnatural. Reflective markers lined the service road at exact intervals. Snow had been plowed into high walls on both sides, not cleanly, but enough to prove machines still moved here. Drainage grates, steamed where waste heat kept them from sealing over. Cameras turned in heated housings above poles wrapped with ice. Every detail told Marcus the same thing. Someone had power to spend on keeping order visible. The first warmth came as a smell. Diesel exhaust, hot metal, thawed rubber, and human bodies not fully surrendered to cold. It reached Marcus before it touched his skin, and for one terrible second his body reacted with such longing that he forgot to be suspicious. His shoulders dropped. His hands loosened. The ache in his teeth softened. Then a loudspeaker crackled from the gatehouse and ordered them to halt at the yellow line painted on concrete that had been cleared of snow. Bare concrete lay under them. Seeing it shocked him more than the weapons. A rectangle of bare gray ground lay beneath their boots, wet and salted, bordered by ice ridges. It looked indecent, like wealth displayed during famine. Alina stared down at it and whispered, "I forgot roads had color." Louise laughed once, but the sound broke halfway through. Two guards came out wearing insulated white parkas with black armbands marked HPH. Hale Prairie Hub, Marcus guessed, though the letters now meant whatever Calder Shaw said they meant. The guards carried rifles across their chests and tablets inside heated sleeves. Their gloves were clean. Their face shields were clear. They looked tired, but not starving. That alone made them seem foreign. "Packs on the table," one guard said. "Weapons declared before search. Medical sharps declared before search. Electronics declared before search. No exceptions." "We were told this was an intake interview," Marcus said. "This is outer intake. Interview begins if outer intake clears." Mara stepped to the folding table and unfastened her medical pack. Sharps in the red pouch. Scissors, needles, scalpel handle, 2 blades. Medications in labeled bags. "If anyone opens those bags with dirty gloves, I will make a problem." The guard looked at her for the first time as a person rather than cargo. "You are medical?" "Former paramedic." Still breathing, so not former enough. He wrote something on the tablet. Marcus noticed how quickly the system absorbed her into a category, medical and useful. That was how the gate saw her. Not Mara, not the woman who had given a dying child medicine in a frozen car, not the person who had held their cluster together by refusing false comfort. The gate reduced her to function before it learned her voice. They searched Buoys and found the revolver. He had sealed it as instructed, wrapped in cloth and marked with a strip of orange tape. The second guard unloaded it, counted the rounds, and placed everything in a numbered lockbox. Lewis watched the process with a jaw tight enough to show through his scarf. "Receipt?" he asked. The guard paused. "What?" "If you take a weapon, you give a receipt. That was how law worked before everyone got cold." For a moment, Marcus thought the guard might strike him. Instead, the man printed a small label from the tablet case and slapped it onto Luis's sleeve. "Receipt issued. Do not lose the sleeve." Alina's notebook drew more attention than the weapon. The guard flipped through the pages, scanning names, ages, skills, ration calculations, illness notes, and the route map she had updated with every hazard. He stopped at Evan's name. "Who wrote this?" "I did," Alina said. "Why document non-members?" "Because they are people." The guard's expression did not change, but his thumb hovered over the page before he closed the notebook. "Records officer may want to see you." "Records officer," she repeated, as if the phrase had fallen from a world with office chairs and coffee machines. The outer gate opened only after a second search. Warm air breathed from the gap. Not summer warmth, not comfort, but air above freezing, air that touched exposed skin without binding. Marcus heard Alina gasp. Louis's eyes closed. Mara's face tightened, and Marcus understood why. Warmth could make the body betray judgment. It could make a person step forward before asking who had been left outside. Inside the first fence was a processing yard under floodlights. Snow had been cleared into mounds. Generators thudded behind sound barriers. A row of tents stood along the east side, each connected by orange power cables. People waited in lines divided by signs. Staff return, work and take, dependent review, medical screen, security hold. The signs were printed, laminated, and zip-tied to posts. Marcus felt a strange disgust at the neatness. Collapse had not stopped bureaucracy. It had sharpened it. At the dependent review line, a woman screamed while 2 guards held her back from the gate. A boy of about 12 stood on the warm side, clutching a backpack. An older man remained outside the turnstile, one hand pressed to the fence. The woman kept saying, "Father, father, father," until the word lost meaning and became breath. A clerk in a heated booth spoke through a small speaker. "Dependent sponsor capacity exceeded. Appeal may be submitted after 72 hours. Next." Mara took one step toward the line. Marcus caught her sleeve, this time because she would have walked into rifles. She turned on him with such fury that he let go immediately. "This is what terms mean," she said. "I know." "Do you?" He looked at the boy on the warm side, at the old man outside, at the woman split between them by a gate that had turned family into an administrative problem. I am trying to. A guard led them away from the lines to a smaller tent marked Visitor Evaluation. The interior had floor mats, folding chairs, a heater glowing behind a wire cage, and the smell of disinfectant. The warmth hit Marcus so hard his knees almost loosened. Pain returned to his fingers as they thawed. Louis sat and shuddered with his eyes closed. Alina sobbed once, pressed her fist against her mouth, and forced herself still. Mara did not sit. She went straight to the heater and put her hands near it, then pulled them back before comfort could claim her. "There is an injured worker named Evan in a maintenance shed south of your service road," she told the guard. "He said one of your sweep teams left him. He needs transport." The guard's eyes flicked to the tent camera. "All field team reports go through Security Command." "That is not an answer." "It is the answer I can give." Marcus heard Calder before he saw him. The man's voice came from a speaker near the camera, smooth and close. "Mara Vance, if the man you found was on an unauthorized deviation, his status will be assessed after primary security needs are addressed. You have my word that the report has been logged." Mara turned toward the camera. "Your word did not keep him from bleeding in a shed." A pause followed. The heater clicked. Outside, the woman in the dependent line was still crying, though distance had softened the sound. "No," Calder said through the speaker. "It did not. Welcome to Hale Prairie Hub. Marcus Hale, I have been looking forward to meeting you." Marcus looked up at the black eye of the camera. "I wish that felt like good news." "Good news is a luxury category," Calder replied. "Useful news is that you reached us before dark. You will be screened, fed, and interviewed. After that, we will discuss what your cluster can offer and what we can provide in return." "Return," Alina said, lifting her head. "That means trade." "Everything is trade now," Calder said. "The honest societies admit it early." The speaker clicked off. Nobody moved for several seconds. The heater continued to glow, pouring out warmth that should have felt like mercy. Marcus held his hands near it and hated how badly he needed what Calder controlled. He thought of Don's house, the rope line, Penny's knot inside his coat, Gary's wife shaking beneath blankets, and the old man outside the turnstile pressing his hand against a fence warmed only on the other side. The first warm light did not feel like rescue. It felt like standing at the edge of a moral machine and hearing the gears invite him in. They were processed separately. Marcus objected until the guard told him separation was non-negotiable, then objected again because some part of him needed to prove he had not become obedient the moment he stepped under a heater. The guard listened with the tired patience of someone who had heard better protest from people with worse odds. "You can refuse," he said. "Refusal means exit through the south gate after decontamination check. Your party leaves with what you brought, minus contraband. Your cluster's application closes for 24 hours. "That is coercion," Marcus said. "That is policy." The difference, Marcus thought, was power. Policy was coercion with a desk behind it. He let them lead him into a narrow room lined with plastic panels and condensation. A woman in a gray hub jacket took his temperature, pulse, oxygen level, and name. She asked whether he had fever, diarrhea, chest pain, hallucinations, recent violence, weapons training, electrical certification, software credentials, military background, dependents, addiction history, and any loyalty oaths to a government entity. She asked these things without lifting her eyes from the tablet. "Loyalty oath?" Marcus repeated. "Standard security question." "I paid property taxes." "Does that count?" She finally looked at him. Her eyes were young and exhausted. "Humor records poorly here. Please answer directly." "No loyalty oath binds me." "Religious authority over your group?" "No religious authority." "Political authority?" "No political authority." "Then why did they send you?" Marcus almost said, "Because I understand grids." That was the answer Calder wanted. Instead, he thought of Penny tying his name inside his coat, and Mara warning him not to turn people into numbers. "Because they trust me to come back," he said. The woman typed, and Marcus wondered which category that sentence entered. Leadership risk. Attachment liability. Negotiation asset. The hub's language was invisible but present, converting every human answer into a resource note. They took his outer layers for drying and gave him a plain gray coverall with HPH printed on the chest. He refused to remove Penny's cloth tag, so the attendant let him pin it inside the collar after photographing it. His boots went into a heated rack. His socks were exchanged for dry ones. The simple pleasure of dry fabric nearly undid him. He sat on a bench, head lowered, while blood returned to his toes in hot needles of pain. He wanted to groan. He did not, because there was a camera in the corner and because dignity had become one of the few supplies nobody else could ration. After screening, they brought him to a room with a metal table and 2 chairs. Calder Shaw entered 5 minutes later carrying a ceramic mug. The mud bothered Marcus before anything else. It was blue, chipped near the rim, and steaming with coffee. Real coffee, not a twice-used bag or boiled snow pretending to be tea. Calder held it the way a man holds an object he knows others notice. He was in his late 40s or early 50s, broad through the shoulders, clean-shaven, with close-cropped hair, and a contractor's habit of standing as if every room belonged to whoever understood its systems best. His clothes were practical, not military, but everything about him had been chosen. Dark thermal shirt, gray utility vest, sidearm visible but not emphasized, ID badge clipped high, boots clean of snow. He looked less like a tyrant than Marcus had expected. That made him more dangerous. "Marcus Hale," Calder said. "You are thinner than your radio voice suggested. You sound warmer in person?" Calder smiled faintly. "Everyone does in here. Sit." Marcus sat because remaining standing would not feed anyone. Calder took the opposite chair and placed the mug between them, but closer to his own hand. "You managed a civilian cluster for how long?" "Managed is not the right word. It rarely is. People dislike admitting structure until disorder hurts them." "How many?" 26 at departure. "Names, ages, skills, health conditions?" "Alina has records." "I saw enough to be impressed." "She will be useful." Marcus leaned back. "You say that about people quickly." "Because usefulness is the first moral category in a survival environment." "Not the only one." "The first. If a person can contribute, the system can justify spending heat. If they cannot, someone else must spend contribution on their behalf. Before you dislike that, remember you have already been doing it with food." Marcus hated that Calder was not entirely wrong. "We share by need." "You share by rules." "Need is bottomless. Rules are how you stop need from eating the future." The room hummed with ventilation. Marcus felt the facility around him through that hum, fans, pumps, control boards, server cooling rerouted into living spaces, generation units carrying loads never imagined by the original design. The engineer in him wanted to ask questions. The man from the cluster knew every question would reveal appetite. "What do you want from us?" Marcus asked. "Accuracy first," Calder said. "How far has local grid failure spread? What substations have you confirmed dead? What gas compression sites remain accessible? What did your weather instruments show before your neighborhood lost power? What skills can your cluster offer? How many can perform labor in cold? How many are dependents? How many days of food do they carry?" "That sounds like deciding whether we are worth saving." Calder took a slow drink. "Worth admitting. Saving is a word for sermons and campaign speeches. Admission requires capacity. Capacity is real. And people outside your capacity? Remain outside until capacity changes." Marcus looked at the mug. "You make murder sound like accounting." The smile vanished. "Murder is spending life to satisfy impulse, anger, greed, or fear. Accounting is admitting that life is already being spent and deciding whether denial should choose the victims. You came here because your cluster is dying by degrees. You want heat from a facility that cannot heat everyone. Tell me which part of that becomes kinder if I use softer words." Marcus thought of Mara, who would despise the sentence and still understand its force. "There was a family at your dependent gate. Boy inside. Old man outside. Woman split between them. Did your accounting explain that to her? Her father required continuous heat, medication, and assistance with toileting. Her son qualified under youth sponsorship tied to work placement. She qualified under laundry and sanitation labor. 3 admissions would displace 2 skilled electricians from the West convoy. I chose the arrangement that preserved more function. She may hate me and still live because I did not let love make the decision for her." Marcus felt anger rise, but beneath it came a colder fear. Calder had answers. Not good answers, not merciful answers, but practiced ones. He had already walked the road Marcus was stepping onto and built a language that allowed him to keep walking. "You left Evan in the shed," Marcus said. Calder's eyes sharpened. Evan Rusk abandoned a signed route after his team encountered hostile contact. His team leader reported him dead. Your information updates that status. A retrieval team has been considered. Considered is not sent. Every retrieval team risks fuel, personnel, ammunition, and exposure. If I send 4 trained guards after one compromised guard who may already be dead, I may lose 5 and weaken gate security. If I do not send them, I may lose 1 and preserve the hub. That is the arithmetic. He was yours. Everyone inside is mine to protect. That includes protecting them from emotional raids disguised as rescue. Marcus stood, unable to keep still. You mean from loyalty? Calder did not rise. Loyalty without hierarchy is how small groups die nobly and uselessly. Sit down, Marcus Hale. You are not here to change my vocabulary. You are here because the cold has made your ethics expensive. Marcus remained standing for a few seconds longer than was wise, then sat. The act felt like surrender, though it was only strategy. Calder slid a printed sheet across the table. The paper was warm from the printer. Preliminary offer, Calder said. 12 immediate admissions from your cluster under probationary status. 4 worker class, 2 medical support, 2 child dependents, 4 conditional dependents attached to essential labor. Additional admissions possible after contribution review. Food surrendered at entry becomes common inventory. Weapons surrendered permanently unless assigned by security. Communication with outside clusters monitored. Movement restricted for 72 hours. Refusal closes intake for 48. Marcus read the page twice. We have 26 people. I know. 12 is not an offer. It is a knife. Calder's face remained calm. No, Marcus Hale. It is a door smaller than your need. Do not confuse the two. Marcus folded the sheet once, carefully, because tearing it would help nobody. Mara will never accept this. Mara Vance will hate it, which is different. She will also understand that 12 warm people are not improved by 26 frozen ones. You think you know her quickly, too. I know types. She's the kind who refuses cruelty until triage forces her hand, then carries the refusal inside her like a coal. People like that are useful because they keep systems from becoming too proud of themselves. They are dangerous for the same reason. The door opened before Marcus could answer. A guard stood outside. Group review in 5. Calder rose with the mug in hand. You will be fed before you leave or enter provisional holding. I recommend you eat even if guilt spoils the flavor. People make poor decisions when hungry and self-righteous at the same time. Marcus looked at him across the table. Did you practice becoming this, or did the cold reveal you? For the first time, Calder's expression changed into something almost weary. The cold revealed everyone. I simply decided not to be ashamed of surviving it. He left. Marcus remained in the warm room with the printed offer in his hand, feeling the cloth tag inside his collar and the terrible dryness of his new socks. 12 admissions. 26 names. A door smaller than need. He had reached the gate, and the gate had turned him into the sort of man who would have to carry numbers back to people who had trusted him to return with more than math. They met again in a conference room that had once been designed for vendor calls and disaster planning exercises where failure appeared as colored blocks on screens. The table was long, the chairs padded, and a corporate mission statement still clung to one wall behind a sheet of clear plastic. Resilience, turf continuity. Someone had crossed out continuity with black marker and written control beneath it. Marcus wondered whether Calder had ordered the change or merely allowed it to remain because it told the truth efficiently. Mara entered with wet hair combed back from her face, wearing the same gray coverall as Marcus. The split near her lip had been cleaned. The warmth had brought color back to her cheeks, but it had not softened her eyes. Alina came next, clutching her notebook and a printed badge that marked her as records candidate. Lewis followed with one arm in a sling, his expression dark enough to make the guard behind him keep a hand near his weapon. For one foolish moment, Marcus was simply glad to see them. Then Mara saw the folded offer in his hand. Whatever tenderness might have crossed her face disappeared before it formed. "How many?" she asked. Marcus did not insult her by pretending not to understand. 12 immediate. More later if they approve contribution. Louis swore. Alina sank into a chair. Mara stayed standing. 26 people sent us here. I know. Do not say it like Calder. The words hit harder than Marcus expected. He set the paper on the table. I am saying it because it is true and because I hate it. The door opened and Calder came in with 2 staff members. One was a woman named Inez Patel, the records officer who had already marked Alina for usefulness. The other was Breck, the field team leader Evan had warned them about. Breck had pale eyes, a bruised cheek, and the relaxed posture of a man who enjoyed rules most when they excused force. Mara noticed him immediately. "You left Evan," she said. Breck looked to Calder, not to her. Calder's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. Field conduct review is internal. He is in a shed because your internal process abandoned him. Breck's mouth twitched. He broke formation. Mara took 1 step forward. Louise stood with her despite the sling. The guards shifted. Marcus felt the room tilt toward violence in a place so warm that violence seemed almost obscene. Calder raised 1 hand. "Enough of that. Retrieval team left 9 minutes ago. Mara Vance's report altered the risk assessment. If Evan Rusk is alive, he will be recovered. If he is dead, his body will be marked and logged. Breck will answer for discrepancies in his report after this meeting." Breck's relaxed posture vanished. Mara did not thank Calder. She sat slowly, as if refusing to give him gratitude for doing late what should have been done early. Inez Patel passed out printed packets. The pages were efficient, clean, and brutal in their clarity. Admission classes, worker obligations, heat credits, food surrender rules, medical priority tiers, dependent sponsorship, discipline ladder, appeal process, restricted zones, communication policy. Marcus read quickly while the others turned pages with increasing disbelief. "Heat credits," Louise said. "You have got to be kidding." Inez answered with a practiced calm. "Personal quarters, shower allotments, hot meals, and equipment drying all draw from measured energy budgets. Credits prevent waste and make contribution visible. Basic survival heat is guaranteed to admitted members unless disciplinary restriction applies." "Disciplinary restriction of heat," Mara said. Calder folded his hands. "Temporary reduction, never below survival threshold, used only when behavior threatens the group. Theft, assault, sabotage, refusal of essential labor. You punish cold people with colder rooms. I prevent one person's defiance from endangering hundreds." Alina turned a page. "Children under 12 must have a sponsor in approved labor." "What about Ruth?" "She cares for Penny. She cannot do heavy work." "Child care is labor if assigned," Inez said. "Unofficial attachment is not. We have had too many false family claims at intake." "False family claims," Alina repeated. "Because people are trying not to be separated." "Because people lie when the lie is warmer than the truth," Inez said. Her voice trembled at the edge, suggesting she had once hated the sentence too. Marcus looked at Calder. "You said 12. Give us the categories." Calder nodded to Inez. She read from a preliminary assessment built from Alina's records and the screening interviews. Immediate recommended Marcus Hale, grid systems and load management. Mara Vance, medical. Alina Kim, records and logistics. Luis Ortega, security labor pending shoulder evaluation. Elena Ruiz, food service and sanitation lead. Don Mercer, mechanical repair and shelter organization, age noted but functional. Ruth Bell, child care if attached to Penny Bell. Penny Bell, child dependent. Gary Wexler, general labor. Tessa Wexler, conditional medical dependent attached to Gary, pending review. Tom Benton, denied immediate due cardiac instability unless medical sponsor requests. Mrs. Havel, denied immediate due high heat and care burden. Pastor Abel, denied immediate unless morale services approved later. Remaining adults and children to review after worker performance period. The room seemed to lose heat. Marcus saw faces instead of names. Tom sitting with one hand on his chest after hauling water. Mrs. Havel confused and apologizing for forgetting where she was. Pastor Abel carrying blankets without asking anyone to praise him, children sleeping against parents who had not made the list. He knew Calder had chosen the list for maximum function and minimum collapse inside the cluster. He also knew that accepting it would break something that no heater could repair. Mara's voice came quiet. You selected Penny, but not every child. Inez looked down. Penny has a sponsor match and low care burden. The other children require family units that exceed current capacity. Children are not luggage by weight. Calder leaned forward. No, they are future adults whose survival depends on present adults not destroying the system through sentiment. I will not apologize for admitting children I can keep alive over family units I cannot support. Luis laughed bitterly. You talk like a man who never has to look through the fence at the ones he cuts loose. I walk the gate every night, Calder said. Do not mistake control for distance. Then you should know better. Knowing better is a phrase people use when they have no capacity ledger. Marcus pressed his fingers against the table until the nails hurt. What about a trade? We bring technical knowledge, route intelligence, and labor. You increase immediate admissions to 18. We surrender excess supplies and help assess local grid assets outside the hub. Calder watched him with interest. Now we are speaking honestly. Mara turned toward Marcus. Are we? He met her eyes. I am trying to get more people inside. By offering them work outside your fence in this cold, she said. By offering what Calder values. Say his name one more time, like the weather, Marcus. Say it like a force we can only adapt to. Calder did not interrupt. Marcus wished he would, because arguing with Calder was easier than answering Mara. We cannot demand 26 and get 0, Marcus said. We cannot take 12 and pretend it is mercy. So we push the number using what leverage we have. Mara looked at the offer sheet, then at him. And if the number stops at 18? Who writes the cold names? Alina's face crumpled. Do not ask me that. Nobody spoke for several seconds. The conference room lights hummed. Somewhere beyond the wall, machinery carried heat through ducts while people at the dependent gate begged for access to it. Calder broke the silence. 18 may be possible under conditions. Hale provides immediate grid consultation. Vance enters medical rotation. Kim assists records reconciliation. Ortega joins perimeter labor after clearance. Your cluster surrenders all fuel, ammunition, and portable radios except one monitored unit. You return with our escort, present the offer, and bring selected admissions by tomorrow noon. Anyone not listed remains outside pending review. Any attempt to force the gate closes your cluster file permanently. Mara stared at him. You have files on desperate people now. Files are how desperate people avoid becoming rumors, Inez said softly. The answer surprised everyone. Calder glanced at her, perhaps annoyed that she had spoken with feeling. Alina looked at Inez as if seeing the person beneath the policy for the first time. Marcus took the revised sheet when Calder printed it. 18 slots, still 8 names short. Better than 12, worse than hope. The number sat on the page with the cold finality of a load limit. We need to return tonight, Marcus said. Mara shook her head. In darkness? After the underpass and the field. If we wait until morning, they spend another night without knowing. We also lose the noon window. Calder nodded. An escort team can take you as far as the South Utility Corridor. Beyond that, hub jurisdiction ends. Convenient boundary, Luis said. Accurate boundary, Calder replied. Mara leaned close to Marcus, lowering her voice, but not enough to hide the pain in it. You are already negotiating in his rooms under his lights, using his paper. Be careful how fast your mind starts calling that leadership. Marcus looked at the 18 slots and thought of the 8 who would remain outside if Calder held the line. I am trying to bring them a door. Bring them the truth with it, she said. Do not polish the handle. They left the conference room with heat in their clothes and winter waiting beyond the processed air. Behind them, Calder Shaw's gate continued sorting the world into categories. Ahead of them, the cluster waited for news. Marcus carried the revised terms inside his coat like a live coal, warming nothing and threatening to burn through everything. The hub fed them before releasing them to the escort team. None of them wanted to eat, and all of them did. The meal came in metal trays, rice, beans, a strip of salted meat, stewed carrots, and coffee so bitter and hot that Alina cried again after the first sip. She turned away in shame, but Mara touched her shoulder. Nobody mocked the crying. Warm food had become too powerful for pride. It entered the body as proof that another kind of life still existed, and proof could be cruel when it was not shareable. Marcus forced himself to taste every part of the meal because he needed to remember it honestly. If he returned to the cluster saying the hub had food, he had to know what kind and how much. If he said Calder's system was harsh, he had to admit it functioned. The beans were under-seasoned. The meat was tough. The coffee had been stretched thin. Still, every bite carried heat into his chest, and his body thanked the place his conscience distrusted. Mara ate quickly, then wrapped the bread portion in a napkin and tried to slide it into her pocket. A camera clicked above the serving line. A guard stepped forward. "No food leaves mess unless issued." Mara looked at him. "I am bringing it to a sick woman outside." "No food leaves mess unless issued," he repeated. For a second Marcus thought she would throw the bread in his face. Instead, she placed it back on the tray with a care that looked more dangerous than rage. "Tell your supervisor you protected civilization from half a roll," she said. The guard's ears reddened. He said nothing. Lewis muttered that he would remember the man's face. Alina wrote something in her notebook under the table. Marcus did not ask what. Some records were not logistics. Some were witnesses. Before departure, Inez Patel found Alina near the exit vestibule and handed her a sealed plastic packet. "Blank intake forms," Inez said. "Skill descriptions matter. Health conditions must be precise. Do not exaggerate mobility because medical screening will catch it, and the person may be rejected for dishonesty instead of need. Do not hide children. Do not list unrelated adults as spouses unless they are willing to maintain the claim under questioning." Alina stared at the packet. "You are telling me how to lie better and not lie at the same time." Inez looked toward the gate. "I am telling you how the form hears truth." "There is a difference?" "I am sorry for that." "Are you?" "Every day," Inez said. "Not enough to stop typing. Enough to remember names." She touched the notebook. "Keep doing that. It slows the machine down." Then she walked away before Alina could answer. Marcus watched her pass into a corridor where warm light swallowed her. He wondered how many people inside the hub survived by preserving one private refusal beneath layers of obedience. Calder's rule did not require everyone to become cruel. It only required them to perform cruelty reliably enough that the system could continue. The escort team consisted of 4 guards, including Breck. Mara's face hardened when she saw him. Breck had a fresh disciplinary stripe clipped to his sleeve, yellow against white. Calder had either punished him or staged punishment for their benefit. Marcus could not tell, which meant the act worked either way. Breck avoided Mara's eyes while checking his rifle. "Evan?" she asked. Breck's jaw moved. Retrieval found him alive. Critical, but alive. Transporting now. Mara exhaled through her nose. It was not relief exactly. It was one stone removed from a pack that remained too heavy. "You remember his name when you write the report," she said. Breck looked at her then. Something like resentment and shame mixed in his face. "I know his name." Knowing and leaving are different skills. Try not to confuse them again. The south gate opened to darkness. The wind entered the vestibule like an animal and tore away the last illusion that the hub's warmth could travel with them. Their dried clothes cooled within minutes. Their boots, warm from racks, stiffened. The escort team moved fast along the marked road, their battery lamps cutting hard cones through the snow. Marcus looked back once and saw the facility blazing behind the fence, floodlights turning ice into glass, vapor rising from vents in steady white columns. It looked impossible. It looked guilty. Beyond the utility corridor, the guard stopped. Breck pointed his lamp toward the south. "Your route is marked by tower line for 1 mile. Then you know the rest." "That is all the escort?" Luis said. "Hub jurisdiction ends here." Luis laughed once. "Your jurisdiction ends where courage gets expensive." Breck took a step toward him. Mara moved between them before Marcus could. "Save it," she said. "Both of you. The cold does not care who wins the sentence." The guards left. Their lights receded toward the hub with insulting speed. When the last beam vanished behind snow, the 4 from the cluster were alone again in the dark field, carrying 18 slots and 8 exclusions. The packet inside Marcus's coat seemed heavier than the sled had ever been. They chose a different route back to avoid the underpass. It took longer and crossed more open ground, but none of them suggested returning through the dead corridor after dark. The prairie under night was a place without edges. The sky and snow blended into one moving darkness. The transmission towers appeared and disappeared like giants refusing to stay dead. Ice creaked in the drainage channels. Once, far off to the west, they heard gunfire, 3 shots. A pause, 2 more, then nothing. Lewis touched the empty place where the revolver had been and kept walking. Mara walked beside Marcus for nearly an hour before speaking. You are going to argue for taking the 18. I am going to argue for not losing 18 because we cannot save 26 tonight. That is the same argument with cleaner hands. No, it is the same argument with dirty hands admitted. She looked at him through the blowing snow. That sounds like Calder too. The accusation hurt because some part of it was true. Warm rooms had a way of entering a man's language. Marcus had spent only hours inside the hub, and already his thoughts were arranging people into categories: immediate, conditional, pending, denied. He hated the words, but hatred did not make them useless. Mara, if we reject this, Gary's wife may not survive 2 more nights. Tom may not. Mrs. Hable may wander into the cold because we cannot watch everyone every second. The children are already coughing. If we accept, we save some now and keep negotiating for the rest. And the ones not chosen watch us leave with their blankets and names. Yes, they do. Say more than yes. He stopped. The rope tugged Alina and Luis to a halt ahead. Wind filled the space between words. I do not know how to make that less terrible, Marcus said. I only know terrible has degrees, and the cold is taking away the choices that let us pretend otherwise. Mara's eyes glistened, though the tears froze before they could fall. I became a paramedic because emergencies are supposed to end. You hold pressure, start breathing, get them to the hospital, hand them to someone with brighter lights. There was always a next place. Calder has made his facility the next place and then put a fence around it. That means every triage choice becomes permanent to the gate. I do not know how to live with that. Marcus wanted to touch her face, to warm the split near her lip, to say something that would put them on the same side of the pain. Instead, he gave her the only truth he had. I do not know either. I'm afraid I will learn. They resumed walking. Around midnight, snow eased enough for them to see the darker shapes of the suburban edge. The sight should have comforted Marcus. Instead, dread grew with every familiar landmark. The crushed sign for a storage facility, the frozen gas station canopy, the buried curve of the road toward their neighborhood. Home had become the place where they would deliver harm. At the entrance to the subdivision, they found fresh tracks crossing their path. Several people, maybe 6 or 7, moving toward the cluster. The tracks were uneven, hurried, and recent enough that loose snow had not filled them. Luis crouched and touched one print. Not ours, he said. Marcus's exhaustion burned away. Raiders. Or refugees, Alina said. Mara tightened her grip on the medical pack. Those stopped being separate categories 3 days ago. The tracks divided near a buried mailbox. 4 sets led toward Elena's house. 2 bent toward Don's porch and circled back, as if the strangers had searched for the warmest room and been redirected by someone who knew the rope paths. A smear of red marked the snow beside one print, not enough to mean death, but enough to mean urgency. Marcus knelt and touched the stain through his glove. It had not frozen solid yet. They came after dark, he said, or during the storm while we were enjoying Calder's hospitality, Mara replied. There was no cruelty in the line, only exhaustion, sharpened until it cut anything nearby. Alina moved her lamp across the snow. A child's boot print appeared beside an adult's stride, then vanished where someone had lifted the child and carried them. There are more than 6, she said. Somebody got tired. Somebody got carried. Lewis scanned the houses. If they forced their way in, we would hear screaming or see a broken door. Not if our people opened it, Marcus said. That possibility frightened him more. The cluster had been built on rules because rules kept panic from deciding. But hunger at the door did not feel like policy. It had a face, a voice, a child being carried, an old man falling in the snow. While Marcus had sat across from Calder arguing over capacity, Elena and Ruth might have faced the same decision in miniature without guards, forms, or floodlights. Their answer would tell him whether the cluster had remained itself or had already become a smaller version of the gate. They moved slower along the rope path, every sense tightened. At the first house, Marcus saw a new cloth tied to the line, a strip of blue towel he did not recognize. At the second, someone had placed a pot beneath the eaves to catch melt from a brief leak of roof heat, then abandoned it when the water froze again. Near Don's porch, the snow was trampled into a hard pad by too many feet. The tracks told a story of arrival, pleading, argument, and finally entry. Marcus could almost hear the voices that had made those shapes. Mara stopped beside the porch rail. When we tell them 18, the strangers will hear it too. They are already in the count if they are inside, Elena said. Lewis shook his head. Calder gave us 18 for our cluster. He will not care about extra mouths. The cold will not care that they arrived late, Mara said. Marcus looked at the door. Candlelight moved behind the frost-coated glass. A shadow passed across it, then another, too tall to be Penny and too thin to be Gary. The hub's offer, already impossible, had become outdated before it reached the room. Numbers never waited for grief to catch up. They changed and then demanded new cruelty in cleaner columns. He slid the packet from his coat and held it under his arm to protect it from the snow. His fingers brushed Penny's cloth tag again. The knot had iced at the edge and stiffened into a small, hard ridge. He thought of the old man at the hub fence, the boy on the warm side, the woman calling father until the word broke. He thought of Evan left under a tarp, then retrieved only because Mara had made his name inconvenient. He thought of Calder saying capacity was real, and hated that the sentence remained true, even when the speaker had used truth like a weapon. "Before we go in," Marcus said, "we agree on one thing. We do not let Calder's categories become the first words out of our mouths. We tell them what we saw. We tell them what he offered. We tell them what it costs. Then the cluster decides with open eyes." Mara studied him, searching for the hub in his face. Whatever she found did not satisfy her, but it did not make her turn away. "And if the decision is impossible, then we make it together," he said. "Not because together makes it clean. Because alone is how men like Calder learn to call themselves necessary." Elena closed her notebook and tucked it beneath her coat. Lewis lowered the pipe, though he kept it ready. From inside the house came a child's cough Marcus did not know. The sound passed through the door and joined every other need waiting for them. They followed the tracks toward Elena's house. The rope line appeared through snow, trembling in the wind. At first the houses looked intact. Then Marcus saw movement near Don's porch. Shadows clustered around the door, voices low and urgent. Someone had come while they were gone. The cluster's windows glowed with candlelight behind frost, too many figures moving inside. Lewis unhooked the sled line and picked up a length of pipe from the snow. Mara glanced at Marcus. "We bring the truth," she said. "All of it," he answered. Marcus had brought engineering instincts, but the porch demanded something colder and kinder than engineering. It demanded that he stand inside the damage his news would cause, without hiding behind the paper carrying it or the man who had printed it. They stepped onto the rope path. Before they reached the porch, the door opened and Ruth Bell appeared with Penny pressed against her side. Relief crossed Ruth's face first, then fear, because she saw their empty hands, the gray hub coveralls beneath their coats, and the sealed packet Marcus carried like a verdict. "How many?" Ruth asked. Marcus could not make the number gentle. 18 for now. Behind Ruth, the crowded room went still. 26 people, plus the strangers who had arrived in their absence, waited for warmth to become arithmetic. Penny looked from Marcus to Mara and then to the packet. The cloth tag she had tied inside his coat scratched his neck, as if reminding him of its knot. The world had shrunk again, down to a room, a list, and the names outside the door that no one wanted to write. The room held its breath after Marcus gave them the number. 18 places, he said again, because the first time sounded too small to be real. Candlelight shook against the iced windows of Elena Ruiz's living room and made every face appear carved from wax and worry. The strangers who had arrived while the scouting party was gone stood near the kitchen, wrapped in borrowed quilts and the shame of needing mercy from people who had none to spare. Mara dropped the gray hub jacket on the floor as if the warmth inside it had left a stain. "They have heat," she said. "They have food, lights, medical staff, and guards who can tell a father to wait outside while his child stands 10 feet away from him. We saw it. That is what we are dealing with." Ruth Bell kept one hand on Penny's shoulder. Don Avery sat near the hearth with his bad knee under blankets, too proud to admit that pride was all he had left. Louis watched the door with a pipe in his good hand. Alina opened her notebook. Elena set Calder's packet beside the ration ledger, and the two documents looked too much alike for Marcus's comfort. The strangers gave names. Thomas Keel had carried his daughter Avery from Falcon Landing after roofs began failing under ice. His mother May sat near the kitchen archway, her heart medicine almost gone. Cole and Mina had lost their house and most of their supplies when a group broke through their garage. Renee, a teenager with a baby brother named Sammy inside her coat, had not seen her parents since they went back for fuel. Each name entered Elena's ledger like a small act of resistance against the cold. 32 people. The cluster had sent 4 scouts to ask for rescue for 26, and the world had changed the count before the answer came back. 18 did not divide into 32. It cut through families, friendships, usefulness, illness, age, and every promise the adults had made to the children when promises had still seemed like tools. "Children first," Ruth said, and several people nodded because it sounded like a rule with mercy in it. Mara answered before the nods became law. "Children need guardians. Sick people need heat. The hub wants workers. Calder will use whatever list we bring to judge whether more of us are worth saving. Every clean rule breaks on the first person it leaves behind." Gary Voss wanted a lottery. He said random choice was the only fair kind left. Mara told him random death was still death, only with less blame attached. Don said the first group had to include people who could earn more space. Mara refused to sort souls by Calder Shaw's categories, then hated herself because Don was partly right. Marcus watched the arguments circle the room and understood that leadership had arrived without permission. Alina proposed 2 lists. One list would carry the first 18 to the gate. The second list would carry everyone left behind, written clearly enough that nobody inside the hub could pretend they had become nameless. The idea did not heal the room, but it gave the pain a shape people could work with. Elena wrote the heading with a hand that shook only after the last letter. The first draft put Penny, Ruth, Mateo, Elena, Renee, Sammy, Avery, May, Mara, Marcus, Alina, Luis, Natalie Pierce, Dev Patel, Carla, Sienna, 2 strong teenagers, and Gary on the list. Thomas stared at the missing place beside his name until Avery looked up and asked whether he was coming too. Nobody answered quickly enough, and the child began to cry without making much sound. May Keel changed the list. She refused her place with the stern grace of someone who had decided before anyone could persuade her. "My granddaughter goes with her father," she said. "I have had 71 years. Avery has had 6. Do not turn my last useful choice into a debate," Thomas begged, then argued, then knelt beside her chair. May held his face in her cold hands and told him to carry the child. The list changed again, and every change left a mark. Don removed his name from every future petition and told Ruth he could keep the stove alive for those staying. Cole accused the room of valuing parents and trades more than people who could still live. Mina held him while his anger collapsed. Mara kept checking Sammy's breathing because the baby still had not cried, and silence from a baby had become more frightening than any scream. Near midnight, Marcus signed an obligation sheet Alina had written. Everyone who entered the hub would petition daily for the second list, record what they saw, protect family bonds when possible, and refuse to let warmth erase the people outside it. Mara signed after him, not looking at his face. Ruth helped Penny print her name. Don pressed his thumb beside the witness line as if ink could carry him through the gate even while his body stayed behind. In Elena's living room, Ruth noticed how quickly the group had learned to speak softly around pain. The quiet was not peace. It was conservation, a way to save breath, fuel, patience, and the last scraps of dignity. Penny understood it too, but understanding did not make the silence gentle. Every pause seemed to ask whether the second list was becoming a shelter or merely another word people used when they were afraid to call a choice cruel. The detail that stayed with Thomas was generator vibration under concrete. It should have been too small to matter beside hunger and exposure, yet small things had become the hooks that held the world together. A child rubbing warmth into blue fingers. A page kept dry under a coat. A cup passed before anyone asked. Avery saw the same things and measured them differently, not as comfort, but as proof that people had not yet surrendered to the arithmetic of the old grid. Nobody said the old rules were gone, not directly. They simply stepped around them until the shape of the new rules became visible. In the first list, that shape looked like a line, a tag, a locked door, or a name written twice so it could not be lost once. May hated how reasonable each step sounded. Mara hated that reason had begun arriving with a guard beside it. Whenever the group slowed, Ruth counted faces. It was not an engineer's habit anymore. It was a defense against abstraction. 32 had become 18. 18 had become those inside and those outside would become rumor if no one resisted the change. Penny kept forcing the human details back into the room. A cough, a child, a mother, a fever, a promise made before the heat appeared. The cold had changed the meaning of every object in the stoveroom. A blanket became policy. A door became judgment. A pencil became witness. A working vent became a border. Even old coffee and boiled grain carried a moral weight, because it proved that something still functioned while something else failed nearby. Thomas felt that truth pressing harder than fatigue. Avery refused to let him turn away from it. There were moments when the second list sounded almost clean. The word moved through the hub with the confidence of a machine, smoothing edges from choices that should have stayed jagged. Then someone coughed, or a child reached for a parent, or a guard looked away at the exact second mercy passed in secret. In those moments, May remembered that systems did not become humane by surviving. People had to make them answer for survival. By then, everyone had learned that warmth could lie. It could make shoulders relax while a list remained unfinished. It could make food taste like rescue while a gate stayed closed. It could make the ration table feel safe enough for sleep while old coffee and boiled grain kept reminding the awake that safety was being borrowed from somewhere. Ruth felt the debt. Penny wanted the bill read aloud. The argument did not end because the facts were settled. It paused because another task needed hands. That was how the freeze won hours from people. It forced them to carry grief, then asked them to haul water, sort medicine, drag sleds, check vents, copy names, and keep walking. Thomas began to understand that endurance was not a noble mood. It was labor performed while the heart kept objecting. In the second list, May noticed how quickly the group had learned to speak softly around pain. The quiet was not peace. It was conservation, a way to save breath, fuel, patience, and the last scraps of dignity. Mara understood it too, but understanding did not make the silence gentle. Every pause seemed to ask whether heat was becoming a shelter or merely another word people used when they were afraid to call a choice cruel. The detail that stayed with Ruth was generator vibration under concrete. It should have been too small to matter beside hunger and exposure, yet small things had become the hooks that held the world together. A child rubbing warmth into blue fingers, a page kept dry under a coat, a cup passed before anyone asked. Penny saw the same things and measured them differently, not as comfort, but as proof that people had not yet surrendered to the arithmetic of memory. Nobody said the old rules were gone, not directly. They simply stepped around them until the shape of the new rules became visible. In Elena's living room, that shape looked like a line, a tag, a locked door, or a name written twice so it could not be lost once. Thomas hated how reasonable each step sounded. Avery hated that reason had begun arriving with a guard beside it. Penny came to Marcus while the adults stared at the papers. The cloth tag she had tied inside his coat had frozen stiff at one corner. "Does this mean you come back for everyone?" she asked. Marcus knelt so the lie he wanted to tell would not fall from above her. "It means I remember who is still outside," he said. "I keep saying their names until someone opens a door." They left after noon under a sky the color of dirty steel. The storm had weakened, but the quiet afterward felt less like peace than like a held breath. 18 people moved along the rope line away from Elena's house, while 14 stayed behind with Dawn, May, Cole, Mina, and the others whose names had been folded into Elena's second list. The goodbye did not happen all at once. It happened in touches, nods, instructions, and faces turned away before grief could make the body waste heat. Dawn stood in the street with a broom handle for a cane. May sat in a chair under a quilt printed with summer flowers. Avery reached for her grandmother until Thomas had to tuck the girl's hand back inside the blanket. Ruth kissed Dawn's forehead. Gary tried to make a joke and failed so badly that Dawn hugged him instead. Mara moved from person to person, leaving practical orders because tasks were kinder than comfort. Marcus carried Calder's packet beneath his coat and the second list in a sealed plastic sleeve. He knew paper should not feel heavy. This did. It pressed against his ribs with every step, as if each name had gained weight by being written. Mara walked near him for a while without speaking. At last she said, "You are getting better at sounding certain when nothing is." Marcus answered that it was not a compliment, and she told him it was not meant as one. The utility corridor behind the neighborhoods had become their road. Fences rose from snow like broken ribs. Trampolines sagged under ice. Patio chairs sat facing tables where no one would drink tea again. The group moved in a slow line, adults on the outside, children toward the middle, sleds dragging between junction boxes and transformers that no longer hummed. Natalie Pierce began coughing after the first mile. Mara checked her breathing behind a utility pole and returned with a look Marcus had learned to fear. Natalie needed heat soon. She might survive if the hub honored the list, and she might not survive if the gate found a reason to delay. The truce gave nobody a better pace, so they kept moving. At a frozen road crossing, they passed a line of abandoned vehicles half buried under white drifts. Inside one sedan, 2 figures sat holding hands across the console. Ruth turned Penny's face away, but the child had already seen enough. She searched for Marcus's sleeve and held 2 fingers through his glove until the road was behind them. Dev Patel found fresh scrape marks on a utility box. Louis knelt and studied the snow around it. The prints were not hub guards. Too many people had passed, and some had dragged something heavy. Power lines pointed toward the same rumor for everyone, Marcus thought. The light north of Katy was no longer a secret. It was bait. They tightened formation. Gary and Louis moved forward. Dev took rear watch. Sienna and Carla kept the children bunched close. Mara taught them signals with taps and raised hands. 2 taps meant halt. 3 meant crouch. A flat palm meant silence. The children practiced the signals with grave faces because games had become training. The encounter came near a broken sound wall west of the Grand Parkway. 3 figures appeared from behind fallen concrete. One carried a tire iron. One held a kitchen knife bound to a pole. The youngest had a pistol shaking in both hands. He looked too cold to hate and too frightened to be safe. "Pack's off," the man with the tire iron said. "Food on the snow. Then you pass." Mara stepped out with empty hands before Marcus could stop her. "There is a baby here who has not cried in a day," she said. "There is a woman coughing blood and children who cannot run. If you take our food, some of them die before sunset. If you fire that gun, more die faster. That is what you are choosing." The pistol swung toward her. Marcus felt the old world vanish again in the space between a finger and a trigger. Louis moved first, kicking snow into the tire iron man's face and driving forward with his shoulder. Gary struck the knife pole aside. The pistol cracked once, blasting concrete near Marcus's cheek. Screams broke from the line. Marcus tackled the boy into a drift and pinned his wrist until the gun disappeared under snow. It ended quickly. Violence often did. The aftermath lasted longer because bodies kept shaking after danger had passed. Mara ordered Marcus to loosen his grip on the boy's throat. He had not known fear had moved his hand there until she said it. Louise found the pistol, nearly frozen and holding 2 rounds. Gary took the broken knife and a pouch of stolen pills. Behind the wall they found 2 more people under a tarp. One was dead. The other breathed in shallow poles that told Mara what the room already knew. She cleaned the youngest man's frostbitten fingers, gave him sorted pills, and left him no food. That choice cost her. Marcus saw it in her face as they moved away. the way mercy had become something she had to measure out in pieces too small for her heart. In the utility corridor, Thomas noticed how quickly the group had learned to speak softly around pain. The quiet was not peace. It was conservation, a way to save breath, fuel, patience, and the last scraps of dignity. Avery understood it too, but understanding did not make the silence gentle. Every pause seemed to ask whether the second list was becoming a shelter, or merely another word people used when they were afraid to call a choice cruel. The detail that stayed with Dev was wet wool and disinfectant. It should have been too small to matter beside hunger and exposure, yet small things had become the hooks that held the world together. A child rubbing warmth into blue fingers, a page kept dry under a coat, a cup passed before anyone asked. Sienna saw the same things and measured them differently, not as comfort, but as proof that people had not yet surrendered to the arithmetic of the old grid. Nobody said the old rules were gone, not directly. They simply stepped around them until the shape of the new rules became visible. In the broken sound wall, that shape looked like a line, a tag, a locked door, or a name written twice, so it could not be lost once. Marcus hated how reasonable each step sounded. Mara hated that reason had begun arriving with a guard beside it. Whenever the group slowed, Thomas counted faces. It was not an engineer's habit anymore. It was a defense against abstraction. 32 had become 18. 18 had become those inside and those outside would become rumor if no one resisted the change. Avery kept forcing the human details back into the room. A cough, a child, a mother, a fever, a promise made before the heat appeared. The cold had changed the meaning of every object in the sled line. A blanket became policy. A door became judgment. A pencil became witness. A working vent became a border. Even plastic curtains breathing with warm air carried a moral weight because it proved that something still functioned while something else failed nearby. Dev felt the truth pressing harder than fatigue. Sienna refused to let him turn away from it. There were moments when the second list sounded almost clean. The word moved to the hub with the confidence of a machine, smoothing edges from choices that should have stayed jagged. Then someone coughed, or a child reached for a parent, or a guard looked away at the exact second mercy passed in secret. In those moments Marcus remembered that systems did not become humane by surviving. People had to make them answer for survival. By then everyone had learned that warmth could lie. It could make shoulders relax while the list remained unfinished. It could make food taste like rescue while a gate stayed closed. It could make the frozen road crossing feel safe enough for sleep while plastic curtains breathing with warm air kept reminding the awake that safety was being borrowed from somewhere. Thomas felt the debt. Avery wanted the bill read aloud. The argument did not end because the facts were settled. It paused because another task needed hands. That was how the freeze won hours from people. It forced them to carry grief, then asked them to haul water, sort medicine, drag sleds, check vents, copy names, and keep walking. Dev began to understand that endurance was not a noble mood. It was labor performed while the heart kept objecting. In the White Prairie, Marcus noticed how quickly the group had learned to speak softly around pain. The quiet was not peace. It was conservation, a way to save breath, fuel, patience, and the last scraps of dignity. Mara understood it too, but understanding did not make the silence gentle. Every pause seemed to ask whether heat was becoming a shelter or merely another word people used when they were afraid to call a choice cruel. The detail that stayed with Thomas was wet wool and disinfectant. It should have been too small to matter beside hunger and exposure, yet small things had become the hooks that held the world together. A child rubbing warmth into blue fingers, a page kept dry under a coat, a cup passed before anyone asked. Avery saw the same things and measured them differently, not as comfort but as proof that people had not yet surrendered to the arithmetic of memory. They reached the edge of the data center prairie near dusk. The land opened flat and merciless with no houses to break the wind. Far ahead, a glow spread low against the snow. It was not fire. It was human power held behind fences. The children tried to move faster. The adults stopped them because hope made people reckless. Marcus stared at the light until his eyes watered and wondered who would be allowed near it. They slept in the shell of a landscaping office because the glow was farther than hope made it look. Bags of frozen fertilizer had split across the floor, and a sign outside still promised mulch, sod, and river rock for spring projects that would never come. Dev made a tiny stove from a coffee can and a vent pipe, but they killed the flame after midnight. Light could draw hungry people as easily as it could guide them. Before dawn, Penny asked whether the hub's lights could see them. Marcus said maybe the lights could, but people probably could not. "Are lights safer than people?" she asked. Lewis shifted in the dark, and Marcus looked toward the glow behind cracked blinds. "Lights only show what people decide to protect," he said. Penny tucked herself back beside Ruth, not comforted, but willing to wait for morning. The final approach crossed open prairie cut by service roads, drainage channels, and fences rimed white. The hub rose from the storm in layers: concrete walls, data halls, fuel tanks, antenna masts, generator housings, guard towers made from welded platforms, and floodlights burning against the gray. Steam rose from vents and vanished almost at once. After dead houses and silent streets, functioning machinery looked impossible, beautiful, and obscene. The south gate had changed since Marcus's first visit. More barriers stood outside it now. Buses packed with snow, concrete blocks, metal fencing, and coils of wire bright with ice. People waited behind a rope line with signs made from cardboard. Electrician. In font. San work. Diabetic. For me shureth. Please. The signs were not demands. They were resumes written for survival. A guard recognized Marcus but did not soften. Approved party stops at the yellow marker. Packet visible. Hands out. Marcus did as told. People outside the rope watched the group with hunger that was not only for food. Approval had a smell to the desperate. It smelled like betrayal even when the approved had once stood outside too. The first guard counted 19. Marcus said the baby was listed with Renee. The woman counting replied that bodies were bodies. Mara stepped forward. "He is an infant with dangerous cold stress," she said. "He stays with his sister. You are not turning a child into a clerical problem." The guard warned her to stay behind the yellow marker. Mara told him paint on the ground had no moral authority. Imani Rhodes came from the inner gate with a white operations badge and a tablet. She read the list, looked at Sammy's silent face, and allowed an emergency-dependent compression. One exception. No more additions. The relief lasted only seconds because Thomas Keel's status came next. The list said Guardian Petition. The gate said Provisional Review. Avery lifted her raw face from Thomas's coat. "I stay with Daddy," she said. No adult moved. That was how the cruelty worked best, not with shouting, but with procedures that made a child's statement wait for approval. Marcus stepped forward carefully and argued cost, not mercy, because cost was the language the hub respected. If they separated Avery from Thomas, intake would create a crisis that wasted guards, staff, heat, and authority. Imani studied him, the crowd, the child, and the guards. "Provisional Guardian approved for 72 hours, she said. "After labor assessments, status may change." Thomas closed his eyes. Avery held him harder. Mara looked at Marcus with anger and reluctant recognition. He had used Calder's language to save a child from it. Processing began. The group surrendered tools, knives, lighters, medicine, and anything the guards called contraband. Louise gave up the pistol. Gary gave up the empty shotgun with enough glare to make the guard annoyed. A woman at the rope line begged Ruth to carry a note to someone named Caleb inside. A guard slapped the paper down. Penny picked it up from the snow and hid it in her mitten before anyone could stop her. At the final barrier, Sienna's scanner found a fever. Not high, but enough. The intake medic marked her for exterior quarantine rather than entry. Sienna stared at the red mark on her wrist. "She is on the approved list," Marcus said. The medic answered with one phrase, "Fever protocol." Mara pointed toward the row of portable pods beyond the fence, their seams white with frost, and said those boxes were not warm enough for a sick woman. Sienna touched Marcus's sleeve. "Get the children inside," she said. "Then come find me if you have leverage left." He promised, and she told him to remember promises were not engineering. Mara refused to enter the tunnel until Imani put Sienna's location and status in writing. Imani finally signed the tablet and gave Mara a record slip. Warm mist struck Marcus's face inside the decontamination tunnel. Feeling returned to his skin with a sharp ache. He should have been grateful. Instead, he thought of Sienna in a pod, May and Dawn in the subdivision, Cole and Mina beside a failing stove, and the cardboard signs outside the rope. Warmth arrived not as mercy, but as evidence of what had been denied. Calder Shaw waited at the inner door in a dark parka with the hood down, cheeks colored by steady heat. "Mr. Hale," he said, "you returned with discipline. That matters." Marcus held the second list inside his coat. "We returned with names you did not approve," he answered. "That matters more." Calder looked over the group and said all names mattered, though not all names could enter at once. In the south gate, Ruth noticed how quickly the group had learned to speak softly around pain. The quiet was not peace. It was conservation, a way to save breath, fuel, patience, and the last scraps of dignity. Penny understood it too, but understanding did not make the silence gentle. Every pause seemed to ask whether the second list was becoming a shelter or merely another word people used when they were afraid to call a choice cruel. The detail that stayed with Louise was snow tapping against metal. It should have been too small to matter beside hunger and exposure. Yet small things had become the hooks that held the world together. A child rubbing warmth into blue fingers. A page kept dry under a coat. A cup passed before anyone asked. Gary saw the same things and measured them differently, not as comfort, but as proof that people had not yet surrendered to the arithmetic of the old grid. Nobody said the old rules were gone, not directly. They simply stepped around them until the shape of the new rules became visible. In the decontamination tunnel, that shape looked like a line, a tag, a locked door, or a name written twice so it could not be lost once. Imani hated how reasonable each step sounded. Calder hated that reason had begun arriving with a guard beside it. Whenever the group slowed, Ruth counted faces. It was not an engineer's habit anymore. It was a defense against abstraction. 32 had become 18. 18 had become those inside and those outside would become rumor if no one resisted the change. Penny kept forcing the human details back into the room. A cough, a child, a mother, a fever, a promise made before the heat appeared. The cold had changed the meaning of every object in the quarantine pods. A blanket became policy. A door became judgment. A pencil became witness. A working vent became a border. Even frost glittering on seams carried a moral weight, because it proved that something still functioned while something else failed nearby. Lewis felt that truth pressing harder than fatigue. Gary refused to let him turn away from it. There were moments when the second list sounded almost clean. The word moved through the hub with the confidence of a machine, smoothing edges from choices that should have stayed jagged. Then someone coughed, or a child reached for a parent, or a guard looked away at the exact second mercy passed in secret. In those moments, Humani remembered that systems did not become humane by surviving. People had to make them answer for survival. By then, everyone had learned that warmth could lie. It could make shoulders relax while a list remained unfinished. It could make food taste like rescue while a gate stayed closed. It could make the yellow marker feel safe enough for sleep while frost glittering on seams kept reminding the awake that safety was being borrowed from somewhere. Ruth felt the debt. Penny wanted the bill read aloud. The argument did not end because the facts were settled. It paused because another task needed hands. That was how the freeze won hours from people. It forced them to carry grief, then asked them to haul water, sort medicine, drag sleds, check vents, copy names, and keep walking. Louise began to understand that endurance was not a noble mood. It was labor performed while the heart kept objecting. In the rope line, Imani noticed how quickly the group had learned to speak softly around pain. The quiet was not peace. It was conservation, a way to save breath, fuel, patience, and the last scraps of dignity. Calder understood it too, but understanding did not make the silence gentle. Every pause seemed to ask whether heat was becoming a shelter or merely another word people used when they were afraid to call a choice cruel. The detail that stayed with Ruth was snow tapping against metal. It should have been too small to matter beside hunger and exposure, yet small things had become the hooks that held the world together. A child rubbing warmth into blue fingers. A page kept dry under a coat. A cup passed before anyone asked. Penny saw the same things and measured them differently, not as comfort, but as proof that people had not yet surrendered to the arithmetic of memory. The interior doors opened. Heat rolled out, thick and physical, carrying the smell of generators, disinfectant, cooked grain, damp clothing, and electricity. Children leaned toward it despite themselves. Adults did too. Marcus hated how fast the body betrayed conscience. Calder noticed. Men like him understood the politics of relief. "Welcome to North Prairie Continuity Hub," he said. "Follow the rules and this place may keep you alive." The first hour inside the hub was built to make gratitude automatic. The intake corridor held steady warmth. Lights worked. A wall clock moved. Water dripped from coats into graded channels, as if the building had planned for the disaster and for the shame of those arriving from it. Marcus understood the design even while his body surrendered to it. Warm air made his shoulders drop before his conscience allowed permission. The group stripped outer layers, placed clothing into numbered bins, washed hands, passed thermal scans, and drank measured cups of electrolyte water. Children received blue blankets stamped "Hub Property." Penny touched the letters and asked Ruth whether property could be cold too. Ruth told her to keep the blanket around her shoulders and save the question for later. Mara argued at 3 stations before Medical Bay 2. She argued about Sammy, Natalie, Sienna's pod, and the way dependents were tagged by age and value. A nurse named Ochoa finally pulled her aside and said Mara could help more if she stopped burning herself at every locked cabinet. Mara answered that calling a cabinet locked did not make it less empty. Ochoa gave her a chart and sent her to work anyway. Marcus was separated from the others and taken to an operations interview room. Imani Road sat with a thin systems manager named Ven. A laminated map showed data halls, generator rows, battery banks, gas feeds, water tanks, dormitory blocks, medical bays, quarantine pods, gate lanes, and exterior labor yards. The hub was not a building. It was a small city pretending not to be one because cities owed people more than rules. Then asked Marcus about ECOT, load shedding, relay coordination, islanding procedures, black start sequencing, distribution automation, and West Houston substations. Marcus answered until Ven's suspicion became interest. "We are not ECOT anymore," Ven said. "We are ourselves." Marcus replied that people usually said that right before making mistakes nobody outside could correct. Calder entered with gloves in one hand and calm already arranged on his face. He told Marcus that the second list would be reviewed after the first group proved useful. Marcus demanded action for Sienna, Dawn, May, Cole, Mina, and the refugees at the gate. Calder said petitions without capacity were speeches. "Find me heat loss I can reduce," he said. "Help systems stabilize our north switchgear, and I will consider more names." Marcus hated the bargain because it was cruel and practical at the same time. "Capacity is not a god," he said. Calder answered that capacity was a wall. Pretend it was not there and people died on both sides. The sentence had the shape of truth and the smell of a weapon. Marcus agreed to work the system, but demanded access to load history, fuel projections, exterior sensors, and weather data. The hub orientation split the group by function. Workers went to Block C. Dependents went to Hall D. Children with approved guardians went to Family Overflow if space allowed. Ruth and Penny were placed with Elena and Mateo. Thomas and Avery were provisional. Renee and Sammy went to medical. Natalie followed on oxygen evaluation. Luis was sent for security assessment after his arm was checked. Alina went to records. Gary received exterior Q support, which Marcus knew would either discipline him or ruin him. They were allowed 15 minutes together in a common corridor before assignments separated them. Colored lines ran across the floor, blue to dormitory, green to medical, orange to systems, red to restricted operations. People with old badges moved along the lines without looking at newcomers for too long. Pity had become dangerous inside the hub. It could invite obligations. Penny tugged Marcus's sleeve and opened her mitten enough to show the forbidden note. The paper was wet and folded into a square. "Caleb," she whispered. His mother said he was inside. Ruth looked toward a camera and began to object. Mara said some rules deserved small funerals. Marcus took the note and slid it under his sock where intake had not searched. He told Penny he would try. Mara stopped beside Marcus after the others were led away. "You are going to work for him," she said. Marcus said he was going to work the system. She told him that was what everyone said before the system worked them. Then her expression softened enough to hurt. "I do not need you pure," she said. "Pure people freeze fast. I need you awake. Every time this place gives you a reason, ask who pays for it." He asked what she would do. Mara adjusted her medical pack. "I'm going to count how many people they hide behind the word stable. Then I'm going to make Ochoa regret inviting me." For the first time that day, Marcus almost smiled. Under the cameras, Mara touched the back of his glove with 2 fingers. It was not a kiss. It was not a promise. It was enough to remind him that some part of them had not yet been assigned a badge. In the intake corridor, Mara noticed how quickly the group had learned to speak softly around pain. The quiet was not peace. It was conservation, a way to save breath, fuel, patience, and the last scraps of dignity. Ochoa understood it too, but understanding did not make the silence gentle. Every pause seemed to ask whether the second list was becoming a shelter, or merely another word people used when they were afraid to call a choice cruel. The detail that stayed with Penny was generator vibration under concrete. It should have been too small to matter beside hunger and exposure, yet small things had become the hooks that held the world together. A child rubbing warmth into blue fingers, a page kept dry under a coat, a cup passed before anyone asked. Ruth saw the same things and measured them differently, not as comfort, but as proof that people had not yet surrendered to the arithmetic of the old grid. Nobody said the old rules were gone, not directly. They simply stepped around them until the shape of the new rules became visible. In the colored floor lines, that shape looked like a line, a tag, a locked door, or a name written twice so it could not be lost once. Thomas hated how reasonable each step sounded. Avery hated that reason had begun arriving with a guard beside it. Whenever the group slowed, Mara counted faces. It was not an engineer's habit anymore. It was a defense against abstraction. 32 had become 18, 18 had become those inside and those outside would become rumor if no one resisted the change. Ochoa kept forcing the human details back into the room, a cough, a child, a mother, a fever, a promise made before the heat appeared. The cold had changed the meaning of every object in the systems door. A blanket became policy. A door became judgment. A pencil became witness. A working vent became a border. Even old coffee and boiled grain carried a moral weight because it proved that something still functioned while something else failed nearby. Penny felt that truth pressing harder than fatigue. Ruth refused to let him turn away from it. There were moments when the second list sounded almost clean. The word moved through the hub with the confidence of a machine, smoothing edges from choices that should have stayed jagged. Then someone coughed, or a child reached for a parent, or a guard looked away at the exact second mercy passed in secret. In those moments, Thomas remembered that systems did not become humane by surviving. People had to make them answer for survival. By then, everyone had learned that warmth could lie. It could make shoulders relax while a list remained unfinished. It could make food taste like rescue while a gate stayed closed. It could make the operations map feel safe enough for sleep while old coffee and boiled grain kept reminding the awake that safety was being borrowed from somewhere. Mara felt the debt. Ochoa wanted the bill read aloud. The argument did not end because the facts were settled. It paused because another task needed hands. That was how the freeze won hours from people. It forced them to carry grief, then asked them to haul water, sort medicine, drag sleds, check vents, copy names, and keep walking. Penny began to understand that endurance was not a noble mood. It was labor performed while the heart kept objecting. In the medical desk, Thomas noticed how quickly the group had learned to speak softly around pain. The quiet was not peace. It was conservation, a way to save breath, fuel, patience, and the last scraps of dignity. Avery understood it too, but understanding did not make the silence gentle. Every pause seemed to ask whether heat was becoming a shelter or merely another word people used when they were afraid to call a choice cruel. The detail that stayed with Mara was generator vibration under concrete. It should have been too small to matter beside hunger and exposure, yet small things had become the hooks that held the world together. A child rubbing warmth into blue fingers, a page kept dry under a coat, a cup passed before anyone asked. Ochoa saw the same things and measured them differently, not as comfort, but as proof that people had not yet surrendered to the arithmetic of memory. Nobody said the old rules were gone, not directly. They simply stepped around them until the shape of the new rules became visible. In the intake corridor, that shape looked like a line, a tag, a locked door, or a name written twice so it could not be lost once. Penny hated how reasonable each step sounded. Ruth hated that reason had begun arriving with a guard beside it. Marcus followed the orange line into systems, carrying the second list inside his coat and Penny's forbidden note against his ankle. Behind him, the warm corridors swallowed the others. Ahead, machinery hummed under the floor, steady and confident, as if machines could not hear the names gathering at the fence. Hull D had once been a training center. Motivational posters still clung to the walls above rows of cots, their phrases half covered by plastic sheeting and condensation. In and Moitov to Geeter. Alm the Outcome. Biu Didi Tomaro. Someone had drawn a skull beside the last one. Heat entered near the center and weakened toward the corners, so even shelter had geography. The warmest cots belonged to children and medical priority cases. The coldest corners belonged to people whose usefulness had not been recognized yet. Ruth found family overflow 17 with Penny, Elena, and Mateo. The space was marked by a blanket hanging from a cable, 2 cots, 1 mat, and a laminated card listing quiet hours, meal blocks, hygiene schedule, emergency signals, and discipline rules. Penny read the rules slowly. Mateo stared at the vent overhead and whispered that it was warm. Elena sat beside him and pressed his hands between hers because the truth of that small sentence almost broke her. Across the aisle, Thomas argued with a housing clerk about Avery. The tablet had placed the girl in a children's section and Thomas in provisional labor intake. Elena said the gate had approved him as guardian. The clerk said provisional status did not guarantee overnight cot placement. Ruth stepped out and said Avery could sleep in their overflow space with Penny. Penny raised the blanket as if the answer had been obvious from the start. The clerk hesitated, looked toward a camera, and changed the assignment. In Medical Bay 2, Mara learned the hub had 3 patient categories: those it meant to save, those it meant to make useful, and those it meant to keep comfortable until grief became quiet. The official words were acute recovery, functional stabilization, and comfort support. Mara read them on whiteboards while Ochoa led her between cots. The bay smelled of antiseptic, sweat, damp wool, and the metallic scent that always found medical rooms. Renee sat beside Sammy's warming pad, still holding his hand. The baby had begun to stir but not cry. Mara checked him with more tenderness than the hub's chart allowed. Ochoa said he had a chance. Mara said that meant Ochoa was not sure. Ochoa answered that no one was sure anymore. They only decided what to do while uncertainty watched. Natalie lay propped on blankets with oxygen under her nose. Her badge read, Functional Hold. Mara hated the label before she understood it. There was one concentrator for the bay, limited tanks, and more respiratory cases every day. If Natalie improved, she stayed. If not, she would be moved to a quieter room. Mara asked whether quieter meant colder. Ochoa did not answer fast enough. Mara worked because the body accepted purpose even when the soul resisted conditions. She cleaned cuts, changed wraps, found 3 expired inhalers, sorted rehydration salts, and corrected a supply tray so nobody wasted seconds in a crisis. She found one staff member crying in a utility closet, gave her a cup of water, and gave her a job. It was not compassion dressed as softness. It was triage of the living. In systems, Marcus saw the other side of the arithmetic. Screens displayed generator output, battery state, fuel reserves, thermal zones, gate cameras, medical draw, kitchen draw, water treatment, and a rolling estimate called Survivability Index. The control center had been built for server uptime, not civic rescue. Still, a camera feed showed the south gate, where people stood in falling snow beneath lights they could not enter. Ven told Marcus not to stare at the gate feed too long because it ruined the math. Marcus replied that maybe the math needed ruining. Ben pointed to the heat map. Hall D held at 63 degrees. Medical Bay 2 held at 66. Quarantine pods were colder. Operations was warmer. Calder's executive block was hidden. Marcus said hidden heat was politics. Ven said hidden heat was security. That evening, the cluster survivors found one another in the mess hall. They carried trays of lentils, rice, cabbage, and dense bread. Nobody spoke at first. Eating inside while others remained outside had to be swallowed with the food. Penny tried to hide half her bread under her sleeve. Ruth stopped her gently because cameras watched the serving line. Gary said he had worked the gate line for 1 hour. A man offered a wedding ring for rice. Another asked him to tell his wife inside that he was sorry. Gary had been ordered to say no outside messages. Alina opened her notebook under the table and asked for names. One by one, the table began recording them. Marcus added Caleb from Penny's note. Ruth added Don and May at the top because their names belonged before everyone else in their world. A guard passed near the table. Alina closed the notebook and laid both hands over it. The guard saw the motion, saw the trays, saw the children, and kept walking. Perhaps he had not noticed. Perhaps he had chosen not to. Inside the hub, Marcus began learning that mercy sometimes survived as a glance redirected at the right second. Before separation, Mara caught Marcus near a stairwell with a camera blind spot behind a steam pipe. She checked a bruise on his jaw from the fight near the sound wall. He told her the exterior sensors showed the cold stabilizing lower, not passing like weather. Her hand dropped. Then Calder will never open wide unless forced, she said. Marcus answered that maybe capacity could expand. Mara held his gaze and told him he still thought safe was a number they could calculate. In Hall D, Mara noticed how quickly the group had learned to speak softly around pain. The quiet was not peace. It was conservation, a way to save breath, fuel, patience, and the last scraps of dignity. Ochoa understood it too, but understanding did not make the silence gentle. Every pause seemed to ask whether the old grid was becoming a shelter, or merely another word people used when they were afraid to call a choice. Cruel. The detail that stayed with Alina was wet wool and disinfectant. It should have been too small to matter beside hunger and exposure, yet small things had become the hooks that held the world together. A child rubbing warmth into blue fingers. A page kept dry under a coat. A cup passed before anyone asked. Gary saw the same things and measured them differently, not as comfort, but as proof that people had not yet surrendered to the arithmetic of capacity. Nobody said the old rules were gone, not directly. They simply stepped around them until the shape of the new roles became visible. In Family Overflow 17, that shape looked like a line, a tag, a locked door, or a name written twice so it could not be lost once. Ruth hated how reasonable each step sounded. Penny hated that reason had begun arriving with a guard beside it. Whenever the group slowed, Mara counted faces. It was not an engineer's habit anymore. It was a defense against abstraction. 32 had become 18. 18 had become those inside and those outside would become rumor if no one resisted the change. Ochoa kept forcing the human details back into the room, a cough, a child, a mother, a fever, a promise made before the heat appeared. The cold had changed the meaning of every object in the stairwell blind spot. A blanket became policy. A door became judgment. A pencil became witness. A working vent became a border. Even plastic curtains breathing with warm air carried a moral weight because it proved that something still functioned while something else failed nearby. Alina felt the truth pressing harder than fatigue. Gary refused to let him turn away from it. There were moments when the old grid sounded almost clean. The word moved through the hub with the confidence of a machine, smoothing edges from choices that should have stayed jagged. Then someone coughed, or a child reached for a parent, or a guard looked away at the exact second mercy passed in secret. In those moments, Ruth remembered that systems did not become humane by surviving. People had to make them answer for survival. By then, everyone had learned that warmth could lie. It could make shoulders relax while a list remained unfinished. It could make food taste like rescue while a gate stayed closed. It could make Medical Bay 2 feel safe enough for sleep, while plastic curtains breathing with warm air kept reminding the awake that safety was being borrowed from somewhere. Mara felt the debt. Okea wanted the bill read aloud. The argument did not end because the facts were settled. It paused because another task needed hands. That was how the freeze won hours from people. It forced them to carry grief, then asked them to haul water, sort medicine, drag sleds, check vents, copy names, and keep walking. Alina began to understand that endurance was not a noble mood. It was labor performed while the heart kept objecting. In the mess hall, Ruth noticed how quickly the group had learned to speak softly around pain. The quiet was not peace. It was conservation, a way to save breath, fuel, patience, and the last scraps of dignity. Penny understood it too, but understanding did not make the silence gentle. Every pause seemed to ask whether memory was becoming a shelter, or merely another word people used when they were afraid to call a choice cruel. The detail that stayed with Mara was wet wool and disinfectant. It should have been too small to matter beside hunger and exposure, yet small things had become the hooks that held the world together. A child rubbing warmth into blue fingers, a page kept dry under a coat. A cup passed before anyone asked. Okoa saw the same things and measured them differently, not as comfort, but as proof that people had not yet surrendered to the arithmetic of the second list. She leaned close enough for him to feel her breath against his cheek. She did not kiss him. She whispered, "Stay awake." Then she left for medical. Marcus remained in the blind spot until the pipe hissed and the walls shivered with moving heat. Somewhere outside, people stood at a fence. Somewhere inside, the hub slept in assigned temperatures. Systems did not sleep. At 2:17 in the morning, a voltage ripple crossed the north switchgear panel and vanished before the alert finished sounding. Ven called it a ghost trip. Marcus said ghosts did not leave thermal spikes. One technician hid a laugh behind a cough. Ven gave Marcus supervised read-only access to the failure log because the alternative was pretending the new engineer had not already seen too much. The log opened like a confession. 7 micro-events in 48 hours. Relay chatter. Ice creep in exterior conduit. Thermal mismatch. Load imbalance during medical oxygen cycling. A feeder line to the quarantine pods showing resistance rise. Each problem alone was manageable. Together they formed the pattern Marcus feared most. A system that still looked stable because exhausted people kept catching failure just before it became visible. "You are closer to the edge than Calder said," Marcus murmured. Ven rubbed his eyes and admitted Calder said what kept people moving while systems said what kept generators from eating themselves. If gas pressure kept dropping and fuel delivery never returned, the hub had weeks at current population. More if they cut non-essential heat. Less if another storm forced more intake or damaged exterior defenses. Marcus asked for exterior weather feeds. Ven resisted until Marcus tied the request to failure risk, wind load, ice contraction, conductive stress, and sensor survival. Technical truth opened doors. Moral truth could not. The screen filled with rooftop sensors, field stations, weather-mast readings, and cached satellite frames that arrived through a narrow emergency link whenever the atmosphere allowed. The data chilled Marcus more than the prairie had. Temperature curves from Katy, Cypress, Waller County, College Station, Dallas, Oklahoma, and Kansas showed the same brutal shape before the sensors failed. Pressure anomalies held where they should have moved. The jet stream pattern had locked. Ice coverage increased reflectivity, which preserved cold, which preserved more ice. The weather was feeding itself. Ven watched his face. "You look like you found religion and hated the preacher." Marcus said this was not an event anymore. It was becoming a state. The cold was stabilizing lower and teaching the ground a new set of rules. Ven's color faded. He had heard rumors, but rumors were easier to dismiss than numbers that agreed with each other. Calder arrived with Imani roads before dawn, as if cameras carried criticism directly to him. Marcus showed them the curves. For several minutes the room hummed around silence. Generators pulsed beneath the floor like a hidden heart. Outside, the gate temperature read -18 and falling. In Hall D, family overflow 17 held at 62. In quarantine, CNS pod held at 36. "If this continues," Marcus said, Your hub does not stay a bridge. It becomes a tomb with better lighting. Calder answered that every shelter became a tomb if nobody outside built the next shelter. Marcus said nobody outside could build if Calder kept him dying at the gate. Amani stopped the argument with the only question that mattered. Can the pattern be disrupted? Marcus wanted to say no because no would have been clean. Instead, his eyes moved to the old grid interface. Most transmission paths were dead. Some were not entirely dead. Frozen substations, exposed conductor, rounded faults, industrial feeders, and backup loops still formed a corpse with nerves that twitched. The hub had generation, batteries, switchgear, and access to lines reaching outward. He spoke slowly, hearing the madness and the possibility together. If a large discharge were pushed through selected grid paths at the right moment, not to restore service but to create heat, flash ice fractures, steam bursts, and electromagnetic disturbance, it might help destabilize the locked flow if the atmosphere was already near a break. It would not save the planet by itself. It might push a system that had become balanced in the wrong direction. Then stared at him. You want to burn the grid. Marcus said the grid was already dead. Van answered that Marcus wanted to burn controllable power into frozen lines and hope the sky noticed. Marcus said they would model before touching anything. Calder asked for cost. Van gave it without mercy. Full discharge of reserve at minimum. Generator overrun. Possible switchgear destruction. Fire risk. Heat loss to every zone during transfer. If breakers failed, island stability could collapse. Medical, quarantine, infants, and dependents would be in danger within hours. People inside would die. Marcus did not soften that sentence because softening it would make him less honest than Calder. Calder sealed the room with his voice. Nobody outside systems would hear about the theory. No mess hall rumors. No medical whispers. No Hall D speculation. Marcus argued that people had a right to know if survival was temporary. Calder replied that people also had a right not to be driven into panic by an unmodeled fantasy that required cutting their heat. The worst part was that Marcus could not dismiss him. If the hub learned there might be a way to shock the freeze at the cost of local warmth, factions would form by nightfall. Those outside would demand it. Those inside would fear it. Calder would tighten. Mara would ask how many people Marcus was willing to trade for people he would never meet. Marcus heard the question before she ever spoke it. A new alert interrupted them. Sienna's pod was dropping again. Ven could reroute heat from Hall D auxiliary, lowering the dependent hall by 2 degrees for 90 minutes. Calder approved without hesitation. Marcus watched the command pass through the map. Hall D cooled. Quarantine warmed. Somewhere Ruth and Penny would feel the air change without knowing Sienna had gained a chance. That was capacity as Wall, Weapon, and Mercy shaved thin enough to fit through a wire. In systems, Marcus noticed how quickly the group had learned to speak softly around pain. The quiet was not peace. It was conservation, a way to save breath, fuel, patience, and the last scraps of dignity. Mara understood it too, but understanding did not make the silence gentle. Every pause seemed to ask whether mercy was becoming a shelter, or merely another word people used when they were afraid to call a choice cruel. The detail that stayed with Marcus was the taste of cold iron in the mouth. It should have been too small to matter beside hunger and exposure, yet small things had become the hooks that held the world together. A child rubbing warmth into blue fingers, a page kept dry under a coat, a cup passed before anyone asked. Ben saw the same things and measured them differently, not as comfort, but as proof that people had not yet surrendered to the arithmetic of order. Nobody said the old rules were gone, not directly. They simply stepped around them until the shape of the new rules became visible. In the weather feed, that shape looked like a line, a tag, a locked door, or a name written twice so it could not be lost once. Marcus hated how reasonable each step sounded. Calder hated that reason had begun arriving with a guard beside it. Whenever the group slowed, Marcus counted faces. It was not an engineer's habit anymore. It was a defense against abstraction. 32 had become 18, 18 had become those inside and those outside would become rumor if no one resisted the change. Mara kept forcing the human details back into the room, a cough, a child, a mother, a fever, a promise made before the heat appeared. The cold had changed the meaning of every object in the satellite cache. A blanket became policy. A door became judgment. A pencil became witness. A working vent became a border. Even smoke and damp cloth carried a moral weight because it proved that something still functioned while something else failed nearby. Marcus felt the truth pressing harder than fatigue. Ben refused to let him turn away from it. There were moments when mercy sounded almost clean. The word moved through the hub with the confidence of a machine, smoothing edges from choices that should have stayed jagged. Then someone coughed, or a child reached for a parent, or a guard looked away at the exact second mercy passed in secret. In those moments, Marcus remembered that systems did not become humane by surviving. People had to make them answer for survival. By then, everyone had learned that warmth could lie. It could make shoulders relax while a list remained unfinished. It could make food taste like rescue while a gate stayed closed. It could make the north switchgear panel feel safe enough for sleep while smoke and damp cloth kept reminding the awake that safety was being borrowed from somewhere. Marcus felt the debt. Mara wanted the bill read aloud. The argument did not end because the facts were settled. It paused because another task needed hands. That was how the freeze won hours from people. It forced them to carry grief, then asked them to haul water, sort medicine, drag sleds, check vents, copy names, and keep walking. Marcus began to understand that endurance was not a noble mood. It was labor performed while the heart kept objecting. In the battery reserve model, Marcus noticed how quickly the group had learned to speak softly around pain. The quiet was not peace. It was conservation, a way to save breath, fuel, patience, and the last scraps of dignity. Calder understood it too, but understanding did not make the silence gentle. Every pause seemed to ask whether the gate was becoming a shelter or merely another word people used when they were afraid to call a choice cruel. At 3004, the satellite cache delivered one new frame. A narrow instability line moved along the gulf, faint but real. Van leaned closer. Marcus enlarged the image until pixels broke. If that line strengthened, maybe the frozen pattern could be disturbed. If it died, the freeze deepened. Outside temperature fell another tenth of a degree. The machine beneath the light kept breathing, but Marcus could no longer pretend it was enough. Mara learned about the Hall D temperature drop from Penny, not from a hub announcement. The girl came to Medical Bay 2 with other children assigned to deliver clean cloths. She carried the bundle with solemn care, then whispered that it had gotten colder in the night, and Ruth said not to complain because someone else probably needed the heat. "Is that how this place works?" Penny asked. Mara looked across the bay at Natalie fighting through a breathing exercise, Renee asleep upright beside Sammy, Ochoa arguing with pharmacy, and the camera above the door. "Sometimes," she said. Penny asked how they knew who needed it more. Mara answered that they measured, decided, and then pretended the measuring made the decision clean. Penny asked whether names made heat. Mara said not by themselves, but heat without names turned people into shadows. Ochoa brought the summons during meal break. Marcus wanted medical input on heat loss casualty modeling. Mara repeated the phrase slowly. Ochoa said it meant someone was calculating how many patients died if the heat dropped. Mara handed Natalie her cup, told Renee to keep Sammy's blanket tucked tight, and went to make sure the numbers were spoken where she could hear them. The route to systems taught her the hub's hierarchy by temperature. Dependents were kept warm enough to prevent immediate collapse. Medical was warmer because patients had to recover or remain morally visible. Operations was warmer still, dry and steady. Calder's conference level felt almost like a building from the old world. Mara removed a layer in the corridor and hated the comfort of it. Marcus waited outside with eyes that told her he had not slept. Before she could accuse him of hiding the model, he showed her Penny's forbidden note. Caleb had been found in Dorm B, alive, working as an electrical apprentice. Alina had pushed the name through records. Gary had carried the message while pretending to deliver gate forms. Caleb now knew his mother waited outside. The knowledge might not open the gate, but it had crossed the wall. Inside systems, the main display showed thermal decay curves for Hall D, Medical Bay 2, quarantine pods, family overflow, worker dorms, kitchen, water treatment, and operations. Red lines appeared at different intervals. Quarantine first, medical after. Infants and respiratory patients in danger within hours. Dependents next. Operations last. Mara understood the model too quickly and hated that understanding did not make it false. Marcus explained the atmospheric intervention in plain language. A controlled power redirection might disrupt the locked freeze if timed to the instability line. It might also drain reserve, damage switchgear, and cut heat long enough to kill people inside the hub. Mara asked how many, then tried to answer in categories. She demanded numbers. At 4 hours, 20 to 40 projected dead depending on relocation and pre-warming. At 6, 50 or more. As systems failed to restore, the table became useless. Mara turned on Marcus. Outside, he said if the pattern continued, everyone outside powered shelter died eventually, and many inside shelters died later when fuel, food, and equipment failed. Not today. Maybe not this week. But the curve did not turn by itself. Mara told him data always spoke in the voice of whoever owned the console. He accepted the strike because part of him agreed. Calder watched them both. This is why the theory stays contained, he said. People who care too much about the nearest face cannot govern a crisis of this scale. Mara answered calmly enough to make Imani shift. People who stop seeing the nearest face should not govern anything. Calder reminded her she was enjoying heat maintained by governed choices. Mara told him not to mistake her body surviving for her conscience agreeing. Imani asked whether patients could be staged safely for a temporary interruption. Mara wanted to reject the entire premise, but refusal would only leave the model in the hands of people who liked categories too much. She stepped to the screen and began changing it. Sienna in every quarantine case moved to interior isolation first. Infants and respiratory patients needed pre-warming. Natalie stayed near oxygen. Sammy could not be moved far. Elderly dependents in cold corners had to shift center. Operations could lose more heat. Executive block could lose the most. Calder said executive block was security restricted. Mara said cold was not impressed by job titles. Alina's pencil scratched faster in the corner. For hours, they forced names into the math. Sienna, Natalie, Sammy, Renee, Penny, Mateo, Avery, Ruth, Thomas, the fever cases, the old man in Hall D who had stopped speaking, the woman whose insulin was gone, and a mother outside the gate whose note had reached Caleb. Calder objected to outside names in an internal model. Marcus backed Mara. Outside death was still death even if no sensor measured it. By noon, the model was uglier and more honest. It showed not just zones but decisions, who could be moved, how many blankets existed, how much hot water could be stored, which locked rooms wasted comfort, which doors leaked heat, which halls could take temporary crowding, and which lives had been hidden inside phrases like functional hold. It did not make the intervention right. It made the cost harder to bury. Then the gate alarm sounded. The south camera feed filled the main screen. The exterior line had surged. Guards shouted without sound. A woman had collapsed near the rope while a man in a blue scarf held up a sign. Marcus read one word before the feed shook. Carob. Penny's note had returned to the fence as a plea large enough for cameras. Yeri appeared in hub gear with a thermal blanket from a supply case he was not authorized to open. He spread it over the fallen woman while guards tried to push him back. Caleb appeared behind the inner fence, restrained by staff, screaming toward his mother. The crowd surged because one mercy made every other denial unbearable. Calder ordered the feed muted. Mara told them to open a medical exception. Calder said if he opened for one, 50 would press behind. Mara said managing the gate was what power meant when it was not just hoarding. Imani held the radio for one long second, then authorized a controlled medical pull. Calder turned toward her. She did not lower the radio. In the casualty model, Ochoa noticed how quickly the group had learned to speak softly around pain. The quiet was not peace. It was conservation, a way to save breath, fuel, patience, and the last scraps of dignity. Mara understood it too, but understanding did not make the silence gentle. Every pause seemed to ask whether heat was becoming a shelter or merely another word people used when they were afraid to call a choice cruel. The detail that stayed with Van was old coffee and boiled grain. It should have been too small to matter beside hunger and exposure, yet small things had become the hooks that held the world together. A child rubbing warmth into blue fingers, a page kept dry under a coat, a cup passed before anyone asked. Calder saw the same things and measured them differently, not as comfort, but as proof that people had not yet surrendered to the arithmetic of memory. Nobody said the old rules were gone, not directly. They simply stepped around them until the shape of the new rules became visible. In the gate camera, that shape looked like a line, a tag, a locked door, or a name written twice so it could not be lost once. Alina hated how reasonable each step sounded. Gary hated that reason had begun arriving with a guard beside it. Whenever the group slowed, Ochoa counted faces. It was not an engineer's habit anymore. It was a defense against abstraction. 32 had become 18. 18 had become those inside and those outside would become rumor if no one resisted the change. Mara kept forcing the human details back into the room. A cough, a child, a mother, a fever, a promise made before the heat appeared. The cold had changed the meaning of every object in the south feed. A blanket became policy. A door became judgment. A pencil became witness. A working vent became a border. Even generator vibration under concrete carried a moral weight because it proved that something still functioned while something else failed nearby. Ven felt that truth pressing harder than fatigue. Calder refused to let him turn away from it. There were moments when heat sounded almost clean. The word moved through the hub with the confidence of a machine, smoothing edges from choices that should have stayed jagged. Then someone coughed, or a child reached for a parent, or a guard looked away at the exact second mercy passed in secret. In those moments, Alina remembered that systems did not become humane by surviving. People had to make them answer for survival. By then, everyone had learned that warmth could lie. It could make shoulders relax while a list remained unfinished. It could make food taste like rescue while a gate stayed closed. It could make Medical Bay 2 feel safe enough for sleep, while generator vibration under concrete kept reminding the awake that safety was being borrowed from somewhere. Ochoa felt the debt. Mara wanted the bill read aloud. The argument did not end because the facts were settled. It paused because another task needed hands. That was how the freeze won hours from people. It forced them to carry grief, then asked them to haul water, sort medicine, drag sleds, check vents, copy names, and keep walking. Then began to understand that endurance was not a noble mood. It was labor performed while the heart kept objecting. On the screen, a SHIELD team formed a wedge. Gary was shoved back but not struck. Caleb's mother disappeared into the gate tunnel. Caleb collapsed against the inner fence. Sound flooded systems when someone unmuted the feed by accident or mercy, voices, sobbing, wind, guards, and one name repeated until it became accusation. By evening, every corridor knew about the medical poll before official language could soften it. Gary was confined pending disciplinary review. Caleb's mother was in quarantine under exception status. Sienna had been moved to interior isolation because Mara had forced the model to admit the pod was a death trap. The second list gained names from the fence, faster than Alina could write them cleanly. Marcus found Mara near Medical Bay 2 after lights dimmed. She stood at a utility sink washing blood from small cracks in her skin. He handed her a towel. She accepted it without looking at him. "You should have told me about the model before the meeting," she said. Marcus admitted he had been afraid she would talk him out of looking. She told him that fear had been sensible. "Are you going to?" he asked. Mara dried her hands slowly. "I'm going to make sure every number you use has a face attached. If after that you still believe the world needs you to pull that trigger, I will stand close enough to hate you honestly." The words hurt because they were not rejection. They were a promise without comfort. Marcus looked toward systems where the impossible model waited. "I do not want to become Calder." Mara stepped closer. "Then stop asking whether your choices are necessary. Calder asks that all day, and loves the answer. Ask who gets hurt, who gets heard, and who gets forgotten. Ask it until the machine gets tired of you." In Hall D, Ruth watched Penny sleep under the blue blanket with Avery curled at her feet and Mateo breathing softly on the mat. Elena wrote a letter to Dawn on the back of a ration wrapper even though she had no legal way to send it. Thomas sat outside the curtain with his knees drawn up, guarding the tiny space that had almost been denied to him. Warmth made the children look younger. It made the adults look ashamed. In quarantine, Caleb's mother woke long enough to ask whether her son was alive. Ochoa told Mara to answer because official reunification had not been approved. Mara leaned close and said Caleb knew. The woman's eyes filled, and the monitor beside her showed a small jump in pulse. Names did not make heat, Mara thought, but sometimes they helped a heart keep working. In systems, Venn gave Marcus restricted access to model the surge. He claimed it was because Calder ordered useful work, not because he believed in the plan. Marcus did not argue. The first model failed instantly. The second burned 3 virtual substations and killed the hub. The third produced a heat signature too small to matter. The fourth showed a narrow pressure disturbance if the Gulf instability strengthened, and if 4 decayed line paths still carried current. Too many ifs. Too many graves hidden inside them. Imani joined him before midnight. She did not ask whether he was right. She asked what he would need if he were. Marcus listed field confirmation, switchgear inspection, medical staging, heat reserves, permission to move dependents, and the truth told to enough people that Calder could not turn the choice into private command. Imani listened without promising. Finally she said, "Power hates witnesses. That is why it calls them disorder." Calder summoned Marcus near 1 in the morning. His office was warmer than Hall D by enough to be noticeable. Marcus said so before sitting. Calder did not apologize. He said leaders needed clear heads. Marcus answered that children needed warm hands. Calder smiled faintly, not because it amused him, but because he had expected the line. "You think I enjoy the fence," Calder said. Marcus said enjoyment was not required for cruelty. Calder moved to the window overlooking the inner yard. "Before I took control, this place nearly tore itself apart in 48 hours. Guards hoarded food. Managers hid in offices. Technicians threatened to leave. Families stormed the first intake. I imposed order because order was the only thing left that could become mercy later." Marcus believed some of it. That was the danger. Calder had not begun as a cartoon tyrant. He had begun as a man standing near systems failure, with a voice strong enough to make frightened people obey. Then obedience had become proof of wisdom, and proof had become appetite. Order that never becomes mercy is only a cleaner kind of panic, Marcus said. Calder looked tired for the first time. And mercy that destroys order becomes a mass grave. He returned to the desk. "You will continue modeling under supervision. You will not speak of the surge outside approved rooms. You will not organize a faction in my facility. You will not use the second list to turn desperate people into a political weapon." "They are already political," Marcus said. "You made them that when you put them outside a lit fence." Calder's calm thinned. "Be careful, Mr. Hale. You are useful. Useful is not the same as untouchable." Marcus stood. "No one is untouchable anymore. That is what you still do not understand." He left before Calder dismissed him because one small act of disobedience was all he could afford. Near the south corridor he found Alina copying names by the dim emergency lamps. She had divided the notebook into columns: outside gate, inside hub, medical, family connection, skill, last seen, petition status. Her handwriting had become a quiet infrastructure. Gary had sent names through a sympathetic guard. Caleb had sent 3 more. Ruth had added Dawn, May, Cole, Mina, and everyone left at Elena's house again, because repetition was how memory defended itself. Elena asked if the surge could work. Marcus sat beside her on the cold floor. He said maybe, which felt like a cruel word after so many maybe answers. Elena closed the notebook. "Then write the cost before anyone writes the glory," she said. "Men love glory after enough people are dead to stop correcting them." Marcus took the pencil and wrote the first line of a new page. "Coast SW must not hide." Mara found him there after checking Natalie and Sammy. She read the heading and said nothing for a while. Then she sat on his other side. Between them, the notebook lay open like damage he would not name. They wrote until their hands cramped. Quarantine deaths, medical risks, Hall D exposure, children, fuel reserve loss, gate riot risk, facility failure, unknown effect, false hope, no consent. Each phrase landed heavier than the one before. At dawn, Penny appeared wrapped in her blue blanket, holding Ruth's hand. She saw Marcus and raised 2 fingers to her lips, then outward, the same small motion May had given Avery on the road. A message traveling from outside to inside, from old to young, from cold to warm. Marcus returned it. He did not know whether it meant goodbye, courage, memory, or every promise language had become too small to carry. In the dim corridor, Alina noticed how quickly the group had learned to speak softly around pain. The quiet was not peace. It was conservation, a way to save breath, fuel, patience, and the last scraps of dignity. Marcus understood it too, but understanding did not make the silence gentle. Every pause seemed to ask whether capacity was becoming a shelter or merely another word. People used when they were afraid to call a choice cruel. The detail that stayed with Ruth was frost glittering on seams. It should have been too small to matter beside hunger and exposure, yet small things had become the hooks that held the world together. A child rubbing warmth into blue fingers. A page kept dry under a coat. A cup passed before anyone asked. Penny saw the same things and measured them differently, not as comfort, but as proof that people had not yet surrendered to the arithmetic of heat. Nobody said the old rules were gone, not directly. They simply stepped around them until the shape of the new rules became visible. In Calder's office, that shape looked like a line, a tag, a locked door, or a name written twice so it could not be lost once. Imani hated how reasonable each step sounded. Marcus hated that reason had begun arriving with a guard beside it. Whenever the group slowed, Alina counted faces. It was not an engineer's habit anymore. It was a defense against abstraction. 32 had become 18, 18 had become those inside and those outside would become rumor if no one resisted the change. Marcus kept forcing the human details back into the room, a cough, a child, a mother, a fever, a promise made before the heat appeared. The cold had changed the meaning of every object in the dawn watch. A blanket became policy. A door became judgment. A pencil became witness. A working vent became a border. Even snow tapping against metal carried a moral weight, because it proved that something still functioned while something else failed nearby. Ruth felt that truth pressing harder than fatigue. Penny refused to let him turn away from it. There were moments when capacity sounded almost clean. The word moved through the hub with the confidence of a machine, smoothing edges from choices that should have stayed jagged. Then someone coughed, or a child reached for a parent, or a guard looked away at the exact second mercy passed in secret. In those moments, Imani remembered that systems did not become humane by surviving. People had to make them answer for survival. By then, everyone had learned that warmth could lie. It could make shoulders relax while a list remained unfinished. It could make food taste like rescue while a gate stayed closed. It could make the notebook feel safe enough for sleep, while snow tapping against metal kept reminding the awake that safety was being borrowed from somewhere. Alina felt the debt. Marcus wanted the bill read aloud. The promise was not enough, but it was the only honest thing left. The promise was not enough, but it was the only honest thing left. Beyond the fence, the storm answered every promise with more snow. The first light of morning found the hub warm, guarded, accused, and still full of names. Beyond the walls, the fence filled with names. Above the roof, the locked sky turned around a world going white. Inside the hub, warmth continued under accusation. Somewhere in the data, the thin instability line along the gulf kept moving, not strong enough to save them, not weak enough to ignore. Marcus stood between the list and the machine and understood that Part 5 of their survival had not ended with rescue. It had ended with the discovery that heat could keep bodies alive while demanding payment from the soul. Marcus woke to a tone in the wall and a number on his wrist tag. The tone was gentle, merely polite, and the number meant systems had requisitioned him before breakfast. In Hall D, the gentle sound made people stir beneath thermal blankets with the trained caution of people who had learned that every announcement carried a price. Ruth opened her eyes beside Penny and mouthed his name without speaking. Marcus lifted 2 fingers to promise he had seen them, then slipped from the cot before the aisle guard could repeat the order. The dependent hall looked less like a shelter in daylight. It looked like a warehouse that had been asked to pretend it was a home. Rows of cots ran beneath hanging ducts that breathed warm air in measured pulses. Tape lines on the concrete divided families from overflow from medical observation from people waiting for reassignment. Children had learned not to cross the lines unless an adult with a badge said they could. Their toys were paper cups, bits of cord, and empty ration sleeves folded into small animals. The first meal came through a narrow service lane. Lentils, rice, powdered eggs, and a strip of dense bread appeared in metal trays that steamed just enough to make hunger painful. Penny stared at the bread so hard Ruth broke hers in half before touching the rest. A guard shook his head. "Rations are logged by tag," he said. Ruth placed the half on Penny's tray anyway. The guard looked at the camera, then at the child's thin face, and walked on without writing anything down. Warmth had rules here. That was the first lesson Calder's facility taught every person who entered. Warmth was not comfort. It was a controlled substance routed through ducts, vents, valves, and permission. A person could stand 3 feet from heated air and still be cold if the vent had been closed by someone with a higher clearance. A child could sleep under lights bright enough to make a person remember shopping malls and still carry fear like a second blanket. Marcus passed the intake board on his way to systems. The board listed arrivals, rejects, probationary workers, dependents, and medical exceptions. The second list Alina had written did not appear. Don Avery, May Keel, Cole, Mina, and the people left at Elena's house existed only in the notebook under Alina's shirt and in the parts of Marcus that refused to become efficient. He touched the plastic sleeve inside his coat and felt the edges soften from body heat. Imani Rhodes waited at the systems door. She had exchanged the gray intake jacket for a darker one with a thin blue stripe at the shoulder. Authority sat on her like something borrowed and disliked. "Calder wants you modeling grid paths," she said. "Ben wants you doing failure review. Medical wants heat priority for quarantine. The gate wants an engineer to explain why the lights are not a promise. Everyone wants the same air from different directions. Welcome to being useful." "Useful is the word Calder uses before taking something," Marcus said. Imani did not smile. "Then decide what you can take back while he is using you." She keyed the door and lowered her voice. "You are not the first technical person he has brought inside. You may be the first one who still looks toward the gate before looking at the screens. Do not lose that habit. It is more valuable than your math." The control room was awake in the way hospitals were awake, bright and tired and never fully honest about danger. Van stood over a console with 3 mugs of cold coffee and the expression of a man keeping a dam in place with his hands. Line status scrolled across one screen. Thermal maps glowed on another. The third screen showed the south gate under camera light. More people had arrived overnight, clustering beyond the fence where the snow had been packed into a gray floor of footprints. Marcus looked for Elena's house on the local map. No feed reached that far, but a dead grid diagram still showed the neighborhood circuits he had once maintained. The lines that used to feed subdivisions, schools, traffic lights, and backyard pools now appeared as gray branches ending in fault symbols. He knew their names the way a person knew street names from childhood. Kingsland, Mason, Fry, Grand Parkway, lines that had sounded ordinary before ordinary became a vanished country. Then gave him access to a model sandbox and said the word sandbox with bitterness. Read only for the real system. Simulated transfer for proposed surge. No external commands. No unauthorized copies. No politics. Marcus sat at the terminal. "Politics is what happens when a machine decides who stays warm," he said. Ben leaned close enough that no camera would catch his mouth. "Then make sure the machine has witnesses." The first scenario failed in 11 seconds. The second failed in 6. The third overloaded a frozen feeder north of the hub and threw fault cascades across the model like sparks across dry grass. Marcus adjusted breaker timing, conductor assumptions, load shedding, and battery ramp. Every path that pushed power outward also pulled warmth inward from somewhere people were breathing. The model did not call them people. It called them zones. At mid-morning, a worker named Hazel entered with a maintenance report. She had one hand bandaged from a generator bay burn and dark circles under eyes that had forgotten sleep. She glanced at Marcus's badge. "New engineer," she said. "That means Calder is frightened again." Vin snapped her name in warning. Hazel shrugged and placed the report on the console. When he stops being frightened, he stops asking questions. That is when people die faster. The report showed ice accretion on an exterior intake frame. If the frame jammed, the ventilation system would choke and the hub would trade warmth for bad air. Venn assigned a repair team. Hazel volunteered before anyone asked. Marcus read the expected temperature exposure and looked up. "A repair window is dangerous," he said. Hazel flexed the hand that was not wrapped. "Everything outside this room is dangerous. Some things inside it are worse." By noon, Marcus had built a surge model that lasted 28 seconds before catastrophic loss. It was not enough to save anyone, but it was enough to prove the idea had a shape. He printed no copy. He wrote no file name that would attract attention. Instead, he memorized the failed timing sequence and the way a narrow Gulf instability line moved when the model injected heat into a broken corridor south and east. It was not proof. It was a door drawn on a wall. Mara found him in the service corridor after lunch. She smelled of antiseptic, boiled cloth, and the human fear that filled medical. She had tied her hair back with a strip torn from a sheet, and there was dried blood at the cuff of her sleeve. Not hers, he hoped, but the hope did not comfort him. She studied his face and said, "You found something worse than Calder." "I found something that might matter," Marcus answered. Mara folded her arms. "Those are the most dangerous words engineers use." He told her enough to make the air between them change. Locked jet stream, rising reflectivity, a self-feeding freeze, a surge that might disturb the pattern at a terrible local cost. He did not dress the idea in courage. He did not call it hope. He said it as if reading an injury report. Mara listened without interrupting. When he finished, she looked down the corridor toward Hall D. "There are children sleeping under vents that fail if someone upstairs makes a brave choice with their heat. There are fever patients who cannot survive another hour at freezing. There are people outside the fence who will die if nothing changes. Do you hear how every sentence I just said is true?" Marcus nodded because speech felt too easy. Mara stepped closer, and for one thin second they were not a medic and an engineer, or two arguments wearing human faces. They were two exhausted people standing inside borrowed warmth while the world narrowed around them. Her hand rose to his chest, not soft, not gentle, just present. "Do not let Calder make you cruel by opposing him," she said. He would count that as a victory. The facility taught through details. A sign above a water station asked people to report leaks as civic duty. A second sign beneath it warned that unauthorized filling would lead to ration review. The old world had separated kindness and punishment into different rooms. The hub stacked them on the same wall. Marcus watched a boy read both signs cup in hand and then walk away thirsty because fear had become stronger than thirst. In systems, Marcus found himself missing the old ECOT alarms because they had been honest in their mechanical panic. A red warning had once meant a transformer, a feeder, a load curve, or a switching mistake. Here, every warning meant equipment and bodies together. A tripped relay might mean lower heat in Hall D. A stuck damper might mean a fever patient slipped away before sunrise. The grid had always carried people, but only collapse made the bodies visible inside the diagram. The wall tone sounded again. Marcus's tag flashed systems. Mara's flashed medical. Duty split them before either could decide whether comfort had been possible. She left first. Marcus watched her go, then returned to the control room where the cameras showed the gate, the maps showed temperatures, and the model waited with its quiet demand that every life be translated before a switch could be thrown. Calder ordered Marcus to the gate at 2 in the afternoon. He called it technical reassurance, as if a man could stand behind a fence, explain load curves, and make desperate people accept darkness as a scheduling problem. Imani walked beside Marcus through the warmed corridor toward the south access doors. She carried a radio, a sidearm, and the exhausted patience of someone who had stopped believing official language but still had to use it. The outer lock opened into a blast of cold that struck with animal force. Marcus had known cold on the road, in flooded houses, and under the dead sky, yet the shift from heated corridor to open yard made the body feel betrayed. Guards stood along the inner fence with rifles held across their chests. Beyond them, perhaps 100 people gathered in ragged lines. Some held signs made from cardboard and insulation board. Some held children. Some held nothing at all because the cold had taken even the strength to ask. The facility lights made the scene cruelly visible. Faces lifted toward the fence as Marcus stepped onto the platform. The hub glowed behind him with a warmth he could feel at his back. On the far side, snow had hardened around boots, sleds, carts, and bodies that were not moved quickly because movement required calories, and calories had become law. A woman in a red coat stared at the vents above the wall the way a starving person might stare at bread. Gate Captain Rusk handed Marcus a loudspeaker. "You explain the grid," he said. "Keep it simple. No promises. No dates. No technical admissions that become demands." Marcus looked at him. "You brought me to speak, then gave me a list of what truth cannot say." Rusk's jaw tightened. Truth does not keep this line from breaking. Marcus raised the speaker. His voice came out flat and larger than himself. He told them the hub had limited generation, limited fuel, limited heat capacity, and damaged lines in every direction. He said intake was being reviewed. He said medical cases could be presented at the triage window. He said names were being recorded. The crowd heard the shape of refusal beneath every word. A man near the front shouted that names did not warm hands. A woman screamed that her husband was inside and Calder had no right to divide a family by a gate. Someone threw a frozen chunk of snow that shattered against the fence. Guards lifted rifles without firing. Marcus lowered the speaker. His prepared explanation had already failed because the problem had never been understanding. The problem was that people understood perfectly and still needed to live. Imani took the loudspeaker before Rusk could stop her. She said, "We will accept 10 for medical review now. Children with fever, breathing trouble, pregnancy, severe exposure. Line left." No pushing. The crowd surged anyway. Need did not arrange itself into orderly categories because authority requested it. A father lifted a little boy above his head. A teenage girl dragged an older man by his coat. 2 women began fighting over whose child should be seen first. Marcus climbed down before his mind asked permission. He reached the triage slot as guards opened it. Cold hands thrust notes, bracelets, medicine bottles, and photographs through the gap. He called for Alina's notebook even though Alina was not there. Imani heard him and shoved a clipboard into his hands. "Right," she snapped. So he wrote. Names came faster than he could spell. Ira Bennett, age 9, fever and blue lips. Joan Lash, pregnant, bleeding. Miller Cruz, diabetic, insulin gone. Sadiq Rafi, 78, confused and shivering. Talia Monroe, infant, not feeding. People tried to compress whole lives into 5 seconds of access. Marcus wrote until his fingers cramped. The page became a battlefield where every line tried to become a door. Then a shot cracked from somewhere beyond the line. The sound tore the crowd apart. A guard on the left tower fired into the air. Another fired into the snow near the fence. People dropped, shoved, crawled, screamed. The father with the little boy fell hard and the child slid across packed ice toward the gate slot. Mara would have moved faster, Marcus thought absurdly. Then he was moving, throwing himself down to grab the boy's coat through the gap while Rusk shouted for the slot to close. The boy's cheek was split and bleeding from the fall. Marcus pulled until Imani and a guard grabbed the child's shoulders from inside. The father lunged after him, sobbing, and 2 guards dragged a man back from the fence. "He comes too," Marcus shouted. Rusk said there was no authorization. Marcus turned with blood on his glove and did not recognize his own voice. Then put the child back outside and explained that on camera. For 2 seconds the yard held still except for snow and fear. Imani keyed her radio. "Emergency paired intake," she said. "Child and guardian. Medical hold. Log it under gate incident." Rusk cursed, but he did not block the father when the slot reopened. The man crawled through on hands and knees, then collapsed beside his son with a sound that was gratitude, terror, and shame at once. The crowd learned the lesson instantly. If blood opened the gate, more blood might follow. The fence bucked under bodies. Guards drove people back with shields. One man caught his hand in the mesh and screamed as another body slammed behind him. The smell of panic cut through the cold. Marcus saw a woman trampled near the left barricade, her scarf pressed into the snow, her eyes open and furious at the sky. Rusk ordered tear gas. Imani refused because the wind would push it through the intake frame and into the hub. Rusk shouted that the fence would fail. Imani stepped close enough that Marcus heard every word. Then fix the fence without poisoning children inside, she said. The guards used shields, hooks, and warning shots instead. It took 20 minutes for the crowd to break back into lines that were no longer lines, but clusters of shock. When it ended, the gate had taken 6 more medical cases, 2 guardians, and dozens of new enemies. Marcus stood beside the intake slot with blood freezing across his glove. Rusk told him the incident was his fault. Marcus answered that the fault had been built into the fence before he arrived. Imani ordered him inside before the argument could become another report. In the decontamination corridor, heat returned in waves that made pain wake in Marcus's fingers. He wanted to hate the warmth because hating it would have been simpler than needing it. Through the inner glass, he saw the father and boy being led toward medical. Through the outer camera, he saw people kneeling where the crowd had fallen. The hub had admitted a few. The hub had hardened the rest. Mara met him outside medical with both hands already reaching for the child. She looked once at Marcus's glove and understood too much. "How many?" she asked. He gave her the number. She closed her eyes, then opened them because closing them helped nobody. "Bring me the list," she said. "Do not let them turn this into an incident without names." Marcus handed her the clipboard like a confession. That night, Calder thanked the gate staff for preserving order. The message played on wall speakers in every hall. In Hall D, Ruth sat upright with Penny against her side, listening while the words floated above rows of people who had all learned to hear what official voices avoided. Penny asked whether preserving order meant helping. Ruth said sometimes it did. Then she said sometimes it meant people were afraid to say they had failed. After the shooting, a guard carried a broken thermos from the outer yard and placed it near the intake table. Nobody claimed it. The thermos was blue, dented, and decorated with faded stars from a school lunch set. It had probably held soup once. It now held only packed snow and a child's mitten frozen to the side. Marcus stared at it until Imani moved it under the table because some evidence was too small and too large at the same time. The gate did not become quiet after violence. It became more organized. People who had scattered returned with their own rules. The strong stood along the edges. The sick were pushed nearer the center. A woman with a hoarse voice began calling names from scraps in her hand, and the crowd answered each one with, "Here or gone." The sound carried through the fence and entered Marcus like a second pulse beneath the generators. Marcus returned to systems after dark. The surge model waited on the screen. The gay feet occupied the upper left corner, snow glowing under artificial light. Every person outside now knew the hub could bend under pressure. Every person inside now knew the bend might become a break. Marcus adjusted one variable and watched the simulated grid fail. It failed faster when he included panic. The machine could count voltage. It could not count what the fence had done to the human heart. Medical Bay 2 had once been a training room with foldable walls and motivational signs about teamwork. Mara had stripped the signs down on her first hour because no fever patient needed to stare at laminated optimism while fighting for breath. The space now held cots, oxygen rigs, scavenged monitors, buckets for waste, bins of boiled cloth, and a pharmacy cabinet guarded more fiercely than Calder's office. The air smelled of alcohol, sweat, metal, and the sour fear of people trying not to cough too loudly. Dr. Ochoa ran the bay with the controlled impatience of a man who knew every delay became a body. He had been an urgent care physician before the freeze, which meant he had spent years treating sprains, infections, and stubborn coughs from people who planned to be home by dinner. Now he decided who received antibiotics, who received oxygen, who received heat, and who received a hand held during the final minutes because all other supplies had been spent. Mara trusted him more than she liked him. He did not romanticize survival. He did not call patients brave when they were merely trapped. He did not use soft words for rationed care. Yet he listened when Mara argued, and he changed an order as she proved a better path. In a place built on hierarchy, that small humility felt radical. The boy from the gate was named Evan Sutter. His father, Paul, had been a plumber before the city stopped needing pipes and started needing miracles. Evan's face had been cleaned, stitched with thread that should have been saved for deeper cuts, and wrapped in gauze. He slept badly, jerking whenever the wall speakers clicked. Paul sat on the floor beside the cot with his hands visible because the guards had told him sudden movement would remove him from the bay. Mara hated that instruction more than she hated the blood on her sleeves. She knelt beside Paul and spoke until his breathing slowed. "Nobody touches your son without telling you why," she said. "Nobody moves you without my voice in the room, unless fire reaches the door. You hear me?" Paul nodded, then broke down soundlessly because a parent who could not protect a child needed permission to keep sitting upright. Natalie Pierce was worse by evening. The antibiotics had slowed one infection, but not the cold damage that had settled deep in her lungs. She asked Mara whether her daughter Sienna knew she was still alive. Mara lied carefully. She said Sienna was stable enough to rest, which was technically true during the last temperature reading and morally false in every way that mattered. Natalie smiled as if she had chosen to believe the love inside the answer rather than the accuracy. Renee watched from the next cot with Sammy against her chest. The baby had started making a thin whimper that should have relieved everyone, but it had the weak, dry quality of a failing battery. Mara mixed warmed formula from powder that tasted like chalk and hope. Sammy took 2 mouthfuls, then turned away. Renee looked at Mara with a terror so young it made the room tilt. "Tell me what to do," she whispered. "You keep trying without blaming him for being tired," Mara said. "You keep him skin to skin. You take sips when I tell you. You sleep in pieces. You let Ruth hold him when your arms shake. You do not listen to anyone who says love is enough without supplies. Love is why we fight for supplies. It is not a substitute." Renee nodded, because instructions were easier to carry than comfort. A heating alarm sounded from quarantine at 1934. Sienna's pod had dipped again. Ochoa slammed a hand against the console and called systems. Ben answered. Calder had not approved another diversion from executive reserves. Aldi could give 2 degrees for 1 hour. Medical Bay 2 could give 1 degree for 40 minutes. Quarantine needed 3 degrees to recover safely. The numbers arrived with the bland cruelty of math spoken through a radio. Mara took the handset. "Pull from executive," she said. Ven hesitated. "I need authorization." Mara looked at Ochoa, then at the camera. "Tell Calder I am authorizing him to come here and explain to a 17-year-old girl why his office stays warmer than her quarantine pod." Static answered first. Then Ven said he would see what could be done. 10 minutes later, the bay cooled. Hall D cooled. Quarantine rose by 2 degrees, not 3. Executive remained hidden. Mara wrote the result in Elena's notebook because someone had to keep a ledger of cowardice. Ochoa saw the entry and said, "That book will get you removed." Mara kept writing. "Then make sure someone else knows where I hide it." Marcus arrived after the alarm with a gate list and a face that carried more than fatigue. He stood near the supply sink while Mara finished wrapping a man's cracked fingers. She did not ask about systems until the patient slept. When she did, Marcus told her the surge model had reached 31 seconds before collapse if reserve batteries carried the first load. He spoke softly, ashamed of sounding interested. Mara washed blood from her hands in water warm just enough to keep it liquid. 31 seconds against people who need 1 more hour, she said. Marcus flinched. She hated that he flinched because it meant he still felt the cost, and she needed him to keep feeling it even while she challenged him. "I am not dismissing it," she added. "I am asking you not to fall in love with the idea of saving people too far away to look at you." "The people far away are real," Marcus said. "So are the ones outside this fence." Mara dried her hands slowly. "Then build a plan that can stand in front of Evan's father, Natalie, Renee, Sammy, Ruth, Penny, Dawn outside, and every name on that gate list. Do not bring me a plan that only sounds brave in a room full of screens." Ochoa interrupted with a quieter emergency. A woman from the gate line, Joan Lash, was losing blood from a pregnancy that had already turned against her. The baby had no heartbeat. Joan still might live if they operated fast with the tools they had, which were not enough. Paul Sutter rose from the floor to help, because he knew Pipes and Ochoa needed someone who could keep a suction line from freezing. The new world kept using people in ways their old lives had half prepared them for. The operation lasted 92 minutes. Mara held light, pressure, cloth, and Joan's hand in turns. Blood moved across towels, bright and shocking against gray fabric. Joan asked once whether the child had suffered. Mara told her the truth in the gentlest way available. The child had gone before the worst of it. Joan survived the table and woke crying for someone named Eli who had not made it through the gate. Afterward, Mara walked into the storage room and pressed both fists against a metal shelf until the pain steadied her. Marcus followed, but did not touch her. That restraint made her ache more than touch would have. "I need you to understand something," she said without turning. "This place is not abstract to me. Every degree you borrow as a face by morning." "I know," Marcus said. Mara looked back. "No, you believe it. Knowing comes when you have to hold the face still while the degree disappears." He accepted the blow because it was not cruelty. It was witness. Then he told her about the Gulf line, the possibility that timing mattered, and the fact that doing nothing might not preserve the hub as long as Calder claimed. Mara listened with her hand still against the shelf. The fury did not leave her face, but another expression joined it. Fear, not of the cold, but of a possibility that might demand more than refusal. "Then we need the real numbers," she said. "Not Calder's numbers. Not Ven's exhausted guesses. Real numbers for how many die if you fire this thing, how many die if you do not, and how many Calder is already killing by pretending the choices are separate." Mara had once believed skill could create a small clean space around disaster. On ambulance calls there had always been a kit, a protocol, a radio, a hospital, waiting at the far end of motion. The freeze had stripped the far end away. Now skill made a smaller circle each day, and inside it she placed hands, breath, pressure, warmth, and refusal. She could not save everyone. She could still deny the cold the right to take people without a witness. When the bay lights dimmed for a scheduled energy shave, every patient looked up at once. The dimming lasted only 20 seconds, but 20 seconds could teach terror faster than an hour of explanation. Renee tightened around Sammy. Paul covered Evan's eyes. Natalie whispered Sienna's name. Mara stood in the center aisle and kept her voice steady until the lights returned, because steadiness had become a medical supply too. Marcus almost reached for her then. Instead he nodded. Outside the storage room, Medical Bay 2 kept making small sounds of life being defended badly but fiercely. Sammy's thin cry, Ochoa's orders, Paul murmuring to Evan, Joan sleeping through grief, Natalie breathing in counts of 4. Mara opened the door. "Start there," she said. "Start with them." Alina named the document the Heap Ledger because no other title was honest enough. She wrote it across the top of a salvaged operations pad while Hall D settled into late-night quiet. Around her, people slept under numbered lights. Ruth pretended to sleep so Penny would stop worrying. Gary rubbed circulation into his fingers after another gate shift. Lewis sat with his back to a concrete column, watching the guards, the cameras, and every person who watched them back. The ledger had columns for zone temperature, diversion time, beneficiary, source, consequence, and name. Alina insisted on the last column even when Marcus warned that data would become harder to analyze. "Harder is the point," she said. "Calder analyzes without names. That is how his conscience stays warm." She wrote Sienna Pierce under beneficiary and Hall D families under source. Under consequence, she wrote children cold for 1 hour. Natalie deteriorated, Ruth shaking, Sammy fed less. Marcus brought systems data in fragments because full copies would trigger alarms. He memorized values, wrote them in the restroom, then transferred them to the ledger beneath a blanket, while Penny stood lookout with the grave pride of a child trusted too soon. Ven knew, Marcus suspected. The older engineer had stopped turning fully towards certain screens when Marcus was nearby, creating blind seconds that looked accidental only if one wanted them to. Mara added medical outcomes after midnight. She wrote in smaller letters than Alina, not because she had less to say, but because she had learned to fit triage into margins. Joan lash stable child lost before intake. Evan Sutter facial laceration, concussion watch. Natalie worsening. Sammy underfed, dehydration risk. Sienna depended on quarantine heat. Under source, she wrote hidden executive reserve not accessed. Alina underlined the last phrase twice. The ledger became dangerous by being useful. It showed the facility as a living organism and a moral machine. Heat traveled from bodies to bodies. Warmth saved one zone and punished another. Calder's speeches described discipline, capacity, and sacrifice, but the ledger showed sacrifice flowing downward more often than upward. The dependent hall cooled. Medical cooled. Quarantine almost cooled too far. Operations held. Security held. Executive stayed blank because hidden numbers were still numbers with their masks on. Ruth watched the pages grow. She had worked as an elementary school librarian before the freeze and understood the sacred power of recording what adults might prefer children forgot. "You need copies," she said. Alina answered that copies were hard without a printer. Ruth smiled without humor. "Then we make students." By morning, 3 teenagers and 2 retired teachers were copying selected pages by hand, not all in one place, not in the same language of layout. Each with enough overlap that a confiscated book would not kill the record. Penny wanted to copy too. Ruth gave her names instead of numbers. Don Avery, May Keel, Cole Ramos, Mina Ramos, Caleb at the Gate, Ira Bennett, Talia Monroe, Ellie Lash. Every name required care. Penny printed slowly, tongue pressed against her lip, refusing to shorten anyone. When she finished one page, she placed both palms over it and whispered something too soft for Marcus to hear. Ruth heard and began to cry quietly. Gary returned from a gate shift with news. The crowd outside had organized its own lines and its own anger. They had a preacher with a battery speaker, a former deputy named Kelso, and a woman named Anika who had begun collecting names on scraps of cardboard. They knew some families were inside. They knew Calder's officers were hiding rejection counts. They had seen the paired intake after Evan fell. They believed pressure works, Gary said, because pressure worked once. Louise said that belief would kill people. Mara answered that lack of pressure had already killed people. The room did not turn into an argument because everyone had become too tired for clean sides. Marcus studied the ledger and saw the shape of a future riot inside it. Outside names, inside dependents, hidden heat, gate exceptions, worsening cold, a surge theory that could make every faction feel betrayed by every other faction. Calder was not preventing division. He was delaying the hour it became loud. At dawn, Imani came to Hall D without escort. That alone made people look up. She carried a small packet of vitamins, 2 thermal socks, and a folded note. She handed the socks to Ruth for Penny and pretended not to see the ledger half hidden beneath Alina's blanket. "Calder is holding a technical council tonight," she said to Marcus. "Systems, medical, security, and resource allocation. He wants your model present, not your politics." "My model is politics," Marcus said. Imani's eyes moved to the notebook. "Then decide how much of it to bring into a room designed to eat truth." She unfolded the note. It was from someone inside food storage who had once lived near Elena's subdivision. Dawn and May were alive as of yesterday afternoon. The note had no more details, yet the hall changed when Ruth read it. Hope entered like contraband. Mara warned that the note might be old. Ruth said hope did not have to be fresh to feed a person for 1 more hour. Marcus sat beside her and said Dawn's name aloud. Penny corrected him, adding May, Cole, Mina, and the others in order. The name recitation moved through the nearest cots. People from other clusters added their own missing. The hall became a quiet roll call that no speaker could authorize or stop. A guard stepped into the aisle and ordered quiet. Lewis rose slowly, not threatening, simply standing. One by one, others sat up. The guard looked at the rows, the children, the copying pages, and the woman with socks in her lap. He lowered his voice and said the wall speakers might pick up group activity. That was not a warning from authority. It was a warning from a man who had chosen, for the length of a sentence, to be human first. After he left, Alina added a new section to the ledger, Acts of Concealed Mercy. She listed the guard who ignored Ruth's bread sharing, the guard who did not report the notebook, Imani's socks, Ven's blind seconds, a cook who scraped extra rice into the child tray, and Hazel volunteering for exterior repair. Marcus read the entries twice. He had been so focused on large systems that he had nearly missed the small systems people built in secret to keep conscience alive. The technical council convened after sunset in a conference room with warm air, clear glass, and a table polished by a world that no longer existed. Calder sat at the head. Rusk from security sat to his right. Ochoa came from medical with Mara beside him, her jacket still marked by work. Ven and Hazel represented systems. Imani stood rather than sitting. Marcus placed the model summary on the table and kept the heat ledger folded beneath his folder. Calder began with the gate incident. He described it as an unmanaged humanitarian pressure event, which made Mara laugh once, a hard sound with no humor in it. Calder paused. "Do you object to the term?" Mara looked at him across the polished table. "I object to language that washes blood before anyone sees it. A boy was nearly crushed because desperate people believed pain was the only thing that made your gate listen. Rusk demanded stricter perimeter rules. Ochoa demanded medical autonomy for intake. Men demanded lower load variants. Hazel demanded more repair crews or fewer lies about uptime. Imani demanded a public accounting of rejection numbers. The room filled with demands Calder could not grant without weakening the thing he called order. Marcus listened until the surge model appeared on the central screen. He presented the data cleanly: locked atmospheric flow, deepening albedo feedback, deteriorating grid remnants, Gulf instability line, possible time discharge. He included failure risks, mortality bands, uncertainty, and the fact that doing nothing carried its own death curve. Calder watched without interruption. That silence frightened Marcus more than anger. When Marcus finished, the room seemed to lose oxygen. Rusk called it suicidal sabotage. Ochoa said every scenario without preparation would overwhelm medical. Ven said the model was immature but not fantasy. Hazel said the grid was already dead enough to be used as fuel if they had courage and luck. Mara asked for the human cost model, and Marcus placed the heat ledger on the table. Calder's expression changed. Then, not much, not enough for the room to name, but enough. He understood what the ledger could become. He understood that Marcus was no longer merely modeling power. He was making a record that could move people. Calder closed the folder gently. "This document is inflammatory," he said. Mara answered, "Only because the facility is flammable." The ledger changed the way people looked at vents. Before, they had lifted faces toward warm air with gratitude or need. After the first pages spread, they looked with questions. Where'd the warmth come from? Who had gone colder? Who had decided? Gratitude did not vanish, but innocence did. Calder would have called that damage. Ruth called it adulthood arriving late and badly. Alina feared the ledger would make people hate one another. Instead, at first, it made them compare suffering with more care. A mother who had complained about hull decooling apologized to Sienna's aunt after learning quarantine had nearly failed. A gate worker who had resented medical heat volunteered for blanket rotation after reading Natalie Pierce's status. Truth did not make people kind by itself, but it gave kindness better aim. Calder adjourned the council without decision. Guards escorted Marcus and Mara to separate corridors. Imani held back long enough to whisper one sentence as Marcus passed. "You made him afraid of the page." Marcus walked toward systems with his tag flashing red and the knowledge that the truth had entered the room. Whether it would survive there was another calculation entirely. Calder summoned Marcus before the morning shift. His office smelled faintly of coffee, hot plastic, and cedar from a candle that should have been obscene in a place where people counted heat by the degree. The room was not luxurious by the standards of the dead world. It had a desk, 2 chairs, a private terminal, a wall map, a locked cabinet, and a window overlooking the inner yard. Luxury now meant the temperature did not fluctuate when a child elsewhere needed warmth. Marcus entered with 2 guards behind him. Calder dismissed him after a long moment, not because he trusted Marcus, but because he wanted the next conversation to feel personal. The door closed. Outside the window, maintenance workers moved across the yard under tether lines, their breath white in the floodlights. Hazel was among them, smaller than the men but moving with sharper purpose. "You are building a constituency," Calder said. Marcus remained standing. "I am building a record." Calder leaned back. "Records become speeches. Speeches become crowds. Crowds become stampedes. Stampedes become dead children, and then men like you tell yourselves you had no choice because your intentions were clean. He spoke without raising his voice. That was one of his talents. Cruelty sounded calmer when he said it. Marcus answered that secrecy had already produced dead children. Calder's eyes hardened at the edges. No, exposure, collapse, illness, panic, and mathematical scarcity produced them. I did not invent winter. I did not create hunger. I did not break the grid. I preserved one functioning heat island when every other authority dissolved into apology and static. You keep mistaking my refusal to perform grief for an absence of it. The words struck because part of them was true. Marcus hated the truth inside them more than the lie. Calder had held the facility through the first chaos. He had kept generators running, guards paid in rations, technicians working, oxygen moving, and food stores counted. Without him, the hub might have died before Marcus ever saw its light. That truth did not absolve what came after. It only made judgment heavier. Calder pointed to the chair. Marcus sat because standing had become theater, and they were past theater. You think leadership is choosing mercy when mercy is visible, Calder said. That is easy. A bleeding child at the gate. A fever patient in medical. An old woman with a name in a notebook. Real leadership is refusing mercy that destroys the structure, keeping 1,000 unseen mercies possible tomorrow. A structure that will not bend becomes a coffin, Marcus said. Calder's smile was tired. A structure that bends for every hand becomes rubble. He opened a file on his terminal and turned the screen. It showed intake projections, fuel curves, dietary plans, security risks, and death estimates if the hub admitted everyone currently at the gate. The numbers were brutal. They were also curated. Marcus saw hidden assumptions immediately, executive reserve omitted, guard ration surplus protected, outside mortality counted as inevitable rather than accelerated by refusal. Marcus reached toward the screen and highlighted one column. This assumes the people outside remain separate from your system. They are not separate. They are pressure against it. They carry information, anger, disease, and moral claim. Your model treats them as weather. Calder leaned forward. Your surge treats everyone inside as fuel. Do not pretend your abstraction is cleaner because it reaches farther. The accusation landed exactly where Mara had warned him it would. Marcus did not defend too quickly. That is why I want consent, he said. That is why I want the cost written. That is why I want a choice made by more than the man whose office never cools. Calder's face became still. Consent from whom? The fevered? The terrified? The father who just got inside? The crowd freezing at my fence? People will vote for the miracle that hurts someone else. They always do. Then you do not believe in people, Marcus said. Calder looked toward the yard. I believe in people exactly enough. Enough to feed them in lines. Enough to guard the storerooms. Enough to know that fear makes thieves of decent men and prophets of fools. Enough to know that if I announce your theory, the hub fractures before your model survives one serious review. Marcus said the theory could be reviewed quietly by systems and medical with real numbers. Calder said it would remain contained until he decided otherwise. Marcus asked whether he meant contained or buried. Calder's hand rested on the locked cabinet. I mean contained. If the data matures, if the hub can survive the attempt, if the probability rises beyond desperation dressed as engineering, then I will consider it. Until then, you work under supervision. You do not show the ledger. You do not discuss the surge outside approved rooms. You do not become a banner. People outside the approved rooms are dying from decisions made inside them, Marcus said. Calder's eyes flashed. Everyone is dying from something. That is the first honest law of the New World. He stood and moved to the window. Below, Hazel's repair team reached the intake frame. Wind drove snow sideways through the floodlights. One worker slipped, and the tether line snapped tight before he slid beneath a parked plow. Calder watched without visible reaction, but his right hand closed against the edge of the desk. Marcus saw it and understood again that the man was not empty. That made him worse, not better. Empty men were easier to resist. Calder still felt enough to justify himself, and justification was stronger than hunger. There is a story you tell yourself, Calder said. In it, I am the tyrant blocking the brave engineer and the honest medic from saving humanity. I know this story because people need shapes that let them sleep. But perhaps the true story is smaller. Perhaps I am the man preventing a grieving engineer from gambling 1,000 lives on a storm flicker because guilt has taught him to call risk a duty. Marcus thought of the first blackout, the neighbors who had not believed him, the road bodies, the gate, Penny's copied names, Mara's hands in blood, the gulf line moving like a thin pulse. Perhaps, he said, and perhaps you are the man who survived the first collapse so well that survival became the only god you could recognize. The office fell quiet except for the distant throb of generators. Calder did not throw him out. That restraint felt more dangerous than anger. At last Calder said, "We are both men with machines between us and the dead. The difference is that I remember the machine has limits." Marcus stood. "The difference is that I remember limits are sometimes drawn by the person holding the key." Calder allowed him to leave with the ledger, but not before making the warning clear. If another unauthorized copy appeared, Alina would be reassigned from Hall D to laundry night shift. Ruth's dependent status would be reviewed, and Marcus's access would shrink to supervised console tasks. He did not threaten Mara. He did not have to. Medical needed hands, and a leader who controlled supplies controlled everyone's body by dawn. In the corridor, Marcus nearly punched the wall and stopped because broken knuckles would waste care. Imani appeared from the stairwell with 2 maintenance forms. She had heard nothing officially and enough practically. "He lets you keep the book," she said. Marcus nodded. "Then he wants to know where it goes next." Imani slid one form beneath the top sheet. Inside was a handwritten maintenance map of older conduit paths leading near the archive room and the auxiliary print station. Calder's office contained one framed photograph turned partly away from the desk. Marcus noticed it while Calder spoke of order. The picture showed a woman, 2 boys, and Calder at some lake in a green season that felt fictional now. Their faces were sunlit, careless, and untouched by ration boards. Marcus wondered whether they were dead, outside, or safely hidden somewhere. Calder never mentioned. He did not ask. Some questions were traps because the answer might create sympathy before judgment was ready. What frightened Marcus most was not Calder's certainty. It was Calder's accuracy about certain human failures. Panic did make mobs. Hunger did make liars. Fear did make decent people dangerous. Marcus had seen all of it. The trap was believing those truths required a single hand around every key. A system could be honest about human weakness without becoming a monument to one man's control. "Why help me?" Marcus asked. Imani looked toward Calder's door. "Because he is right about panic and wrong about ownership. Truth is not safer because one man keeps it warm." She walked away before gratitude could become evidence. Marcus folded the map into his sleeve and went to find Alina, because a record that frightened Calder had to become harder to erase. The archive room sat behind a dead training suite near the older half of the data center. Before the freeze, it had stored compliance binders, spare manuals, payroll boxes, warranty records, and the physical proof that corporations believed everything important deserved a label. Now the room was colder than the main corridors, but above freezing, which made it valuable to people who understood paper as a future technology. Alina reached it with Marcus just before the second night cycle. Ruth had created a distraction in Hall Day by asking 2 guards for clarification on blanket assignments until both men became trapped in a debate over policy language. Penny watched from her cot with solemn delight. Gary carried a laundry bundle through the service lane, blocking a camera for 9 seconds. Lewis coughed loudly near the stairwell at the exact moment Marcus and Alina passed the blind corner. Inside the archive, old printer paper sat sealed in plastic. A manual copier stood under a tarp with a maintenance tag from a year before the world changed. Marcus almost laughed. The machine was ancient, inefficient, and not networked. That made it safer than anything modern. Alina touched it the way someone might touch a relic. "Can it run?" she asked. Marcus traced the power cord to a wall outlet tied to a low-priority circuit. The circuit still carried current in scheduled pulses to prevent humidity damage in stored records. They had 11 minutes before the next pulse ended. He opened the maintenance map Imani had given him, checked the breaker label, and flipped the copier awake. It groaned, clicked, and warmed with the reluctant dignity of an old animal. The first copy came out straight. The second jammed. Alina cursed quietly in Spanish and freed the paper with hands steadier than Marcus's. The third copy carried the heat ledger's first page clearly enough to matter. They did not copy everything. Too many pages would expose them, and too much truth in one packet could be destroyed at once. They copied the core heat diversions, gate incident names, hidden reserves, surge summary, and mortality bands. While the copier worked, Marcus found boxes labeled ERCOT liaison, emergency interconnect, weather hardening, and fuel continuity. His old professional eyes stared back from corporate folders. He opened one and saw pre-freeze risk reports. Heat wave demand, curbs. Hurricane backup pathways. Ice storm nodes dismissed as low frequency. Nobody had modeled this because the curve had been absurd and systems were built by people who mistrusted absurdity until it arrived with teeth. A folder marked AT Mosfreak contingency had been moved recently. The dust line gave it away. Marcus opened it and found printed memos from federal agencies, universities, and private contractors. Most were summaries, not full studies, but the language made his stomach tighten. Jet stream disruption, Arctic amplification, reflectivity feedback, emergency albedo intervention, stratospheric aerosol debates. Grid-based thermal release was not listed as a solution, but several memos discussed triggering instability through rapid energy differentials at regional scale. Calder had this, Marcus said. Alina looked up from the copier. Had what? He handed her the summary. She read quickly, lips pressed tight. He knew the system could lock, she said. Marcus corrected her because precision mattered. He knew people had warned about lock risks. He knew enough to recognize what I found faster than he admitted. They copied the atmospheric packet, too. That made the work slower. Each page came with a risk. Each risk came with the image of Calder's office, Hall D, Mara's Bay, and the gate. Marcus's hand shook only once, when he copied a memo dated 2 years earlier recommending regional power hardening drills for extreme climate discontinuities. He had never seen the memo. Somewhere above him, people had spoken in language that made catastrophe sound like an agenda item. Footsteps passed outside. Alina killed the copier light and held her breath. Marcus stood behind a shelf with the warm pages under his coat. The door handle moved, then stopped. A voice outside said the room was low priority and not worth checking in the cold. Another voice complained about gate duty. The steps faded. Alina exhaled so slowly it seemed painful. The copier restarted with 3 minutes left in the power pulse. They finished 4 packets. 1 for Mara in medical. 1 for Van if he dared take it. 1 for Imani. 1 hidden in Hall D among old children's worksheets Ruth had found in an office drawer. The original ledger stayed with Alina. Marcus kept the atmospheric packet because it felt like evidence from a trial that had begun before any of them understood they were defendants. As they packed, Alina found a box of employee badges from a contractor event. The badge sleeves were clear plastic with clips. She took them all. Marcus almost asked why, then understood. Paper lasted longer if kept dry. Names lasted longer if carried where cameras could not read them. The old world had built endless tools for access, identity, and hierarchy. The new world would steal them for memory. On the way back, they passed a window into the inner yard. Hazel's repair team was returning. 1 worker limped. Hazel's wrapped hand had bled through. They carried a metal section rimmed with ice and blackened where heat tape had failed. Marcus stopped. Hazel looked up and saw him through the glass. She lifted the broken part as if presenting an accusation. He lifted the copy packet in return, just enough for her to see paper. Her grin was quick, fierce, and gone. Mara received her copy in a linen card outside medical. She did not open it there. She slid it beneath wrapped cloth and said Ochoa had lost Joan Lash just before midnight. Complications, infection risk, too much blood gone before intake. Mara's voice did not break. That made Marcus more afraid than if it had. Write her in the ledger, she said. Not as inevitable, as delayed by gate policy, worsened by resource limits, and witnessed by medical. Marcus told her Calder had seen prior warnings. Mara's face became very still. Then he is not only choosing now, she said. He is curating the past so nobody can accuse the present. She looked toward the bay where Paul Sutter slept in a chair beside Evan. When people learn that, the facility changes. Marcus said it might break. Mara answered that hidden truth was already breaking it, only quietly enough for powerful people to call it stability. They stood close in the service shadow. There was no privacy, not really, but the angle hid their faces from the nearest camera. Marcus touched the back of her hand. She did not move away. The contact lasted no more than a breath, yet it carried more tenderness than either could afford to name. "I need you alive when this becomes ugly," he said. Mara looked at him with tired anger and something warmer beneath it. "Then stop giving the ugly a schedule without giving me a plan to keep people breathing through it." Back in Hall D, Ruth hid one packet inside the cover of an old math workbook. Penny asked if the papers were homework. Ruth said they were, in a way. "For who?" Penny asked. Ruth looked across the hall at guards, vents, cameras, and sleeping families. For everyone who thought survival meant they were done learning. Old paper had a smell Marcus had forgotten: dust, glue, toner, and dry cardboard. In the archive, that smell felt almost luxurious because it belonged to a world where people saved documents for audits rather than survival. Alina moved through the boxes with reverence and fury. Every folder proved that somebody had once believed records mattered. Now records mattered again, but not for shareholders or regulators. They mattered because memory had become a form of heat. A copied page could not warm a child, yet it could prevent a leader from claiming the child had never been cold. That mattered to Alina. Her notebook had begun as order against panic, then become witness against erasure. In the old world, she had used spreadsheets for school projects and part-time schedules. In the hub, columns and margins had become a way to keep souls from being rounded down. Marcus returned to systems before dawn. The model still failed. 36 seconds now, with a revised path through 2 industrial feeders and a battery ramp that would melt breakers if timing slipped. He entered the atmospheric packet variables into the sandbox and watched the Gulf line respond more strongly. It was not certainty. It was a pulse. In a dead room full of living machines, a pulse was enough to steal sleep. The new data changed the model and the room around it. Venn stopped calling the surge theory a fantasy after the third simulation showed atmospheric response. He did not call it a plan either. He created a new folder under a boring maintenance name and moved copies there in fragments so no single file would betray itself. Hazel stood behind them with her burned hand wrapped in fresh cloth, watching the lines move across the screen with the suspicion of someone who trusted metal more than men. "You are telling me the sky has a balance point," Hazel said. Marcus kept his eyes on the graph. "The system has settled into a bad equilibrium. Ice reflects sunlight. Less heat stays near the ground. The colder ground protects more ice. The jet stream locks the pattern. The Gulf line may be one place where the balance is not fully sealed." Hazel snorted. "That sounds like saying a locked door has a weak hinge." "That is close enough," Ben said. Hazel pointed at the failure column. "And your hinge plan burns the house to shake the door?" Marcus did not argue. "If we do nothing, the house loses heat room by room anyway." Hazel leaned over the console and read the mortality bands. "They make sure people understand you are not offering salvation. You are offering a chance that arrives with a knife in its hand." They built models for doing nothing. Calder had never asked for that version in open council. The result was worse than anyone in systems wanted to admit. Fuel pressure decline. Intake frame decay. Food ration reduction. Gate pressure rise. Quarantine volatility. Medical supply collapse. Guard loyalty stress. At current settings, the hub might remain organized for weeks, perhaps longer if Calder cut intake almost completely and lowered dependent zones. Organized did not mean humane. Organized did not mean alive for everyone. Marcus printed the first mortality comparison on the old archive copier with Imani's help. She read it in the dim service room, and the paper trembled slightly in her hand. "This makes him smaller," she said. Marcus did not understand. Imani tapped the do-nothing column. "Calder's power depends on making his choice look like the only adult choice. This shows it is a choice among deaths. He will hate it more than the surge model." The facility itself seemed to sense pressure building. Rumors moved faster than orders. People in Hall D knew medical had a copy of something. Gate workers knew the rejection numbers were being hidden. Systems techs knew Calder had prior warnings. Security knew Russ wanted stricter force rules, and Imani opposed him. Food storage workers knew executive rations had not been cut as deeply as dependent rations. Each rumor was incomplete. Together they formed a map. Ruth began hearing people say Marcus's name with hope attached, and that frightened her. Hope made people brave, but it also made them careless with the body carrying it. She warned him as he sat beside Penny's cot to eat cold rice. "They are making you into a handle," she said. "Something they can grab when they want a door opened." Marcus looked across the hall. "I do not want that." Ruth's laugh was sad. "Most handles do not choose the hand." Penny asked whether a handle was good. Ruth smoothed the child's hair. "A handle helps open things. It can also break if too many people pull." Penny considered this, then handed Marcus a folded paper. It was a copied name card sealed in a plastic badge sleeve. Don Avery, McKeel. The letters were careful and dark. "For when you forget because grown-ups get busy," she said. Marcus put the sleeve inside his coat and promised nothing except to keep it dry. Mara read the mortality comparison beside Ochoa in the pharmacy alcove. Ochoa swore under his breath. Mara did not. She had reached a point where anger burned too expensive. "The do-nothing path is slower triage," she said. "Calder is making us participate in it while pretending time itself made the decision." Ochoa folded the paper. "And the surge path may turn medical into a grave if heat drops for longer than projected." Mara answered that grave was not a plan, no matter which column used it. They began preparing anyway, because preparation did not mean endorsement. Mara listed patients by heat vulnerability, mobility, oxygen dependency, infection risk, and need for human assistance. She created a silent evacuation plan inside the facility, who could be moved closer to interior walls, who could share body heat safely, which blankets were clean enough, which oxygen tanks could be manually rotated, which medicine spoiled if temperature dropped. Every line of the plan felt like betrayal and responsibility braided together. Marcus and Vin worked the technical side. The surge required exact timing with the Gulf line, assuming the emergency satellite link could provide a new frame before the window passed. Batteries would need to dump into selected feeders while generators overran and non-critical heat loads dropped. Critical zones would need staged insulation before any discharge. Switchgear might fail violently. Breakers might weld. Fire suppression might not operate if control power sagged. Every workaround created 2 more ways to die. Hazel suggested using old industrial heaters as sacrificial load buffers. Ven called it reckless. Hazel reminded him that everything about the plan was reckless and asked whether he preferred elegant failure. Marcus adapted the idea. The model stabilized for 52 seconds. 52 seconds was long enough to create regional thermal shock across buried conduits and exposed metal lines, but still not enough to survive the afterload without a second stage collapse. The Gulf line strengthened at 14,018. Satellite cache showed a kink in the cloud band south of Galveston, then no new frame for almost an hour. Systems grew quiet. Even technicians who had mocked the idea found themselves watching the cache timer. The idea of a window changed the room. A window made delay feel like murder and action feel like madness. Marcus understood why Calder feared knowledge. Knowledge created clocks. Calder entered systems at 15,007 with Rusk and 2 guard. He did not raise his voice. He asked for every unauthorized model file. Ven lied badly by claiming routine maintenance simulation. Hazel laughed before she could stop herself. Calder's gaze moved to Marcus. "You have been busy," he said. Marcus answered that the cold had been busy first. Rusk ordered Hazel away from the console. She refused until a guard grabbed her injured hand. The pressure tore a cry from her and Marcus moved before thinking. Rusk shoved him back against the console. Vin shouted. Alarms flickered as Marcus's shoulder struck a key bank. For 3 seconds, systems became exactly what Calder claimed to prevent: fear, force, and fragile machines too close together. Imani arrived with enough authority to stop the guard from doing worse. She said security had no clearance to seize active systems during load instability. Rusk said Calder's order overrode local clearance. Imani looked at Calder, forcing him to choose whether to fracture his own command structure in front of everyone. Calder told Rusk to stand down. The words were calm, but the damage had been done. Everyone in the room had seen that order now required guards because obedience was thinning. Calder locked Marcus's access to supervised mode and confiscated the workstation. Ben protested that losing Marcus would slow failure review. Calder said failure review was not the only failure in the building. He ordered all surge references contained under executive review. Hazel, still white-faced from pain, said, "That is a strange way to pronounce buried." Calder looked at her as if deciding whether she was useful enough to spare. For the moment, she was. After Calder left, systems did not return to normal. It returned to work, which was different. Ben handed Marcus a paper maintenance form with a sequence of numbers hidden in capacitor readings. The numbers were model timings. Hazel wrote feeder labels on a strip of tape and stuck it under Marcus's sleeve while pretending to adjust his tag. Quiet rebellion did not feel heroic. It felt like frightened people keeping a match alive in a wet hand. That evening, the wall speakers announced new restrictions on unsanctioned documents, group assemblies, and cross-zone communication. Hall D listened. Medical listened. The gate workers listened. In every zone, people understood the announcement as proof that something worth knowing had escaped. Calder had tried to seal the truth and had instead taught the facility to look for its outline. Marcus found Mara in the corridor outside medical at the edge of night cycle. She had heard about systems. She touched the bruise forming near his shoulder and said, "You are very bad at staying useful without getting hit." He almost smiled. The almost smile hurt. He told her the model had reached 52 seconds and the Gulf line was strengthening. She told him her medical cold drop plan was half-built and morally unbearable. They stood beneath a vent that had begun to tick with ice somewhere inside the duct. Mara rested her forehead briefly against his chest. "I am still not with you," she whispered. "Not if you make this a holy mission. Not if you forget the people under my hands. But I'm with the truth." Marcus closed his eyes. "That may be enough." She pulled back. "It had better not be all you have." Van began keeping 2 sets of notes. One set used official maintenance language, relay drift, heat cycle variance, feeder instability, priority load review. The other used the words he no longer trusted himself to say aloud: children, cold, gate pressure, hidden reserve, possible chance, unacceptable silence. He folded the second set into the lining of his old lunch bag. It was a ridiculous hiding place. That made it nearly perfect. The weather maps looked almost beautiful if a person forgot what beauty cost. Bands of cloud curled over the Gulf in pale arcs. Temperature gradients glowed in clean colors. Ice reflectivity shimmered like polished metal across satellite tiles. Marcus hated the beauty because it tried to seduce the mind away from consequence. The planet did not look angry from above. It looked mathematical, and math could be monstrous without ever raising its voice. Above them, the vent ticked again. Beyond the wall, the gate crowd sang something low and uneven, a hymn or a protest or both. In systems, Van watched the cash timer. In Hull D, Penny copied names. In Calder's office, hidden reserves held steady. The weather remained locked, but inside the hub something else had begun to move. The vote began without permission. It did not begin with speeches or raised hands. It began in Hall D when Ruth asked whether anyone had the right to spend heat without telling the people who would lose it. A man near the laundry cart said no before he realized he had answered aloud. A mother across the aisle said yes if the choice saved children elsewhere. Gary said nobody knew what elsewhere meant anymore. Alina opened the ledger and the hall leaned toward the page. Marcus had not called a meeting. That mattered to him and to nobody else. The restriction against group assembly had turned every shared whisper into a meeting by another name. People gathered in small clusters that shifted whenever guards passed. They carried food trays, blankets, laundry sacks, and children as camouflage. Questions moved from cut to cut. What did the surge do? How long would heat drop? Who decided? Could it save places beyond Katy? Would everyone inside freeze? Would doing nothing be safer, or only slower? Alina read the comparison columns in a low voice. She did not dramatize them. The numbers were dramatic enough. Do-nothing deaths over time. Surge attempt deaths in hours if failure cascaded. Possible regional instability if success aligned with the Gulf window. Unknowns, written plainly. People listened with faces that did not choose one kind of fear over another because both had entered the hall and found seats. A father named Kenji said he could not consent for his asthmatic daughter to lose heat for a theory. Ruth said nobody should dismiss that. A gate worker named Laverne said the people outside had never been asked to consent to being left in snow either. Renee, holding Sammy, asked whether a vote by warm people could ever be fair to cold people outside. The question changed the room more than any argument. Mara arrived with Ochoa and 2 nurses. She did not stand beside Marcus. She stood where the sick families could see her. Preparation is not consent, she said. I'm preparing medical because unprepared people die faster. That does not mean I endorse firing the grid tomorrow or letting a room full of frightened people push one man into becoming the opposite of Calder. If there is a vote, it has to include cost, protection, and delay until we know the next Gulf window. Someone asked what she would choose. Mara looked at Natalie asleep under blankets, at Renee's hollow face, at Penny clutching Ruth's sleeve, and at the copied names of Dawn and May. I would choose not to live in a world where only Calder gets to choose, she said. That is my answer tonight. The rest is not honest yet. The first tally was not binding, and everybody knew it. Alina made 3 columns: prepare only, prepare and disclose, prepare for possible surge. No column said ignore. That absence mattered. Even those who feared the surge did not trust silence anymore. People marked small strokes beside choices, then added conditions in the margins. Protect children. Move medical inward first. Demand gate representation. Cut executive heat before dependents. Include outside names. Wait for real window. No secret trigger. Penny asked for a child's column. Ruth started to refuse, then stopped because the old world had used childhood as an excuse to hide too much. They made a line for children who wished to speak, not decide. Penny wrote, "Do not forget outside." A boy named Mateo wrote, "Keep moms warm." Avery Sutter, Evan's sister admitted in a later medical exception, wrote, "Dads too." The children's line became the hardest part of the page to read. The vote spread to medical after midnight. Patients who could speak asked for the ledger. Paul Sutter said he wanted Evan protected before any mission, then asked whether Evan would inherit a sealed freezer if nobody tried. Natalie Pierce, feverish and lucid in flashes, asked for Sienna. Mara brought her daughter's status to the cot in person. Natalie took the paper, kissed Sienna's name, and marked "Prepare and Disclose" with a shaking hand. Ochoa voted prepare only, then crossed it out and moved to prepare and disclose. "I hate this," he said. Mara answered that a hated truth was still better than a clean lie. Joan Lash's empty cot remained between them like a witness no tally could include. Mara wrote Joan's name in the margin under delayed by gate policy and circled it until the paper nearly tore. Systems voted in numbers first because engineers often hid fear inside precision. Then listed technical prerequisites: stable satellite cache, staged insulation, manual heat reserves, breaker isolation, fire teams, medical cold plan, gate containment, worker consent. Hazel added one more in grease pencil across the bottom. No executive exemption. The technicians signed that line fastest. Even people terrified of the surge liked seeing hypocrisy named. Imani carried a copy towards security and nearly caused a fight before reaching the second table. Rusk called the vote sedition. 2 guards agreed. 4 did not speak. One asked whether their families in dependent zones had been told about executive heat. Another asked whether gate deaths counted in official reports. The questions did more damage than defiance. Rusk ordered the paper destroyed. Imani took it back before his hand touched it. Calder learned by dawn. Of course he learned. A facility built from cameras and fear did not miss a vote. He ordered wall speakers live across all zones, and his voice entered the hub with the polished weight of command. He said unauthorized assemblies endangered everyone. He said false technical rumors threatened order. He said leadership could not be transferred to panic. He said the facility would survive by discipline, not emotional arithmetic. Haldi heard him and did not settle. Medical heard him and kept copying. Systems heard him and kept working. At the gate, speakers carried only fragments through the wind, but fragments were enough. People outside began chanting names, not slogans. Don Avery, May Keel, Caleb Ruiz, Ely Lash. The names moved along the fence, then through radios, then back into the hub through guards who could no longer pretend outside had no voice. Marcus stood in systems with the latest Gulf cache on the screen. The line had strengthened again. Not enough. Maybe enough later. The timing window could open within days if the pattern held. Or the pattern could collapse into deeper cold and make all their courage a monument to misunderstanding. He told Van to rerun the model with staged medical insulation and executive reserve cut first. Ben looked toward the camera. That requires access, Calder locked. Hazel tossed Marcus a maintenance override ring. Then do not call it access, she said. Call it fixing the heater. Marcus hesitated only long enough to understand that every person in the room was choosing risk with eyes open. He entered the override, and the model breathed into 59 seconds. Mara arrived before the new result finished. She had dark circles beneath her eyes and a copied tally folded in one hand. "The vote is not yours," she said. Marcus nodded. "I know." She looked at the screen. "And it is not Calder's." He nodded again. The space between them felt changed, not healed, not simple, but shared in a way neither could reduce to agreement. Calder's guards reached systems at 7012. The door opened hard. Rusk entered with 6 armed men and an order for Marcus Hale's immediate detention pending review of destabilizing conduct. Van stepped between Marcus and the guards. Hazel stood beside him. Imani's voice cracked over the radio, ordering security to pause until command authority could be verified. Rusk ignored her. Mara moved first. She placed herself in front of Marcus with the calm of someone who had seen weapons pointed in rooms already full of death. "If you take him," she said, "you take the medical cold plan, the surge safeguards, and the only model that includes the people you keep pretending are not part of this system." Rusk told her to move. She did not. The room held on the thin edge before violence. Marcus saw every future at once: compliance, riot, failed model, gate breach, Calder victorious, Calder dead, the hub frozen, the world unchanged, the Gulf line gone before they acted. Then the wall alarm sounded for systems, not security and not medical. The south feeder temperature had spiked without command. Somewhere beyond the hub, dead grid metal had heated on its own, a natural fault or a shifting load, and the atmospheric screen flickered with a response. Every face turned toward the data. The Gulf line pulsed brighter. The locked system had moved, not because Marcus had touched it, not because Calder had allowed it. The world itself had shown that instability was possible. The room stayed silent until Hazel whispered, "There is your hinge." Rusk's order still hung in the air, but its certainty had cracked. Calder's voice came over the speaker, demanding a report. Marcus looked at Mara, then at Ven, Hazel, Imani's radio light, and the guards whose rifles had dipped by inches toward doubt. He understood that Part 6 of their survival would not end with permission. It would end with proof arriving before anyone was ready to carry it. The first vote had no legal force, but legality had become a memory with office furniture around it. What mattered was that people spoke before being sorted. They disagreed, contradicted themselves, cried, revised, demanded conditions, withdrew support, gave it again, and forced uncertainty to stay visible. It was messy, frightened, and incomplete. It was also the first thing inside the hub that did not belong entirely to Calder. When the alarm sounded, Penny clutched Ruth's sleeve and asked whether the sky had heard them. Ruth pulled her close and answered carefully. The sky did not listen the way people did, she said, but the world sometimes answered pressure. Penny looked toward the ceiling vents, then toward the gate wall she could not see from Hall D. "Then we should keep saying names," she said. Ruth kissed her hair and said that was exactly what they would do. Marcus did not answer Calder at once. The emergency capture mattered more than argument, and the machine was the only witness in the room that could not be intimidated. He opened 3 logging streams, one for feeder temperature, one for atmospheric response, and one for load behavior inside the hub. Ven moved beside him without being asked, hands already flying across the backup console. Hazel shouted for manual breaker status. A technician who had spent the morning avoiding politics grabbed a clipboard and began calling numbers from the south rack. Rusk recovered first. He ordered 2 guards to pull Marcus from the terminal. Neither moved quickly. The data on the wall held them in a strange paralysis, because it was easier to obey a man than to ignore a sky that had just changed color in front of them. Calder's voice came again through the speaker, colder than the yard beyond the fence. It demanded chain of command. Imani answered over the open radio that chain of command was being preserved by preventing security from interrupting a live fault response. Mara stayed between Marcus and the rifles. She did not look heroic. She looked furious, exhausted, and completely aware of how little cloth and bones stood between a bullet and the future. That made her braver than any speech could have made her. Marcus wanted to tell her to move. He also knew she would hate him for wasting breath on a request she had already refused. The pulse lasted only 43 seconds. On the screens, it appeared as a flare in the dead grid, a thermal rise along buried metal, a brief power ghost running through lines that should have been silent. Above the gulf, the instability band brightened, curled, and held shape for 7 frames before the cache broke into static. It was not enough. It was also not nothing. Those 2 truths entered the room together and refused to separate. Ben read the preliminary log in a voice that shook. Natural fault or uncontrolled external induction. South feeder metal warmed by 11 degrees for less than 1 minute. Atmospheric response, measurable. Repeat, measurable. Hazel laughed once, then covered her mouth because the sound had come too close to sobbing. One of the guards lowered his rifle until the barrel pointed at the floor. Rusk shouted that the event proved instability, not safety. Mara snapped back that nobody in the room had claimed safety. Ochoa's voice broke over medical radio, demanding to know whether heat loss was expected. Vin answered no immediate drop, then corrected himself with a professional honesty that made everyone flinch. No immediate drop from the fault. Unknown if secondary effects follow. Prepare standard cold protection. In Hall D, Ruth heard the word measurable from a guard's radio and felt Penny grip her hand. Around them, families sat up. People did not cheer. Cheering would have been too simple, and the hub had become allergic to simplicity. Instead, they listened harder. Alina opened the ledger to a blank page and wrote the time, the alarm type, the south feeder, and the phrase "Sky Response Observed." Beneath it, Penny added in careful letters, names still counting. At the gate, the crowd heard the alarm before they heard any explanation. The chant faltered, then returned in uneven waves. Anika, the woman collecting outside names, lifted her cardboard sheets above her head as if the cameras could read them through snow. Some people took the alarm as proof that the hub was failing and backed away in fear. Others pressed closer because any crack in the wall looked like a doorway when the cold had taken everything else. Calder arrived in systems 6 minutes after the pulse ended. He did not run. Running would have admitted that events could command him. He entered with his coat sealed, his face composed, and his eyes fixed on the central screen. The room made space for him, but did not become his again. That was the first change Marcus noticed. Authority still entered first. Obedience arrived late. Report, Calder said. Ven gave one, precise and stripped of emotion. Hazel added what the official report avoided. The dead grid had shown it could still affect the locked weather when enough energy moved through it. Calder listened, then asked whether the event could be replicated safely. Marcus answered before Ven could soften the word. Not safely. Possibly deliberately. Those are different questions. Calder turned toward him. And you believe this strengthened your case. Marcus looked at the screens, then at Mara, then at the guards and technicians who now understood they had seen a hinge move. It strengthens the need for a real decision, he said. Not yours alone. Not mine. Not a rumor trapped in Hall D. A decision with numbers, names, protections, and a clock. For the first time, Calder did not answer quickly. The delay did more than any rebuttal. Everyone saw him calculating not the surge, but the room. He could arrest Marcus and make the data contraband. He could bury the pulse and call it a maintenance anomaly outright. Outside, the gate crowd kept chanting names into the snow. Inside, the hub trembled around a question no leader could silence now. If the sky could be moved by accident, then perhaps it could be moved by choice. If it could be moved by choice, then every warm room had become part of the decision. Marcus placed both hands on the console and began the emergency capture before Calder's command could bury the pulse. Bury the pulse. The emergency capture began with Marcus's hands flat on the console and every weapon in the systems room still halfway raised. The accidental south feeder spike had thrown a bright fracture through the gulf pattern, a pulse of warmth, too brief to save anyone and too clean to dismiss. Screens filled with numbers that looked impossible only because everyone had spent days being taught that the freeze was absolute. Marcus recorded load behavior, thermal response, feeder resistance, atmospheric movement, and every raw sensor scrapped the hub could still hear from the dead grid outside Katy. He did not argue with Calder's voice over the speaker. Data came first because data could be buried only after it existed. Ven moved beside him, pale and rigid, calling readings with the sharp calm of a man terrified enough to become exact. Hazel dragged herself to the auxiliary station despite the ache in her injured hand and forced the backup cache to mirror. The young technician who had avoided every private conversation now shouted breaker temperatures from the south rack as if confession could be made through numbers. Rusk stood near the door with his order to detain Marcus losing authority by the second. His guards watched the wall display. In that cold blue light, the command to arrest a man seemed smaller than the fact that the sky had just answered a dead feeder. Calder demanded an explanation. Marcus gave him one that could not be softened. A thermal surge had crossed a buried conduit south of the hub, probably where ice stress or load drift created a momentary fault. The pulse had reached the atmosphere through the locked grid like a finger striking glass. The Gulf line had reacted. Not much, not enough, and maybe never enough again, but the response was real. Calder asked whether Marcus had caused it. Marcus said he wished he had that much control. The answer brought a thin silence over the speaker, because humility in that moment sounded more dangerous than arrogance. Mara stood near the entrance with her medical bag pressed against one hip, reading the room the way she had once read crash scenes beside the Grand Parkway. She saw which guards were loyal to Rusk, which technicians were one command away from her vault, and which frightened people would become dangerous if someone forced them to choose too fast. She asked Marcus how long the pulse lasted. He answered in seconds and fractions. She asked what it proved. He looked at the display, then at Calder's camera. It proved the frozen system was not sealed. It proved pressure could move it. It did not prove survival. Rusk recovered his certainty by turning away from the screen. He ordered the arrest again, harsher this time, and 2 guards stepped forward. Amani's voice cracked through the radio with a direct order for security to stand down until systems completed emergency preservation. Rusk told her she no longer had field authority. One of the guards hesitated. The hesitation cost him. Rusk struck him across the mouth with the butt of his rifle, splitting his lip and painting a red line down his chin. The sound changed the room. Violence had entered as policy, not panic. Mara moved to the bleeding guard before anyone could tell her not to. Rusk caught her arm, and for a moment Marcus saw the entire room tip toward bloodshed. Mara looked at Rusk with a calm so cold it seemed borrowed from outside. She told him that if he stopped medical care to prove authority, every dependent in the building would learn what his authority meant. Rusk released her. The guard leaned against the wall while Mara packed gauze against his mouth. Nobody thanked her aloud. Gratitude had become another thing people hid to stay alive. Marcus copied the emergency capture onto 3 redundant drives, then printed a raw strip in case Calder found every file. Hazel tore the strip into segments and passed them through the room like ration slips. Ven hid 2 inside a maintenance binder labeled with outdated compressor codes. A technician slipped one into his sock. Mara folded another under the tape around her medical shears. The rebellion had not been declared, yet it was already learning the habits of weather, move quietly, spread everywhere, and make one center impossible to kill. Calder ordered a full lockdown of systems. Rusk stepped toward the main breaker panel as if the simplest way to win was to darken the truth. Hazel lurched between him and the panel with a wrench in her good hand. She was small beside him, exhausted, and visibly shaking, but she had the look of someone who would strike a machine before surrendering it to a bully. Rusk smiled at her. Ven stepped beside her. Then the young technician did. Then another. Rusk counted faces and understood he could still win, but not quietly. Calder changed tactics. His voice softened over the speaker, and that softness frightened Marcus more than shouting. He said everyone had seen a technical anomaly, not a mandate for mass death. He said panic would twist curiosity into catastrophe. He said the hub existed because disciplined people had chosen survival over emotional theater. He ordered Marcus to deliver the data to executive review and submit to temporary isolation. The words were clean enough for a policy file and rotten enough for everyone in the room to smell what lay beneath them. Marcus answered that emergency captures belonged to systems review under load instability, then backed him with the regulation number. Hazel added that executive review could observe from behind glass if it remembered how glass worked. Someone laughed once, not a one-word laugh, but the sharp, broken sound of fear finding a crack. Rusk raised his rifle again. Amani entered the room before he could use it, frost still clinging to her coat from the security corridor. She placed herself between security and systems and told Russ that his next order would split the building. The second pulse never came. The gulf line faded by degrees, leaving only proof and hunger behind. Marcus watched the brightness drain from the map while the room breathed around him. That fading might have been mercy if nobody had seen it. Once seen, it became a command without words. The atmosphere could move. The grid could speak. The facility's heat was no longer shelter alone. It had become leverage against the sky, and every person warmed by it was now part of the question. Mara finished treating the guard and looked at Marcus across the room. The look held anger, fear, and something more painful than either, because she knew what proof would do to him. Proof did not make the plan clean. It only made refusal dirtier. Marcus understood. He also understood that Calder would not allow a second accidental miracle to become public property. Outside, through walls and layers of ice, the gate crowd kept saying names into the storm. Inside, systems kept the data alive. Between those two sounds, Part 7 of the collapse began. Calder's lockdown reached the hub in waves. First came the speaker order banning unauthorized movement between zones. Then came the badge restrictions, the confiscation checks, the corridor patrols, and the new heat schedule that punished areas where copies of the vote had appeared. Hall D lost 2 degrees before breakfast and another degree before noon. 2 degrees sounded small to anyone who still remembered thermostats as comfort choices. Inside the hub, 2 degrees meant blankets pulled tighter around children, elderly lungs working harder, and every argument turning brittle because cold had a talent for finding the worst in people. The official explanation blamed load conservation. Nobody believed it. Alina stood beneath a vent that exhaled less warmth than it had the previous night and read the posted schedule with the expression she used for bad ledgers. Ruth asked how much heat executive rooms had lost. Gary muttered that the leaders probably sacrificed a decorative lamp and called it duty. A mother told him not to joke where children could hear. Gary said children had ears, eyes, and body temperatures, and that pretending punishment was weather would not keep them warm. Mara arrived in Hall D with Ochoa and a rolling cart of blankets, hot packs, and written instructions for layered sleeping clusters. Her voice held no panic, which made people listen even while fear moved under their skin. She told families to keep children between adults, keep damp fabric away from skin, and report confusion early rather than wait until pride turned dangerous. She did not mention Calder's name. She did not have to. Every instruction sounded like a rebuttal to him. By afternoon, the first fight broke out near the laundry carts. A man named Devers accused Alina of hiding extra blankets for families who voted with Marcus. Kenji stepped between them, and Devers shoved him hard enough to knock him against a cot frame. Blood burst from Kenji's nose and spotted the gray blanket under his daughter. The little girl began to cry in a thin, breathless way that silenced more people than the blood did. Mara crossed the aisle and treated Kenji while telling Devers that the next person who wasted warmth on violence would clean every latrine in Hall D under guard. Devers said guards belonged to Calder. Mara looked at the nearest patrolman, the same one whose lip she had treated in systems, and asked whether that was true. The guard's mouth was swollen, his pride worse off than his face. He looked at Devers, then at Kenji's child, then at the vent overhead. He said he belonged to the building while the building still had people in it. It was not a dramatic declaration. It was better than that. It was a first crack in the habit of obedience. Marcus spent the day under supervised system status, which meant Calder had locked his main account while leaving him visible enough to blame. He was allowed to analyze the accidental pulse only with Ven watching, Hazel arguing, and a security camera fixed on his hands. That arrangement would have satisfied a man who believed control was the same as understanding. It did not stop Marcus. He had spent years inside grid systems built by people who feared failure, but not enough to make their tools simple. There were always diagnostic paths, legacy ports, printer logs, and old maintenance loopholes left behind by men who assumed the future would remain convenient. The accidental pulse told a cruel story. It had started outside the planned surge envelope, slipped through a feeder path Marcus had dismissed as too iced to matter, and produced a narrow atmospheric disturbance over the Gulf line. Ben called it a needle through leather. Hazel called it a ghost kick. Marcus called it evidence, then regretted how hungry the word made him feel. Evidence could become a drug when the alternative was despair. He forced himself to write the failure risks first. Mara came to systems during the evening ration break, smelling faintly of antiseptic smoke and cold fabric. She handed Marcus a cup of thin broth and did not let go until he looked at her. He told her the pulse shifted the model from impossible to terrible. She answered that terrible was not permission. He agreed. The agreement did not ease her face. She asked how many could die if the hub heat dropped during a deliberate surge. Marcus gave her ranges, not numbers dressed as certainty. The lowest range made her close her eyes. The highest range made her step back as if the floor had moved. They argued in the corner behind the spare console, low enough that the camera would see only two tired people sharing broth. Mara said Calder was already using heat as a weapon and that Marcus risked turning the same weapon toward everyone for a different story. Marcus said the difference was consent, preparation, and purpose. She asked whether a freezing child understood purpose. He said a child outside the gate understood exclusion even less. Neither one. The argument ended where it had begun, with both of them holding pieces of truth too sharp to carry barehanded. Calder visited medical before night cycle. He arrived with Rusk, 2 record keepers, and the smile that belonged in rooms where nobody was bleeding. He praised Mara's efficiency, inspected supply shelves, and asked whether her cold drop plan could preserve critical patients during a temporary heat interruption. Mara answered that it could reduce death, not erase it. Calder said that distinction mattered. She said he had never treated distinction as important when people outside the gate were involved. Rusk stepped forward, but Calder lifted one hand. He told Mara that order required hard boundaries. She told him triage required seeing the person in front of you, even when you could not save them. Calder said triage was exactly what leadership had become. Mara looked at the cots, at Natalie gripping her daughter's status paper, at Evan Sutter sleeping with chapped lips under layers of salvaged coats. Then she looked back at Calder. She said triage without witness was only abandonment with better posture. That line traveled faster than any posted order. By the time night settled inside the hub, Hall D had heard it, Systems had heard it, and 2 guards at the inner gate had repeated it with altered emphasis until it became almost a prayer. Calder still controlled the speaker system, the executive keys, the heat schedule, and most of the guns. Yet words had begun moving where his cameras could not follow. Names had already weakened the wall between inside and outside. Witness began weakening the wall between fear and shame. At 02:31, Marcus woke to the sound of the vents slowing, not failing, not yet, but easing down under command. Across Hall D, children stirred and adults pretended they were not afraid by checking blankets too often. From the gate, faint to concrete and snow, the chant rose again. Dawn Avery, May Keel, Caleb Ruiz, Uelh. Marcus sat up, listened, and understood Calder's mistake. Punishment could silence a room for an hour. It could also teach that room exactly who was harming it. The gate had become a second city, if a city could be built from tarps, frozen exhaust stains, dead car frames, and breath. By the time Marcus reached the west observation slit with Imani, there were more people outside than the official count admitted. Some had dug shallow trenches in the snow to escape the wind. Others had lashed doors and plastic sheets into lean shelters against abandoned trucks. A church banner hung from the fence, stiff with ice, its painted promise half hidden under frost. People moved beneath it in slow, careful lines, not because they were calm, but because panic burned calories they no longer had. Kimani kept her rifle pointed down. She had removed Rusk's patrol badge from her coat and replaced it with a plain strip of gray tape. It was not enough to make her safe, but it was enough to tell the people who looked closely that she no longer belonged cleanly to either side. Marcus asked how long the gate crowd could last. She answered that some had already reached the end of lasting and were only being carried by the stubbornness of others. He wanted technical terms. She gave him human ones because the cold had stripped away any mercy hidden in abstraction. A boy near the fence held a sign made from cardboard softened by melt and frozen again. The letters were uneven, but Marcus could read them. "My sister is inside." Under it, someone had written her name, Avery Sutter, with a red marker that had bled at the edges. A woman beside him held a pan and struck it with a wrench, not loud enough to challenge the wind, but steady enough to become rhythm. Others took up the rhythm with cups, rods, ice scrapers, and bare palms hitting metal until skin cracked. The chant followed. Names moved through the air. Always names. Calder had ordered the outer speakers turned away from the fence, but the hub could still hear through walls and vents. That was the truth of structures Marcus had learned long before the freeze. Nothing was sealed unless it was dead. Pipes carried sound. Ducks carried rumor. People carried both. The names entered through maintenance bays, guard radios, laundry vents, and the guilty sleep of those warm enough to dream. By morning, children inside Hall D could recite the gate list better than the posted ration schedule. Ruth asked Marcus to come to the south storage area after the breakfast ration. She had gathered Penny, Alina, Laverne from gate duty, and 3 workers Marcus knew only by first names. On the concrete between them lay a pile of prohibited mercy, gloves, socks, silver heat sheets, 2 jars of peanut butter, children's cough medicine, and a stack of printed data summaries. Ruth said the outside could not vote without knowing what was being considered. Laverne said the outside also could not wait for official channels that existed mostly to keep their mouths closed. Mara arrived late and angry because the plan was exactly the kind of reckless kindness that got people killed in groups. She picked up the cough medicine, read the label, and placed it back down with a care that revealed how badly she wanted to send it. She told them a drop through the gate would cause a rush if seen. Laverne answered that the rush was already happening slowly, one frozen body at a time. Nobody spoke for a moment. Some arguments ended not because one side won, but because the facts had become too ugly to rearrange. The attempt went wrong almost immediately. They chose the storm drain access behind the maintenance shed, where an old runoff grate opened beyond the first fence line. Imani had 2 guards. She trusted enough to look away for 30 seconds. Marcus carried the data summaries under his coat. Mara carried medical supplies because she could not let anyone else handle the dosage instructions. Penny insisted on writing names on every folded sheet, saying people might trust paper with names more than paper with math. Ruth did not have the heart to stop her. A camera above the shed pivoted when it should have remained dead. Rusk had either found the blind spot or never lost it. The gate floodlight snapped on, flattening every person into hard white shapes. People outside saw movement and surged toward the fence. People inside froze. Imani cursed, low and furious. Marcus shoved the packets through the grate before the first warning shot split the air. The shot struck the metal frame over his head and sprayed rust into his face. Mara grabbed his coat and hauled him back before the second shot tore into the snow near her boot. Outside, the crowd broke toward the grate. A man fell under the press and vanished beneath legs, then rose again with blood streaking one cheek and a packet clutched against his chest. A woman screamed that there was medicine. Someone else screamed that there were numbers. The difference mattered to Marcus, and did not matter at all. Both were reasons to push closer. The fence groaned. Rusk's guards advanced from the inner yard. Imani raised her rifle, not at the crowd but at Rusk's line, and told them to hold fire. Rusk called her a traitor. She answered that she was preventing a breach. He said breaches were prevented with force. Mara shouted that shooting desperate people over cough medicine would create a breach in every guard's soul even if the fence stayed shut. Rusk looked at her as if he hated the fact that she made sense in front of witnesses. Then a hand appeared through the lower gap in the fence, small and blue at the fingertips, reaching not for food, but for the paper. Penny saw it and made a sound Ruth never forgot. Marcus slid the last packet across the ice with the toe of his boot. The small hand caught it and vanished. At that same instant, Rusk tackled Imani from the side. They hit the frozen ground hard. His rifle skidded away. 2 guards lunged to help him, and one of Imani's defectors blocked them. The fight was brief and brutal, boots scraping ice, fists striking coats, breath tearing white from mouths. A guard's cheek split against the edge of the shed. Blood dotted the snow in bright hot spots that steamed before darkening. Calder's voice came over the yard speakers, ordering everyone inside to disperse and everyone outside to retreat from the fence. Nobody obeyed fast enough to satisfy him. Floodlights swept the crowd. The packets had already disappeared into hands, sleeves, and coats. Information was outside now. Medicine was outside now. So was proof that some warm people still saw the cold ones as human. That proof could not heat a child. It could, however, keep despair from becoming obedience. Back inside, Calder had the west corridor sealed and ordered Imani detained. Her 2 loyal guards refused to hand her over until systems reviewed the shooting risk near the feeder equipment. It was an absurd technical objection and therefore a beautiful one. The building was becoming fluent in resistance disguised as procedure. Marcus met Mara beside the laundry basin where she washed rust and blood from his face. She told him that kindness without planning was a weapon pointed in every direction. He said planning without kindness had built the gate. She pressed the cloth harder than necessary and said both of them were right, which was the part that hurt. The packets changed the building by morning. Calder could confiscate copies inside the hub, but he could not retrieve paper already beyond the fence. The gay crowd sent its answer through a guard-smuggled radio, then through Laverne, then through Hall D, where Alina wrote every word into the ledger. They understood the data badly and the moral shape perfectly. If the heat could be used to move the sky, they wanted representation. If the surge risked killing people inside, they wanted people outside counted among the reasons to risk anything. If Calder claimed to preserve humanity by abandoning them, they rejected his claim in advance. Venn read the message 3 times in systems. The last line made him remove his glasses and wipe them though they were not fogged. Do not spend us as proof after refusing us as people. Hazel sat on a crate with her injured hand against her chest and said the gate had better writers than executive command. Marcus said the line belonged in every model summary. Venn asked where. Marcus answered in the assumptions. Engineers loved assumptions because they looked modest. In truth, assumptions were where entire worlds hid. The second model began with the accidental feeder pulse. Marcus rebuilt the simulation around what had actually happened rather than what they had hoped would happen. The old plan pushed power like a fist. The new one had to behave like a series of timed impacts through brittle glass, south feeder excitation, data center reserve dump, industrial heater buffers, executive reserve cut, medical shelter isolation, grid pulse, and immediate load collapse before the hub tore itself apart. It was less elegant than the first plan and more honest. Survival often looked like ugly sequencing when viewed up close. Hazel found the first problem before noon. The executive reserve lines were not merely warmer than the dependent zones. They were isolated behind automatic protections that would keep Calder's command suite alive even if medical dropped into lethal cold. She printed the diagram and slapped it against the wall with tape. For a few seconds nobody spoke. The hidden reserve had been suspected. Seeing it in clean schematic lines felt worse. It was no longer rumor. It was architecture. Calder had built a moral hierarchy directly into the circuits. Mara studied the diagram with a face Marcus could not read. She did not shout. Shouting might have been easier for everyone. Instead, she asked which lines could be cut first without crashing the whole hub. Veen identified 4. Hazel added a 5th if someone manually held a bypass through the surge window. Imani, still technically under detention and practically protected by half the security staff, said she could place people at the reserve doors. Mara nodded once. Then she told Marcus that any plan leaving executive heat untouched would lose medical support. Marcus said he would not ask for that plan. They built requirements across 3 boards. Board 1 held physics, Gulf line strength, feeder temperatures, load response, battery decay, pressure gradients, albedo progression, and the vanishing chance that the atmosphere would respond again. Board 2 held bodies, infants, elders, critical patients, respiratory risk, shock risk, food reserve, gate exposure, and shelter positions. Board 3 held power, who controlled switches, who guarded doors, who could sabotage, who might panic, and who would be left with the guilt if success looked like murder before it looked like rescue. Mara insisted on standing at the bodies board. Every time Marcus drifted toward clean numbers, she pulled him back. She asked how long Natalie could endure the cold drop plan. She asked what happened if Evan Sutter's lungs seized during the first 60 seconds. She asked how many people outside the gate could be moved near exhaust vents before the surge. She asked whether warm air could be routed to the fence through laundry ducts. Most answers were bad. She accepted bad answers when they were honest and rejected confident ones on principle. Venn admitted the second model required an open manual link at the south rack for 72 seconds. Someone would have to stay in the switching bay through arcing, heat flash, and the immediate cold crash afterward. Hazel said she could do it. Venn said she could not grip the manual bar with her hand damaged. Hazel replied that she had more than one hand in a lifetime of anger. Marcus refused before he fully understood why. Hazel looked at him with a weary fury. She said he did not get to assign sacrifice by affection either. That sentence stopped him. It also stopped Mara. Affection had been hiding inside many noble objections. Marcus wanted to protect Hazel because she was brave, useful, and already hurt. Mara wanted to protect patients because their faces filled her days. Calder wanted to protect the hub because it proved his choices had meaning. The gate wanted to protect its own because nobody else had. Every moral claim had a name attached if followed far enough. The problem was not caring more for some people. The problem was pretending the care was math. They changed the assignment rule. No one would be placed into a lethal position without disclosure and consent. No one would be promised survival for volunteering. No one would be chosen because they were expendable, old, sick, disliked, outside, or inconvenient. The conditions made the plan harder and more fragile. They also made it the opposite of Calder's world. Mara wrote the rule in black marker and taped it over the switching diagram where every person entering systems had to look at it. Marcus and Mara worked into the false evening beneath lights that flickered with load stress. At one point, their hands met over a stack of medical insulation charts. Neither pulled away immediately. There had been no space for romance in the old shape of the word, no soft dinner, no easy confession, no clean promise. What existed between them was harsher and more necessary. She trusted him enough to fight him honestly. He loved her enough to want her refusal included in the plan. In the freeze, that counted as tenderness. The second model reached 68 seconds at 22,014. Not 72. Not safe. Not enough to satisfy anyone who still believed in satisfying answers. But the curve held longer than it had before, and the atmospheric response threshold appeared within reach if the gulf line strengthened at the next interval. Systems did not cheer. Cheering would have insulted the names on the bodyboard. Instead, Ben wrote the number down. Hazel closed her eyes. Imani exhaled once, and Mara placed both palms against the edge of the table as if steadying herself against a moving earth. Marcus sent the summary through 3 channels, systems, medical, and Hall D. He did not send it to Calder. Calder already had cameras, spies, and enough arrogance to mistake surveillance for knowledge. The summary ended with no recommendation. It listed what was known, what was unknown, what preparation could reduce, and what no preparation could cleanse. At the bottom, beneath technical language, Marcus added the gate's line. Do not spend us as proof after refusing us as people. He stared at it for a long time before printing the final copy. Calder summoned Marcus before dawn. The invitation came through Venn's terminal with a gentle tone reserved for maintenance notices and burial announcements. Marcus was to report to Executive Command alone. Mara told him alone was a trap, which he already knew. Imani offered 2 guards, which would turn the trap into a confrontation before anyone spoke. Ben suggested refusing, then admitted Calder would use refusal as proof of sedition. Hazel told Marcus to take a recorder and the sharp object. Marcus took the recorder, left the sharp object, and carried a printed copy of the second model, because truth deserved to enter the room even if it came out damaged. Executive Command was warmer than the rest of the hub by at least 6 degrees. Marcus felt the difference in his teeth. The corridor carpet was dry. The walls held framed photographs from a world where energy contractors shook hands under conference banners, and politicians used words like resilience without imagining the smell of a frozen hallway. 2 staff members sat at desks with mugs of coffee. Real coffee, not roasted substitute or ration broth. Marcus looked at the steam and hated himself for wanting it. Calder waited behind a metal desk cleared of clutter. Behind him, a glass partition looked over the auxiliary generator floor, where polished machines ran with the smooth arrogance of protected power. He had removed his outer coat and wore a dark sweater that made him look less like a tyrant than a tired principal about to discipline a clever student. That was one of his gifts. He could dress cruelty in ordinary rooms until resistance felt traumatic. He offered Marcus coffee. Marcus refused because accepting would have mattered more than thirst. Calder poured himself a cup anyway and said the refusal was unnecessary. He did not poison guests. Marcus answered that poison was not the only way to make a gift dangerous. Calder smiled faintly. He said Mara Vance would have liked that line. Marcus did not ask how closely Calder watched her. The answer was in the warm corridor, the cameras, the reserve lines, and the way Calder used names when he wanted leverage to sound personal. Calder had read the second model. Of course he had. He praised its discipline, its honesty about uncertainty, and its improved sequencing. Then he placed one finger on the page where the executive reserve cut appeared. He said this portion was not acceptable. Marcus said the plan required equal exposure of all non-critical heat. Calder corrected him. Nothing was equal now. Equality was a peacetime costume. The hub survived because someone had made unequal decisions before everyone else understood they were needed. Marcus asked whether the people in Hall D had chosen that inequality. Calder said frightened people rarely choose what preserves them. He spoke softly, almost sadly, about Katrina footage, rolling blackout failures, rural evacuations that became death convoys, corporate readiness plans ignored until water reached server floors. He had spent years, he said, watching systems fail because leaders waited for consent from people who wanted safety without cost. The freeze had stripped away the luxury of pretending choice belonged to everyone. Then came the offer. Marcus would stop circulating summaries, help Calder optimize the hub for long-term survival, and place the atmospheric surge under indefinite executive review. In return, Calder would restore full medical heat, secure Mara's position, move Marcus's remaining Katy group to better quarters, admit a limited number of gate dependents with useful skills, and protect the second model in case conditions ever became favorable. Calder called it mercy. Marcus heard the shape beneath it. Mercy for those closest to him. Delay for everyone else. Obedience disguised as prudence. For a dangerous second, Marcus imagined accepting. Mara warm. Natalie stable. Evan breathing easily. Ruth and Penny moved away from Hall D's cold vents. Hazel's hand treated properly. Then sleeping 6 unbroken hours. The offer touched every selfish tenderness inside him, and that was why it was poison. Calder had not threatened what Marcus loved. He had offered to save it at the price of making Marcus smaller than his own knowledge. Marcus asked what happened to the people outside. Calder's face changed only a little, but that little was enough. He said intake could expand when food and labor models allowed. Marcus asked how many would die before the model allowed it. Calder said many would die regardless. Marcus asked whether that answer sounded different from murder because it used future tense. Calder's hand tightened around the coffee cup. For the first time, warmth in the room seemed to belong to pressure rather than comfort. Calder leaned forward and said Marcus had the sickness of systems people who believed a complete map created a complete responsibility. A man could not save everyone whose line appeared on a diagram. He could save the structure that still functioned. He could preserve knowledge, seed stock, technical labor, and enough disciplined humanity to restart something after the freeze stabilized. The surge risked all that for a weather response nobody could guarantee. Calder asked whether Marcus wanted to be remembered as brave or merely useful. Marcus said he wanted the people affected by the choice to know the choice existed. Calder sighed as if that answer disappointed him more than defiance. He said disclosure was theater unless paired with authority, and authority could not be crowdsourced from cold families and frightened workers. Marcus answered that secret authority had already produced a gate full of names. Calder's voice hardened. He said the gate existed because walls worked. Marcus said walls also made clear which side had begun lying. Rusk entered before the meeting could break cleanly. He carried a tablet showing unrest markers across Hall D, medical, and 2 worker zones. Someone had pasted copies of the second model near ration points. Someone else had written no executive exemption across a heat schedule. A group of dependents had refused to report to labor rotation until gate representation was discussed. Calder listened without surprise. Marcus realized the summons had not been negotiation alone. It had been delay while Calder measured how much of the building he still owned. Calder ended the meeting with a final kindness sharpened into threat. He said Marcus could still choose to help prevent unnecessary death. He said Mara could still be protected from the consequences of his pride. He said Haldy could have heat restored by evening. Marcus stood with the untouched coffee cooling between them. He said any heat restored as a bribe would prove the punishment was real. Calder looked genuinely tired then. He told Rusk to escort Marcus to systems and restrict him to essential tasks. The word escort had become another costume for force. In the corridor, Marcus passed the staff desks again. 1 mug of coffee sat unfinished, steam thinning into the warm air. He wanted to throw it against the wall. He wanted to drink it. He did neither. When systems doors opened and the colder air of the lower hub touched his face, he felt less like returning from a meeting than from a future he had refused to inhabit. Mara waited near the threshold. She read his expression before he spoke. He told her Calder offered safety for their people. She asked what price. Marcus said the price was becoming him. Calder restored heat to medical by dusk and cut Hall D again 2 hours later. The cruelty of the sequence was precise. Medical could not openly condemn him without risking patients who had just stopped shivering. Hall D could not miss the lesson. Warmth was available when obedience made it convenient. Ruth stood beneath a vent that had become a weak, cold breath and watched children crawl closer to one another under layered blankets. She had survived enough bad days to recognize policy pretending to be weather. This was not failure. This was a hand on a valve. The first respiratory collapse happened near the old laundry bins. Kenji's daughter, Emi, had been coughing for 2 days, but the second heat cut pushed her into a desperate rhythm no parent could mistake. Mara arrived with Ochoa and 2 nurses, moving fast but not running because running made crowds believe death had already won. Emi's lips had gone pale blue. Kenji held her upright and kept saying that she was warm, that she was doing well, that she was his brave girl. Lies of comfort were still lies, but Mara had heard worse prayers. They moved Emi to medical over Rusk's objection. He blocked the corridor with 4 guards and said Hall D transfer privileges were suspended under assembly discipline. Mara did not slow. She told him the child needed oxygen and warm air now. Rusk said exceptions had to be cleared. Ochoa rolled the oxygen cart forward until its metal edge touched Rusk's shin. Mara looked past Rusk to the guards behind him and asked which of them wanted to explain to a father that policy had more airway than his daughter. The guard with the swollen lips stepped aside. Another followed. Rusk grabbed the second by the coat and slammed him into the wall hard enough to knock a gasp from the crowd. Then Hall D moved. Not as a mob at first, but as bodies refusing to stay arranged. Gary shoved a laundry cart between Rusk and Mara. Ruth pulled Penny behind a column. Alina snatched the ledger from a crate before Boots crushed it. Kenji carried Emi through the opening, while Ochoa shielded the oxygen line with his own body. Rusk fired into the ceiling. The shot cracked through Hall D and shook frost from the ducts. For 1 heartbeat, everyone froze. Then a section of ceiling insulation broke loose and fell in gray sheets over the Westcots. Someone screamed. A man tripped over a cot leg and struck his head against concrete. Blood spread through his hair as he tried to rise and failed. The smell of burned powder mixed with cold fabric and human fear. Mara turned back because she could not leave the bleeding man, and that decision nearly trapped her. Rusk ordered arrests. The order dissolved in the crush. People were not attacking so much as refusing to be sorted. Blankets, carts, food crates, and bodies filled the aisle. A guard swung his rifle and hit Gary across the cheek. Gary went down laughing in a terrible wet way because rage had broken something in him before bone could. Laverne dragged the guard backward by his strap, and Imani's voice thundered from the corridor, ordering security to disengage from dependents immediately. Imani entered with 9 guards who had chosen her side by showing up at all. Their rifles remained lowered, but their line was firm. Rusk turned on her with a face so red it seemed impossible in the cold. He accused her of mutiny. She answered that firing into a dependent hall during medical transfer was not command. It was loss of control. Calder's voice snapped over the speakers, ordering all personnel to restore order under emergency authority. Nobody moved for 3 seconds. In those 3 seconds, the hub changed governments in the hearts of many people, even if the doors and guns had not yet caught up. Marcus reached Hall D through the service stair with Vin and Hazel behind him. He saw the ceiling debris, the scattered cots, the red smear where the injured man had fallen, and Amy's oxygen line disappearing toward medical. He also saw Penny standing on a crate with the ledger clutched to her chest, crying without sound. Ruth was trying to coax her down. Penny refused because the names were in the book, and the book could not touch the floor. Marcus felt something inside him harden not into certainty, but into refusal. Calder would not turn children into file damage. The riot might have become slaughter if the vents had not stopped. All of them. Hall D, Corridor 2, Worker Washroom, East Storage, and the upper return line fell into an awful silence. The hub had many sounds people hated. The sudden absence of mechanical breath was worse. Even Rusk looked up. Ven listened with his whole face. Hazel swore under her breath. Marcus knew the pattern before the alarm reached systems. Someone had triggered a partial heat isolation manually, either as punishment or sabotage, and the command had caught more zones than intended. Mara got Emmy into medical as the temperature drop warning began. She placed the mask over the girl's face, adjusted flow, and told Kenji to count breaths with her because counting gave fear a job. Amy's chest rose once, then again, then again. Kenji cried silently, his face open in a way that made the nurses look away. Mara had no time to offer comfort. More patients were coming. Hall D was moving toward medical, not in rebellion now, but in cold-driven need. Calder's punishment had created the very surge of bodies his rules claimed to prevent. Systems confirmed the heat isolation came from executive command, with an override routed through a reserve panel. Calder had tried to cut rebellious sectors while preserving executive heat, but Hazel's earlier bypass mapping had altered several labels. The punishment had bitten the hub itself. Van stared at the misrouted command and said the building was no longer obeying its lies cleanly. Marcus told him to restore critical circulation. Hazel said they could restore it faster by cutting executive reserve protections. Marcus looked at Imani. She was already moving. The first open rebellion began not with a speech, but with bolt cutters at an executive reserve door. Imani's guards secured the corridor while 2 maintenance workers cut the first lock. Rusk tried to rally loyalists and found fewer than he expected. Some still followed him. Some watched. Some removed their badges and tucked them into pockets. Calder ordered Imani arrested over the speaker. Her answer carried through a borrowed radio into Hall D, Medical, and Systems. She said she would return command when command stopped using children as insulation. Marcus and Hazel reached the reserve manifold as the lock fell. Warm air washed over them, rich and insulting. Behind the door were insulated lines, redundant heaters, emergency blankets still in crates, and enough portable warming units to make Hall D's last 24 hours unforgivable. A maintenance worker began to curse and could not stop. Hazel opened a crate and flung blankets into the corridor. People passed them hand to hand toward Hall D. The movement was frantic, furious, and beautifully organized because anger, given a task, could become care. Calder appeared at the far end of the corridor with Rusk and the Loyalist still willing to stand beside him. He did not look surprised by the blankets, the cut lock, or Marcus at the manifold. He looked mournful, which made Marcus hate him more. Calder said this was exactly how sanctuaries died, not from weather, but from sentimental theft until no structure remained. Marcus held up one of the sealed blankets. He said sanctuaries died when the people inside learned they had been cold by design. Behind him, Hall D kept passing warmth hand to hand. The generator hall became the only room large enough, warm enough, and dangerous enough for the last vote. It sat below the main data center, a cavern of steel grating, cable trays, vibration, and hot machine smell. Calder would never have approved an assembly there because one wrong crowd movement could damage the very systems that kept the hub alive. That was why Imani chose it. Rusk's loyalists could not storm the hall without risking the generators. Calder's own dependence on power became a temporary shield for the people he had tried to divide. Representatives came from every zone they could reach: Hall D, medical, systems, gate duty, kitchen, maintenance, worker dorms, 2 security teams, and, through a radio placed near the outer fence, the gate crowd. It was not fair. Nothing about the freeze allowed fairness. The people outside still stood in killing cold while warm people argued over heat. But their voices entered this room through static and delay, and for once nobody pretended static made them less real. Laverne held the radio in both hands as if carrying a fragile flame. Elena stood on a crate with the ledger open. Her voice shook at first, then settled into the rhythm of accounting, because numbers had always been her way of refusing chaos. She read the known risks, the unknown risks, the required preparations, and the conditions already agreed in systems. She read the gate's demand. She read the children's statements, including Penny's "Do not forget outside" and Mateo's "Keep moms warm." The generator noise swallowed some words. People leaned closer. Listening became a physical act. Mara spoke next. She did not endorse the surge. She did not condemn it. She described the medical cold drop plan in plain language that made several people cry because plain language left no hiding place. Critical patients would be moved inward. Children would be layered between adults. Portable warming units would be assigned by risk, not status. Respiratory cases would receive priority. Some people might die even if every preparation worked. More might die if panic broke the shelter lines. She said anyone promising clean survival was selling something. Then Marcus explained the second model. He avoided the old engineer's refuge of drowning people in terms. He used enough science to respect them, and enough humility not to trick them. The locked cold system had reacted to one accidental pulse. A deliberate surge could create a larger instability if the Gulf line reached threshold. If successful, it might weaken the self-feeding freeze across a wider region. If it failed, the hub could lose heat, lights, and lives for nothing visible. The word might carry more weight than any certain lie. The gate radio crackled after he finished. A woman's voice came through, thin and distorted by weather. She said her name was Thomasina Keel, May's sister. May had died outside the fence on the 3rd night after being refused because she lacked a listed skill. Thomasina did not ask for revenge. She asked whether the people inside would remember that a useful society had already failed her sister. She asked whether any future saved by the surge would be worth building if it began by pretending May was unfortunate weather. Nobody in the generator hall moved. Calder arrived before the response could settle. He entered through the upper catwalk with Rusk, 6 loyalists, and the confidence of a man who knew stages mattered. From above he looked down on the crowd and addressed them without a microphone because the hall carried his voice. He said illegal assemblies inside critical infrastructure endangered every living person present. He said Marcus Hale had converted a technical anomaly into a religious fever. He said Mara Vance had mistaken grief for policy. He said Imani Reyes had broken command at the exact moment discipline mattered most. The crowd did not erupt. That troubled Calder more than shouting would have. People had used the past days to exhaust their first fear. What remained was worse for him, attention. Ruth asked Calder how much heat executive command had retained during Haldy's punishment. He said leadership continuity required protected capacity. Carrie, cheek-swollen and purple, asked how many blankets had been stored behind reserve doors. Calder said emergency inventory had to be controlled. Penny, standing beside Ruth, asked why emergencies did not include cold children until adults cut locks. The generator hall heard every word. Calder looked at Penny only once. It was enough. The crowd felt the calculation in that glance and disliked itself for recognizing it. Marcus stepped forward, not to protect Penny from sight, but to make sure Calder could not reduce her to a problem. He told Calder the vote would continue. Calder answered that votes did not operate grid infrastructure. Marcus said neither did secrets once the people needed to run the machines stopped believing them. Ven, from the systems group, lifted one hand. Hazel lifted hers beside him. One by one, maintenance workers did the same. The vote had three choices. Written on board, Selena could hold high. Prepare and delay until next verified Gulf threshold. Prepare and trigger at first threshold if protections held. Reject surge and redirect all effort to hub survival. No option allowed Calder to bury the data. No option allowed executive exemption. No option ignored the gate. It was not democracy in any clean old world sense. It was a room full of terrified people trying to keep one another visible while standing inside a machine they might have to break to save strangers. Mara voted prepare and delay. She said threshold mattered because bodies mattered. Marcus voted prepare and trigger at first threshold if protections held. He said thresholds could vanish while people perfected grief. The difference between them passed through the hall like a visible current. Some looked disappointed, as if love should produce identical choices. Mara turned to them and said caring for someone did not mean borrowing their conscience. Marcus felt the truth of that strike deeper than Calder's threats. The gate vote came through in broken fragments, counted by groups huddled around the outer radio. Many chose prepare and trigger because waiting outside was another form of death. Some chose prepare and delay because they had children too weak to withstand a gate panic during a surge. None chose hub survival alone. Thomasina Keel's voice returned at the end. She said if the inside chose to try, the outside would help hold the fence line long enough to move the weakest near vents. If the inside chose to hide, the outside would still keep saying names. The final tally favored prepare and trigger at first verified threshold, with mandatory protections and immediate executive reserve cut. It was not unanimous. The losing side did not vanish. Mara's side remained large, frightened, and morally serious. Marcus was grateful for that. A choice this costly should never feel easy because easy choices had already built warm offices beside cold halls. Alina wrote the result, the objections, and the conditions. Then she made Calder's representative copy the page so nobody could claim the record belonged to rebels alone. Calder descended the catwalk slowly. Rusk followed with his rifle ready, but the generator hall was no longer arranged for obedience. Imani's guards held one side. Maintenance held the tool racks. Medical stood in front of patients brought in on cots and carts. Haldi families filled the stairs. Gate voices hissed through the radio. Calder reached the floor and told Marcus that he had just convinced frightened people to sign their own death notice. Marcus answered that Calder had spent days signing for them without permission. The difference, he said, was witness. The threshold came 12 hours earlier than expected. That was how the freeze had always behaved, not as whether interested in human schedules, but as a system with its own cruel timing. At 03:46, the Gulf line brightened across the cache, then held. Feeder temperatures south of the hub stabilized inside the second model's narrow band. Wind shear over the frozen coastal plain shifted by a fraction large enough to matter and small enough to deny if denial still helped anyone. Systems alarmed quietly first as if embarrassed by the size of what it announced. Then every board lit. Marcus was asleep in a chair beside the systems printer when Ven shook him awake. Mara had been sleeping on a cot in medical with her boots on and woke before the runner finished speaking. Imani was already in the security corridor because she had stopped sleeping in rooms with only one exit. Hazel had not slept at all. She stood over the south rack wearing a brace of tape and scrap metal around her injured hand, smiling with the dead-eyed calm of someone who had decided fear was no longer invited to speak first. The protection sequence began badly. That should not have surprised anyone, but hope made even experienced people foolish. 2 portable warming units failed to charge. A gate vent jammed under ice until outside volunteers beat the duct housing with tire irons and gloved fists. A patient transfer cart lost a wheel near the generator hall. Ochoa carried Natalie Pierce the last 30 yards while Natalie begged him to find Sienna, who was already layered with the children's group and crying because she thought her mother had been left behind. Calder did not try to stop the sequence at first. That restraint frightened Marcus more than an attack. Executive command went quiet. Rusk's loyalists disappeared from the visible corridors. The speakers carried no order, no warning, no polished speech about discipline. A silent enemy inside a power facility was not surrender. It was placement. Marcus told Imani to secure the reserve doors and the south rack. She said she had teams moving. The radio clicked twice, then filled with static. The sabotage struck at 4018. Main systems lost visual control of 3 breaker fields, then regained them with false status lights. Hazel caught the deception because the south rack temperature did not match the display. Ben traced the command path to an executive maintenance tunnel sealed since the data center conversion. Calder had built a back road into the heart of the hub. Marcus felt a bitter admiration beneath the fear. Calder did not merely preach control. He had wired it into concrete years before anyone knew the cold was coming. Imani's first team reached the tunnel door and found it welded from the far side. Rusk's voice came through the metal, telling her to stand down before she helped Marcus murder the facility. Imani said the facility had already voted. Rusk answered that frightened dependents had no authority over critical command. Then a shot punched through the lower panel. One of Imani's guards fell backward, clutching his thigh as blood spread dark through his pants. Mara arrived with a trauma pack seconds later and dragged him behind a conduit, while rounds sparked against the wall. The hub became a map of small battles. Maintenance workers fought to keep circulation fans moving, while loyalists tried to trip relays. Gate volunteers outside held people back from vents with rope lines and shouted instructions into the storm. Huldy families formed warming clusters exactly as Mara had taught them. Adults on the outside, children and respiratory patients in the center. Medical turned into a corridor of breath counts, taped blankets, and hands passing heat packs from person to person. Nobody was safe. Everybody had a task. Marcus and Ven tried to isolate the false fields from the main console. Each time they cut one, another appeared. Calder's hidden path was not elegant, but it was stubborn and deep. Hazel slammed her wrench against the rack and shouted that they could bypass locally if someone reached the manual bay. Ven said the bay was now inside the contested tunnel line. Hazel said that meant it was exactly where useful things usually were. Marcus looked toward Mara, who was binding the guard's leg with blood on her sleeve. She looked back and knew before he spoke. She came to him in the space between alarms. Their faces were close because the room was loud. He said he had to get to the manual bay. She said he was not going alone. He tried to answer as leader, engineer, lover, and coward all at once, and none of those voices found a clean sentence. Mara cut through them. She said the bay would need someone who understood bodies when the cold drop hit, and someone willing to tell him if his hero instinct became another form of Calder. Marcus almost smiled. She touched his face with her bloody glove and told him to save the smile for after. They moved through the service passage with Imani, 2 guards, Hazel, and a maintenance worker named Luis, who knew the old tunnel map by memory. The passage was low, crowded with pipes and rimed with frost where insulation had failed. Emergency lights strobed red along the floor. Behind the walls, the hub groaned as load shifted. Ahead, Rusk's loyalists had stacked crates across a junction. The first clash was silent for less than a second, then became fists, metal, breath, and the ugly thud of bodies meeting hard surfaces. Lewis went down when a loyalist struck him with a pipe. Hazel drove her wrench into the attacker's knee, and the man collapsed with a scream that echoed down the passage. Imani disarmed another without firing, driving him face first into the wall hard enough to leave blood on the frost. Marcus shoved through the gap and caught a rifle barrel with both hands as it swung toward Mara. The shot went into the ceiling. Hot fragments rained down, burning tiny holes in his coat. Mara kicked the shooter's leg from under him and pulled Marcus forward before he could fall. At the tunnel door, they found Calder waiting alone on the other side of reinforced glass. He had sealed himself in the manual control bay. Behind him, status lights glowed over the breaker handles. He looked smaller there than he had in executive command, not weaker, but more fully revealed. A man inside a warm box, surrounded by switches, deciding whether the world deserved a chance that might cost him the only kingdom he had left. He opened the intercom. Calder said the threshold was unstable and the protection sequence incomplete. Marcus said both were true. Calder said triggering now would kill patients, children, workers, and perhaps everyone in the hub. Mara said doing nothing would also kill, only with better paperwork. Calder looked at her with something like sorrow. He told her she had been the only one in the building honest enough to fear Marcus properly. She answered that fear was not the same as obedience. The word struck him. For a breath, his face showed the pain of being understood and rejected at the same time. Ben's voice came over Marcus's radio, broken by static. The Gulf line was holding, but the lower band had begun to drift. They had minutes, maybe less. Aldi reported cold drop readiness. Medical reported critical patients layered. Gate reported rope lines holding and 4 collapses outside. Systems reported false fields spreading. Every report was partial, frightened, and alive. Marcus pressed his palm against the glass. He told Calder the vote had conditions, and the conditions had been met as much as the collapsing world would allow. Calder placed his hand on the main lockout lever. He said the vote was invalid because people under mortal terror could not consent. Marcus said by that standard Calder had never had consent either. Outside the bay, Hazel set a charge against the lower hinge, not explosive enough to tear the door clean, only enough to break the seal if everyone survived the blast of metal. Mara began moving people back. Imani watched Calder through the glass, rifle ready but useless against the barrier. The facility shook as another false breaker opened. The intercom carried Calder's final order across the tunnel, and through some routing mistake or deliberate choice by Ven, into every zone speaker in the hub. He declared emergency command, nullified the vote, and ordered all personnel to preserve the facility above all external objectives. His voice filled Hall D, medical systems, the gate yard, and the generator hall. Then another sound rose under it. Names rose together. The outside said them first. Hall D joined. Medical joined. Even some guards joined, not shouting, not chanting with triumph, but speaking each name as witness against the order. Marcus looked at Mara. She was pale, exhausted, and steady. The glass between them and Calder reflected all 3 of them at once, making a single warped image of the choice ahead. Hazel lifted the detonator. Ven counted down over the radio to the last viable minute. Calder pulled the lockout lever halfway. Somewhere above them, children huddled around warming units taken from executive crates. Somewhere beyond the fence, people held rope lines in a storm that wanted them erased. The threshold held. The hinge waited. Marcus did not yet know whether breaking that door would save anyone or finish what the freeze had begun. He knew only that the decision could no longer be hidden inside one man's warm room. He raised his hand, not as a commander demanding sacrifice, but as a witness accepting that every path ahead carried blood. Mara placed her hand over his. Hazel pressed the detonator. The blast filled the tunnel with white fire, metal scream, and snow-cold air rushing toward the manual bay as the final choice opened in front of them. In the seconds after the blast, the tunnel did not become quiet. It became crowded with every sound the building had been saving. Alarms, coughing, metal settling, radios calling, and the far human chant that still moved through concrete like heat through wire. Marcus felt grit against his teeth and cold air sliding over the floor from the broken bay. He could not see Calder at first. He could see Mara beside him, one arm raised against the dust, still upright, still refusing to vanish into smoke or fear. Hazel's charge had done less damage than terror predicted and more than Calder believed possible. The lower hinge sagged. The lockout glass held in a spiderweb of bright fractures. Imani ordered everyone back until the frame stopped shifting, then stepped forward herself because leadership, at its best, was not distance from danger. The injured guard in the passage moaned through clenched teeth. Mara turned at the sound, torn between the bay and the body behind her. Marcus told her to go. She told him not to mistake that for permission to die. Calder appeared through the fractured glass with blood at his temple and one hand still on the lockout lever. He looked less like a ruler than a man caught inside the machine he had trusted more than people. Yet his eyes had not yielded. That frightened Marcus most. Some men changed when exposed. Calder only became clearer. He shouted through the damaged intercom that there was still time to stop. Marcus answered through the crack in the glass that stopping was also a decision. Behind him the names continued, softer now, more tired, impossible to erase. Ven's countdown broke apart over static, then returned. 50 seconds to lower threshold drift. 45 seconds remained. 40 seconds remained. The words turned the tunnel into a throat tightening around all of them. Hazel shoved a pry bar into the broken hinge and screamed for help. Imani joined her. Lewis, bleeding from the scalp and furious about it, crawled forward and added his weight. The door shifted by an inch. Cold poured harder around the gap, a knife of air from the bay's pressure system. Nobody stepped back. Mara knelt beside the injured guard long enough to clamp the bleeding and press his own hands over the bandage. She told him to hold hard and keep breathing. Then she returned to Marcus because every part of her had become triage, even love. She looked through the glass of Calder and did not plead. Pleading belonged to a world where one man could be persuaded to release everyone else from consequence. That world had died before the first snow settled over Katy. Mara simply said his name and made him look at her. The door gave another inch. Calder tightened his grip on the lever. Marcus saw, with terrible clarity, that Calder was not choosing survival over the world. He was choosing a world where his fear remained meaningful. If the surge worked after Calder tried to stop it, then every frozen body at the gate would accuse him. If the surge failed after Marcus tried it, then Marcus would carry a different graveyard. Neither man could escape judgment. The only question was whether judgment would be shared or enforced. 30 seconds? Van's voice cracked on the number. Systems needed manual confirmation or the false fields would hard lock. Marcus forced his shoulder into the door with Imani and Hazel. Pain flashed down his side. The gap widened enough to smell ozone and hot dust from the bay. Calder backed away from the lever only to reach for the secondary kill switch. Mara saw the movement first. She shouted for Marcus to move, then drove the pry bar through the cracked glass with both hands. The glass broke inward in glittering sheets. Cold air and hot electrical stink slammed together. Calder staggered back, arm raised against the fragments. Marcus climbed through the broken frame with Mara at his side. The manual bay was warmer than the tunnel, but the warmth no longer felt like comfort. It felt stolen, hoarded, and now condemned. The main surge handle stood beyond Calder, red under emergency lights. The secondary kill switch blinked under his palm. The last part of the choice had become the length of one room. Calder moved faster than Marcus expected. He slammed the secondary kill switch down, but the damaged bay routed the command through the fractured field instead of the primary lock. Status lights flared, died, then returned in the wrong order. Hazel laughed once, a harsh sound with no joy in it, and told him even his private road was freezing under him. Calder stared at the panel as if betrayal by machinery offended him more deeply than rebellion by people. Marcus used that second to reach the inner console. The manual bay had 3 stations: surge alignment, reserve dump, and external feeder confirmation. Calder had held the room because he understood what the crowd outside did not. One hand could not fire the whole sequence, but one hand could prevent it forever if allowed to stay on the wrong switch. Marcus read the labels while alarms turned the glass fragments red. He needed Ven at Systems, Hazel at South Rack, and someone in the bay willing to hold a breaker through whatever came next. The plan had become less like an equation and more like a bridge made from bodies. Mara crossed the broken threshold and saw the blood at Calder's temple, the tremor in his fingers, and the way his eyes kept flicking toward the reserve readout. She had seen that look in ambulances when trapped drivers understood the car was being cut apart around them. Calder was not calm now. He was contained. There was a difference. She told him he needed pressure on the cut before he lost enough blood to become stupid. He stared at her as if medical care from an enemy violated every hierarchy he had built. Rusk tried to enter the bay behind him, but Imani caught him at the frame. Their fight had no theater left. He drove his shoulder into her ribs. She struck his wrist hard enough to send the rifle clattering against the floor. He reached for a sidearm and Louis, half dazed and bleeding from the scalp, kicked the weapon under a cable rack. Rusk hit Louis across the face. Imani answered by slamming Rusk into the wall beside the broken door. The impact shook another sheet of glass loose and sent it skittering across the floor like ice. The radio filled with voices from zones that were supposed to be isolated. Hall D reported that the warming clusters were holding, but the west line was dropping faster than planned. Medical reported Emmy stable, Natalie unstable, Evan coughing but responsive. The gate reported rope lines failing on the east side because the wind had shifted. Van reported the threshold still present, then corrected himself. It was wobbling. The words sounded childish and awful over static, too small for the fate it carried. Marcus asked for seconds. Van said he could count seconds or pray, but not promise either would matter. Calder heard the gate report and seized on it like a prosecutor. He said the outside line was already failing, which proved the surge preparation had created more death. Mara stepped close enough to make him look at her cut hands, her blood-marked sleeve, and the frost at the edge of her hair. She said those people were failing because he had kept them outside for days, not because they had been told the truth for 1 hour. She said a late risk did not become the cause of all earlier cruelty simply because it was loud enough to hear. Marcus found the reserve dump switch locked behind a physical key. Calder still had the key on a chain under his sweater. For a second, the room became embarrassingly old-fashioned. Not passwords, not permissions, not biometric readers. A brass key, warm against a man's chest. Calder saw Marcus notice it and closed one hand over the chain. He said taking it would be assault. Hazel, breathing hard in the doorway, said hoarding it had been assault longer. Nobody moved because the difference between theft and recovery had become another line. The old world no longer drew for them. Mara asked Calder to give her the key. Not Marcus, not Imani, and not Hazel. Mara wanted him to give it to her. Calder almost smiled at the absurdity. She told him that if he believed in preserving people, he could begin by preserving the only chance they had agreed to take together. He said agreement under terror was meaningless. She answered that his command under terror was not sacred either. He said she was asking him to surrender the facility to a man chasing weather. She said she was asking him to stop pretending fear became wisdom when spoken from a warmer room. In the passage, Rusk broke free and lunged again. The swollen lick guard from Hall D stepped into his path. He did not raise a rifle. He simply stood there, shaking, with blood dried at the corner of his mouth and both hands open. Rusk ordered him aside. The guard said he had followed enough orders that made him smaller. Rusk struck him. The guard fell against the doorframe and stayed on his feet. That refusal gave Imani the angle she needed. She drove Rusk to the floor and pinned his arm until the sidearms slid away beneath a coil of cable. Ven shouted over the radio that the false fields had reached systems backup. If the sequence did not start soon, Calder's lockout would become the only stable command left. That would preserve the hub for a while, perhaps hours, perhaps days, at the price of sealing the atmosphere back into silence. Marcus looked at the Gulf line on the bay monitor. It flickered, thinned, then brightened again. The world seemed to be breathing through a reed. Every delay narrowed the reed. Every rushed move risked snapping it. Calder pulled the key free and held it in his fist. For one strange moment, Marcus thought he might hand it over. Calder's face loosened, and behind the certainty appeared an exhausted man who had wanted, perhaps truly wanted, to be the one who kept something alive. Then the old shape returned. He said that if the surge failed, the crowd would need a monster to blame, and Marcus would not survive being loved by people he had doomed. Marcus answered that he had already stopped trying to survive cleanly. Mara moved before Calder did. She caught his wrist with both hands, not gently, but not with hatred either. Calder tried to pull back. Blood from his temple ran along his cheek and onto her fingers. She told him to let go. He said she did not understand scale. She said scale was the word men used when the individual faces became inconvenient. He said she understood death one cot at a time, while he understood it by infrastructure. Mara said that was why he kept making places where nobody had to see the cots. Marcus did not help her at first because she had not asked for rescue. That restraint cost him more than motion would have. Mara twisted Calder's wrist, and the key fell against the console with a small, bright sound. Calder struck her with his free hand. The blow snapped her face sideways. The bay went still in a way even alarms could not fill. Marcus drove Calder backward against the panel before Calder could strike again. It was not heroic. It was ugly, close, and personal. The man who had spoken in systems finally met the body his system harmed. Calder fought like someone who had not needed to fight often, but had imagined doing it many times. He was strong from good food and warm sleep. Marcus was weaker than he wanted to admit, running on broth, rage, and bad rest. They slammed into the reserve console, knocking warning lights into a frantic scatter. Mara recovered the key and shoved it toward Hazel. Hazel caught it, missed the lock once because her hand would not close right, then bit down on a cry and forced the key in with her palm. The reserve dump unlocked. Warmth that had been protected for command entered the sequence queue. Across the hub, executive rooms began to cool. The change was small at first, but reports arrived almost instantly because the building had learned to listen for justice in vents. Hall D cheered and then quieted because cheering used breath. Medical confirmed the portable units were holding. The gate reported exhaust warmth pulsing stronger for a moment along the rope line. Calder heard all of it and looked as if the building itself had chosen sides. Hazel still needed the south rack held manually. She could not be in the bay and at the rack. Louise tried to volunteer and nearly fell. The swollen lip guard said he could hold a bar if someone told him which one. Hazel looked at him, then at Imani, then at Marcus. Her expression dared them to treat him as less because he had worn Calder's badge that morning. Marcus asked the guard his name. He said Aaron Pike. Hazel told Aaron Pike that if he let go early, everyone would hate him briefly and then probably die. Aaron said he preferred clear instructions. Imani assigned 2 people to get Aaron to the south rack. Rusk, pinned and bleeding from the mouth, laughed from the floor and said they were trusting cowards now. Imani looked down at him. She said cowardice was not fear. Cowardice was outsourcing fear to the people with fewer choices. Rusk spat blood onto the floor and called her finished. Imani said she had been finished with him for hours. Then she ordered him bound with cable ties because the final minute deserved fewer distractions. The bay lights shifted from red to white. White meant the sequence could arm. White also made every face look drained and almost dead. Marcus slid into the surge alignment station while Hazel called instructions to Aaron over the radio. Mara stood near the reserve dump panel with one hand pressed to her cheek and the other on the console. Calder leaned against the wall, breathing hard, eyes fixed on the key he no longer held. Nobody looked victorious. Victory would have been obscene before the outcome was known. Then began the arm checklist. He read each step and waited for human confirmation. Systems ready. Medical cold drop ready. Hall D clusters ready. Gate rope line ready on west and center, failing east. Executive reserve cut. South rack manual pending. Feeder alignment pending. Atmospheric threshold unstable but present. Each phrase landed like a body. Marcus answered when his station came. Mara answered for reserve. Hazel answered for south rack setup, then waited for Aaron's voice. Static filled the space where a person should have been. Aaron came through at last, breathless and shaken. He was at the rack. Hazel told him to find the yellow handle with black tape. He found 3. Hazel closed her eyes and cursed every engineer who had ever trusted color coding in a crisis. She asked for label numbers. Aaron read them wrong twice, then steadied when Imani told him to put his thumb on the raised notch and read slowly. The 3rd label matched. Hazel's shoulders dropped by half an inch. That was as close to relief as the room allowed. Calder spoke again, quieter now. He asked Marcus whether he had considered what would happen if the surge worked only locally. Katy might thaw while northern cities remained sealed under ice. The hub might die to create a temporary pocket of hope that collapsed before help could form. Marcus had considered it. The thought had sat in his gut like a stone. He said partial mercy was still mercy if the alternative was perfect abandonment. Calder said that was a slogan. Marcus said maybe all final arguments became slogans because there was no time left for footnotes. Mara looked at Marcus then, and something passed between them that was neither agreement nor farewell. It was recognition. They had carried each other through disagreement without forcing it into peace. She still feared the surge. He still feared delay. Neither fear had been erased by the vote, the blast, or the stolen key. That made the moment more honest. She told him that if they lived, they would argue about this for the rest of their lives. He said he wanted that future badly enough to risk never reaching it. Then's voice sharpened. Threshold decay in 20 seconds. Aaron confirmed manual grip. Hazel told him the bar would kick when power hit and that he had to lock his shoulder, not his wrist. She caught herself on the last word and glanced at Marcus with a grim little apology, because the forbidden word was not the issue now, only the body part. Marcus kept his eyes on the alignment field. The display showed 3 green paths and 1 amber. Amber was not enough for comfort. It was enough for action. Calder made one last attempt, not at the switch, but at Marcus. He said the people would never understand the cost if they survived. They would turn the story into courage and erase the deaths, or they would turn it into betrayal and erase the necessity. Marcus said people told dishonest stories because leaders hid the honest records. Alina had the ledger. Ben had the logs. Mara had the patient list. The gate had names. If they lived, this story would have witnesses. If they died, Calder's clean version would die with them. The final confirmation light began to pulse. It needed 1 command from Marcus and 1 from reserve. Mara placed her hand over the reserve key. Marcus placed his over the alignment switch. Hazel stood between them with the radio to her ear, listening to Aaron breathe at the south rack. Amani held the doorway with her rifle lowered and her eyes on Calder. Rusk lay bound in the passage, still cursing, but quieter now because the building had found a larger voice than his. Outside, according to Laverne's broken radio relay, the East Robe line failed and then reformed around a school bus half buried in snow. People tied themselves to the bus frame, then to one another. They were not waiting passively for indoor mercy. They were holding their part of the machine with bodies, belts, extension cords, and hands too cold to close properly. Marcus imagined them without wanting to use them as inspiration. They were not symbols. They were people keeping a promise made under a fence light. The bay monitor showed the Gulf line flaring once more. For a second, the shape looked almost alive, a pale curve over the coast where summer storms used to rise. Marcus remembered Katy Mills in heat, football practice under brutal sun, Mara's fire station near the Grand Parkway, grocery stores emptied overnight, houses freezing from the inside, and the first silence after the power died. All of it had narrowed to this room, this machine, these hands. He understood then that no system failed alone, and no system was saved alone either. Van reached the end of the count. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. Mara turned the reserve key halfway and looked at Marcus. Calder watched them with a grief that had curdled into command, but command no longer owned the room. Hazel whispered Aaron's name into the radio. Imani steadied her stance. The names from outside rose through the speakers again, not loud, not triumphant, only present. Marcus closed his hand around the switch as the threshold held for one final breath. The room paused around the switch as if every person in the hub had drawn one shared breath and held it. Marcus could hear nothing clearly anymore, only layers. Mara beside him, Hazel waiting for Aaron's confirmation, Ven counting through static, Calder's harsh breathing. The gate names riding through speakers meant for orders. He thought of Katy under summer heat, of roads buried by snow, of houses gone dark, of all the ordinary lives that had become numbers and then names. He had wanted proof because proof felt kinder than faith. Now proof had brought him to a place where faith still had to cross the final inch. Mara's hand tightened over the reserve key. Marcus looked at her, then at the switch, and waited for the last word from the south rack below now. The last word from the south rock did not come at once. It broke apart in static, reformed into breath, then became Aaron Pike saying that the handle was locked against his shoulder and that the bar was trying to tear itself loose before the surge had even begun. Hazel told him to lean his body into the brace and not fight the metal with panic. Marcus kept his hand around the alignment switch, feeling the molded plastic through the glove, waiting while the threshold line on the monitor thinned from amber toward red. Mara kept the reserve key half-turned. Around them the command bay trembled as if the hub itself had decided to shiver. Ven's voice came through the rune speakers from his station down the corridor. He was counting again, slower now, forcing the numbers through the static so everyone would understand that the final chance was not dramatic theater but a shrinking equation. Calder stood against the wall with Amani's rifle pointed near his chest, no longer fighting with his hands, still fighting with his eyes. He stared at Marcus as if he could still make command return to him through shame alone. Rusk cursed from the floor until someone from maintenance pressed a cloth against his mouth and told him the building had heard enough from men who mistook volume for authority. Aaron groaned over the radio. The sound made Mara's face tighten. She asked Hazel what was happening below. Hazel did not soften the answer. The south rack was taking load before the feeder path had stabilized, which meant the manual lock was carrying strain that should have been handled by a motorized latch no one had maintained because the hub had always been expected to outlast the disaster, not help end it. Marcus watched the path tremble. The amber line brightened, faded, brightened again. He thought of the neighborhoods behind them, homes sealed by ice from the inside, people measuring life by candle length and melted snow. They had all reached a switch together, even the ones already gone. Mara turned her head toward him. The bruise rising along her cheek had begun to darken. Sweat stood on her forehead despite the room's dropping heat. She did not tell him to stop. She did not tell him to continue. That was harder than either command. Her silence said she understood there was no clean mercy left, and that she hated him only for being the person closest to the handle. Marcus wanted to apologize, but an apology would have tried to purchase forgiveness before the price had been paid. He gave her the only truth he had. He said he was afraid. Mara answered that fear at least meant he had not become Calder. Calder laughed once, a dry, broken sound. He said that was the comfort of amateurs to believe hesitation made them moral. Imani shifted the rifle a few inches and told them that another word would not change the vote, the data, or the people freezing against the gate. Calder looked past her toward the screens. His face moved through grief, rage, calculation, and something almost like longing. He had built a place where heat obeyed him. Now, heat was being asked to leave his hands and enter the sky. He said that Marcus would kill the only proof that humanity could still organize itself. Marcus said a cage that survived by sealing the doors was not proof of humanity, only proof of insulation. Hazel cut across them both. Aaron had found the proper bite on the rack, but the kick would come when Marcus and Mara completed the command. If Aaron slipped, the surge could arc through the south channel and burn the sequence before the atmosphere received enough energy to answer. Venn added that the Gulf line was fading again. The unstable pocket had stretched inland, then narrowed. The window, if that old word could still be used, was measured in seconds. The speakers carried distant voices from the gate, people repeating names so the command bay would remember who waited beyond steel. The names were ragged, breathless, and almost swallowed by wind. Mara looked at Marcus again, and this time there was something like a farewell in her expression, but not a surrender. She said that if this worked, they would have to live with the people it did not save. Marcus said that if it failed, they would have to die with them. Hazel said the South Rack could not hold a philosophy seminar. That almost made Mara smile. The almost was enough to hurt. Marcus held the switch harder, not because pressure changed machinery, but because his hand needed to know it had chosen. Venn reached the bottom of the count and asked for final human confirmation. Aaron answered first. He said he had the bar and he was not letting go. Hazel confirmed south manual lock. Imani confirmed command bay secured. Laverne's relay from the gate confirmed west and center rope line still holding, east line reformed around the buried bus. Medical confirmed cold drop shelter holding for now. Ben confirmed atmosphere threshold unstable but present. Mara turned the reserve key the rest of the way. The room lights dimmed as command reserve entered the queue. Marcus felt the switch loosen beneath his fingers, armed at last. Calder closed his eyes, perhaps praying, perhaps refusing to watch a world leave his control. Marcus pushed the switch. The command bay did not explode. For one terrible second, nothing happened except that every screen went black. The absence was worse than fire. Then the floor rose under them in a deep mechanical shove, a pressure wave traveling through concrete, steel, conduit, and bone. Light returned in white strips overhead, too bright and then dimming fast. Every alarm in the hub shrieked at once. The main board showed feeder lines opening like veins filled with sun, power that had been hoarded in batteries, generators, command reserve, server farms, and emergency loops turned outward. The hub stopped being shelter and became a weapon aimed at the locked atmosphere. Marcus slammed forward against the console. Mara caught the edge of the reserve station and stayed upright by force. Hazel shouted Aaron's name into the radio. Static answered, then a burst of breath, then Aaron yelling that the bar had kicked but remained seated. Vance screamed that the first pulse had cleared the hub fence and was traveling south by dead grid paths still connected under ice. Marcus watched dead substations wait for fractions of a second across the map, not as homes, not as neighborhoods, but as conduits. Katy flickered in ghost light. Feeder markers appeared and vanished along I-10, Mason Road, the Grand Parkway, and beyond. Each flash a spark and a body almost frozen still. Outside, the gate cameras turned white. Wind tore snow sideways, then upward, as if gravity had lost the argument for a heartbeat. The rope lines vanished in the glare. The speakers filled with screaming, but not all of it was terror. Some voices were shouting because the sky had changed color. The white cloud above the facility thickened into a boiling ceiling lit from beneath by electrical blue. Marcus saw lightning move without thunder at first, branching inside snow-like veins through marble. The frozen air resisted. The surge hit it again. Thunder arrived late, vast and low, rolling across the prairie with the sound of buildings tearing loose from foundations. The hub heat vanished. Vents that had breathed warm air for weeks went cold in one collective sigh. Frost formed along the inside edges of the command bay doors. The monitors dimmed a battery ration. Medical called out that portable units were holding but losing margin. Hall D reported people crowding together under blankets, not panicking yet because nobody had breath to waste. Executive rooms went dark. Server banks failed and rose. Calder opened his eyes and listened to the sound of his empire cooling. His expression did not soften. He whispered that this was murder. Mara answered that murder was when someone was turned away from heat because their name was inconvenient. The second pulse launched before Marcus could form a reply. It hit harder than the first. Every remaining light snapped out except the emergency strips along the floor. The command bay tilted in darkness. A transformer somewhere beneath them ruptured with a sound that seemed to punch through the building. Hazel fell against a chair and kept the radio clamped in her hand. Ben reported that the Gulf line had flared inland. His voice was half awe, half dread. Atmospheric instability was spreading over the coastal plain. The system was responding. The question no longer was whether they had disturbed the freeze. The question was whether disturbance was enough to become weather. Marcus tried to read the board by emergency glow. Numbers came in broken clusters. Temperatures outside the hub fence rose by 1 degree, then fell by 3, then swung upward again. Pressure dropped so quickly that his ears hurt. Snow stopped falling for less than a minute, and the absence felt impossible, like hearing a city after months of silence. Then ice pellets hammered the roof, followed by rain so cold it turned to glass when it touched metal. The word rain entered Marcus's mind with such force that he almost missed Vin shouting that the third pulse was overloading the feeder relay. Hazel made the choice before anyone asked. She ordered Aaron to release on her mark, then told Marcus to redirect the final pulse through the north bypass. Marcus said the north bypass was unstable. Hazel said everything left was unstable and that the south rack had already given more than it had promised. Aaron argued that he could hold longer. Hazel told him he had done enough and that nobody got to spend bravery twice if there was another path available. Mara crossed the room and braced herself near Marcus's station, reading the fractured diagram with the focused calm that had once let her triage whole rooms under panic. The north bypass showed only partial continuity. It ran through equipment Calder had kept sealed for future expansion, a future he had imagined as colder, smaller, and obedient. Marcus redirected the feeder with fingers that shook from cold and shock. Calder saw what he was doing and lunged, not toward Marcus this time, but toward the emergency cutoff beside the wall. Imani struck him with the rifle stock before he reached it. He dropped to one knee, gasping. She did not apologize. She said there were people outside who had not received one apology from him and that he could wait his turn. The third pulse armed itself unevenly. Vin's voice broke around the warning. The north bypass might carry or it might burn open. Marcus looked at Mara. She had one hand on the console and one pressed against the bruise on her cheek because the room had begun to spin around her. She said that weather had always been a conversation between forces too large to care about names. Marcus said maybe they had just shouted loudly enough to enter the conversation. She told him not to make poetry while the building was dying. He answered that he would try to save the poetry for after, if after still existed. The final pulse went out. This time, thunder and light arrived together. The command bay windows, sealed behind reinforced shutters, flashed so brightly that the metal seams glowed. Every battery alarm cut off at once. Silence swallowed the room. Then came the deep groan of systems giving up, one after another, not in panic, but in sequence. The hub had spent itself. The building that Calder had treated as the Ark of the future now became concrete, wire, chilled rooms, and people. Marcus waited for confirmation from the sky. No screen could give it. The monitors died. The radios fell to whispers. The only proof left came through the walls as the storm outside changed its voice. For several minutes, nobody in the command bay moved except to breathe. The emergency strips along the floor flickered, then steadied in a red line that made the room look submerged. Hazel stayed on her knees with the radio against her ear, calling for Aaron until static broke into a human cough. Aaron said he was down but alive, and that the south rack had gone dark around him. Hazel told him to crawl toward the glow strips and keep talking. He said the glow strips had failed. She closed her eyes, swallowed once, and told him to follow the heat of the pipe to his left. He laughed weakly and said there was no heat left anywhere. Mara moved first. She took the radio from Hazel, gently asked Aaron whether he could feel the floor slope, and made him describe the air, the smell, the direction of the draft, and the sound of dripping coolant. She built a map from his fear, one detail at a time. Marcus listened, stunned by how quickly she returned to the small work. The sky might have been breaking open above them, the hub might have been dying, and still Mara found a single person in darkness and spoke as if the whole world had narrowed properly to him. That was the thing Calder had never understood. Scale did not erase the body in front of you. It only made the duty heavier. Imani ordered 2 guards and 3 workers to take lamps and rope to the south lower corridor. Nobody asked whether Aaron had been one of Calder's men. The question seemed obscene after what his hands had held. Rusk shouted to the cloth that they were wasting people on a traitor. Imani crouched beside him, pulled the cloth away long enough to let him hear her, and said that a traitor was someone who sold the group to preserve himself. Aaron had spent himself to give the group a chance. Then she put the cloth back because Rusk had mistaken permission to listen for permission to speak. Calder sat against the wall with his hands bound. Blood had dried along his cheek. His eyes had not left the dead screens. Without their light, he looked older, smaller, and somehow more dangerous because certainty had lost its stage. Marcus expected another argument, but Calder only asked if the atmospheric line had held after the final pulse. Marcus said he did not know. Calder gave a strained smile. He said that was the first honest sentence spoken in the room all night. Mara, still guiding Aaron through darkness, told him that honesty would have mattered more before people were locked outside the gate. The storm outside became audible in layers. First came wind, then a roar like freight moving through sky, then a pounding on the roof that shifted from ice pellets to heavy rain and back again. Rain was no longer a clean promise. At these temperatures, it could kill faster than snow, sealing clothes, ladders, vehicles, and skin beneath glass. Vin arrived from the corridor carrying a handheld monitor with cracked casing and 1 remaining battery. He had tears frozen at the edges of his lashes. He said the external pressure drop had been real. Local temperatures were chaotic. For the first time since the event began, the curve was not a smooth descent. Marcus took the monitor as if it were fragile bone. The data came in bursts from 2 outdoor sensors still alive. One showed -12. The other showed -21. Both had been much lower before the pulse. Then the readings fell again, then rose. The numbers had become weather instead of sentence. Marcus wanted to feel triumph and could not. Every degree had been bought with heat stripped from sleeping rooms, medical bays, gate lamps, and lives that would not be listed as engineering costs until someone decent wrote them down. He handed the monitor back to Vin. He said the curve was broken. Ben nodded. Neither man smiled. A crash from the corridor ended all discussion. People surged into the command bay, not attacking now, but fleeing the sections where doors had frozen halfway open and steam lines had failed. Their faces were lit red by floor strips. Children cried against adults who could no longer reassure them with lies. Someone said Haldy was losing heat too fast. Someone else said medical had moved the weakest into 2 storage rooms with portable packs and blankets. Laverne's voice came over a gate relay, shouting that the west rope line had collapsed under freezing rain and that people outside were sliding away from the fence. Mara looked at Marcus and he understood her expression without words. The plan had passed from atmospheric science back into triage. If the hub was going to die, it had to die in an organized pattern, or it would become slaughter by confusion. Marcus stepped onto a chair because people needed to see someone above shoulder level. He did not shout heroic phrases. He said the surge had gone out and the storm had changed. He said they did not know if it would be enough. He said the building was losing heat and everyone had to move according to instructions, or more people would die in corridors than needed to. That last word changed the room more than the orders. Names meant the people at the gate were not to be counted as a crowd. Imani took it up immediately. She ordered every remaining armed person to strip the guard stations of rope, blankets, belts, extension cords, banners, anything that could tie one human to another in the freezing rain. Laverne reported that several outside groups had refused to abandon the east bus line. They were still holding under ice that struck like thrown gravel. Marcus asked how many. Laverne said she could not count through the storm. Mara said to count names as they came through in numbers where names failed. The first gate team left within 5 minutes. Marcus went with them because the command screens were dead and the living problem had moved outside. Mara tried to stop him long enough to wrap his hands. He said he could still use them. She said that was not the standard. She tied cloth around his gloves anyway, pulled the knot with her teeth, and told him that if he collapsed, she would not waste time being tender until after she dragged him inside. The familiar sharpness in her voice steadied him more than comfort. He said he would try to remain inconveniently alive. She said that was the first sensible plan he had offered. The passage to the gate was a tunnel of failing light. Water ran down the walls and froze in sheets where the heat had gone out. People moved along the center, stepping around bodies that were not yet bodies, but people too cold to rise until someone hauled them upright. The air smelled of diesel, hot metal, wet wool, and fear. Marcus passed Hall D and saw families packed together under blankets, lips blue, eyes lifted toward him as if his face might show what the sky had decided. He could not give them hope. He could give them motion. He told a maintenance team to pry open the inner loading doors and create a windbreak with pallets. At the gate, the world had transformed into violence. Rain and ice struck sideways so hard that Marcus had to lean into it to stay standing. The snowfield beyond the fence was no longer smooth. It was a churning surface of slush, hard ridges, exposed vehicle roofs, and people. The surge had warmed the air just enough to loosen the old crust. Then the returning cold had begun to glaze everything. Floodlights sputtered on battery, catching ropes in pale arcs. Laverne stood on a platform with one arm tied to the railing, shouting names into a radio until her voice cracked. The west rope line had broken near a delivery truck buried to its windows. Several people had slid into the ditch where frozen water and fresh rain had formed a black trough. Imani's team threw new lines. Marcus went down beside them, boots punching through crust into shin-deep slush. The cold water inside his boots made him gasp so hard his vision spotted. A man outside the fence grabbed the rope and then lost it because his fingers would not close. Marcus lunged, caught the rope himself, and wrapped it around his forearm while 2 guards pulled from behind. The man came in face down through slush, coughing, alive. More followed. A woman carrying a boy under her coat. 2 teenagers tied together with lamp cord. An old man who apologized to everyone touching him because he thought needing help was a failure of manners. Laverne kept asking names. Sometimes she got them. Sometimes she wrote descriptions on a wet pad. Woman with red scarf, boy with green backpack, man from bus line, teenager with silver tape on sleeve. The storm turned ink to gray smears, but she kept writing. Marcus understood that records were warmth of another kind. They refused to let the dead become weather. Behind him, Calder had been brought to the gate under guard because the command bay was no longer safe, and because Imani did not trust him out of sight. He watched people being dragged through the opening he had once sealed. Rain struck his face. For the first time since Marcus had met him, Calder saw the outside without glass between him and consequence. A girl no older than 12 was lifted over the threshold, shaking so hard her teeth clicked. Calder stared at her, and his expression shifted into something Marcus could not name. It might have been guilt. It might have been the mind making one last adjustment to preserve itself. Mara arrived with a medical team, moving through the storm as if weather had to ask her permission before killing anyone near her. She assessed each arrival in seconds, sending some toward storage some toward the pallet windbreak, some straight back inside on carried doors used as stretchers. When she reached the girl Calder had been watching, she removed her own outer scarf and wrapped it around the child's neck. Calder looked at the gesture and then at his bound hands. He said nothing. Mara did not look at him. She told Marcus that medical was full and that full no longer mattered. They would keep bringing people in until the doors froze shut or nobody remained to call. The storm answered overhead with a flash so bright that every rope line appeared black against the sky. Thunder came immediately, shaking snow from the fence in heavy slabs. People screamed, ducked, then rose again. Lightning crawled inside the low cloud deck, not a summer bolt, but a restless web of white and blue. Marcus looked south beyond the prairie and imagined dead grid paths carrying their last heat into the locked air, giving the atmosphere one brutal shove. The cloud ceiling rolled in on itself. For an instant, through rain and ice, he saw a gap of darker sky, not clear, not warm, but moving. By dawn, the hub was no longer a heated facility. It was a shell that remembered heat in places and forgot it in others. The command reserve had drained. The server farms had died, and the generators that remained could not support anything larger than emergency lamps, radios, and a few medical devices. People learned the new map by touch. A hallway with tolerable air at midnight became lethal by morning. A stairwell that had been sealed for security became a chimney pulling cold downward. Storage, too, crowded beyond design, held the most vulnerable behind walls wrapped in blankets, tarps, and strips of carpet torn from executive offices. No one asked permission before tearing those offices apart. Desks became bracing timber. Wall panels became insulation. Framed mission statements went into trash bins to burn later if the smoke could be vented safely. Calder watched from a chair near the loading passage, bound but no longer guarded by anyone with much energy to spare. His private suite was stripped in front of him by people who had once lowered their eyes when he passed. The mattress went to medical. The curtains went to the gate team. His spare coats went to children. Hazel carried out a box of aged liquor and handed it to Mara for antiseptic and morale, saying she trusted Mara to know the difference. Marcus spent the morning moving between failed systems, not to restore comfort, because comfort was gone, but to decide what could still be used. A battery string under Control B could power radios for 36 hours if light stayed rationed. The water pumps were unreliable but could be run in short bursts to fill containers before the lines froze solid. The kitchen cold stores had become colder than freezers, which preserved food but made it nearly impossible to prepare without heat. The vehicle bay contained 2 diesel loaders, one with a heated block that might start if they devoted a battery pack to it. Every option cost another option. Mara hated the math and did it anyway. She stood over the patient board while Alina recorded names, conditions, and likely needs. No one was tagged as worth or not worth saving. Mara had forbidden that language. She used immediate, urgent, delayed, and comfort, then stared down anyone who tried to pretend the categories did not carry pain. A man with severe frost injury in both feet asked if comfort meant dying. Mara said it meant he would not be abandoned, and she would not insult him by calling the truth something softer. He nodded once, then asked for his sister. Alina found the sister's name on the gate list and sent someone running. The dead were placed in loading 4, not outside, not yet. The store made burial impossible, and leaving them beyond the fence felt too much like Calder's old policy with cleaner language. Laverne and 2 others took names from clothes, pockets, bracelets, scraps of memory, and witnesses. When identity failed, they wrote careful descriptions. Marcus saw the list and had to turn away for a moment. He had believed the search decision was the worst thing he would ever do. Now he understood that a single terrible command could be easier than the many small duties afterward. The machine had answered or it had not. The people still had to carry one another through the hour. Outside, the weather refused to settle. Snow returned in bursts so thick the fence vanished. Then freezing rain came again. Then wind cleared the air enough to show cloud layers racing in opposing directions. Venn, working with a cracked handheld and 2 salvaged sensors, said the locked pattern had been disrupted locally. He would not claim more. He had learned from Marcus that hope given without uncertainty could become another kind of command. He said pressure waves were still moving south and east. He said the jet stream data was gone because satellites and networks were gone, but the local curve had broken. The cold was no longer a straight road downward. Marcus wanted to ask if that meant they had saved the world. He did not. The question was too large and too hungry. Instead, he asked how long the hub could hold enough people to matter. Venn gave him the answer nobody wanted. If they used the loader to dig into snow berms and build exterior wind walls, if they consolidated everyone into 3 thermal zones, if they burned materials carefully and rationed food without riots, they might last days. Maybe more if the weather warmed even slightly. Maybe less if the storm tore open the loading side, or if disease moved through the packed rooms. Survival had become a set of maybes stacked like thin boards. A fight broke out near the kitchen when a former command supervisor tried to move a crate of protein packs into a locked office for what he called continuity leadership. The old reflexes had not died with the screens. People saw the crate, the office, the private key, and the memory of warm rooms returned like anger finding a doorway. Imani stopped the beating before it became fatal. She did not defend the supervisor. She made him carry the crate to the common ration table and repeat publicly that food belonged to the group. Then she assigned him to melt snow under watch. Mara told her there was either mercy or cruelty depending on how long the shift lasted. Calder asked to speak with Marcus near midday. Marcus almost refused. He had valves to inspect, radios to prioritize, and a gate team requesting more rope. Yet part of him knew Calder remained dangerous, precisely because broken men with followers could become myths before their bodies cooled. He sat across from him in the loading passage while workers carried stolen luxury furniture past them toward the thermal zones. Calder's first words were not apology. He said the facility would fracture within 2 days unless someone imposed central authority again. Marcus said authority had not been abolished. It had been put where people could see it bleed. Calder said visibility was theater. People wanted heat, food, safety, and someone to hate when those ran out. Marcus said they also wanted to know their children were not traded behind closed doors. Calder leaned closer. He said Marcus had traded them in the open, which made him feel cleaner, not different. The word struck hard because they carried part of the truth. Marcus did not deny it. He said the surge had risked everyone and likely killed some. He said the difference was that the decision had been witnessed, contested, and recorded. Calder said the dead could not benefit from procedure. Marcus said the living could be protected from repeating the lie that procedure did not matter. For a moment, Calder's expression cracked. He asked whether Marcus thought he had enjoyed the gate. Marcus answered that enjoyment was not required for cruelty. Calder looked toward the storm-bright opening where people moved in and out through sheets of freezing air. He said the first week had been different. There had been fewer outsiders, more supplies, a belief that rescue would come if the hub simply held. The first time he refused entry, he had vomited afterward. The second time, he had slept badly. By the 10th, he had made a rule so he would not have to feel each one. By the 100th, the rule had become him. Marcus listened because the confession mattered and because it changed nothing. He said the rule could end with him. Calder smiled faintly, bitterly. He asked if Marcus was offering redemption. Marcus said he was offering work. There were names to recover, bodies to move, and people who had followed Calder who needed to be folded back into the group before fear made them a faction again. Calder looked offended, then almost amused. He said Marcus wanted the tyrant to become a clerk. Marcus said he wanted the man who kept records of power to help keep records of loss. Calder did not answer. That silence was the closest he could come to accepting without surrendering. The loader started at 3 in the afternoon after 2 failed attempts and a prayer from a mechanic who claimed not to believe in prayer. Its engine coughed, shook, then caught with a smoky roar that drew cheers from Hall D. The cheers turned quickly into coughing because the air was thin and cold, but the sound mattered. Marcus climbed into the passenger side with Imani driving because she said he looked like he might mistake exhaustion for usefulness and needed supervision. Together, they pushed snow into berms against the loading side, building crude walls to blunt the wind. Outside, rain had stopped. Snow fell again, softer now, still heavy but no longer perfectly vertical. It came in troubled waves. At dusk, Van reached an old emergency broadcast frequency using a modified antenna Hazel had raised through a roof hatch during a lull. The signal was faint, broken, and probably from far south, maybe near the coast, maybe farther. It carried no official rescue order. It carried human speech. A woman repeated that pressure was changing near multiple sites, that snow had turned to freezing rain in places where nothing had fallen but dry powder for weeks, that any surviving grid operator should preserve records and watch for localized thaw. Then the signal dissolved. The room around the radio went silent. Nobody cheered. Cheering would have demanded too much certainty. Still, people leaned closer as if warmth had arrived as sound. Mara found Marcus by the radio after the broadcast failed. She looked exhausted beyond anger. He offered her the liquor Hazel had saved for antiseptic in a tin cup, diluted and unpleasant. She took it, smelled it, and said Calder had terrible taste for a tyrant. Marcus laughed once, then stopped because laughter hurt his chest. Mara asked whether he believed the signal. He said he believed a woman had been alive somewhere south and speaking into a transmitter. That was enough for tonight. Mara nodded. She said enough for tonight was becoming a holy phrase. Then she let her shoulder rest against his for 3 breaths before duty called her back. The second night after the surge was colder inside than the first. That seemed impossible to the people who had measured comfort by the memory of vents, but the building had spent its stored warmth and now surrendered room by room. Condensation froze on ceilings and dropped in tiny needles when anyone slammed a door. Breath fog hung low in the corridors. People learned to sleep sitting up in clusters so body heat would not escape through the floor. Children were placed in the center of circles, then the sick, then adults strong enough to rotate to the outer edge. The hub's old hierarchy had turned inside out. Mara managed the rotations with Alina and 3 volunteers from the gate list. They used scraps of cardboard as tokens, each marked with a zone, a shift, and a duty. Marcus noticed Calder watching the system with unsettling attention. Later, he found the older man copying names from Laverne's wet lists into a cleaner ledger using a pencil sharpened with a utility knife. Calder did not look up when Marcus approached. He said the descriptions were too vague and the dead deserved identifiers better than coat color when possible. Marcus said nothing for a moment, then gave him another stack of pages. Calder accepted them as if accepting punishment he had chosen not to call punishment. Rusk did not transform. Some men needed defeat to become quieter. He used it to ferment. He had been moved to a locked equipment room with 2 others who had remained openly loyal to Calder's old order. Imani kept them alive, warm enough to avoid becoming martyrs and away from frightened crowds. That did not prevent rumors. By dark, whispers moved that Marcus had destroyed the hub for a false broadcast, that Mara had hidden medicine for her own people, that the gate refugees were eating more than workers. The lies were not clever, but fear did not require cleverness. It required only hunger and a hallway. The first riot attempt began over a soup pot. It was not really soup, only melted snow, powdered broth, shaved protein packs, and grains scraped from kitchen bins. It smelled better than it tasted, which made the disappointment sharper. A man accused the servers of giving thicker portions to new arrivals. A woman from inside the hub accused him of wanting children outside his old work unit to starve. Someone shoved. A cup spilled. The spilled broth froze in a brown smear near the door. Then 6 people moved at once and the room became bodies, arms, boots, and hands clutching for food that could not save anyone by itself. Mara entered the fight without a weapon. She did not shout for order. She grabbed the pot with both hands, lifted it from the table, and threw the entire thing onto the floor. The room stopped because the waste was shocking enough to become louder than anger. Steam rose for a second, then died. Mara stood over the spilled meal, her face pale with fury. She said that if they wanted to prove hunger made them animals, they could start by watching everyone lose the food together. If they wanted to remain human, they could clean it, salvage what could be salvaged, and build a ration line that nobody had to trust blindly. People stared at her as if she had struck them. A child began to cry. Mara's expression changed then, not softening exactly but showing the cost of what she had done. She knelt beside the spill, scraped the cleanest portions into a pan, and told the man who had started the accusation to help her. He hesitated. The whole room watched him choose between pride and the humiliating intimacy of repair. He knelt. The woman who had shouted at him knelt too. One by one, others followed. Marcus saw Mara's shoulders shake once as she bent over the freezing floor. He wanted to go to her. Instead, he organized a transparent ration board because comfort could wait and structure could not. The board changed the room. Not enough to remove fear, but enough to give fear a target other than rumor. Every crate, pack, grain sack, and medicinal supply was listed in public with estimated servings. Every thermal zone sent one observer to the ration table. The observers rotated twice daily and could challenge the count. It slowed everything, and some people complained that slowness was dangerous. Alina answered that secrecy had been faster at killing trust. Calder, from a nearby table, corrected an arithmetic mistake without looking up. Several people turned toward him. He said numbers were still numbers even when spoken by a disgraced man. Mara told him not to make himself interesting. Near midnight, the roof groaned under shifting ice. A maintenance team found a seam leaking meltwater into an electrical room that still contained live battery leads. Hazel cursed so vividly that a frightened teenager nearby actually smiled. She took 3 workers, Marcus and Calder, because he knew the sealed service routes better than anyone now willing to admit it. Imani objected to bringing him. Hazel said she could either trust the bound former tyrant to identify a dry access panel or spend an hour opening the wrong walls while the roof tried to become a river. Imani told Calder that if he ran, she would not chase him into the cold. She would simply close the door behind him. They climbed through a service ladder slick with frost into a maintenance crawlspace above the old server wing. The air there was brutal. Marcus's breath froze on his scarf. Calder moved awkwardly with bound hands loosened just enough to climb. He directed them past a junction box and toward a maintenance hatch he had once kept locked for security reasons. Hazel broke the lock with a pry bar and muttered that security had survived longer than common sense in this building. Above the hatch, water drummed steadily on metal. Not snow, not powder. Liquid water from the storm had pooled under ice and found a seam. Marcus touched the leak and felt cold spread through his glove instantly. The word water no longer meant salvation by itself. In the wrong place, it meant short circuits, structural overload, and death. Hazel rigged a gutter from cut conduit, while the workers wedged tarps under the seam. Calder identified a drain path that had been sealed during a retrofit. When Hazel asked why, he said it had been considered a security vulnerability. She laughed without humor and said the future had been very safe right up until the roof started drowning it. Calder did not defend the decision. That was new. They returned to the lower levels after 2 hours, wet, numb, and shaking. Mara was waiting near the ladder with warmed cloths that were not warm, only less cold than skin. She saw Calder climb down last and looked at Marcus with a question. Marcus said he helped. Mara handed Calder a cloth. The gesture passed through the watching corridor like a small disturbance. Calder took it with both hands and seemed unsure whether to thank her. He finally said that the roof seam would have killed the battery room by morning. Mara said then it was good he had remembered where his own building hid its mistakes. The radio woke again near 3 in the morning. This time the signal came from the north, or seemed to, though Venn warned that skip and storm conditions could bend direction into lies. A male voice repeated coordinates, then a phrase that froze everyone more deeply than the air. He said there was partial thaw along a refinery corridor near the coast. Partial thaw. The words moved through storage 2, through Hall D, through the loading passage, through the clustered sleepers. Nobody knew whether it meant mud, flood, open water, or merely ice softening at the edges. It meant change. Change had become a dangerous mercy. Marcus found himself outside the main loading door before dawn with Mara beside him. They had not planned to stand together. Duty had placed them in the same cold opening, watching the dark prairie breathe under shifting weather. Snow fell lightly, then stopped. The silence after the flake ceased was not the same silence that had followed the grid failure. That earlier silence had been a lid. This one was a pause. Mara said she still hated the cost. Marcus said he did too. She asked whether that would be enough to keep him human. He said he hoped she would help him find out. She said hope was not a plan, but she did not move away. Morning brought a pale gray light that seemed to come from everywhere except the sun. The cloud ceiling had lifted enough to reveal the outline of the Grand Parkway overpass in the distance, a dark shape beneath white accumulation. People came to the loading entrance in quiet waves, drawn by the possibility of seeing farther than the fence. Marcus worried the sight would break them if nothing had changed. Instead, the distance itself became a form of food. For weeks the world had been reduced to rooms, ropes, and breath. Now there was horizon again, dim and merciless, but real. Then and Hazel built a listening post from dead server racks, copper wire, a cracked emergency receiver, and the stubbornness of people too tired to understand impossible. Alina organized messages as they came, writing fragments on numbered pages. Some were nonsense, skipped from old recordings or automated systems repeating warnings to towns that no longer had power. Others were human. A church group near Rosenberg reporting 83 survivors in a school gym. A pipeline crew south of Brookshire requesting medicine and saying snow had turned to wet sleet twice. Boys from somewhere beyond Houston repeating that coastal winds had shifted and that the cold wall was no longer stationary. Each message was copied, time-marked, and read aloud in the central hall. Marcus insisted on the uncertainty staying attached. No one was allowed to turn fragments into promises. Still, the fragments did what promises could not. They gave the hub neighbors beyond its own fear. The survival cluster from Katy heard the word Rosenberg and cried because a name within driving distance before the freeze now sounded like a continent answering from across the dark. Mara stood near the patient board listening to the messages with her arms folded. When the broadcast mentioned a school gym, she closed her eyes, perhaps imagining cots, children, bad lighting, and the terrible dignity of people improvising care. The ledger of the dead became a public ritual by necessity. Loading 4 was too cold for long work, so Laverne, Alina, Calder, and 2 volunteers took shifts. The names were read at evening so families could answer, correct, claim, or grieve. Marcus feared the ritual would crush the group. Instead it steadied them, though not gently. A name spoken in front of witnesses could not be traded away into abstraction. Woman with red scarf became Elena Salas when her nephew found the list. Boy with green backpack became Peter Cho when his father, who had entered unconscious, woke long enough to identify him and then wept without sound. Calder read several names on the third evening because Laverne's voice failed. The hall reacted with anger first. It moved through the crowd in a visible ripple. Mara stepped toward the front, ready to intervene, but an old woman from the gate line lifted her hand. Her daughter was on the list. She said she wanted the man who had closed the gate to say the name. The hall went silent. Calder looked down at the page. His mouth tightened. He read the name fully, with age, description, and where she had been found. The old woman asked him to read it again. He did. The second time his voice broke. That did not absolve him. Nobody said it did. Afterward, the old woman spat at his feet, then told him he would read the rest properly if Laverne needed rest. Calder nodded. Marcus watched the exchange with a complicated heaviness. Justice, he was learning, was not a clean door. Sometimes it was a task assigned by the injured to the person who had helped injure them. Sometimes it was not mercy at all, but the refusal to let guilt hide from work. Mara came to stand beside him and said that forgiveness was not being handed out tonight. Marcus said he had not mistaken it for that. She said good because she would worry about him if he had. Food became the next crisis. The expanded population had turned the ration math cruel. Marcus proposed sending a team to the distribution warehouse they had passed on the journey in, but Mara argued that the slush crust, freezing rain, and temperature swings made travel worse than before. Amani said staying would kill them if food ran out. The argument drew a crowd, and for a moment Marcus felt the old divide returning. Immediate survival against future need, action against shelter, risk against hunger. This time they did not hide the conflict behind leadership. They laid it out publicly. Volunteers were asked for, not assigned. The warehouse team would be small, roped, and prepared to turn back at the first structural hazard. Mara surprised Marcus by volunteering for the route. He told her medical needed her. She said medical needed supplies more than it needed her pride, and the root needed someone who could keep a minor injury from becoming a body. He wanted to argue, and realized everyone was watching to see whether he would protect the person he loved more than the people he served. The realization burned. Mara saw it in him and softened only enough to make it worse. She said deep love that demanded exemption was just another private room. Marcus nodded, hating the truth and respecting her for placing it where all could see. The warehouse run left under a sky that seemed undecided between snow and rain. Marcus stayed behind because Ven needed him for antenna work and because Mara had told him that trust sometimes meant not following. Imani led the team with Mara, 6 workers, 2 former guards, and a teenager named Eli who knew how to break warehouse dock locks because before the freeze he had done maintenance for a company that never paid overtime. The team moved along the buried service road, each person clipped to a main line. From the loading door they looked small against the white field, then smaller, then gone behind a ridge of plowed snow. Waiting became its own labor. Marcus repaired radios with Ven, checked battery loads, and failed to stop imagining every way the route could kill them. A section of roof ice could drop. A ditch could open under slush. A desperate group could attack. A beautiful patch of darker road could be thin water over a culvert. He had asked people to accept uncertainty from him. Now uncertainty took its payment. Calder worked nearby copying warehouse route notes from old facility maps. After an hour, he said without looking up that Mara had a better chance than most because she did not confuse courage with forward motion. Marcus answered that Calder had no right to describe her. Calder said rights were gone. Accuracy remained. The team found the warehouse after 2 hours and reported partial collapse but accessible loading bays. The radio reception was poor. Mara's voice came through in pieces: dry goods, medical kits, insulation rolls, batteries, bodies inside, no immediate attackers. The word bodies settled over the listening hall. Even scavenging had witnesses now. Elena wrote everything down. Imani reported that they could carry only a fraction. Marcus ordered no one. The team on site chose what mattered most: antibiotics, fuel tablets, high-calorie packs, tarps, batteries, and a small crate of children's coats still wrapped in plastic from a shipment that would never reach a store. On the return, freezing rain began again. The main line iced so heavily that it sagged into the slush. Eli slipped near a culvert and went through to his waist. The radio filled with shouting. Marcus ran to the loading door before anyone told him not to. He could see nothing through the storm. Mara's voice cut through static, calm in a way that meant danger was severe. She told Eli to stop fighting the line, told Imani to anchor left, told the rear guard to pass the spare strap forward. Marcus stood useless with his fists clenched. Calder came up beside him carrying a coil of rope. Marcus stared at him. Calder said the warehouse team had extra weight now, and the gate would need a drag assist. They formed a receiving line beyond the fence. Rain struck the crust, froze, then shattered under boots. The warehouse team emerged as dark shapes, bent under packs and dragging 2 sleds made from loading panels. Eli was alive, pale and shaking, tied between Mara and a former guard. The supplies arrived first because Mara shouted that medicine and food did not get cold feet, people did. Then the people came through. Marcus reached for Mara as she crossed the threshold. She pushed a pack into his arms instead and said to carry something useful. He took it. Only after the sleds were inside did she let him touch her shoulder. The warehouse run changed the hub's mood more than the radio had. Not because supplies solved everything. They did not. The food bought days, not seasons. The antibiotics saved some and arrived too late for others. The coats warmed children whose names had just entered the ledger of the living. What mattered was that the world beyond the fence was not only a grave. It still contained things people could bring back. It still contained risk that could be met in groups. It still contained roads, even when roads had to be rediscovered under ice. Marcus saw that realization spread through people like a second, quieter surge. That night, the listening post received a stronger broadcast from the south. The same woman as before, or Marcus thought it was, repeated that coastal temperatures had climbed near freezing for 31 minutes before falling again. She said anyone receiving should record local melt, rain, pressure shifts, and survivable routes. She did not say rescue was coming. She said data was survival. Marcus closed his eyes at that. Systems failed quietly before they failed catastrophically. Perhaps systems also returned quietly before anyone dared name the return. He looked at Mara, alive under a borrowed coat, and let himself believe only as much as the evidence allowed. It was more than yesterday. The first week after the surge did not save them. It simply did not end them. That distinction became the foundation of everything. The hub community stopped waiting for a miracle and began living inside a damaged change. They consolidated into thermal zones, rationed heat from small fires vented through improvised chimneys, and used the loader only when the wind walls collapsed or a route had to be cleared. They sent short-range teams to warehouses, abandoned clinics, and buried neighborhoods, never without ropes, radios, and a rule that returning with fewer people mattered more than returning with more supplies. Mara wrote that rule in large letters on the dispatch wall. Marcus rebuilt a weatherboard in the central hall. Not a digital one, not a command screen, but a piece of white paneling covered with pencil marks. Every 6 hours someone recorded temperature, pressure, wind direction, precipitation, and any sign of melt. Children were invited to read the numbers aloud because adults had learned that fear shrank when shared with purpose. The board showed no clean rescue arc. It rose, fell, rose again, then dropped hard enough to kill 2 unprotected scouts from another group who arrived too late at the fence. But the line no longer descended with the old terrible certainty. It staggered. Staggering meant the system had been hurt. Messages from outside multiplied. Some were desperate. Some were practical. Some were final, recorded by people who knew nobody would reach them but wanted their names to move through air once more. A county shelter west of Houston reported roof failure and requested directions to any heap. A refinery crew spoke of steam plumes rising in broken intervals from equipment they had repurposed into warming stations. A teacher in Sugarland counted students and asked anyone hearing to tell parents that a gym full of children had sung for 3 nights because singing kept them breathing together. The hub wrote the messages down and repeated what help it could. Calder became the keeper of the dead and missing ledger because nobody else could deny that he performed the work with exactness. He remained under restriction, watched, never trusted with control systems or weapons. Yet people began bringing him names. That was not forgiveness. It was recognition of a function. He took statements, cross-checked descriptions, marked uncertain entries clearly, and never removed a shameful detail to make the hub's story easier. When asked why he wrote so carefully, he said once that clean records were the only thing command had ever done that deserved to survive. Laverne told him that was nearly humble, and he should not strain himself. Rusk tried to escape during the 10th night with 2 others, taking ration packs and a pistol hidden in a vent. They made it past the inner loading door before a child saw them and yelled for Imani. The confrontation ended in the vehicle bay under blue emergency light. Rusk aimed the pistol at Imani and claimed he was leaving to bring back help from a private compound he knew. Imani told him that private compounds were just small lies with better fences. He fired once. The bullet struck a loader tire. Imani shot him in the leg. Mara kept him alive because she would not let justice turn into convenience, then assigned him to guarded recovery where every ration he ate was recorded publicly to prevent revenge from poisoning the room. The shooting shook the community. Some wanted Rusk put outside. Others wanted a trial, though nobody knew what a trial meant when the courthouse was frozen and the law had become memory. Marcus convened an open hearing in Hall D. Witnesses spoke. Rusk ranted. Imani described the shot without embellishment. Mara described the treatment. Calder, unexpectedly, spoke last and said exile in this weather was execution pretending to be policy. The hall turned on him with anger. He did not defend himself. He said he knew because he had practiced it. The statement settled heavily. In the end, Rusk was confined, fed, and set to labor when able. Nobody was satisfied. That was how they knew the decision might be close to just. Mara and Marcus found moments together in fragments. 10 minutes over ration tea behind the medical shelves. A shared repair shift wrapping, cracked pipe and insulation. A silent walk between storage 3 and the loading door while snow whispered against the walls. Romance in the old world had promised time, privacy, and softness. The freeze offered none of those. It gave them truth stripped of decoration. Marcus learned the lines exhaustion drew around Mara's mouth. Mara learned how Marcus touched machinery when afraid, as if apologizing to it before asking too much. They spoke of the dead more often than of desire, yet desire stayed, stubborn and human. One night, after a child in medical survived a fever that had seemed certain to take him, Mara led Marcus to a quiet corner near the old conference rooms. She kissed him there, not gently at first because gentleness would have broken her. He held her like someone handling a flame in wind. Around them the building creaked. People coughed, and a radio hissed with distant strangers. She rested her forehead against his chest and said she needed one thing in the world, not to be policy. He said she was not policy to him. She said he should remember that when the next impossible choice arrived. He said he feared impossible choices had learned their address. By the second week, the outer snow crust softened during midday in brief patches. It hardened again by dusk, trapping footprints in ugly shine. The first time water dripped from a south-facing metal sign, 3 people saw it and ran inside shouting. By the time Marcus arrived, the drip had stopped and refrozen into a clear bead. Nobody cared. They had seen liquid move under open sky. Van documented angle, surface temperature, time of day, and wind speed. Hazel called him unbearable and then helped build a drip gauge from tubing. Children checked it hourly until Mara ordered them back inside before curiosity made patients out of scientists. The weather did not warm evenly. Some days were worse than before. A polar surge hammered the hub on the 17th day, dropping temperatures so fast that 2 exterior teams barely made it back. One man lost 3 fingers to severe frost injury. A woman from the warehouse team died in her sleep after insisting she was merely tired. The ledger grew. The names hurt more now because hope had returned enough to make each death feel like a theft from the future instead of a continuation of doom. Marcus stood during the evening reading and realized grief had changed shape. It had stopped being only loss. It had become an argument with tomorrow. The broadcast confirmed broader disturbance. Areas near the Gulf reported rain. Northern voices, when they came, were worse, speaking of deeper cold, failed shelters and cities buried past street signs. The surge had not saved everyone at once. It may not have saved many in time. Marcus carried that knowledge heavily. Calder noticed, as he noticed most weaknesses. One afternoon he said that Marcus had wanted a planetary answer and received a regional bruise. Marcus said a bruise meant blood still moved beneath skin. Calder looked at him sharply. Marcus realized he had used a body image without meaning to. Mara would have mocked the poetry. He missed her, though she was only 2 rooms away. A convoy arrived on the 20th day. Convoy was too generous a word for 4 modified trucks, 2 snow machines, and 37 people wrapped in industrial insulation. They came from a refinery corridor south of Houston, where steam systems had kept a few hundred alive. They brought fuel tablets, medical filters, and maps marked with routes of partial thaw and lethal refreeze. They also brought news. The coast had not thawed, but it had changed. Storms were moving again. Ice sheets were fracturing near ship channels. Flooding had killed people. So had falling ice, disease, and violence. Yet boats were being used in places where only frozen flats had existed days before. The refinery leader, a woman named Captain Soria, though no one knew if the title was military, maritime, or earned by behavior, met Marcus, Mara, Imani, Hazel, Ven, and even Calder in the central hall. She said the surge had been detected across multiple surviving instruments as a grid-wide anomaly followed by atmospheric disruption. She did not call it salvation. She called it a strike against a locked pattern. Marcus asked whether others knew where it began. Soria looked around the damaged hub and said enough people knew to come looking for whoever had been reckless enough to do it and organized enough to survive afterward. Mara asked if help was coming. Soria gave the only answer worth trusting. Help was moving in pieces. Fuel here, medicine there, root knowledge everywhere. No government column was rolling north to save them. No fleet of warm buses waited beyond the next ridge. Surviving groups were becoming a network because the atmosphere had finally begun changing enough to make movement possible in narrow windows. The hub could join, anchor, or collapse. Marcus looked at the people around him. Weeks earlier, that choice would have belonged to Calder alone. Now the hall listened, questioned, argued, and decided in the open. They chose to become an anchor, not because they were strong, but because they were placed well, near routes, warehouses, old substations, and communities still hidden under white. The hub would no longer be a fortress. It would be a station, a relay, a heated room when heat existed, a ledger, a warning beacon, and a place where gate rules would be posted publicly and argued publicly. Calder listened as the vote passed. His face revealed nothing until Laverne asked who would maintain the ledger for arrivals and dead. Several people, after a difficult silence, said Calder should continue under oversight. He lowered his eyes. That was the closest thing to surrender he had yet offered. The third week brought mud to the world. Not everywhere, not enough, and not kindly. Mud appeared in ugly seams along south-facing concrete, beneath black vehicle panels, and around the bases of metal fence posts. It froze again by evening, into ridges sharp enough to cut boots, then softened the next day under cloud-filtered light. People hated it and loved it in equal measure. Snow had been clean in its tyranny. Mud was messy, dangerous, and alive with implication. It meant the white world could rot. It meant buried things might surface. It meant roads could become traps before becoming roads again. Marcus walked with Soria's scouts to the old I-10 corridor on the 24th day. Mara objected to him going because his cough had deepened, and he objected to her objecting because she had slept fewer hours than he had. The argument ended with both of them losing. She came too, carrying medical supplies and a look that dared anyone to call it romance. The highway was almost unrecognizable. Cars were rounded humps under ice. Signs leaned under the weight of frozen accumulation. Yet in the center lane, where dark asphalt absorbed what little warmth the sky offered, a strip of slush had opened in broken patches like a scar trying to become a path. They found people in a stranded bus near an overpass, 7 alive and 9 dead. The living had survived by cutting seat cushions for insulation and burning paper in a metal trash bin until smoke nearly killed them. One man wept when Mara climbed aboard because he had stopped believing anyone outside the bus still moved. She told him belief was optional and standing would help more. He laughed through cracked lips, then collapsed as soon as he tried. Marcus helped carry him down the icy steps. The dead were recorded, covered, and marked for later retrieval. No one said they had no time. They said time had to be made. On the return, Marcus saw water running along the curb for 6 inches before disappearing under ice. He stopped so abruptly that Soria nearly collided with him. The trickle was thin, brown, and full of grit. It moved around a pebble, rejoined itself, and slid under a frozen tire. Marcus crouched beside it. His knees protested. Mara stood over him, watching the water instead of his face. Soria asked if this was the first he had seen. Marcus said he had seen drips. This was different. This chose a direction. Mara said water did not choose. Marcus answered that after weeks of stillness, motion felt like choice. Soria let them have the moment for exactly 10 seconds, then told everyone to move before the road refroze around their boots. That was why Marcus liked her. She respected awe without letting it write the schedule. They returned with the bus survivors under a sky where clouds broke into layers. No sun appeared directly, but brightness gathered in places. At the hub, the news of the curb trickle traveled faster than the rescue. Children wanted to see it. Adults pretended not to. Then added a new category to the weather board, surface flow. Hazel wrote under it with heavy sarcasm that water had remembered gravity. The thaw brought rot as well as hope. Buried food spoiled when temperatures swung. Bodies hidden under snow emerged near fence lines and abandoned cars. Disease risk rose. Roofs collapsed as ice shifted. A storage shed full of supplies flooded and refroze overnight, destroying half the contents. People who had prayed for warming cursed the water that followed. Mara said that return was not reversal. The world was not going back to what it had been by simply melting. It was becoming damaged and alive at the same time. Marcus put that sentence on the central board beneath the weather numbers. Mara threatened to erase it because being quoted made her sound more patient than she felt. Calder asked to join a recovery detail on the 26th day. The request drew immediate refusal from half the room. He did not argue. He said he knew the perimeter camera blind spots and the old drainage routes where bodies might have collected when the first gate refusals began. The practical value was undeniable. The moral ugliness was also undeniable. The open council debated for nearly an hour. In the end, 2 relatives of people lost at the gate agreed he could go if they went too. Imani let the detail with her rifle visible. Marcus did not go. Mara told him some reckonings did not require his witness. When Calder returned, he was changed in a way that did not invite sympathy. He carried a child's boot in one hand and a tag list in the other. The detail had found 31 bodies along the old runoff ditch where wind and slope had taken people who collapsed after being turned away. Calder gave the list to Laverne and sat on the floor before anyone told him where to sit. One of the relatives struck him across the face. Imani did not stop it. The second relative did not strike him. She asked him to read the names that evening. He said he would. His voice had no command left in it. That evening's reading lasted more than an hour. The hall endured it together. Some cursed Calder. Some cursed Marcus for the surge deaths. Some cursed the sky, the government, the grid, the old world, themselves. The ritual had grown large enough to hold anger without pretending anger was justice by itself. When Calder reached the last unidentified entry, he stopped. The description was small red mitten, no adult found nearby, approximate age unknown. His hand shook so violently that the page rattled. Laverne took the ledger from him and finished the line. Calder covered his face. Nobody comforted him. Nobody needed to. The hall had not gathered for him. Afterward, Mara found Marcus outside by the wind wall. Light snow fell through air that smelled faintly of wet earth beneath the cold. He said he kept thinking there should have been a way to save both the people in the hub and the people beyond it. Mara said of course he kept thinking that. The mind preferred impossible better choices to accepting the ones that had existed. He asked if she forgave him. She took a long time before answering. She said forgiveness was not one thing. She forgave the part of him that chose with grief. She did not forgive the part of the world that placed the choice in his hands. He said that might be the truest mercy anyone had given him. They kissed under the wind wall, not as escape, not as celebration, but as two people still present after too much absence. Around them, workers reinforced berms. Children carried small bundles, and the listening post crackled with distant weather reports. The romance between them did not soften the apocalypse. It made the apocalypse less able to claim everything. Marcus touched her cheek near the fading bruise, careful and asking without words. Mara leaned into his hand for a second. Then she stepped back and said the Central Hall needed him because Soria was proposing a South Route exchange, and Hazel was about to insult diplomacy into failure. The South Route exchange became the first true network agreement. The hub would send grid maps, weather records, and recovered supplies from inland warehouses. The refinery corridor would send fuel tablets, water filters, and route reports from closer to the coast. Rosenberg's school shelter, now in radio contact, would send people with teaching, child care, and field kitchen experience in exchange for medicine and repairs. No one called it government. Soria said names could wait until roofs held and children ate. Marcus agreed. Calder, sitting at the ledger tables, said names mattered even when structures did not. Laverne told him to write that down before he became proud of it. On the 30th day, the temperature rose above freezing for 11 minutes at the hub sensor. The number appeared on Ven's handheld first. He stared at it as if afraid his eyes had invented a kindness. Then he ran to the hall, slipped on a wet patch, fell hard, got up, and kept running. By the time he reached the central board, half the hub had heard. The reading had already fallen below freezing again. It did not matter. Ven wrote the time, duration, sensor location, pressure, and surface condition. Children cheered. Adults cried quietly or looked away because hope that sharp could cut. That night, rain fell for 7 minutes. Real rain, thin and bitterly cold, but unmistakable. People stood under the loading overhang and watched it tap the ice. It froze quickly, glazing the ground into danger, but nobody moved away until Mara ordered them back before the wonder made broken hips. Marcus held out his gloved hand and saw droplets bead on the cloth before turning white. He had spent weeks fearing the sky as a sealed thing. Now it had become dangerous in motion, which was still danger, but not the same. He looked at Mara and said the world was arguing with itself again. She said that sounded better than the world refusing to speak. 6 weeks after the surge, the hub no longer looked like Calder's facility. The fence still stood, but the gate stayed open during daylight when weather allowed. Signs listed entry rules in plain language, names recorded, ration status public, medical priority posted, no private arms beyond the checkpoint, no one turned away without the decision being witnessed and recorded. Those rules did not make the place kind. Kindness was too small and too easy a word for the hard machinery of survival. The rules made the place answerable. That was the best beginning they could build from the wreckage. Mara ran medical with fewer illusions and more helpers. She trained anyone willing to learn how to warm a person slowly, how to recognize infection, how to clean water that looked clean and was not, how to speak to the dying without lying to them. She and Marcus saw each other in passing more often than in peace. Their romance lived in brief touches, shared cups, arguments over policy, and the steady knowledge that neither had left. One morning he found a note from her tucked into his glove. It said that he was due at medical for a cough check, and that romantic attachment did not exempt foolish men from triage. He kept the note longer than dignity required. Calder's trial, if it could be called that, took place on the 43rd day. The council had delayed because survival kept outranking judgment, and because nobody knew how to weigh crimes committed inside a world that had already broken its courts. In the end, they held an accounting rather than a performance. Witnesses spoke. Gate survivors spoke. Families of the dead spoke. Calder spoke last. He did not ask forgiveness. He said he had made rules to avoid feeling each death, then defended the rules because admitting their cruelty would have required reopening every door in memory. He said he had confused preserving humanity with preserving the part of humanity easiest to control. The council sentenced him to permanent labor under restriction, ledger work, recovery details, and exclusion from any command authority. Some said it was too gentle. Some said execution would have copied his logic with a different banner. Calder accepted the sentence without visible relief. Later Marcus found him outside Loading 4, where the dead from recent recoveries waited for burial whenever the ground allowed. Calder was writing names on weatherproof tags. He said there were not enough tags. Marcus said they would make more. Calder nodded. After a while, he said the girl with the red scarf had been named Elena Salas, not unknown female gate arrival. Marcus said Laverne had corrected it. Calder said names corrected the world by inches. Burying the dead became possible in stages. The ground did not open kindly. Crews used heaters, picks, dark tarps to absorb light, and patience. Some bodies were sent south with relatives. Some remained in marked rows beyond the wind wall, where the snow had thinned enough to reveal brown grass crushed flat beneath ice. The first burial day drew nearly everyone. Marcus expected speeches and found that most people had no words large enough. Laverne read names. Mara stood with families. Imani held her cap in both hands. Soria's convoy left fuel tablets beside the grave line as an offering, practical enough to suit the age. Marcus spoke only when asked by the old woman whose daughter Calder had named. She told him leaders should not hide behind silence either. He stood before the rows and said the dead were not the price of hope, as if hope had purchased them fairly. They were people failed by systems, weather, leaders, neighbors, and sometimes by the limits of what any hand could carry. He said the living owed them records, changed rules, and a future that did not turn survival into an excuse for cruelty. His voice cracked before the end. Nobody punished him for it. The old woman nodded once, which felt heavier than applause. After the burial, Mara found him near the ditch where water had begun to run during midday. The flow was still thin, still rimmed by ice, but it lasted longer now. She handed him a cup of boiled water gone lukewarm. He drank and tasted smoke, metal, and life. She asked what he would do when routes opened wider. He said the network would need grid maps, surviving substations, thermal stations, and people who understood how to bring power back without rebuilding Calder's world. She said that sounded like him volunteering for misery. He said he had experience. She said she might come if medical could spare her, and if he admitted in writing that she outranked him on all matters involving bodies and common sense. He said she already outranked him there. She said that was not the same as admitting it in writing. They stood beside the ditch and watched water work its way around clumps of dirty snow. Around them the hub moved in ragged rhythms, hammering from the beacon crew, children reciting weather readings, Soria arguing route safety with Imani, Hazel shouting at a generator, Calder reading names to Laverne, Ben explaining pressure to anyone unable to escape. The sounds did not make a city yet. They made a beginning. A broadcast arrived that evening from farther north than any confirmed signal before. It was weak and full of gaps. A group outside Dallas reported extreme cold continuing, but also pressure changes, cloud motion, and one brief event of sleet instead of powder. They requested any data on the grid surge anomaly. Marcus listened with his hand over his mouth. Dallas had been a frozen silence in every rumor. Now it was a voice asking a question. The hall erupted in overlapping speech. Venn began drafting a response immediately. Hazel told him to include useful data before his emotions clogged the frequency. Marcus recorded the reply himself. He gave the time of the surge, the approximate energy sources, feeder paths, atmospheric observations, local aftermath, casualties, and the warning that disruption did not equal safety. He said surviving groups should share data, not myths. He said local warming could bring flood, collapse, disease, and renewed cold. He said the event had required costs that must not be hidden. Then he added, after a long pause, that the curve had broken in Katy, Texas, and that water had begun to move. Mara stood behind him while he spoke. Her hand rested between his shoulders, steady and warm through layers. The reply transmitted 3 times before the battery reserve forced shutdown. No one knew whether Dallas received it. The uncertainty no longer felt like emptiness. It felt like a line thrown into weather. That night the hub held a quiet meal using warehouse grains, refinery fuel, and the last of a spice mix someone had carried from home without knowing why. The food was thin and smoky. People ate slowly. A child asked whether summer would come back. The adults nearby froze in the old way, afraid of lying. Mara answered that summer might not return the same, but warmth had not left the world forever. Marcus loved her for choosing a truth with room inside it. Near dawn, Marcus woke from a shallow sleep in the repair room because the sound had changed. For weeks he had learned the language of cold, the crack of ice, the hiss of snow, the groan of metal, the cough of engines, the shiver of walls. This was smaller, softer, almost insulting in its gentleness. He sat up, careful not to wake the 2 workers sleeping near the battery crates. The sound came again. A faint tap from beyond the service door. Then another. Not the hard tick of ice pellets. Not a pipe. Something falling, pausing, falling again. He wrapped his coat around himself and stepped into the corridor. Emergency lamps glowed low. People slept in clusters. Someone murmured in a dream. The central board stood in the gray dark with its crooked line of temperatures and pressure marks. He passed it without lighting a lamp. At the loading door he found Mara already there, as if the same sound had called her from sleep. She wore a blanket over her shoulders and boots unlaced. Neither of them spoke at first. Speech felt too large for the small tapping. They opened the service door together. Cold entered, but not with the old violence. The sky was clouded, pale at the edges and moving. Along the roof line above the loading dock, a ridge of ice had thinned during the night. A bead swelled at its lowest point, trembled, then fell. It struck the metal rail with a clean sound. Another bead formed. Marcus stared until his eyes burned. Mara's hand found his. The bead tapped once. A third followed softly. The sound was not enough to save anyone by itself. It did not erase the dead, feed the hungry, or absolve the living. It was only water. Marcus stepped under the overhang and held out his hand. The next drop landed on his glove and darkened the cloth before the cold could claim it. He thought of the first impossible rain in Katy, the first foot of snow, the grid going dark, the houses freezing inside, the road north, the gate, the switch, the storm, the names. He thought of every system that had failed quietly before failing catastrophically, and of the harder truth that systems returned only when people built them in the open, with records, argument, and grief. Mara leaned against him, shoulder to shoulder, and neither pretended the world was healed. Behind them, Laverne came to the doorway, then Ven, then Hazel with her hair sticking up from sleep, then Alina, Imani, Soria, and others drawn by the tapping sound that was somehow louder than alarms had ever been. Calder stood at the back of the gathering with a ledger in his hands. Nobody ordered him away. Nobody welcomed him forward. He listened like everyone else. A child slipped between adults and asked whether it was raining. Mara said it was melting. The child asked if melting was good. Marcus looked at the roofline, at the drop forming there, clear and fragile and real. He said melting was a beginning, and beginnings had to be protected. The drop fell. More gathered. Somewhere beyond the fence, under fields of dirty white, roads waited to be found. Graves waited to be marked. Voices waited for answers. And warmer days waited without promising to be gentle. Marcus did not mistake the sound for victory. Victory belonged to stories that wanted clean endings. This was survival, which was messier, bloodier, and more honest. He held Mara's hand while the roof gave up water one drop at a time. The people of the hub stood in the open doorway and listened as the frozen world, damaged and grieving, began to move.